military strategist said that they had been too careless with this person, otherwise they would have taken down Toad Village before coming there. This left Yang Longting speechless. A voice emerged, saying that it was not too late. It was Yang Longting who commanded them to notify the entire army that they would be leaving camp the next day. He remarked to kill the Toad first, then kill Zusi. The next day, 50,000 troops were sent to Toad Village. The soldiers of Black Rock City were confused because the Yuju army had withdrawn. On the top of the stone wall gate, Liu Heng questioned his adoptive father if they had been successful in driving them away because they had withdrawn their men. City Lord Zhu responded that Yang Longting would not retreat so easily, they would fight the Toad Village. Liu Heng replied asking what they should do next. City Lord Zhu said that if one of two interdependent things falls, the other would be in danger, which means that when the Toad was dead, they were next. He then instructed Liu Heng to take 1,000 light cavalry, prepare bows, arrows, and set out to lure the enemy. He added to show them a call to fight, the more noise, the better. A throng of noisy soldiers on horse galloped outside the Black Rock City, and City Lord Zhu watched them from atop. These soldiers successfully attracted the attention of the Yuju army by enticing it to join them in battle. Yang Longting smiled when they saw the Black Rock City soldiers were out, and that finally they could slaughter some lives. When the Yuju army straightened its rear formation and was ready to attack, with the swiftness of his light cavalry, Liu Heng dashed back to Black Rock City. When the light cavalries quickly returned to the gate and shut it, Yang Longting was rendered speechless. Kai Dalong asked His Majesty what to do now, and dismayed, Yang Longting instructed to further withdraw from the palace. With further withdrawal from the place, Liu Heng grinned when they came out again with 1,000 light horsemen and shot arrows. It was nighttime at the Yuju camp. Yang Longting kept thinking and realized Cheng Dale and Zhu Banquan had been working together in some way or they wouldn't have cooperated so well. The mountain roads to Toad Village were mostly canyons, which were not suitable for combat. And if he stubbornly attacked the Toad Village now, he was afraid they would be pulled halfway back and forth, which would tire out the troops. He had spent half of his life in the military, and it was the first time he had encountered such vile enemies as Cheng Dale, together with Zhu Banquan. It felt like he was trapped in a swamp, as if he was being suffocated. He went on thinking he could no longer be guided by any side. He could only bet everything on a single throw, and he must destroy the city as soon as possible. Yang Longting was stuck in a difficult situation between Black Rock City and Kin Niu Mountain. If he continued to attack Black Rock, he could only attack persistently. If he retreated from the camp to attack Toad Village, he could be easily attacked from the front and back. He finally decided to attack Black Rock City by force, and the battle lasted 2 months. 2 months later, Yang Longting was terribly fatigued, and everyone was nervous. Zhu Banqua's city was almost out of food, and no one knew if they could keep it up. Cheng Dale's side had plenty of stocks. A grain carrier bandit asked his village master if they would keep robbing grain because they wouldn't fit anymore in the granary, and he was afraid the food would go bad with the humid weather. Cheng Dale grinned when he caved in and told everyone to take a few days off and eat some good meals. The mountain bandits of Toad Village had gained weight overall. Meanwhile, it was raining on Kin Niu Mountain when Cheng Dale was informed that many soldiers from Black Rock City had arrived. Cheng Dale perched on top of the edge, wondering what had happened. There were so many defeated soldiers, and did that mean Zhu Banquan had driven Yang Longting into defeat? Dao Fei who questioned whether they ought to continue robbing the people, to which Cheng Dale replied that something was wrong because they weren't just soldiers from Yuju City but also from Black Rock City. He instructed them to head back to the village and send someone to keep an eye on them all the time, and that the defeated Yang Longting might take his anger out on them. A stream of defeated soldiers passed by like an ant colony. Soldiers on horseback and on foot moved slowly, soaking wet in the rain. On the other hand, a horse was making its way towards Toad Village and was making frantic calls for their village master. They recognized it was Butler Huang and Silong, commanded to open the gate. Butler Huang alerted his village master that something terrible had happened while Silong and he were both drenched in blood. Terrified, Butler Huang yelled that the rings were coming. The soldiers of Yuju fought at Black Rock City. It was a bitter struggle for 2 months. From the far north, 10,000 sons and daughters of the northern barbarians came south. The Yuju army was crushed in 1 day. The Black Rock City was broken through in half a day. After that, they slaughtered the city for 10 days without stopping, leaving behind a mountain of victims, severed heads hanging from tree branches, and birds swooping around. It was a gloomy day at the Black Rock City. A Northern Ring man on horseback led a group of captured civilians who had been turned into slaves through a series of rope ties on their hands while walking barefoot. Suddenly, the people behind the slave were startled and scared when an arrow flew straight to his throat. The Northern Ring man shouted furiously at Kaimei while riding his horse, telling him that these people were his slaves and threatening to kill them. Kaimei responded that he had stolen too much and asked if he could take them back, promising to take care of it for him. Kaimei was the son of the king of the Northern Ring tribe. He continued to frighten the slaves behind him by shooting his arrow at them. Kaimei had offended the Northern Ring man, who was riding a horse, and he threatened to fight him if he did not return his slave. A few moments later, some members of the Northern Barbarian began laughing at Fu Delay and questioned how he could possibly be a warrior for the tribe if he did not even dare to kill people. Fu Delay on horseback ignored them and told them to keep up with him while stuttering. He was Kaimei's little brother, Fu Delay. Fu Delay was then told to keep up with him and labeled a coward. In response, he insisted that he was not a coward. He rode his horse, causing a loud thud, passing through where heads hung from tree branches. The Black Rock City was burning and being slaughtered. Fu Delay thought in his mind that they were all killing and robbing. Some envied them that they could not dare to do that and feel happy while he himself could not. This time the battle had just begun, and he wondered how long it would take. He wanted to go home and drink grandma's milk tea and wondered about Wu Lihen and what she was doing right now. Butler Huang reported to Cheng Dalei that 10,000 people from the rings had infiltrated the city in half a day, and the situation had become chaotic. Amongst 10,000 soldiers, they managed to escape thanks to Zhao's skills, and Cheng Dalei inquired whether Zhu Banchuan was still alive. Butler Huang firmly responded that everyone was already dead because the rings had executed him as soon as they breached into the city. Cheng Dalei inquired about Yang Longting's whereabouts, whether or not he was dead, and Butler Huang responded that he was probably not dead. He had heard on the way that Yang Longting escaped and he might still be alive now. Cheng Dalei added that this old man was very fierce. He had led 50,000 elite troops and questioned how Yang Longting could be so weak in front of the Ring tribes. He couldn't defeat Black Rock City in 2 months, yet the Rings did it in half a day. He wondered if they were heavenly soldiers coming to Earth. Cheng Dalei was left dumbfounded when Butler Huang informed his tribe that they were talking about the Rings. The Toad Bandits were talking about the Ring tribe when they claimed to have been the ones to invade and defeat the Empire in the past, forcing even the Imperial Majesty to abandon the city. Cheng Dalei thought to himself that this Ring tribe appeared to be troublesome and questioned if they were really unbeatable. The next day, Gao Fei, who respectfully asked his village master where to go, Cheng Dalei contemplated possible places they could have gone. The Toad Bandits continued to chatter and expressed fear that if the Rings were dissatisfied with their occupation of Black Rock City and desired to go farther south, they might flee south to avoid the Rings. If the Rings pursued them, they might take the mountain and dominate it. In a room full of bandits with Cheng Dalei seated in front of them, one bandit said that while the young could survive, what about the children and the elderly? Another suggested that they should cross the sea since the Ring tribe could do nothing to stop them. Cheng Dalei was left speechless by their comments. Gao Fei, who inquired of his village master what he had in mind and whether he could tell them. After a brief period of silence, Cheng Dalei asked if it was possible for them to stay put rather than run away. Liu Bei questioned his village master about what he meant by wanting to fight in combat with the Rings that had terrified the bandits. The Toad Bandits were terrified and furious that it would fail completely. Not even 50,000 soldiers could have stopped them. They reasoned that they shouldn't have fought in the Ring when they could have fled, and even asked their Toad Master whether they wanted to die altogether. They were ordered to be silent by Cheng Dalei. As he rose up, he reminded them that he was still the village chief and argued that it was too early for them to have treated him disrespectfully. The Toad Bandits were rendered silent. Cheng Dalei clarified that he hadn't said they had to defend themselves or flee. He had just said that they might have done so if they had had their backs to the enemy's Iron Horsemen, in which case 1 to 2,000 out of 5,000 would have been lucky. The village terrain was simple to defend yet difficult to attack, and as long as they held onto the gate, not even tens of thousands of horses and men could have breached it, according to Cheng Dalei, who went on to explain how they would have protected themselves. Second, cavalry would have had a difficult time navigating the highlands, thus weakening the Ring tribe's advantage. Third, their village had countless supplies that would have lasted for a year and a half, but the Ring tribe lacked logistical support, and without food, they would have inevitably scattered. Of course, if they had defended themselves to the very end, they would have had to make a lot of sacrifices, but he believed that given all 3 conditions previously mentioned, it would not have been impossible to defend. Since Cheng Dale was not someone who issued orders by himself and this decision would have affected the lives of more than 5,000 people, it was only natural to discuss it together. Then, he raised his fist, telling them to raise their hands if they were ready to fight. The Toad bandits avoided making eye contact and kept silent. Cheng Dale thought with his mind that no one had dared to fight the rings and questioned whether they were actually so terrifying. Suddenly, a hand was raised. It was Xiao Yu. A few moments later, someone began singing beneath the dark clouds. Kai Mei ordered someone to continue singing and playing since he enjoyed hearing someone play. At the door, it was Fu Delay who then inquired of his brother as to how long they had to stay there. Kai Mei responded that they had been waiting for the tribe to bring back the slaves and supplies, asking whether he had been getting bored, to which Fu Delay replied to his brother that he had been missing Grandma. He had held his shoulder when Kai Mei had asked if he had missed her or his Wu Lihan. Kai Mei explained that Wu Lihan had been the most beautiful horse in the meadow, and only a lion-like man had been worthy of her. He then asked Fu Delay how many people he had killed that time and how many slaves he had acquired. Fu Delay stammered in response. Kai Mei was interrupted by his brother, who referred to him as a silly brother and encouraged Fu Delay to join him in listening to music. A lady had continued to sing and play the bandurria. She had kept singing as she reflected on how she had previously believed the Ring tribe to be full of demonic beings, but up close, she had the impression that these Ring people were simply normal people, or at least that this Kai Mei had not been terrifying and had a nice smile. When Kai Mei had asked Fu Delay if he had understood the lyrics while sitting next to him, Fu Delay had said that he had not and that he had not thought it had sounded good either. The lady had kept singing, and Kai Mei had laughed and told him that when he had been a bit older, he would think it had sounded good. He had then been asked if the lady had been attractive, to which he had said that she had been. Kai Mei had said that he had gotten her for him by force and now he was gifting her to him. He had already asked for him. She had still been a virgin. Fu Delay had hesitantly replied that he had already had Wu Lihan. After calling him by name, Kai Mei had given him a strong shove, causing Fu Delay to fly off the ground and crash on top of the lady playing for them. Fu Delay had looked back toward his brother and glared angrily at him. Kai Mei had risen up and told him that he hadn't murdered anyone or spilled a drop of blood throughout the battle, and he had questioned whether he had been worthy to be his brother. He had continued to say that a man who had not dared to shed blood had not been a warrior of his Northern Ring tribe. Either he took her or killed her, which Fu Delay had been furious and afraid about. Kai Mei had tossed a sword in his direction and threatened to murder him if he hadn't. He had pushed him to become a real man right there. Fu Delay was silent as Kai Mei laughed. Fu Delay contemplated either killing or stealing from her. Fu Delay took up his sword while the woman begged him not to kill her as she could do anything he wanted. He eventually let her go and dropped his sword, which shocked the lady. She asked whether he would be willing to let her leave, and when Fu Delay replied that he was, he instructed her to go through the back door and head south. She could reach her country if she continued traveling south, and nobody could harm her there because it was unsafe here. The lady replied that this place was swarming with his people and that there was no way for a helpless woman like her to escape them, which he then inquired what they should do. She asked if she would be protected by him. He blushed and promised to try the best he could to stop anyone from hurting her. Meanwhile, at the Toad village, where Xiao Yu raised his hand, Cheng Dale asked him why he wanted to fight and if he had something in mind. Xiao Yu replied that for the good of the country and the people, his death meant nothing if he could save lives. He continued that the Ring tribe was raging everywhere, and they could only sacrifice their lives for justice, adding that he did not fear death. Bandits near Xiao Yu were muttering and laughing sarcastically while criticizing his national justice and calling him an inexperienced boy. Cheng Dale sighed as he observed Xiao Yu's look, wondering whether Xiao Yu was the only one who wanted to fight in war. While it was simple to declare support for the country and its people, mountain bandits like him could not afford it. He kept thinking that even if he gave the people missiles, they could not win this battle since the people's hearts were not prepared for war. The only way out at the moment seemed to be escape, but Cheng Dale genuinely did not want to run away. When he questioned everyone if they still thought of him as their village leader, Gao Fei Hu responded that they were all at his disposal to do anything he wanted. Cheng Dale stood up, explaining that he was putting their lives in his hands by calling him the village master, but he did not have the authority to send everyone to their death. However, if he could borrow soldiers and had enough confidence to win this battle, he asked if everyone could go into battle with him. Gao Fei Hu asked who would be willing to help them and from whom they could borrow troops in times like that. In response, Cheng Dale said that he had made arrangements for the matter and that an update would be available over the next 2 days. A few days later, it rained at the foot of Kin Nu Mountain, and an army of Yuzhu soldiers walked home led by Yang Longting on horseback. Yang Longting was startled when someone shouted to block their way. It turned out to be the Toad Bandits. Yang Longting questioned Cheng Dalei about what he had been doing, to which he replied that he had been waiting for him the entire time. Yang Longting asked Cheng Dalei why he had been waiting for him. Cheng Dalei replied that the Black Rock City had been occupied and Kin Nu Mountain was the last gate of the empire. If the mountain were taken over by the Ring tribe, the empire would be defenseless in the north. The Toad village of Kin Nu Mountain intended to be the front line of this battle, so Cheng Dalei added that he hoped the Lord would set aside his old grudges and work with him in keeping peace. Yang Longting inquired hesitantly and perplexedly if Cheng Dalei was still sick. Someone wondered what was wrong with the mountain bandit. The Yuzhu soldier questioned how a group of bandits stopped them, given that the Rings invaded, while Kai Dalong believed Cheng Dalei was sick and dizzy from the fever. Cheng Dalei said that they heard of their past 30 years ago, when the Rings come to invade them. It was Yang Longting who made vigorous efforts to turn the tide. He questioned what the difference was between now and why he couldn't do today what he'd done 30 years ago. Yang Longting irritably questioned him, asking if he ever fought with the Rings, whether he knew how powerful the Rings were, and how he could possibly defend himself with an untrained crew of fewer than 10,000 people. He yelled that he fought them and knew how strong the cavalry of the Rings was. 30 years ago, he got nothing to lose, but now he had a reason to live, where Cheng Dalei stayed silent. Yang Longting commanded him to get out of his way, or else he would have ordered his soldiers to kill him. Cheng Dalei responded that he was the Lord of Yuzhu, personally appointed by Emperor Ming. He was above everyone else and urged him that he should fight for his people. Yang Longting's hand reached inside his clothing while he responded that Cheng Dalei was disgusting. He threw his emerald-colored military seal and angrily responded that he was giving it up to him. He declared he was the Lord of Yuzhu and if he wanted to defend, as this was no longer his headache. The military seal, which was emerald in color and a dragon sculpture on its top, fell to the sopping wet ground in front of Cheng Dalei as it continued to rain. Cheng Dalei picked up the emerald-colored military seal. He raised it and showed it to everyone, the military seal of the Lord of Yuzhu. He asked if there were any honorable men willing to fight with him, kill the enemy, and succeed. His fellow bandits remained silent while Cheng Dalei continued showing the military seal of the Lord of Yuzhu and asked them to join. While Cheng Dalei was being avoided and the soldiers were looking down, Yang Longting advised his people to ignore him and urged them to go with him. However, determined, Cheng Dalei persisted in asking them to join while repeatedly displaying the military seal of the Lord of Yuzhu in an effort to recruit anyone willing to die for the nation. Yet, he was being ignored and passed by the soldiers. The rain continued pouring at Kin Nu Mountain as Cheng Dalei still continued shouting in hopes of recruiting someone. Cheng Dalei was interrupted by Gao Fei Hu and told his village master to head back and discuss the escape as well. While Cheng Dalei questioned going back, he argued that he's still a plan left that he could use. He continued by instructing Gao Fei Hu to go back and construct a barrier at the village's entrance, and anybody who wished to flee was told to leave their horses, weapons, and armor behind. Cheng Dalei was adamant that not a single piece of iron would pass through his Kin Nu Mountain. He gave the command to accompany him to Fallen Leaf City. Cheng Dalei on horseback passed by people trying to escape. He remarked that even if they managed to escape, they would not be able to live their lives as they wanted. The docks would be overcrowded, and even if they fled to the big cities, which city lord would take in these refugees? Cheng Dalei went on to say that they lacked clothing and food, which was just a way to starve and die without dignity. Someone uttered to their village master that they couldn't defend it. Cheng Dalei responded that as long as Fang Boshan provided him with 10,000 men, he could certainly defend himself with the location advantage. At the city lord's mansion in Fallen Leaf City, Lord Fang was reprimanding his men for what they'd done and why they needed these clothes while directing them to swiftly load his jade Buddha onto the cart. When Cheng Dalei and his men came, City Lord Fang was still lecturing his people, telling them that if they kept sobbing, he would leave them behind and Rings would take care of them. Cheng Dalei and his men questioned what the city lord was doing. Lord Fang looked back and asked Cheng Dalei what brought him there and added that he didn't have any additional ships available for him if he wanted to borrow one. In response, Cheng Dalei said that he was not borrowing ships but rather soldiers and presented the Lord of Yuzhu's military seal. He hoisted the military seal and instructed City Lord Fang to cooperate with him to defend Kin Nu Mountain on behalf of the Lord of Yuzhu. He said that when people saw the seal, it would be like when they saw the Lord of Yuzhu. City Lord Fang questioned what Yang Longting was doing right now, and Cheng Dalei replied that he was sitting in Kin Nu Mountain and ordered him to deliver the order, adding that if they could hold Kin Nu Mountain, it would be a great achievement for him. City Lord Fang responded that his military service not been as important as his head, and told his buddy Cheng that since they got along and pretended that he not seen him, he would take that as a thank you. However, Cheng Dale was adamant with Lord Fang that if Qin Niu Mountain could not be defended, Fallen Leaf City would be destroyed. It was inevitable that the people would also be killed, and he wouldn't be able to keep his head as the ruler of the city. Cheng Dale urged him to fight alongside them because Toad Village now a geographic advantage, food, and people. City Lord Fang began to sweat profusely when Cheng Dale wanted to go into battle with him against the Ring tribe. But he told him he wanted to run for his life and pleaded not to drag him along if he wanted to die. He gave Cheng Dale his cobalt blue military seal and the authority to command the soldiers in the city as he liked, and also told him to tell the Lord of Yuzhu that he hadn't seen him. Cheng Dale looked at the 2 military seals in his hands. He raised his hand bearing the military seal of Lord Fang and asked if anyone wanted to fight with him to drive out the barbarian enemy and defend their land. However, the citizens and soldiers were silent. Gao Fei, who urged his village master to head back home. Later that night, a candle was lit near the 3 military seals placed on a table. Cheng Dale was thinking and frustrated about why they couldn't try to defend it first. Why did they flee when they heard the Ring tribe? And questioned that they didn't even have the courage to hold a sword, and no one but Lin Sheiyu supported him. Cheng Dale kept thinking Lin Sheiyu would be a great warrior, and that death wouldn't bother him. Lin Sheiyu probably thought he knew himself that they did not really have a chance to win. But Cheng Dale strongly believed it could be won. Cheng Dale was calling the system. However, he sat alone and the system did not show up. Cheng Dale thought in his mind that if the system didn't come out and give him a quest, did that mean the system also thought that his time also run out? Cheng Dale was so lonely while the system and lottery machine floated high above, staring at the stars and moon at night. The lottery called his big sister and asked her that it was time for them to give a new quest. However, the system got irritated and ignored the lottery. The lottery went on to say that the boy was at a crossroad and she should stop fretting and guide him well. The system responded that he was no longer the little boy he used to be. It was better to let him make that kind of decision himself. But in her mind, it was because she would be embarrassed to appear before him. Someone knocked at Cheng Dale's room. It was Su Ying who informed Cheng Dale that the people outside were all waiting for him, to which he replied to let them wait a little longer. Su Ying sat close to Cheng Dale, sympathized with him. She knew it not been easy for him to build this family business, but when there was smoke, there was fire. She held his hand and continued to tell him that there were Su family stores everywhere in Jiju and Qingzhou. She persuaded him to hide there for a while since the rings would not stay for long, and waited until the situation was over and they could always come back. Cheng Dale was getting up as he agreed. He smiled as he told Su Ying that he was ready to go. At the Toad Village military area where a large number of bandits gathered, someone yelled to inform everyone that their village master arrived. Cheng Dale stood in front of them and addressed them as his friends, went on to say that their wives and children were all here, and this village was built by everyone together. Cheng Dale inquired whether they were willing to give up the village in order to be the same poor and hungry bandits they once were. The advantage of location, the village unlimited weapons and supplies. He asked them if anyone was willing to fight alongside him and defend their village. He continued that he would not stop those who wanted to go, and those who were ready to fight should take a step forward. Lin Sheiyu firmly stepped forward in support of his village master. Worried, Cheng Dale asked again if there was anyone else. Zhu Shenji said, "Never mind and forget it." As Zhu Shenji stepped forward, he questioned his daughter as to why she was following him, to which Zhu Ling'er replied and berated him for leaving her alone. Zhu Shenji responded that he lived long enough as an old man, and that today he would accompany Cheng Dale to death, but he couldn't let his daughter follow him. He told his village master to let her go. Qin Man said that he didn't care as he believed they would all die one day. Liu Bei sighed and scratched his head. He added that the 4 brothers were ready to die for the village master. Little Wolf of Apricot Blossom chimed in while stepping in and told Cheng Dale that he was hopeless, while the female bandits were worried. The second master of Flying Tiger also stated that he would follow Cheng Dale to death, while Gao Fei, who was shocked, Su Ying, Xiao Yi, and Liu Zhai stepped out as well in support of their village master. Cheng Dale thought in his mind that in the end, there were only more than 10 people different opinions, but with the few people there, Toad Village could not be defended. He conceded and responded that he did not have the power to make them die alongside him, and he suggested talking about the escape. However, even if they wanted to escape, they needed to listen to him. Cheng Dale went on to say that if 5,000 people scattered like birds or wild animals, they could only become spirits through the swords of others. He told his people that if they wanted to escape, they would escape together. Cheng Dale would not leave anyone behind. He would not give up an old person, and he would not lose a single child. Lin Shaiyu responded as his village master wished and said that he would be at his service. Cheng Dale commanded Xiao Yu to climb Bull's Horn Peak alone, carry dry food for a month, and use the big tree as a signal to show the attack direction of the Ring tribe. He called Liao Jia and Liao Yi to come to his service. He commanded the two brothers, and they would take 1,000 men each. They would dig a canal, destroy the road, block the road with stones and trees, and buy time for everyone to retreat while the two brothers respectfully wrapped their hands into fists. Gao Fei Hu respectfully asked his village master if they should act overnight, as this matter was urgent and should not be postponed. Cheng Dale responded that there was no need to hurry. The Ring tribe was still burning and looting Black Rock City, and this would last for at least another 10 days. They were scared and disorganized in the beginning. If they ran into every possible path without paying attention to which one they chose later, that wouldn't bring destruction upon themselves. The bandits were talking about fleeing to Bingju or Jeju, and someone said that because Bingju bordered the Ring tribe, they could end up worse if they escaped there. Cheng Dale raised his hand and responded that Suying business in Jeju, and if all 5,000 of them went there, it would probably take them longer than a month. Everyone should take enough food to provide for themselves for a month. Weapons were also needed for self-defense. They should prepare everything together and cut down large trees for building horse carriages. The bandits raised their hands as well and responded to everything at their village master's command. Fast forward to the Black Rock City's city lord's mansion. Fu Delay was walking slowly while holding a hamper. He kept going away while passing discreetly behind guards, until he arrived outside the yard of the Black Rock City. He opened a small door leading to the basement. He walked down the steps, holding a candle light in one hand and a hamper in the other. The lady asked who it was. Fu Delay responded not to be afraid because it was him. He smiled and told her to eat up because he brought it for her. They sat across from one another, with the meal and candle light placed between them. Fu Delay warned her not to choke and brought her water to drink, explaining that he couldn't always come over to her, and that this was her food supply for 3 days, so she needed to eat slowly. As she observed the bruising on Fu Delay's face, the lady thanked him for hiding her there and asked if he was beaten. Fu Delay responded that it was nothing, and that his brother used to beat him up a lot, so he was used to it. The lady continued to eat as she replied that she was the one who got him into trouble and thanked him before asking when they were leaving. Fu Delay replied that he did not know and they couldn't leave for now. His brother said he was looking for something here, and he did not know what it was. He thought in his mind that her expression when eating reminded him of the puppy he once had. It was also such a glutton back then and was later killed and turned into meat by his brother. The lady continued chewing while saying that Fu Delay was a good person and was different from them. If only they not come to fight with them, and questioned why they were so evil and come to rob them, which made Fu Delay stunned. Silence came between them. Fu Delay remained silent while the lady noticed the awkward silence while holding her bread. The worried lady was sorry that she misspoke and told him not to pay attention to what she said. Suddenly, Fu Delay assured her that it was all right and responded that they not been able to eat for a long time. The tribe was hit by a disaster last year. A large part of the pasture land was deserted, cattle and sheep starved, and if they not robbed them, they could not have continued to exist. Fu Delay added that enough of the unhappy stuff, told her his name was Fu Delay, and asked what her name was, to which she replied that she didn't have a name, she only a stage name which was Green Cherry. Fu Delay called her Little Cherry, which left her speechless. They both laughed and smiled. The good things of the world are not bound, but like colorful clouds, they dissolve easily, like brittle glaze, and one is full of thoughts that are in the heart and not in words. The contented person would not tire of love, and people who care about each other would talk to each other. Not everything was calculated by man. Everything was determined by fate. When the candle ran out of its light, Fu Delay took his leave, told her to take care, and said he would come to see her often. After that, she developed affection for Fu Delay. He hid Green Cherry in the basement, like a little dog, and wanted to check on her every day to see if she'd grown. One day, Fu Delay brought her a hamper containing her meal. He happily called her his Little Cherry when he came to see her and asked if she was hungry because he brought her a good meal. Fu Delay's smile quickly faded, his eyes filled with fear, and he dropped his hamper when he saw his brother, whom Kai Mei sarcastically called his good brother, and asked what he brought to eat because he was asleep and got hungry. Fu Delay asked his brother if he killed her. Kai Mei replied that Fu Delay a fearsome look in his eye like a hungry wolf and questioned if Fu Delay would kill him if he told him she was dead. A fight broke out between the two brothers, where Fu Delay called his brother a bastard. However, Fu Delay was on his knees after being beaten by his brother and asked if he still wanted to be a good person. He was on the ground while his brother Kai Mei stood tall in front of him with a bottle in his hand. with visible bruises on Fudelei's body. He was splashed with alcohol, which made him scream in pain. Kaimei furiously asked him if he wanted to be a good person and would let him be one. While Fudelei was face down on the dripping wet ground, he ordered two men to bring the people in. Two men brought out Green Cherry so aggressively that she stumbled on the ground. Green Cherry could only scream as she landed near Fudelei, who managed to get up from the ground. Meanwhile, Fudelei smiled when he saw his little Cherry and realized that she was not dead. Green Cherry called Fudelei's name when she saw him. Kaimei said again that he would give a chance to be a good person and ordered two men to bring out the 7 women. Two men brought out a string of women with their hands tied. Holding a sword, Kaimei asked Fudelei whether he wanted to save her. He questioned if he would kill these 7 ladies, or if he could only save one. Kaimei thrust the sword into the ground and repeatedly stated that he could either kill her or save 7 people. Confused, Fudelei looked up as he called his big brother. Kaimei ordered two men to strip Green Cherry naked and do it with her in front of him. Fudelei's eyes began to tear up as he called his brother again. Kaimei furiously screamed at him and told him to choose. He given him the opportunity, kill 1 or kill 7. Meanwhile, two men began tearing and pulling Green Cherry's clothes, while she struggled on the ground. Kaimei continued to pressure Fudelei to take the knife and kill someone to save someone. Kaimei told him again to take the knife and kill someone, questioning how he could save people if he couldn't learn how to kill, while Fudelei repeatedly called his brother. Green Cherry cried and struggled as two men held her neck and continued tearing and pulling her clothes, while Kaimei berated Fudelei, telling him not to call him brother as he did not have a brother like him. Kaimei called him a stupid coward and questioned if his mouth was only for pleading. He questioned Fudelei if his knees were only for kneeling, and his hand couldn't even hold a sword while Green Cherry continued crying. Kaimei went on to say he could save 1 or save 7, or everyone would die, and Fudelei was sobbing. Green Cherry cried as she pleaded to be saved repeatedly. Suddenly, Fudelei screamed stop while his eyes welled up in rage. He snatched the blade, slashed towards two men, and swiped at his hand. Two men's hands splattered blood all over, and he abruptly threw Green Cherry to Fudelei while cursing him. They crushed onto the ground as dust and smoke billowed up around them, and they coughed it up. Kaimei was pleased that his brother was now back on his feet. He persisted in putting pressure on him by asking if he intended to kill 1 or 7 people, sinisterly imploring Fudelei to tell him which one. Finally, Fudelei stated that he didn't have to choose, which perplexed Kaimei. Fudelei gripped his blade tightly and went on to add that all he needed to do was kill him as he pointed his sword at him, his eyes filled with fury. Kaimei sinisterly laughed as he watched his brother's rage boiling inside him and told him to come and kill him now. Enraged, Fudelei advanced towards his brother who a whip in his hand and yelled at his brother to die. Kaimei smiled as he awaited the assaults of his furious brother. After Fudelei missed with his sword attempt, Kaimei quickly whipped a left cut. Fudelei looked stunned as he continued to thrash him out and told him he was moving too slowly. Fudelei aimed for a right cut but failed to slash his brother with his sword and still continued to miss. However, Kaimei continued whipping him out, told him to move up, and teased him to move faster and faster while he was still hitting Fudelei. Blood began to drip, and Kaimei told him that his steps were disorganized and he needed to calm down. Persistent, Fudelei aimed for a middle stab but missed, and Kaimei told him to hold on to his knife, questioning how he could kill him if he couldn't hold on to a knife, while Green Cherry watched them from a distance. Green Cherry was worried as she held on to the remaining fabric of her clothing. Kaimei whipped Fudelei on his face and told him that he was too slow. Kaimei aggressively fought with Fudelei, and his little brother could only step back as he did so, berating him for being rubbish and wanting to kill him with such weak power. The whip suddenly got a hold of Fudelei's sword. Kaimei drew Fudelei near to him and told him he liked the way he looked at him while teasing to kill him. Fudelei screamed in rage. Suddenly, Fudelei was able to cut Kaimei's body and blood splashed, which stunned him. Kaimei took a moment to realize what happened as he stepped back, and blood still splashed with the whip in his hand. His fingers touched the blood that dripped on his chest and tasted it. Kaimei praised his brother, saying that finally he was willing to grow up. He pronounced that she was his and that he managed to save her. Fudelei was breathing heavily, visible eye bruises and blood all over him. Kaimei added that since he chosen to save her, he called for Chuo-man and ordered him to get rid of them. After licking his blade, Chuo-man started killing women. Fudelei witnessed them being killed and was terrified. Kaimei told his brother that it was not easy to survive in this world. He was too weak, and if only he were stronger, he could have saved everyone because it is not easy to be evil in this world. It was even more difficult to be a good person, so he grew up quickly as the weak could not protect anyone. Life was never gentle or pleasant, and it was full of blood and pain. The weak were the ones who were trampled on by the strong. Human life was just so worthless. Now that she was his, he hoped he would become a real man with her body. Kai Mei walked away as he told him to remember that it was now his possession and not to let anyone take her away from him. Neither his brother nor his father. Do not hesitate to draw his sword if someone reached for her. Meanwhile, Green Cherry sobbed while he held on to the little clothing she left. Fu Delay looked at her and called her Little Cherry. Fu Delay told her not to cry anymore. However, she was still sobbing inconsolably. He screamed at her to stop crying. Green Cherry stopped crying and gazed at him confusedly. He placed his hand on her shoulders and told her that she was his woman, and he was Fu Delay. He was her master and hugged her. He told her to remember his name. He would protect her from that day onwards. With Fu Delay, no one could steal her, and no one could hurt her. Life was like a divergent path between north and south. The world was long and windy, and no destiny existed with certainty. Chuo Man, eliminate the slaves who could not be transported. Kill those who to be killed and bury those who to be buried. Kai Mei ordered Chuo Man to call off the wolf cubs as they probably enough fun. It was time to get down to business. In the morning, the village master was questioned when they left because they was preparing for a long time already. Cheng Dalei replied that it was almost time to go and he had a plan in mind. It was Gao Fei who asked again how much more they needed to wait. If the Ring tribe came and attacked them, none of them could leave, while Cheng Dalei was wondering how they could be so fast and asked him if the Ring tribe was light on their feet. Gao Fei asked what his village master was thinking. Cheng Dalei replied that he actually been thinking about one thing the whole time. He added that the Rings already raided Black Rock City and wondered why they would want to come here and attack further. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they didn't attack and we abandoned such a great family business and ran away? Which made Gao Fei confused and questioned what his village master meant. Cheng Dalei answered that he wanted to check out Black Rock City, which surprised Gao Fei and led him to tell his village master that he was out of his mind. Cheng Dalei brushed it off and questioned what was crazy about it. He thought everything out carefully. He would pick a dozen of his people who could fight, go at night, and come back at night. He clarified that they wouldn't fight them, which appalled Gao Fei and led him to tell his village master he was going to die. Cheng Dalei told him to be silent and reminded him that he was still the head of the village and his words still counted. Gao Fei tried to reason out, but he was interrupted by Cheng Dalei, and told again that he was the village master and he to listen to what he said. Cheng Dalei added that that night he decided he would execute this plan, which left Gao Fei speechless. At dusk, Cheng Dalei assembled a force of 36 people with a minimum strength of excellent rank. Lin Xiaoyu approached his village master and asked if he called him back to come along with him. Cheng Dalei replied that he not, however, he another task and he needed to take 100. All the men sharpened their weapons, brought their bows and arrows, and set out at night. Cheng Dalei led them on horseback. Cheng Dalei and his team arrived near the Ring's camp, which was right in front of them. He was told they couldn't go any further because they could be easily spotted by the guards outside. Cheng Dalei questioned what information they could find from this distance. He suggested tying up the horses and taking a closer look. However, Gao Fei responded to his village master that it was not a very smart idea. Cheng Dalei reminded him that he was the village master and he needed to listen to him, which Gao Fei conceded and that he was fine with it. The Ring's guards were talking about them leaving and it was time for them to go to the next place because they were tired of staying here. Someone added that the women in the kingdom were born beautiful and white as lambs, while another one berated him for he dared to say such a thing and asked if he was not afraid one's wife in his house would eat him. The Ring's guard continued chatting about the woman they caught and tried to negotiate to trade 2 cows with it, while Cheng Dalei and his team lurked in the bushes. Gao Fei got scared and asked his village master if he heard that because they were coming to kill them. He went on to say that they needed to go back to the village and prepare to escape. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei ran towards the Rings with his axe and yelled at the bandits of the northern Rings, for the great Cheng was there, come fast and die on his axe. This shocked and scared his team while their jaws dropped because of their village master. The Ring guards were alerted and questioned who it was and demanded to show himself while Cheng Dalei sprinted swiftly and yelled at the scum of the Rings to prepare to die. They pointed their spears for the enemy attack. However, the Ring's guards' heads were chopped off, knocking out their teeth and slashing through their bodies. Tin Man told his team not to stand there and go help their village master. Shortly after that, they sprinted with their weapons in hand, and some yelled to kill them all. The Ring guard yelled for enemy attack and ordered a signal to the camp. Suddenly, a firework appeared in the night sky while the Ring guards were killed, and a buzzing sound was heard, which scared the Toad bandits. The Ring tribes quickly swarmed outside their camp and repeatedly yelled for an enemy attack. They rode their horses and carried their weapons. Cheng Dale screamed and told everyone that the wind was tight and tearing, which means that the momentum was not right, and immediately withdrew. The bandits rode their horses away from the Ring tribe while Gao Fei, who asked what the hell he was up to. Cheng Dale responded by running for their life. If he was too slow, he would be shot by arrows of the rings. Someone notified Cheng Dale that their horses were too fast and that they almost caught them, which he assured them not to worry, leading them to the main path as he everything prepared on the main path. Cheng Dale smiled as he told them to follow him and avoided the roadblocks. Liao Jia and Liao Yi erected roadblocks, rocks, large logs, and dug deep and shallow river ditches on the official road. The rings were blocked by large logs where they suddenly stopped chasing them. His fellow ring member told Chuo Man that he didn't have a good feeling with so many obstacles in the way, to which Chuo Man replied that they were just a few mountain bandits. Since they killed their brother, they couldn't just let them escape. Gao Fei, who looked back and told his village master that they did not seem to be able to catch up with them. He suggested they escape while they still could and hurried back to the village. However, Cheng Dale fiercely shouted and told the rings that he was the lord of the Fallen Leaf City, the ranger general of the Kin New Mountain Trap Battalion, and the holder of the Lord's Seal of Yuzhou. He also called them dog bandits of the northern rings, coming fast and dying on his axe. This made their jaws drop and shocked Toad bandits and questioned what Cheng Dale was doing. Gao Fei, who scolded him that they would have given up chasing them, but he roared back. Cheng Dale laughed while his fellow bandit questioned him if he wanted the whole village to go down with him. They headed back to the village as the rings were coming to attack them. It was still dark, and they arrived at the village and quickly opened the gate repeatedly. The gate opened and they went inside swiftly, while the bandits on the top of the gate wondered what was behind them when the village master was back. They were stunned for a short while and suddenly realized it was the rings. A bandit screamed that the rings were attacking them, while someone shouted that the rings were attacking them. The bandit complained about how they could escape, that they were finished. They felt totally awful, and turned to their village master, who was eager to seek death when they should have run for their lives, while Cheng Dale remained silent. Gao Fei, who confronted Cheng Dale that he wouldn't escape, he wasted time and brought the ring there purposely to drag them to death with him. Su Ying thought of Cheng Dale as she watched and stood on the side. Suddenly, Cheng Dale smiled and laughed loudly. He answered them that they were right, he never wanted to escape. Cheng Dale went on to say that fleeing to where, like a dog turning its back on the enemy, and questioning whether they could really escape. He took his sword and pointed at the rings, and shamed his people for being afraid before they even fought. Now that the rings arrived, this place already become a desperate situation. There was no way back, and he no choice but to lay down their lives and fight. The bandits kept saying that their escape was no longer possible, but depending on it was. Someone questioned that their opponents were the rings, and only 2,000 people of them could fight. They asked if they could defend against them. Cheng Dale confidently replied that there were only a few thousand pursuers, and what was there to be afraid of? Cheng Dale reminded Gao Fei that he didn't say the rings were invincible, and today he would kill them to show him. 1,000 ring members on horseback rode and aimed to attack. Cheng Dale called for Blacksmith Zhu and ordered her heavy crossbowmen to push up the heavy crossbows, to which she agreed immediately. As the rings approached near the Toad village, Cheng Dale commanded teams of 5, all on his signal. He told them not to be nervous and to behave as they would in normal training. The shield bearers went right for cover, adjusted the angle, and let them come closer. The horses moved quickly while Chuo Man alerted his people that they some people up there ready for firing arrows, and that the trap battalion would break down the door with him and kill them all. The rings men shot their arrows simultaneously, aimed at the top gate while they came near the gate. Cheng Dale commanded the shield troops to the front. As a result, they were able to block the arrows successfully. He directed them to aim the lights of the fire below and spread the heavy crossbows. Cheng Dale called for Team 1 to get ready and released. In the darkness, it was completely impossible to see the real shape of the village from a few hundred meters away. When they arrived at the gates, they saw the high wall, which was difficult to overcome. Chuo Man thought in his head it was a trap, and there were still crossbow arrows that cut through the night sky. Chuo Man was hit right into his chest and screamed with fear in his eyes. A lot of the ring members were hit, blood began to splash, and they lost their balance and fell from their horses. Cheng Dale commanded his team to load the crossbow and called the stone-throwing team 2 to get ready. Cheng Dale shouted for release, where several stones, flew at the rings and heavy bang was heard as soon as it reached unto them. Some were able to dodge, however, some didn't. The rings repeatedly yelled to pull back because it was a trap, repeatedly. Another one yelled to hold formation and return to camp for support. The hastily retreating cavalry joined the charging cavalry like a great wave. People rolled back and forth, and there was no telling how many people and horses perished from the trampling in the darkness. The rings repeatedly alerted his fellow troops to retreat. They fell back quickly while heavy and large stones flew and still aimed at them. Gao Fei, who was shocked when he saw the rings were knocked back by this. Cheng Dalei responded where he said every day that the rings were invincible, that they were strong and the courage of 1,000,000 men. Everyone the same opinions, that was why the rings could break Yuzhou in a day, and the Black Rock City in half a day, and berated them. They were bound by fear even before the battle started. Cheng Dalei furiously told them now that he'd shown them. The rings were not three-headed, they know 6 arms and were invulnerable to swords and spears. They were not monsters, they were also born from the parents, and raised by mother and father, and they were just as human as them. They screamed when they were in pain, they were afraid to die, and they could be defeated when they were overwhelmed by enemies. And now the heavy crossbow team continued until they were out of range or they ran out of arrows. The bandits' courage and morale were lifted, as they were eager to fight and get in line. While Cheng Dalei gazed at the fleeing men of the ring tribes, his fellow bandits argued about who was shooting arrows. Cheng Dalei stood at the top of their stone walls, ordered his people that they were out of range and did not waste crossbow arrows. He said that there were only remnants of wounded soldiers below, and he called for the good men of Toadstool to get ready with him as they would rush out and kill those animals quickly. Cheng Dalei raised his swords while his people cheered for him. Their gate was opened and they rushed out on their horseback for an attack. 2,000 men from the mountain fortress rushed out to kill the fleeing rings, while the remnants of the rings tribe were only 200 or 300 people, and the men and horses were exhausted. Besides, the injuries, they simply could not offer effective resistance. Cheng Dalei was not in a hurry to kill them but only wanted to slowly exhaust the physical strength of the survivors. Eventually, the survivors were driven into a ravine by Cheng Dalei's deliberate pursuit. This was like a bag. The 100 Liu family elites that Lin Shuyu led were the last rope to close this bag, and he alerted his troops that they were coming. Lin Shuyu said that the leopard wolf was in the bag and struck. Overnight, 720 ring members died at the city gates, and the 300 survivors were annihilated at the Qin New Mountain Pass. From the Toad village, several people were killed, dozens were seriously wounded, and more than 100 were lightly wounded. Warning came at the Qin New Mountain. Somewhere at the white tents of the Ring tribe camp, someone thought in his head that there were only a dozen people who should have been killed by now, but kept wondering why there was no news even after sunrise. These people from the kingdom were easy to kill. Could it be that they come across a village in the mountains and started looting again, or did Chuo Man get ambushed and they were dead? It was Kai Mei, and someone on horseback arrived at his tent to report. At sunset, the northern Ring tribe set out from their camp and sent troops to the Qin New Mountain. The battle's aftermath, including a field covered with blood and bodies, was a disaster in front of the Toad village. The Toad bandits pulled the bodies and buried them. As they draped a white cloth over their faces, they placed the dead in a carriage. While Cheng Dalei stood by himself atop their gate, the sun was going to set. He didn't say anything as he stared down at the bloody bodies lying on the ground. After continuing to gaze at the bodies, Cheng Dalei closed his eyes. A voice emerged and told him that he fought a beautiful battle today. Cheng Dalei replied that it was not bad and that today was just the beginning. It was the system and referred to him as a young man, and it was a long time. Cheng Dalei told her that she was not out for so long. If it was not for the raffle machine, he would have thought she disappeared while the system teased him if he missed her. It was a year since Cheng Dalei entered this world, and he always wanted to ask her this question. He told the system. Because of her existence, he couldn't help but think that this world was actually just a game. The information of the people on Qin New Mountain. He could read it whenever he wanted, just like a game NPC. Their character biographies, skills, and even some personal data could appear, but later he found that there were many people whose data he couldn't check. Like Lai Xingya, the fortune teller old man, even Hull. He could only see that he was a member of the Ring tribe. Cheng Dalei went on to say that the system's ability to view NPCs was not powerful, and some people deliberately disguised themselves because he could not see through them. As he learned more about this world, his image and the system's presence were incompatible with this world. The world is real. The system was more like a fusion of Cheng Dalei's memories, a poor imitation of the system in his mind than the system's stream novel. Although the system very little authority in the world they were in, trembling with fear, using cheats and exploiting a bug. The rewards granted would also not exceed the limits of the era either. Since he came to this world, he wanted to live and understand things clearly. Cheng Dale questioned the system whether she was a ghost, god, or demon if she chosen him, but what she wanted him to do. The system responded that her real name was Heart, and her birth seemed to be related to his soul. She explained that when she first woken up as a system elf, she was just stupid and ignorant. She only known that as soon as she was born, she was given the permission to manage the system. With that, she could give a mission, operate a raffle machine, and even improve the system's functions, offering unlimited possibilities. The system added that it was a divine thing with strange abilities, enough to change the world. Even though she hadn't actually known what it was, it left Cheng Dale confused. The system added that Cheng Dale carried memories of things that this world did not currently have, and she was born because of it. She guided him along the way. The system winked at Cheng Dale and said that perhaps they wouldn't know the answer until they got to the end of the road. Cheng Dale was disappointed that the system was acting like a riddler again and asked for more useful information. The system sighed as she replied that she could only answer a limited number of questions because she didn't know much about these things. Perhaps the raffle machine knew more than she did. Cheng Dale said that maybe when he was transported, both of them was merged by accident. At that time, a beauty caught his sight, and he wanted to make her his own. When he seen treasure, he wanted to steal it. He continued to say that when facing 1,000 soldiers of Black Rock City, he hadn't hesitated to kill, becoming greedy and cold-blooded. Some part of his real personality was disappearing slowly, and even to the point that he needed to release Liu Heng, who slaughtered a village. When he was a guy who'd just been transported, when he gained the awareness to kill a person. Furthermore, this abnormal possessiveness. He lived a good life and questioned why he was transported and why the system shouldn't have been hers. The system sighed and placed her hand near Cheng Dale's face. Suddenly, the system flicked her finger on his forehead and called Cheng Dale an idiot. The system explained that he was fusing with his dumbass and that was his newbie protection period. She added that he'd just been a newbie who not experienced life and death. She only thrown him directly into the battlefield to gain experience. She was afraid that it would only take a few more days before he went mad. The system added that when Cheng Dale just arrived in this world, the system amplified his desire so that he got the motivation to adjust in this world. She temporarily protected him from the fear of death so that he was not afraid in front of the enemy. He was able to hold his weapon steadily, and he was not soft-hearted towards the enemy until he adapted to this world. The system furiously stated that she given him a strong heart, yet he was not satisfied. She complained that the hosts were really getting worse and worse at serving. She told him that he was transported because he stayed up late and died due to lack of sleep. Do not become a victim of delusional disorder every day. Cheng Dale was stunned and unable to speak. He realized that he stayed up late and died suddenly, while the system called him stupid and asked if he had any other questions. Cheng Dale sighed as he replied that he had one more question. He asked how long the newbie protection lasted, to which the system responded that it didn't last long. After 1,000 Black Rock City soldiers began to disappear, the system questioned why he asked. Cheng Dale answered both Su Ying and Liu Zheng. He knew they feelings for him, but when he came to this world, he always felt detached from it. He always thought he liked Su Ying because of the system's influence on him, and he did not know whether that feeling in his heart was real or not. He always felt that just because he wanted to complete the task, the system sent him to pursue Su Ying, and he felt like he lost some value. The system replied that the newbie protection was long gone and asked himself whether it was true that he feelings for her, while Cheng Dale said that he should take into consideration that they were both sociable. The system suggested he go chase her. This time there was no pressure from the mistress of the fort mission. He should go and propose to her. However, Cheng Dale hesitated because the Ring tribe could invade anytime. The system replied to hurry up. If he was late, he wouldn't have a chance, while Cheng Dale could only agree. Meanwhile, the system labeled him as a retarded guy. Later that night at the Toad Village, someone knocked on a door. It was Cheng Dale, and Xiao Yi opened the door when he asked if Miss Ying was asleep. Xiao Yi replied that she was about to rest. Xiao Yi invited him to come in. Su Ying was sitting on her bed and asked Cheng Dale why he was still there at such a late hour, worried that something happened. Cheng Dale was biting his lip and responded that he would like to talk to her about something. He told Xiao Yi to go out for a moment and referred to her as a little butterfly. However, Xiao Yi questioned his village master and asked what he wanted to do. Suddenly, little Xiao Yi was carefully thrown out by Cheng Dale. She looked back and was annoyed. She peered near the closed window in hopes of listening to what he to say. The candle was lit in the room, where Su Ying asked how long it would be before the Ring would attack them. Cheng Dale replied in about 2 or 3 days because the marching speed of the rings was fast. Su Ying asked what he wanted to talk about. Cheng Dale blushed when he slowly asked if she wanted to marry him now. Su Ying's face turned red and she questioned the timing. Cheng Dale replied that he knew this was very abrupt and he didn't have a gift or a ceremony or anything. But if she waited until after the war and he proposed to her, it would feel strange, like he was planting a flag. So, Cheng Dale asked her again if it was better to be early rather than later and if she would marry him. Su Ying was silent, and Cheng Dale kept saying that if she did not want to, he suggested they could slowly develop feelings for each other. She replied for him to relax a little and asked him if he was too nervous for his own good. Cheng Dale was speechless as he looked away. He replied not to take his words seriously, slowly turned around, and said that she should rest early. He was near the door and added that after this battle, they did not even know whether they would live or die. Su Ying called Cheng Dale, which stopped him from leaving the room. She stood up, responding that she thought she was already his while her face was blushing. They kissed in the candlelit room. When she lost her virginity, he fell in love with her. She sensed that the gentleman was not blushing and turned to him with a hug. Suddenly, the light went out. This made Xiao Yi wonder as she continued to peek into the room. Their act of love burst out little red hearts in the air. When Xiao Yi heard what was happening, Cheng Dale and Su Ying continued making love, which resulted in more little red hearts bursting in the room. Xiao Yi was startled when she suddenly realized they were making love. She walked away. It was too sudden and she was worried about Su Ying because she was an absolute blockhead when it came to this. She should have asked his mother to show her those position pictures first. And Xiao Yi was not sure if there were any herbs in the village that strengthened the body. The system was sitting on the roof, gazing at the stars and moon, and uttered that it was hard for her to say anything while she was enjoying a few moments of wind and rain. She was surprised and smiled when she received a notification ding that they were rewarded with half a day of rain and wind. Meanwhile, at the Black Rock City, someone was announcing that anyone who did not arrive within 10 drum beats would be executed. They were in formation while their division was being called group by group, signifying their presence. Someone called the attention of all northern ringers. It was Kai Mei leading them and commanding them to go as he led the way. They started their journey in the Kinnu Mountain. While they marched on the roads of the mountain, Lin Sheiyu, covered in a makeshift grass suit, was observing them from the top of a mountain edge. He continued to observe them and estimated about 10,000 men, heavy cavalry, light cavalry, foot soldiers, prisoners, provisions, and their path. Shortly after that, he hurriedly headed out because he needed to notify his village master. Lin Sheiyu stood alongside a tree on Bullhorn Mountain, still wearing his grass suit. The tree began to make a harsh rasping sound. Lin Sheiyu was shaking the tree, sending a signal to the Toad village. The second master noticed that the tree on top of Bullhorn Peak was moving, which meant Lin Sheiyu was giving the signal. The second master, reading the signals, told his fellow bandits to notify the village master because the rings were coming from the north. The morning came at Kinnu Mountain. A few thousand northern rings marched. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale and his troops lurked in the distant bushes. He said that their speed slowed down a lot. However, Gao Fei Hu added that those ravines and wooden barriers wouldn't hold them for long. Cheng Dale responded that they would escape once they shot some arrows. They wouldn't be able to chase them once they got deep into the mountains. He raised his hand and called his troops' attention to ready their bows and arrows. Cheng Dale fiercely screamed for a release. Some of the members of the Ring tribe and horses were hit and lost their balance. Kai Mei furiously alerted his people that there was an ambush and to watch out for hidden archers. He commanded the longsword group to go after and kill them. Cheng Dale, leading his troops, ran deep into the mountain and told them to keep up with him. All of his troops followed their village master into the mountains. The mountain became silent. A ring member reported to the prince that they couldn't find them after they vanished into the woods, and the forest was too dense. This shocked Kai Mei that they lost them. Kai Mei ordered the scout to explore the road ahead and reminded them to pay attention to the surroundings. With the geographical advantage, Cheng Dale kept setting traps on the road, and the enemy was greatly slowed down. Finally, at dusk 3 days later, the Ring army arrived outside the Toad village. Kai Mei was holding a map and thought in his mind that he finally found it. The river crossed between both Bullhorn peaks, and behind the peaks lay what he was looking for. Kai Mei wondered how it could become a city when it was a densely wooded valley. He kept wondering whose army was stationed here, and if it was possible that they were the ones who attacked them a few days ago. He brushed it off, just broke down the gate, slaughtered the whole city, and they would have what was buried there. Kai Mei called for all his troops and they obeyed his order. He shouted to kill and attack the city. The rings ran towards the city with their weapons, barriers, and ladders. Cheng Dale was informed that they were coming so fast, they did not even have to rest and set up a camp. He commanded his people to get ready because it was an all-out war. The rings troops were organized and prepared to go up in one go. The battle began, and the rings were climbing on their ladders while arrows and stones flew everywhere. The bandits were steadfast in holding their positions and getting them down. However, they were shocked when the Rings tribe began throwing large stones. The bandits were alerted to watch out. However, a flaming blast struck once along with the rocks, and as a result, some of them flew back. Qin Man called Zhang Fei to come with him to block the defense line that was broken. The Ring managed to climb up and kill while the frontline bandits were struggling and calling for support. Xilong was called out to stop them. Xilong responded that he understood while his brother laughed. The Ring members who managed to climb realized that it was a dead end but got slain on the spot. They successfully blocked the Rings and confidently told them to not even think about coming up. Little Wolf was slaying and slashing Rings with his sword. A massive wooden pointy log was seen with the Rings as they continued to charge. The attack came like an ocean wave as the Rings tried to break the city gate. One wave went down with a loud bang. The bandits poured oil when the one came up again. They ignited with fire. As a result, the Ring members on the ladder were burning alive. They continued banging the city wall like waves splashed, while some Ring members complained it was so hot. The first attack made by the Ring tribe began at dusk. At 3 o'clock, the Ring troops retreated. When the attack failed, Kai Mei took advantage of the night to set up camp 3 miles away from the Toad village. Qingzhou and Yizhou were located on the map after Qin Niu Mountain. Tianyi city of Qingzhou docks was peaceful and calm. However, at the city lord's mansion, someone admitted their difficulties but still invited their buddy to come and join them despite having a large family and keeping everyone safe. Inside a room, they kept talking and told Lord Fang that they liked the pearls and jades. Lord Fang told the woman he referred to as Madam that she was too kind. He told her to take anything she wanted, while the lady smiled yet felt embarrassed receiving such luxurious gifts. Lord Fang watched her walk away and told her to take care. He sighed. He was in tears as many people asked him for money and treasure, but that was the only way to live under the roof of another, to live by his grace and read his mood. Lord Fang sobbed and wondered how long his family's wealth was going to last. A soldier came in and repeatedly called his city lord's attention. He was scolded by Lord Fang and told to lower his voice because the wall's ears. He reminded him not to call him that there, and let others think they were into role-playing. Lord Fang asked how the matter. He inquired about Gon. His soldier reported to Lord Fang that the Ring tribe hadn't killed Cheng Dale yet when he asked the people who come from Yuzhou before they left. Lord Fang wondered if they hadn't killed him yet and questioned if the Rings ran away after robbing the Black Rock City, to which the soldier responded if he thought Cheng Dale could stop the Ring tribe. Lord Fang replied that it was not possible. The northern barbarians over 10,000 armored horses. He ordered to double-check it and find out what was going on at Bullhorn Mountain, to which the soldier agreed. Meanwhile, at Yuzhou City, soldiers protecting the gates were positioned in a line, each with a spear in their hand. Yang Longting was ordering Kai Dalong to prepare more large crossbows. If they wanted to defend the city, bows and arrows were essential. Kai Dalong responded that he asked the craftsmen in the city to work overnight to make 100,000 arrows in 1 month. Yang Longting furiously questioned the time and sarcastically told them to hurry up because the northern barbarians would not give him a month, and they could not lose this battle. Kai Dalong responded with his fist clenched, and they made haste. Yang Longting observed his soldiers in formation, who stood with their spears in hand. He asked the young man his age, to which the young man replied, "Your Majesty, I am 16. Yang Longting praised him for being a good man and asked if he was afraid. The young man replied that he wasn't. Yang Longting laughed and responded that he himself was also afraid, wondering how the young man could not be. Yang Longting added that if he was afraid, he shouldn't do it, but emphasized that they would protect their homes and defend their country. He told the young soldier that when the Great War came, he and the king would fight the enemy, to which the young soldier agreed. The soldiers addressed their majesty and asked him to take care as he left. The morale and courage of the Yuzhou soldiers were lifted because they did not expect the king of Yuzhou to talk to the young soldiers. They kept talking about the king being a good man and how he drove away the Ring tribe. Other soldiers chimed in, saying that following him was not a bad idea. A report was received inside the city lord's mansion in Yuzhou City. A soldier knelt down as he reported to his majesty that the Ring tribe hadn't crossed the Bullhorn Mountain yet. Yang Longting was skeptical about them not coming out yet as it didn't feel right. He asked about the whereabouts of the bandits of Kin New Mountain and where they escaped. The soldier responded that they hadn't seen them coming out of Kin New Mountain. Yang Longting thought to himself and wondered if fool Cheng Dalei was really trying to stop the Ring tribe. He ordered to scout once again to find out the situation on Kin New Mountain, to which the soldier agreed. Meanwhile, many people, like Yang Longting, sent scouts to infiltrate Kin New Mountain. City lords, bandits, and rich families were everywhere. Imperceptibly, countless pairs of eyes rested there. The talks of Kin New Mountain never been in the limelight like they were today. Among those fleeing from the wars, some people were thinking of rising again, while others were ready to pack their belongings and move away from the war. Just like how Su Lishi and the young man walked away together, happily. Moments later, at Toad Village, Huang Sanyuan was reporting to Cheng Dalei. Since they already fought with the Ring tribe, the courage of their warriors diminished. The fighting power of their warriors simply could not compare with the Ring tribe. Huang Sanyuan added that their defense formation was relatively strong, and if someone was injured, there would be a new person to replace them. In last night's battle, they were fortunate that no one died, but the total number of severely and mildly injured warriors was more than 100. Those who were wounded was sent to Liu Bei. The medicine was still sufficient, so there was nothing to worry about. Cheng Dalei inquired about the damage to the city wall. Huang Sanyuan responded that the Ring tribe was not proficient at using stone throwers. Some of the stones did not hit the city, and some flew over the city, which was currently being repaired by their warriors. Cheng Dalei asked about the weapons and how blacksmith Zhu was doing, to which he replied that the women and children of the village sped up the production of arrows. They cut a lot of wood before, and the raw materials were also sufficient. Huang Sanyuan added that the damage to the giant crossbows was being repaired by blacksmith Zhu, and the blacksmiths of the village were making more giant crossbows and stone throwers. Cheng Dalei confidently replied and smiled that the Ring tribe was just like that. As long as they were given some more time, they might be able to train them into elite soldiers who were disciplined. When the time came, they could wipe out the scum of the Ring tribe. Huang Sanyuan replied that this was just the first wave at best. It was only an appetizer before the main event, and advised his village master that this shouldn't be taken lightly. However, he thought in his mind, because of his village master's confidence, could they really win this battle? A simultaneous rustling sound was heard outside their village. Cheng Dalei was alerted of an enemy attack, and the Ring tribe was attacking their city again. He ordered Huan Sanyuan to light the wolf smoke and sound the war drums. He commanded archers, giant crossbows, stone throwers, and everyone to position because a new wave of enemies was coming. A bandit pointed to his village master to look out. The Ring tribe came out in much larger numbers. Cheng Dalei couldn't believe what he saw. Refugees were marching in their direction, pleading with them to help them. The terrified refugees were pleading with them to let them in so they could rescue themselves and their kids. Cheng Dalei thought in his mind that they were planning to get inside the city using a wave of refugees. Huang Sanyuan stated that those savages used the refugees to charge at the city. They inquired of their village master about what they should do. The Ring tribe advanced behind the refugees. Kai Mei, who was on his horse and far behind, watched the battle. Kai Mei thought in his mind that they didn't have a powerful crossbow, and observed their faces and eyes as they cried out for the gates to be opened to save them. He questioned whether they would have the courage to kill both them and their own people. These refugees pleaded for help in a desperate attempt to avoid dying. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei softly taken in all of their cries at the same time. Dao Fei, who asked Cheng Dalei if they were already in range and if the Ring tribe was behind them. Cheng Dalei responded to prepare the heavy crossbow archers. Tighten the spring, he raised his hand, all of them under his command. Cheng Dalei's hand was shaking. The refugees were still praying and crying to be saved. For a moment, Cheng Dalei was speechless. However, the Ring's tribe was fast approaching. Cheng Dalei shouted in frustration, "Release!" Several arrows flew from the sky like rain and hit the ground, and the rain of arrows continued. Many of the refugees were struck by arrows and died while lying on the ground. As a result, Cheng Dalei received a series of notifications, increasing his fear points by approximately 10,000 points. The bandits were startled and frightened yet remained silent. Cheng Dalei's fear points continued to rise by several thousand points as the arrows continued to rain down on the refugees and puncture right through their bodies. Cheng Dalei was teary-eyed when he called out his second team to get ready while receiving a series of notifications because he was obtaining fear points. He kept racking up fear points as the majority of the refugees lay on the ground with arrows protruding from their bodies. Cheng Dale's tears streamed down his face as he shouted, "Release." Even a child was not spared by the arrows and was on the ground, and Cheng Dale continued obtaining fear points from the refugees. On the other hand, Kai Mei thought in his mind that it was decisive. But as long as they could block the first rain of arrows and disrupt their army, their goal would be achieved. Their next step would be to attack the city. The rings raced fiercely towards the city with their weapons, barriers, and ladders. As other refugees searched for their parents, Cheng Dale kept hearing the refugees begging for help, pleading with him to save them and spare them death. He thought in his mind while crying that those dead and wounded refugees, their cries and laments were all transmitted directly to his mind. Countless emotions of fear hit his mind like a tidal wave. Despair, resentment, agony, sorrow, and he wondered about the heavy stench like a mixture of blood and innards smell. Tears continued streaming down his face. He called out to the system that something was wrong and questioned why she was doing this and if this was what she wanted to make him feel. Gao Fei, who notified Cheng Dale that they were coming. Teary-eyed, Cheng Dale commanded all troops to hold the city wall, not letting those animals set foot on their fortress. Otherwise, they would end up like those refugees, and behind them was where their families were. All the bandits fiercely screamed as they agreed with their village master. Stone and arrows went inside the Toad village while the second team was told to maintain their position and go, while others screamed to kill and attack the city. Kinman and a few other bandits slashed through the ring members climbing through the ladder. Other bandits even drew arrows at short range and swung swords in defending their city. The ring members were close to climbing to the top, yet they would be slain and screamed as they fell back down. Guan Yu led the archers and told them to stand back and maintain formation, to which they agreed, while his brothers were fiercely fighting off using their flaming spears and stabbing the sky to kick those ring dogs off the wall and kill. The ring members struggled, but they held the ladder and still charged up there, while others screamed as they fell from the sky. Kai Mei was notified that the situation was not good and it was difficult to open a gap to attack. They lost too many of their men in the attack and suggested the soldiers retreat. Kai Mei gestured with his hand to withdraw and retreat. Moments later, a person who didn't have parents would hold and carry a burden, fearing that he would not live a long life. Who know brothers like feet and hands, who know husband and wife like a guest or a friend. What was the blame for being born and what was for killing? Yet no one knew whether he lived or died. Someone believed what people said but doubted it because she dreamed it. It was the system, and she cried for the end of the world. The heaven and earth were sad, and the trees were mournful. The soul no place to go when the sacrifice did not come. There would be a bad year, and people would be displaced. The system was sitting and questioning the meaning of time and fate from ancient times. This so-called war was such a brutal thing. Cheng Dale stared at the system screen and thought of his fights in the last few days where he actually got 200,000 or 300,000 fear points out of the rings. He believed that the rings were not afraid of death when they fought a war, and that according to yesterday's battle he actually got hundreds of thousands directly from the refugees. Cheng Dale thought that his 1 million fear points could be exchanged for a top character. Staring at the screen intensely, he reasoned that the amount was won by an underhanded method. He tapped on the screen and asked the system to summon a character. As Cheng Dale tapped, a light appeared from the screen. The system appeared and told Cheng Dale that she had received his request. An orb of light came into view as the system chanted that the heartbeat of the world would usher in the light of the stars. The system continued her chants, stating that millions of emotions would cross the summon platform and flowed directly into people strong enough to shake the world. While holding the orb of light, the system smiled. Amused, Cheng Dale thought that the skipped scene last time would just look like that. He requested the system to pity him and let him go over his difficulties as he wished for a strong character. While closing her eyes, the system continued mumbling that the hero of the story was reborn and was about to cross time and space to come. The orb of light glowed brighter as it pulsed around the place. A man appeared. A notification stated that the legendary military general was obtained, the leopard head Lin Chong. Info of Lin Chong appeared, stating that he was a martial artist unknown to the public as his age was 33 years old. And as for his skills, he had the wave-breaking sevenfold spear, while his hidden attribute was a 1,000-mile-long search for his beloved. Unamused, Cheng Dale asked the system if Lin Chong was coming. He looked at the screen seriously as he thought that he only had a level 3 village building without the additional attributes of a level 3 village. Cheng Dale believed that he should be able to upgrade the village to level 3 since there were already 3 top martial artists. He tapped on the screen and told the system to upgrade the village. The system notified Cheng Dale that the upgrade had failed because it had insufficient conditions, which made Cheng Dale confused. He repetitively tapped the screen, however the result was still the same. Cheng Dale's face darkened while the system watched behind him. She told Cheng Dale that Lin Chong hadn't yet come and that he had to wait until he entered the village to upgrade, while Cheng Dale looked at her with disappointment. Depressed, Cheng Dale wondered if Lin Chong was capable of such a great feat, and told the system that the rings had surrounded the village to the hilt, while also wondering if he could come to the village alive after passing through the rings. While Cheng Dale looked at the rings camp and mumbled that if Ling Chong was killed by the rings while trying to reach the village, he would lose a great general for nothing. As the afternoon sun was seen in the horizon, Cheng Dale wondered where Lin Chong's whereabouts. Meanwhile, at the Northern Ringers camp, a man's voice mumbled that they had been fighting for so long, yet they didn't even know what kind of force Cheng Dale had. Another man added, wondering where all those monkeys came from. The man on the right wondered since when did the people of the Empire become so stubborn, as usually they collapse at the first attack. While the other man on the left chimed in that they attacked twice in a row but without success, and that many lives were lost in vain. The others added that some of the smaller tribes were completely wiped out in the battle. Hu Luxing voiced out his opinion, telling them that if he had known that so many people would die, he would have left after the Battle of Black Rock City, as they also did a lot of looting. Aggravated, the man on his side asked Hu Luxing if he was saying such things because he was afraid. Hu Luxing stood up and told Gan Linying while he was still riding a young horse he could kill when he was 9 years old. Gan Linying also stood inviting Hu Luxing to a fight if he was not convinced. Hu Luxing cursed aggressively and told Gan Lingian how dare he speak up, while another man joined in their argument, telling them that if he didn't give them 2 punches they wouldn't even know why flowers were so colorful. Kai Mei's face darkened as he thought that subordinates were difficult to lead when he had such stupid people under him. He reasoned if they could have read more in their spare time. He thought that there's no wonder why the Empire calls them barbarians. Kai Mei wondered how nice it would be if he lived in the flowery world of the Empire, and was not confronted with uncouth barbarians every day. Meanwhile, a drum noise was heard all around the place. Hu Luxing wondered about the noise as he believed that the enemy could be attacking. Gan Linying looked at Kai Mei, wondering if they really dared to rush over, as lowland warfare was their specialty. Kai Mei stood up from his seat and told his subordinates that they were going to take a look outside. They rode a horse as they looked over the Toad village who was making the noise. Gan Linying warned Kai Mei for their hidden arrow and that they could not go any further. Kai Mei mumbled, wondering what the Toad village were trying to do. While holding a paper, Zhang Fei cleared his throat while Huang Sanyuan raised his hand and told his men that it was enough as their enemies came out and that they didn't need to drum anymore. Zhang Fei read the paper, telling them that he had heard that the Ringers had a strong fighting style and were famous for their horsemanship. He was ordered to read as he had the loudest voice and he could also read and write. Zhang Fei continued, telling the Rings that Cheng Dale said that the martial arts of the Rings were nothing more than the fighting methods of the animals, and the real martial arts would have to be taught to them by the Empire. And that as of today the 2 armies face each other, and that Cheng Dale couldn't bear the futile sacrifice of the soldiers of both sides as he was ready to fight with the warriors of the Rings alone on horseback. He asked Kai Mei if he could defeat Cheng Dale. They were ready to open the city gates and raise their hands in surrender. Kai Mei's face darkened. He asked them who they were, as to which Zhang Fei couldn't answer. Zhang Fei looked at Cheng Dale, telling him that the Rings asked who they were, to which Cheng Dale couldn't believe such a question. Cheng Dale took a step towards the edge and mocked the Rings, telling them to listen carefully. He introduced himself as the Ranger General of the Trap Battalion in Qingniu Mountain, and that he was the Lord of the Fallen Leaf City in the Empire, and also the owner of the Royal Seal of Yuzhou, and the Axe Master whom the gods have passed their abilities to. As his face darkened, he ended his statement that he was also the Toad King who guards the Qingniu Mountain. Cringing, the Rings wondered who the hell Cheng Dale was. Zhang Fei shouted that many famous characters had died under Cheng Dale's axe, as he proceeded to ask the Rings what they were. Kai Mei coughed, signaling Gan Linying to give him a good shout as they were unable to lose their own reputation, to which Gan Linying also agreed. Gan Linying yelled and introduced Kai Mei. Kai Mei was embarrassed and thought that it was scary to be uneducated, while Gan Linying happily told him that it was done. Another drum noise was made as the wooden bridge slowly fell down. The Toad village gate was opened as Kin Man rode out with his horse. He introduced himself and asked the Rings who would come to die under his spear. Kai Mei looked back and asked his men which one of them wanted to kill Kin Man. All the men behind were simultaneously agreed to be the one who would kill Kin Man. A horse's hooves and a man came rushing towards Kin Man. Kai Mei wondered who the man was, to which one of his subordinates informed him that the man seemed to be a martial artist who had defected to the northern barbarians and that he also possessed some skills. The man told Cheng Dale to come out of the city, wishing him to let him smash his head with his stick. Cheng Dale leaned towards the edge as he saw Du Mao and wondered. Du Mao yelled, mocking Cheng Dale to come down and have a fight with him. Cheng Dale thought how Du Mao was not dead and how he had joined the Ring tribe. He replied to Du Mao telling him that he respected him as a man, asking him how he could become a tiger after joining the Ring tribe and if he wasn't afraid of his ancestors cursing him from their graves. He asked Du Mao to put down his weapons and fight the barbarians together with him. Du Mao responded by calling Cheng Dale retarded and told him to stop talking nonsense, asking for him to come down so he could let his stick knock his head. While looking at the battlefield, Cheng Dale replied that he would make Du Mao regret his decision. Cheng Dale ordered Qin Man to kill Du Mao. Qin Man charged and raised his spear and told Du Mao to accept his death as he was a traitor. Du Mao readied himself and mumbled, "Very good." Both of their weapons clashed. As both men fiercely wanted to kill each other, Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dale if he thought that Qin Man could win. Cheng Dale told him that it was hard for him to say, as Qin Man and Du Mao's skills should have been equally matched. He added that if he wanted to win, they would have to use an unusual move. Both Du Mao and Qin Man fought ferociously. The spear of Qin Man almost hit the face of Du Mao. Qin Man's eyes grew wide as he saw Du Mao smiling and was about to counter. Du Mao swung his club, to which Qin Man barely managed to parry and struggle. Hu Luxing mumbled that the two were equally matched and if they were a little clumsy, their heads would fall on the battlefield. Kai Mei responded that it seemed that the Empire also had such heroes, masters who were not inferior to their tribe experts. Gan Linying chimed in that he pitied such a great martial artist. Zhu Shenji's jaw dropped as he thought that the fight did not look good. Cheng Dale told him not to worry and just watched carefully. As both men fought, Qin Man glared at his opponent intently. The horse hooves continued to clatter. Qin Man's spear hit Du Mao's horse, which led to Du Mao falling to the ground. Cheng Dale mumbled that the winner had been decided. Kai Mei ordered one of his men to send someone to fetch Du Mao back as he was still useful. Qin Man was about to swing his spear going for Du Mao's head. He yelled at Du Mao to die. Du Mao's eyes grew wide as he grit his teeth hard. Qin Man's spear missed Du Mao, who was lying to the ground. Meanwhile, another horse appeared and grabbed Du Mao's clothes, dragging him away. Enraged, Qin Man told them not to run away and rushed after both men. Cheng Dale ordered Qin Man not to chase after the enemy, as to which Qin Man turned to look at him. He added that if he chased too deep, he would get hit by the ring's arrows. He ordered Qin Man to come back. Qin Man flat out obeyed Cheng Dale's orders and went back to the city. Cheng Dale yelled, cursing the rings and telling them how powerful they were. He ordered them to dismount and surrender and kneel down, as he would show them a move or two, which was enough for them to use for a lifetime. Gan Linying replied that there was nothing to be proud of when an empire fights an empire, and ridiculed them for being good at barking with no bite. Cheng Dale's face darkened with anger and ordered his men to show them who they were messing with. A hoarse thump was heard while the city gates opened. Zhao Zilong came out holding his spear on his back and told the rings to get ready for round 2. He introduced himself, telling them that he is Zhao Zilong from Chang Mountain. The Ring tribe representative responded, telling Zhao Zilong to watch him carefully as he would teach him some manners today. The man laughed, telling Cheng Dale how dare he let a child come out to die. He told Zhao Zilong to go back to his home and drink milk for a few years and come back to the battlefield when he has grown up. One of the men from the Ring tribe said that he would do it himself, while the others agreed that he could kill Zhao Zilong, and the other man mockingly said that he was already 60 years old, advising him that he better take a rest. Zhao Zilong stared at them, mumbling that the Ring tribe was looking down on him. He told them that he would get serious and show them their place. The man charged and told his companions to let him behead Zhao Zilong's head first. One of his companions sighed and mumbled that he stole all the show for himself. The man furiously rushed towards Zhao Zilong, holding 2 swords, and told him that he was going to die by the sword. The man smiled as he was about to cut Zhao Zilong. However, Zhao Zilong watched the man carefully. Both warriors clashed, and Zhao Zilong came out triumphant, killing the man with his 100 birds fire spear. The Ring tribe people's jaws dropped as their companion couldn't even last 1 round, while the others wondered what happened. Zhao Zilong yawned and mumbled that he was bored. He asked the Ring tribe who else and told them to hurry up and come at him. Another man charged towards Zhao Zilong, telling him not to be so arrogant and to fight him instead. The man grit his teeth and told Zhao Zilong to die as he was about to pierce him with his spear. Meanwhile, at the city gates, Zhang Fei mumbled that another guy came who could stand 2 rounds against Zhao Zilong, and with just a few rounds, he was already knocked off his horse. Cheng Dalei stared intensely while his subordinates mumbled that the third one for the ringers lost, and so did the fourth. At the Ring tribe's camp, Kaimei was out of words while watching his men die one by one. A man was slashed down the camp and Zhao Zilong's fifth opponent, the seventh one, just fell down. Zhao Zilong breathed out of exhaustion. Kaimei mumbled that Zhao Zilong was so strong, as one of his men responded that Zhao Zilong was already exhausted, asking one of them as to who would go and kill him. Another man chimed in and told him that if he wanted to go, he could go, as they don't know if Zhao Zilong was just pretending. Meanwhile, at the city gate, Cheng Dalei ordered Zhao Zilong to come back. The men from the Toad village cheered, mocking the Ring tribe and telling them that they were too weak for the competition. The Ring tribe's courage decreased and they couldn't respond back. Kaimei told Cheng Dalei if he dared to come out and defeat him, he would retreat immediately if he could win against one of his next generals. Cheng Dalei responded, telling Kaimei that he was the one who commands and does not try to be a hero, a truth so profound that the Ring tribe would not understand. Kaimei smiled and claimed that Cheng Dalei was afraid and that he should just open the gate and give up, as he would spare his life and give him the opportunity to lead horses and carry saddles. Humiliated, Cheng Dalei told Kaimei to get lost. Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dalei why he wouldn't go down and fight Kaimei. Cheng Dalei's face darkened, and he cursed Zhu Shenji, asking him how much he hated him and that he wanted him dead. Zhu Shenji changed the topic and told Cheng Dalei that now the enemy was down there in a chaotic formation, and their courage wasn't conducive. If he went into battle personally, he could certainly strengthen the courage of their army. Cheng Dalei was contemplating and thought that he had set everyone up, and although they hadn't yet openly resisted, everyone had a reason to complain. He thought that if he went out and fought a little, maybe he could calm them down. However, resentment could also increase his standing. After a while, the city gates opened, and Cheng Dalei told Qin Man and Zhao Zilong that they had to be ready to rescue him at any time as soon as he couldn't fight, to which Qin Man agreed. Cheng Dalei yelled at the rings and asked them which one of them would die by his axe. Kaimei mumbled that Cheng Dalei came out and ordered his men to release the monster that had made a big mess earlier in their camp. The men approached a small cage. Kaimei told the man that he would give him one chance. The men who were tightly cuffed stared intently. Kaimei promised the man his freedom if he would kill Cheng Dalei. The man didn't answer, and after a while, they loosened his ropes, and the man began to walk towards the battlefield. Cheng Dalei wondered where they got a tall martial artist as he stared at the man ferociously. He claimed that the man could be Lin Chong. The man spoke and apologized to Cheng Dalei, telling him that he had to suffer as he had a mission to complete. The system appeared with a notification that the man was indeed Lin Chong, which surprised Cheng Dalei. However, Lin Chong's spear began to attack Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei barely dodged Lin Chong's spear and thought that it was quick. His eyes grew wide as he asked Lin Chong not to rush and hear him out. Lin Chong responded, telling him that he wasn't Master Lin and he didn't know him. He gripped his spear tightly and apologized as he leaped, swinging his spear at Cheng Dalei. Kaimei's subordinates mumbled that if nothing came up, Lin Chong should be able to take Cheng Dalei down after a few more moves. Concerned, Qin Man told Zhao Zilong that Cheng Dalei was at a disadvantage. Zhao Zilong responded that they must not rush into anything, that if they rushed now, they would be forced to fight with the rings, and they wouldn't be able to save him. They could easily break through the gates after that. Cheng Dalei was struggling and asked Lin Chong if he was willing to be a dog of the rings and kill his own people. Lin Chong didn't answer for a second. However, he responded that his master's son was stranded, and his whereabouts were unknown. He had to bring him back alive. He continued to attack Cheng Dalei and apologized. Cheng Dalei, who had just blocked Lin Chong's attack, asked him who his master's son was. Lin Chong asked Cheng Dalei if he had seen a person with a majestic bearing and a chivalrous spirit called Lin Xiaoyu. As Cheng Dalei blocked Lin Chong's attack, he told him that he knew his master's son, which left Lin Chong questioning. He informed him that Lin Xiaoyu was inside the city and at the time, he was his sworn brother, and if Lin Chong was Lin Xiaoyu's eldest brother, he was also his eldest brother. Lin Chong was confused that if Lin Xiaoyu was not captured by the Ring tribe, how could his weapon fall into the hands of the Ring tribe? As they continued fighting, Cheng Dalei told Lin Chong if he didn't believe him, he would share something private that only Lin Xiaoyu knew. Lin Chong responded that he would like to hear what Cheng Dalei could reveal. Cheng Dalei proceeded to share everything about Lin Xiaoyu as he knew many things about him and asked Lin Chong if they could talk as they fought. Qin Man noticed that Lin Chong's attack slowed down, and Cheng Dalei and Lin Chong were attacking back and forth. The fight continued as Cheng Dalei informed Lin Chong that Lin Xiaoyu had a red birthmark on his chest and asked if he was willing to believe him now that he had shared everything. Lin Chong's eyes grew wide and asked Cheng Dalei how he knew so many secrets about Lin Xiaoyu. He claimed that Lin Xiaoyu was homosexual. Lin Chong's face darkened as he mumbled that Lin Xiaoyu had such bad eyesight. Cheng Dalei was annoyed by the sudden comment. He told Lin Chong that he would bash his head in. Cheng Dalei coughed while retreating and told Lin Chong that he couldn't save him that day, so he would go back first and save him in a day or two. He rushed back and told him to withdraw as they couldn't distinguish who was winning, so he had to wait for him to go back to heal his stomach, as they would fight some other day. The faces of the people on both sides darkened in embarrassment, and they thought that it was obvious that Lin Chong could beat him to pulp, and he couldn't lift his head. Cheng Dalei rushed to the gate and asked for his men to close the gate. The gate closed, the wooden bridge began to lift up. Cheng Dalei hopped off his horse and told Qin Man and Zhao Zilong to summon all the chiefs and explained that there were important things to discuss. After a while at the gathering hall, Cheng Dalei informed his subordinates that Lin Chong had been a long-lost friend of his who was trapped in the ring camp. He asked them to use their heads and tell him if they could get him out, asking for any of their ideas. Liu Bei began by telling Cheng Dalei that it was difficult to rescue Lin Chong in the ring camp, and asked him if his friend was important. Looking at Liu Bei, Cheng Dalei told him that Lin Chong was very important. Liu Bei suggested that they have to launch a large-scale attack and start a hand-to-hand battle with the rings and take the opportunity to snatch Lin Chong back. Another man suggested that they make a surprise attack on the enemy's camp at night and secretly get Lin Chong back from the enemy camp with a few experts. Some people added that the Ring tribe knew that their side would not leave the city, and that their defense may not be strict. One voiced out to take a few good masters as the chances of success were very high, while some argued that they didn't know the situation of the other party's camp, and if they couldn't save Lin Chong they would lose more than they would gain. Some concluded to dig a tunnel and asked Cheng Dalei what his thoughts were. As he was sitting on his chair, Cheng Dalei voiced his opinion. He clenched his fist and told his people to keep thinking, regardless of the cost. Their next task was how to save Lin Chong. He informed them that he named the mission code name as Saving Soldier Lin Chong. Meanwhile, at the Ring tribe camp, Meng Zian scolded Du Mao, telling him not to act rashly as he intended to let him show his skills at the critical moment. Their status could also be improved, however, Du Mao was too impulsive. Du Mao retorted that he could go and seek refuge with bandits, as Meng Zian couldn't imagine that when he became a traitor, their future generations would not be able to lift their heads up in society. Meng Zian smiled and responded that Du Mao was just a villain and asked him who would look up to him in the empire. He went on to question Du Mao that when the emperor founded the empire, he was not regarded as a king by everyone, and that 20 years had passed. He wondered who would still dare not call him an emperor. Du Mao responded that he was not as eloquent as he was just looking for Cheng Dalei to take revenge. And after he killed Cheng Dalei, he would never stay in the Ring tribe for one more day. Meng Zian reminded Du Mao that he was the one who saved him in the first place, which aggravated Du Mao. Meng Zian chuckled, telling Du Mao that Yu State was not loyal and his son was unfilial to his parents and that he didn't think he should act righteous now. Then, all of a sudden, a drum was heard in the entire place. Kai Mei came out of his tent, wondering who it was, and asked his men that they were going out to see. Cheng Dalei, who rode his horse, raised his hand and told the scum of the Ring tribe that their grandfather Cheng Dalei had arrived. He asked them which one of them was tired of living, as they needed to come quickly so that he could kill them. Striding forward towards the enemy, Cheng Dalei told the men of Ring that he had learned the art at the age of 3, mastered it at the age of 9, and was invincible at the age of 13, kicking the North Sea back garden as no 180 or under could beat him. The men of the Ring tribe wondered what Cheng Dalei was doing, while the others guessed that he wanted to fight them alone. Annoyed, Kai Mei ordered his men to kill Cheng Dalei as he was bothering him. Hu Luxing held his weapon and told them that he was going to kill Cheng Dalei. He charged towards Cheng Dalei with an intent to kill. Cheng Dalei asked the man to go back as he was not qualified to fight with him, and that he wanted Lin Chong to come out and fight him again for a few thousand rounds. The system appeared bearing information about Hu Luxing, a famous excellent warrior, and a leader of the Small Hill Division. Cheng Dalei looked at Hu Luxing intensely and thought that the head of the Small Mountain Division might be enough to catch him. Hu Luxing swung his mace and told Cheng Dalei to take his move. Cheng Dalei also swung his axe, which Hu Luxing barely managed to block. His eyes widened as he thought that Cheng Dalei had good blade skills and a heavy axe. He concluded that his opponent could not be underestimated. They turned at each other as Cheng Dalei taunted Hu Luxing to come again and take his move as he swung his axe. Both of their weapons collided. Hu Luxing was sweating out of struggle as he thought that Cheng Dalei moved so ferociously that he was going to lose. Kai Mei, who was watching from afar, mumbled that Cheng Dalei fooled him the day before as he had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, the two were fighting with each other for 10 rounds. Struggling, Hu Luxing claimed that Cheng Dalei's attacks were not as sharp as they were at the beginning. He believed that he was exhausted and that his opportunity had arrived. Cheng Dalei retreated and told Hu Luxing that he was going back to fill his stomach and he would take his head another day. Enraged, Hu Luxing shouted at Cheng Dalei, telling him not to go. He chased him. As he chased behind Cheng Dalei, Hu Luxing angrily told him to stop running away. He claimed that he was so close to killing him and wondered why. Enraged, Hu Luxing's face darkened as he cursed in his thoughts that he was so close to catching up and wondered why there was always a gap between both of them. Cheng Dalei leaped, which made Hu Luxing wonder why his horse could suddenly pick up speed and create a gap immediately. A system information popped up, stating that the horse Cheng Dalei was riding was an excellent slender horse and had a skill for running away, getting a speed bonus when running away. Kai Mei shouted at Hu Luxing, ordering him to stop chasing and come back. Cheng Dalei screamed Qin Man and Zhao Zilong's names as he rushed towards the city gates. He asked them why they weren't doing anything yet and wondered what they were waiting for. Qin Man came out first, and behind him were Zhao Zilong and Gao Fei Hu. Hu Luxing's eyes widened as he was intercepted by Qin Man's spear. He barely blocked the spear, however, Qin Man forced him off of his horse. Zhao Zilong, who was holding a rope, tied down Hu Luxing, who believed that his life was over. Gao Fei Hu helped Zhao Zilong in tying Hu Luxing. They hastily entered the city gate, ordering their men to close it. Enraged, Kai Mei knew that it was a trap and ordered his men to attack the city. The rings charged towards the city, bringing with them their ladders. Kai Mei ordered his archer units and catapult units to get ready. Gan Linying shouted at Kai Mei, asking him not to shoot arrows as Hu Luxing was hanging at the top of the city gates. Cheng Dalei claimed that they should shoot their own people, as the Ring tribe liked to use catapults, bows, and arrows and serve them the same sauce. The siege lasted another day and night. After leaving hundreds of bodies behind, Kai Mei finally returned unsuccessfully. A voice was heard at the top of the city gates, addressing Kai Mei that if he wanted to save Hu Luxing, he should cut the crap. Cheng Dalei asked him to release Lin Chong, and they were going to exchange one for the other. Kai Mei gritted his teeth and thought that Cheng Dalei had challenged Lin Chong to a fight today, claiming that it turned out he didn't want to kill him. Instead, he wanted to save him. He reasoned that the Small Hill Division was not a small force in the Northern Ringers Division, and at the moment the Small Hill Division's leader fell into the hands of the enemy. Kai Mei thought that if he didn't save Hu Luxiao, the Small Hill Division would turn against him. Kai Mei suggested that his side would release Lin Chong. On the other hand, he would let Hu Lu go down along the wall at the same time. Let them go over by themselves, and the soldiers on both sides must not take a single step, which Cheng Dalei agreed to. Hu Luxing walked toward the Ring tribe while Lin Chong moved towards the city gates. Cheng Dalei ordered Zhao Zilong to lift Lin Chong up. Zhao Zilong threw the rope and began lifting up Lin Chong as they noticed that he was badly wounded, and they ordered to take him to Liu Bei. After a while, Cheng Dalei thought that he had finally completed the conditions, and he began to tap the screen to upgrade the village. A light glowed. A voice was heard stating that Cheng Dalei was a righteous boy. The system appeared and told Cheng Dalei that under his attentive leadership, the village is thriving. The conditions have been met, and she congratulated him for bringing the village to level 3. She went on to say that she saw that he was righteous and had extraordinary resources, and he had proven to her that he had a heart strong enough to use great power. A light glowed from the tip of the finger of the system as he told Cheng Dalei that she would give him the power that can destroy thousands of armies. She asked him to take it while pointing the light on his head. Cheng Dalei gained power up, physical improvement, combat movements, and combat abilities were merged with the host, and the village owner leveled up to the top level. A notification popped stating that level 3 village was reached and all skills increased by 1, and the village rewarded with 1 ability. Archery improvement for archers and the probability of producing excellent weapons in the forge is increased. A system information popped, and the character summon platform upgraded, in every summon consuming 100,000 fear points. 1 guaranteed top character after 10 summons, and he would have a chance to get 1 supreme warrior with 10 million in exchange. Both the system and the gacha machine informed Cheng Dalei that the new system store is officially open today. Each time he entered the system store, 10,000 fear points would be deducted from his account. And fear points could be used to buy weapons and equipment, props, martial arts, sundries, and population. And that the items sold in the newly opened store are only rated between average and excellent. The system welcomed Cheng Dale to the new system store. The system informed Cheng Dale about the items in the store, including the Da Haidan, the flesh and bones of the living corpse, priced at 80 fear value. A weapon, twin ring knife, was priced at 60, and the mount, crow horse, was priced at 200, while the 500 refugees were priced at 500. And the 100 soldiers manual, which recorded the training methods of various types of soldiers, was priced at 3,000 fear points. And the system continued. Cheng Dale's face was distorted after he heard the expensive prices. He asked the system if there was anything that cost less than 100,000 fear points, to which the system answered that she was going to take a look. The system searched as Cheng Dale watched behind her. She told Cheng Dale that she found something, an ordinary cut wounds medicine, priced at 5 fear points, and a box of gunpowder powder, priced at 10 fear value. As she told him the cheapest thing, she told him that after purchase, he could choose the place where the item appeared and enjoy the quality service of home delivery. Cheng Dale claimed that 100,000 fears for one box of gunpowder were cheap, as he believed that it would be the most useful for now. He glared at the cut wound medicine as its role was to speed up the recovery of injuries. Cheng Dale remembered that before Lin Chong was saved, he had been tortured by the Ring tribe and got serious injuries, and the medicine was just what he needed. Pointing his fingers at the medicine and telling the system that he wanted the item, to which the system agreed and asked him if he needed anything else. A beep noise deducted Cheng Dale's fear points to 500,000. The system smiled in gratitude and told Cheng Dale that they would see each other next time. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale held the medicine in his hand and informed Liu Bei to use it on his brothers. Liu Bei recognized that it was Mr. Zhang Jing's incised wound medicine and asked Cheng Dale where he got it from. Cheng Dale said that he bought it from an immortal and hurried Liu Bei to save the people. After some time at the top of the city gates, one of Cheng Dale's men reported that the city wall was repaired and that it seemed to be stronger than the previous one. Cheng Dale rubbed his hands on the wall as he thought that the repair speed was much faster than before. He realized that it was the skill of the mountain fortress. As he inspected the wall, Lin Chong appeared, asking for Lin Xiaoyu. Cheng Dale said not to worry, as Lin Xiaoyu was on a very important mission and was not in any kind of danger. Lin Chong's face stiffened as he asked him again where Lin Xiaoyu was. Cheng Dale sweated a little, however. He pointed out that Lin Xiaoyu was over there. Lin Chong, still confused, asked him what. Cheng Dale informed him that Lin Xiaoyu was on the top of the Bullhorn Peak, using the tree as a signal to show the direction of the Ring tribe's advancement. He pointed to the tree and said that in that way, if the Ring tribe made any move, they could know in advance. Lin Chong's face darkened in anger and shouted to Cheng Dale, asking if he wanted Lin Xiaoyu to die. Cheng Dale assured him that his mission was not that dangerous and that no one could find him there, as there were big trees at the top of the peak, making it difficult to see him. Besides, no one would look to the sky all day. Enraged, Lin Chong clenched his fist and told Cheng Dale that it was good not to be found when you were alone, but if you were found, you would be dead. He told Cheng Dale that since it was not dangerous, he should go there instead. Cheng Dale informed him that the mountains and rivers were shattered, and all the people became destitute and homeless. The land was dying every day. He went on that many people had already died in his fortress, and their people still opened the gates to collect the corpses, and they already knew that they would not be able to return alive. And if the Ring tribe attacked them while they were collecting bodies, he doubted that those who were collecting the bodies would be able to get in. The reason was that they knew that opening the gate meant giving the Ring tribe a chance. He added that once the Toad village was breached, 5,000 lives were bound to become ghosts of the Ring tribe's sword. Cheng Dale's face darkened as he said that he would die, as well as Lin Chong. Xiaoyu would also die, and that the both of them had no choice. Lin Chong, who was listening, didn't mutter a single word. Meanwhile, at the Bullhorn Peak, the men inside the city noticed that the tree was moving. Cheng Dale screamed, ordering everyone to get ready as the Ring tribe was coming again. Taking advantage of the evening and sunset, the Ring tribe attacked on a large scale. Many Ring tribe warriors were willing to die, risking their lives to charge. Several times the city was in danger of being lost. The people of Toad Village had already put aside their fears and resisted the attack till death. Kinman, Zhao Zilong, and Lin Chong each led a team to guard the city. The three generals moved together, dancing on the battlefield with their killing dance. Tai Mei's eyes were wide open as his men mumbled that Lin Chong was seriously injured, and he wondered how he recovered so quickly. The people from the Ring tribe also were confused on why couldn't their stone rocks break their city walls anymore, and ordered them to load up bigger ones. Someone also screamed to hit them harder, while the others warned the others to watch for the Toad Village arrows and raise their shield as their arrows were much more accurate. The battle lasted for a day and night, but the Ring tribe returned without success. In the following days, Kai Mei launched a dozen more attacks on the city, sacrificing countless lives. But still he could not break the gates. In short, the Toad village had held for 17 days. The city walls hadn't been breached. Many forces sent out scouts. Countless eyes fixed their gaze on Qingniu Mountain. One of the scouts noticed that the rings had retreated and wondered if the Toad village had been broken through yet, while his companion didn't believe so. They were ordered to send the message back quickly, reporting about the 7th attack and going on. At Jizu, the city lord's mansion, a man reported that the 11th attack on the Toad village by the army of the rings was also unsuccessful, while his superior said to continue to investigate. At the Yuju city lord's mansion, Yang Long asked his subordinate what the situation was and if the Toad village had been broken through. The man reported that the Toad village was able to defend against the rings. Yang Longting was sweating as he believed that they could fight back again and asked when exactly they would be broken through. Meanwhile at Qingzhou, Tianyi City, a soldier was looking for his city lord. He bowed and reported to Fang Bashan that according to those who fled to the port, the rings had not yet broken through Qingniu Mountain. Fang Bashan questioned if they were still unbroken, and wondered if Cheng Dalei's band of mountain bandits were really holding the fort. Doubtful, Fang Bashan asked the soldier if the Toad village could stop 10,000 elite soldiers with their small army of rabble. The soldier asked Fang Bashan if they should go back, which made Fang Bashan question him. He explained that they could lead the remnants of the army and attack the rings from the outside with the Toad village from inside. The Ring tribe would be attacked from front and back and they would definitely be defeated by their army. And Fang Bashan, the city lord, would have a great success. Fang Bashan asked his men if he was not crazy as he was talking about the Ring tribe. Kai-Yi didn't answer, however, he wondered what was so awesome about the rings. Fang Bashan ordered Kai-Yi to keep scouting, and said as soon as the ring went south they could pull out immediately, to which Kai-Yi agreed to. Meanwhile, a young boy asked his master why they had to go to Qingniu Mountain as it was a war zone. The master said that recently fewer and fewer people had fled to Qingzhou. He believed that there were only 2 possibilities for the situation. He went on to say that it was either the rings had already killed their way through and were currently taking over the city, or Cheng Dalei was still defending the Toad village. The young boy believed that the second one was probably too implausible. The master replied that the mountain bandits became outlaws and more professionals, but the overall quality of their soldiers was by no means comparable to the regular army. The boy claimed that the armed soldiers of the capital and the soldiers of the other provinces could not stop the rings, and the weakest mountain bandits stopped the strongest riders of the rings. He asked his master what happened to the rings. The famous generals in the region trembled with fear when they heard about the rings, but only a group of mountain bandits dared to fight back. The master answered that countless youthful leaders of the empire also thought so. Some people didn't believe the rumors and wanted to try to fight the rings and wondered what was the big deal with the rings. He went on to say that the result was often more losses than victories, and it was not even an exaggeration to say that out of 100 battles, 100 were lost. And after countless failures, it was considered that the Ring tribe was unbeatable. Time passed, and if the young leaders of that time had not died on the battlefield, they should also have had gray hairs on their heads now. The master said that at that point, when a young man wanted to fight the ring, he angrily retorted with the phrase, "That's the Ring tribe," and no one had even given an answer to the question, "What's the matter with the rings?" The master continued and told the boy that actually, everyone knew the answer to the question, but no one was qualified to answer it for 30 years. As they saw the vast horizon, he told the boy that on that day, they would go to the Qingniu Mountain to see if he could write down the answer to that question. The master rubbed his beard and mumbled that the question was not complicated, and the answer was also simple and required only a few words. But no one could put it on paper, because the answer must come from the pen of an elite soldier, with the great rivers and mountains as paper, with blood as ink, and with a clean victory as the final word. The rings were nothing. Meanwhile, at the Toad village city gates, Zhu Shenji told Cheng Dalei to look. He mumbled that the rings were retreating as they were taking down their tents. Zhu Shenji suggested storming and then taking advantage of their lack of preparation to really crush them. Cheng Dalei's eyes narrowed, and he said no need to rush. The Ring tribe retreated. Zhu Shenji said to give them the order to pursue them. If they would not pursue them, they would fly far away. Cheng Dalei asked him not to worry as they were trying to draw them out. He noticed that the treetops shifted southwest, and the opposite. He believed that the enemy's retreat was actually a strategy to lure the troops, and once they left the line of sight, they would surround the Qingniu Mountains. Cheng Dalei smiled and ordered Zhu Shenji to go down and leave the city gate wide open. Zhu Shenji asked if he was going to send troops. Cheng Dalei snapped his finger and wondered what Zhu Shenji meant, as when the rings returned, they should prepare more crossbows and heavy stones and be prepared to give them a good treatment. The rings marched towards the vast forest. Kai Mei asked his subordinates if they came after them, to which the man replied not yet. He ordered the man to continue to observe. Under the crescent moon, Lin Xiaoyu thought that the Ring tribe was still camped within the vicinity of Qingniu Mountain. He wished for Cheng Dalei not to chase them out. Meanwhile, at the Ring tribe's camp, Hu Luxing said to Kai Mei that with the Empire's thirst for greatness and success, when the enemy retreated, they should have gone out of the city and pursued the routed soldiers. He wondered if the Empire was aware of their plans as they were still calm at the time. Kai Mei questioned how it was possible. How could they know that their retreat was real or fake as they didn't have a far-sighted person? Doubtful, Hu Luxing asked Kai Mei why they weren't coming out. Kai Mei responded that even if they didn't come out, they would just kill them when they were careless. Suddenly, a man came running reporting to Kai Mei that the Toad village was crowded inside and seemed to be celebrating. Kai Mei smirked, mumbling that it seemed that they had been scared out of their wits, and even if they retreated, they dared not to come out. The rings waited out, as another report came in that the number of soldiers at Toad village gates had dropped to 100. The man was ordered to scout again. Another report that the guards were down to 50, and another to scout again. Then the third report came as the man said that there were only a dozen of soldiers at the top of the city, and the city gates were open as they were gathering the weapons outside the city gates. Kai Mei stood up as his face darkened. Smirking, he told his man that they were going to attack the city and kill them all. Meanwhile, at the city gates, men were gathering corpses and weapons. All of a sudden, they noticed a rumble and looked from where it came from. They shouted that an enemy was coming and told their other companion to get inside the city. Zhao Feibao smiled in relief and yelled that they were finally here. The Ring tribe gathered and charged towards the city gates with an intent to kill. They successfully infiltrated the gates. Kai Mei yelled the cavalry was inside and ordered his warriors of the steppe to kill them all and massacre the city. Men from the rings screamed to kill. At the top of the gate, Cheng Dalei ordered the gate closed. As the ring charged, a metal was heard clacking and rumbling as the gate closed. They left confused and were ordering their men to attack the city. Cheng Dalei summoned a siege hammer and instructed his archers to load and release. As a barrage of arrows fell down, the ring's eyes grew wide open. Kai Mei yelled in despair as he realized it was a trap and things were not looking good. He ordered his men to retreat, but it was too late as the arrows pierced some of his men and horses. Inside the city, Hu Luxing screamed to seize the gates and clear the way for the follow-up troops. However, their horses fell into a trap. The rings cursed as they fell in a trap. Hu Luxing ordered his men to control their horses and not to move as the enemy was coming. Warriors from the Toad village held their spears and yelled to kill the rings and attack their horses. The cavalry who lost their momentum could only be attacked by the well-trained spearmen. Hu Luxing and his horse were stabbed by countless spears as they called it heaven's subduing. At the top of the gate, Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dalei if they should leave a survivor. Cheng Dalei covered his mouth and answered what he meant by leaving a survivor. He ordered him to tell the archer to kill everyone. Zhu Shenji noticed that the handkerchief embroidery Cheng Dalei was using was exquisite. Cheng Dalei asked him whether it was true, after he told him that Su Ying embroidered it but that he didn't like to use it. Moving back to the battlefield, the archers kept releasing their arrows as many bodies of the rings lay dead on the ground. Kai Mei ordered his men to withdraw. Wounded, Kai Mei looked back at the city. Cheng Dalei asked Kai Mei to stay a bit longer and asked him if he was satisfied with his meal. Enraged, Kai Mei gritted his teeth and threatened Cheng Dalei that he would kill him and chop him 1,000 times. Cheng Dalei called him an uneducated barbarian and asked him what qualifications he had to bark in front of him as he was a defeated man. He pointed at him and said that those who are unrestrained would be stabbed, and those who violate their country would be pearled even if they were far away. And as he continued to taunt him for dating a beast who ate the raw flesh of birds and beasts to try to get their nation's weapon, he declared that he would punish him today in place of heaven. He ended his speech that Kai Mei was already defeated, to which Kai Mei's jaw dropped in humiliation. Kai Mei lost consciousness and fell. Confused, Cheng Dalei thought that the first time he saw this was when he was a student. The rings gathered around Kai Mei's tent, asking how he was. Someone mentioned that his illness was troublesome. He informed them that it was a heart disease and a heart disease needed heart medicine. The man said to Kai Mei that the medicine was ready, as he would get well after drinking it. Kai Mei sat down holding a cup and looked down, wondering how they could see through his plan. He speculated if it was because their retreat had flaws or if it was because the other side had farsighted eyes and knew their movements. Kaime's hands were shaking as he couldn't see through it, and wondered why the enemies knew everything about their movements. The cup in his hands fell and shattered. In his depressive state, he thought that after being besieged for nearly 20 days, the 10,000 cavalry used to beat any type of enemies they encountered. On the contrary, this time their side suffered heavy casualties, and now he had only 4,000 survivors left. He questioned himself how he could face his tribesmen and his father now. A man showed up calling Kaimei brother. Jin Wendao, the 9th prince of the Northern Ringers, said that Kaimei was really disappointing. Kaimei asked Jin Wendao why he was here. Jin Wendao stepped forward and said he didn't need to come in person if Kaimei were more useful. He pointed his fan at Kaimei's head and asked him if he got what his father wanted. Kaimei denied and said that the enemy was very cunning. Jin Wendao responded that he was still boasting in front of their father after 20 days of fighting, and he still couldn't break through the city. He informed Kaimei that he would take over everything now that he was here. Kaimei assured Jin Wendao that his illness was not critical and he could still lead the army. As he slapped the fan, Kaimei said he would break through the Toad Village and get what their father wanted if he gave him more time. Jin Wendao retorted that he would teach him what war was all about and that it was not about his illness, but Kaimei's brain, as he was too stupid. He looked down on Kaimei and told him that if he couldn't die from his illness, he just needed to keep his eyes open and watch how he broke through the city in 3 days. Outside the Ring tribe camp, Ring men ordered Meng Xian to clean up the horse manure. The men mocked him, calling him weak-kneed. Meng Xian huffed in exhaustion as he pushed a cart full of dirt. He arrived at a quiet area and stopped and ate his food, thinking that he was now used to that kind of insult as he did it every day. Meng Xian thought that if he got a chance to lead the army into the Toad Village, he would be able to kill Cheng Dale. He believed that he could still get Liu Jihan back, but changed his mind as she was not worth it and it was better to kill her. Sighing, Meng Xian claimed that the Ring tribe and Toad Village were the same, as it was all about guys. He heard a rustle from the peak. His eyes widened and noticed that the tree at the top of the hill was moving. He claimed that there was someone up there. Sweating, Meng Xian realized what it meant. After a while, he climbed at the Bullhorn Peak and saw Lin Xiaoyu sitting. Realizing that he knew Lin Xiaoyu was, Meng Xian smirked as he thought that it seemed that the opportunity that he had been waiting for had appeared. He slowly approached Lin Xiaoyu, however, the wind made a rustling noise. Lin Xiaoyu turned to look, and questioned if what he saw was an illusion. Back at the Ring tribe camp, Jin Wendao asked Meng Xian if he was sure. Kneeling, Meng Xian said he would be stabbed by 10,000 swords if there was a single lie in his words. Jin Wendao asked him if he was from the south, to which Meng Xian didn't respond. He asked him why he wanted to join them. Meng Xian answered that he had hatred for the bandit for taking his wife and he couldn't forget it. Jin Wendao smiled and told Meng Xian that from now on he could be his groom. Meng Xian was perplexed and questioned what he meant by groom, thinking that his report was so important, but he only got a groom position. Jin Wendao tapped Meng Xian's head and assured him there would be a better position for him when he really kills Cheng Dale, to which Meng Xian agreed. Jin Wendao strode off and chuckled and muttered the word interesting twice. Meanwhile, at the Bullhorn Peak, Lin Xiaoyu was still sitting. Then suddenly a group of Ring men appeared. Lin Xiaoyu's face distorted as he noticed that someone was coming and that the earlier movement wasn't an illusion. He held his weapon and remembered what Cheng Dale said, that if he took the job, he had to take a risk of being discovered, and if the situation was not good he had to retreat as soon as possible. The iron-breaking spear with attributes the broken arm refined by blacksmith Zhu of Toad Village. Lin Xiaoyu claimed that it was not a good idea to run away at the slightest hint of trouble, and since there's a chance he could drive the Ring's tribe away and save the people from a worse situation. And even if thousands of warriors surrounded the mountain, as a warrior he would die fighting. Under the crescent moon, Lin Xiaoyu was surrounded by the Rings. The Ring had climbed the Bullhorn Peak. Lin Xiaoyu realized that the way down the mountain was blocked. He leaped towards a group of Rings and thought he would break his way out. A group of Rings flew from Lin Xiaoyu's attack. The Rings yelled that they had found Lin Xiaoyu, while the others told everyone to hurry up. As Lin Xiaoyu charged towards the Ring, he thought that a man with average talent who wasn't trying hard but still wanted to be a warrior might have been a delusion. The Rings readied their rope and mumbled that Jin Wendao had ordered them to capture Lin Xiaoyu alive. Lin Xiaoyu thrust his spear, calling it the threefold spear wave breaker. As he fought, he thought that holding his spear today felt different from before. He wondered if it was because he was doing the right thing. Lin Xiaoyu claimed the newly forged iron weapon seemed to have an inexplicable power passing into one's body, in addition to the wet cold. He pierced 2 ring men in one thrust. His heart was more stable, and he had sharper eyes and bursting strength. The rings gritted their teeth as they saw what had happened. Lin Xiaoyu smirked as he continued stabbing and unleashed his skill, Spear Wave Breaker 3 folds, killing quietly, just the occasional scream before death. The futile struggle to kill, and ultimately just a fight of animals, was endless. Many of the ring men fell dead, however, they still charged at Lin Xiaoyu. Exhausted, Lin Xiaoyu believed that it was probably almost over. He wondered if anyone would know what he had done if he took a leap. Maybe he could be like those who worshipped before him. In the mouth of the storyteller, the edge of the cliff broke where Lin Xiaoyu was standing. The rings watched him as he fell from the peak. While falling, on a certain day, in a certain month, in a certain year, the young warrior Lin Xiaoyu had fought against the Ring tribe, but was defeated and fell off the cliff. It turned out that every warrior belonged to the cliff. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes looked dead as he believed perhaps Lin Chong could find his bones under the cliff, as he was still looking for him. The rings watched him as he fell. Lin Xiaoyu released his spear. He thought that it may also have been able to exchange a few tears of the lady in the boudoir. Then perhaps no one would remember, as it didn't matter. Seconds passed. A lasso appeared, tying around Lin Xiaoyu's body. The rope tightened, making Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widen. Jin Wengdao, who held the rope, asked him if he wanted to die. He said that it would not be that easy. Jin Wengdao, 9th prince of the Northern Ring tribe and who was good at using a lasso. At the top of the city gate, Cheng Dale watched over the Ring camp. He claimed that the Ring tribe's troops were increasing and that at least a few thousand more people had come. After such a big defeat, their army strength increased instead of decreasing, and no matter how he thought, it was not normal. The rings marched approaching the gate. In front, Jin Wendao asked if Cheng Dale was the general of King Niu Mountain, the lord of the imperial city, and the holder of the king's seal of the Yuzhu state, the divine axe general of the immortal art, and the toad king who guarded the King Niu Mountain. Cheng Dale told him that he was correct and asked Jin Wendao if he was another traitor of the empire as he saw him dressed like that. Jin Wendao introduced himself as the 9th prince and said that he had heard that Cheng Dale was a great scholar, martial artist, and righteous person, and he knew that he was not that famous as him, but still, meeting him was better than being famous. Cheng Dale smiled, responding that when wandering around the world, the most important thing was the word righteous, and claimed that Jin Wendao was a good man that made him very happy. He asked him to hurry up and retreat, as he would spare his life today. Jin Wendao grinned and said that he prepared a small gift, and maybe after he saw his gift, perhaps Cheng Dale would change his mind as it was the first time they met. Cheng Dale scoffed and told Jin Wendao that he was still very polite. Jin Wendao ordered to bring his gift. Cheng Dale's face darkened. Lin Xiaoyu, who was tied down in a cart. Cheng Dale's face wrinkled in anger as he muttered Lin Xiaoyu's name, who he saw wounded. In the Toad Village wall, Lin Chong shouted Xiaoyu's name as he was surprised that Xiaoyu had been captured by the Ring tribe. Cheng Dale quickly ordered Qin Man and Sai Long to hold Lin Chong down, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Now lying helpless and restrained beneath the combined strength of Qin Man and Sai Long, Lin Chong couldn't contain his frustration, cursing at Cheng Dale. With a furrowed brow, Lin Chong asks Cheng Dale, questioning the assurances about the no danger for Xiaoyu. Cheng Dale's response was a tense silence. His annoyance was evident as his jaw clenched and his eyes narrowed in frustration. With a steely gaze directed at Jin Wendao, Cheng Dale asks Jin Wendao about his intention. Jin Wendao, displaying a playful smile, invoked the concept of the word justice serves as Cheng Dale's guide, which is why Cheng Dale cannot bear to witness his friend's suffering. He requests Cheng Dale to open the gate, promising to return to his friends once inside. While maintaining a stern demeanor, Cheng Dale contemplates the concept of negotiation, emphasizing the importance of proposing acceptable terms. Cheng Dale raises concerns that letting them in might lead to slaughtering the people in the cities. Jin Wendao was seen wearing a silly smile, clarifying to Cheng Dale that he might have misunderstood him and that it was not a negotiation. His facade shifted suddenly menacing turn as he cleared that it was a threat. Raising his handheld fan with authority, he called out Meng Ziyun and ordered him to give Cheng Dale a taste of their intentions. Meng Ziyun, in response to Jin Wendao's command, displayed a sinister smile on his face. Out of nowhere, Xiaoyu's legs were ruthlessly stabbed by Meng Ziyun, putting him in agonizing screams that pierced the air. Cheng Dale has his face contorted in a grimace of annoyance as he called out to Xiaoyu, his concern mingled with frustration. With anger simmering, Cheng Dale directed a menacing threat at Meng Ziyun. He gritted his teeth in anger and vowed to catch, chop, and feed him to the pigs. Amidst the tension, Jin Wendao cuts in as he slowly unfurls his handheld fan. He mentions his status as a prince and expresses that he has a good heart and can no longer endure watching the situation. Wearing a sardonic smirk, Jin Wendao continues his statement, demanding to Cheng Dalei that the city be opened and surrendered within 3 days, or he would have Xiao Yu hacked to death before his eyes. Shortly after that moment, a gathering took place inside the Toad village to discuss the unfolding situation of Xiao Yu. A person then spoke about how Xiao Yu shared life and death with them, and they could not let him fall into the hands of the enemy. Rescue was imperative. Some expressed doubts about the practicality of saving someone from the rings, and some questioned whether they could save their own people. Others voiced out that they must not surrender to the rings or everyone in the village would die, while others suggested the possibility of digging a tunnel to reach Xiao Yu as he was tied up near the city wall. Some observed that it appeared as if the only viable option remaining was the daring approach of a raw raid, but they raised a valid concern, questioning the likelihood that the opposing side would win. Sharing an insightful perspective, Liu Bei acknowledged the difficulty of this mission, comparing it to their previous rescue of Liu Chong. It was mentioned that last time the enemy had been unaware of Liu Chong's significance, but now, with Xiao Yu, the enemy must have appointed much stronger guards. Continuing Liu Bei's analysis, he pointed out the possibility that even if they managed to capture an enemy general, the enemy may not have been willing to exchange Xiao Yu. A person argued for sacrificing Xiao Yu to exploit the ring's weakness in siege warfare. However, Fei Bao opposed his suggestion and issued a stern warning if he said one more word about saving, vowing to throw him out. Undeterred, the same person reiterated his point that once the war began, more people would have to be sacrificed. Amidst the heated discussion, San Yuan asked Cheng Dalei what they should do. Cheng Dalei, visibly burdened by the weight of the situation, gripped his chair tightly. He emphasized the need to save Xiao Yu without further debate. His face contorted with determination as he shifted the discussion toward how to save Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, in another section of the Ring Tribe camp's tent, Fu Delay offered some food to Little Cherry, explaining how hard it had been for him to get it. Fu Delay shared his plans for Cherry's safety, reassuring her that he would soon send her away to safety under the protection of Big Brother Kaimei, which Cherry confirmed. Curiously, Cherry inquired about the increased number of people in the camp while nibbling on her food. Fu Delay explained that Jin Wendao with his troops came over and took the position of commander-in-chief, and all the troops gathered by Kaimei became Jin Wendao's people. He cautioned Cherry not to go out lately, emphasizing that it was not safe outside. Cherry asked if Jin Wendao was scary. In response to her query about the 9th brother, Fu Delay explained that all the princes who wanted the throne were terrible, mentioning his father, the king of the Northern Ringers, had many children. Continuing his explanation, Fu Delay stated that Hull was the most popular. However, he was killed by who knows who, and only then the other 10 brothers had a chance to fight for the throne. Everyone was trying to find a way to draw the tribes of the grasslands to themselves, and that's why there was a big chaos. In an effort to reassure Cherry, Fu Delay shared his plan, stating that he would send her to the only princess of the rings, loved by their father and with whom he had a good relationship, ensuring Cherry's safety. Cherry expressed concern about Fu Delay's asking what about him, to which he responded, asserting that he was just an illegitimate son and not a threat to their claims to the throne, thus he would not be in danger. Fu Delay made a heartfelt promise to Cherry, assuring her that after her departure, he would come to find her after the war, to which Cherry responded simply, acknowledging his words. In the meantime, outside the camp tent, a man asked others if there weren't military prostitutes in the camp, expressing his discontent. One of them reported that all had been driven to the siege before, and other slave girls were the property of the chiefs. Frustrated, the man expressed his discontent, feeling mistreated despite following the 9th prince this far. Others shared their intentions, stating that after finishing the battle in the city, they would be going to do it really hard. The conversation took a turn when one of the men mentioned rumors of hidden beauty in the tent of the useless Prince Fu Delay, and asked the man who was introduced as Muki if he was interested. Muki was a bit surprised but expressed his interest, asking his subordinate to take him there. After a couple of minutes, Muki quickly made his way to Fu Delay's tent and urgently called out for Fu Delay, inquiring if Prince Fu Delay was there. Fu Delay, upon hearing the call, decided to go outside to check. He instructed Cherry to remain hidden and not to be seen by outsiders, to which Cherry acknowledged it. He put his hands to his swords as he prepared himself to approach Muki. Muki, with a sly grin, proposed a trade to Fu Delay. He offered a good knife in exchange for what he referred to as Fu Delay's woman. Fu Delay denied any knowledge of a woman, feigning ignorance about the presence of slaves. Undeterred, Muki persisted, insisting that there was a beauty hidden within Fu Delay's tent. He suggested lending her for a night since his men in the infantry camp were excited to let off some steam. Mookie sweetened the deal, promising Fudale a cow, and placed his hands on Fudale's shoulder. However, Fudale vehemently denied that there were nothing there and told Mookie to find someone else, even if he appeared scared with a snarling expression. Growing frustrated, Mookie accused Fudale of being shameless and began to choke him. Fudale, despite being choked, reminded Mookie of his royal status as the Prince of the Northern Ringer's king. He suggested that Mookie should feel guilty for insulting his superiors. Mookie, unimpressed by Fudale's status as a prince, justified his actions, stating that the grassland people only respected true warriors and not nobility. Cherry, hidden nearby, anxiously watched the confrontation. Fudale's thoughts raced, wondering why Cherry was looking outside and urging her to go back while resisting Mookie's choke. Mookie noticed a sudden movement that caused the curtain to shrink and remarked with curiosity. He released his grip on Fudale, a smile forming on his face. Mookie commented that it appeared as though a little finch was hidden inside. Mookie then slowly approached the tent, expressing curiosity about what the hidden person might taste like. Meanwhile, Fudale, who had a hard time standing up after Mookie released him from choking, kept coughing. Fudale firmly warned that if Mookie took a single step inside, it would cost him his life, gripping his swords with determination. Somewhere at the ring's camp tent, Mookie confronted Fudale after the latter's threat and repeatedly asked about what was just said. Despite struggling to stand, Fudale managed to convey a threat, expressing his intent to kill Mookie, even though he stuttered to say it. Mookie's eyebrow wrinkled with anger as he commented on Fudale growing a pair. Suddenly, he kicked Fudale in the stomach, telling him that he was a piece of crap. Fudale couldn't suppress a wince. Blood escaped his lips in response to the powerful kick. With disdain in his voice, Mookie lectured Fudale for drawing a sword against him when he couldn't even hold it properly. Continuing his taunts, Mookie stated that his actions were merely a form of respect while toying with one of Fudale's slave girls. Despite his aggression, Mookie mentioned that if it was not for Kaime's sake, he could have killed him otherwise. He placed his foot on Fudale's head as a display of dominance. Fudale, despite his injuries, defiantly forbade Mookie from entering the tent while shakily gripping one of Mookie's legs as he did so. Mookie grew annoyed and demanded that Fudale get out of the way, kicking him once more. Fudale threw away, as Fudale spat out some blood after the kick and Mookie walked back to the tent, while Fudale was lying on the ground. Witnessing the fight, one man noted to Fudale that he dared to challenge the right-hand man of the Ninth Prince, which was Mookie. Another man remarked on the recklessness, commenting about some madmen who did not care about life in the infantry battalion. A person suggested whether they should inform Boss Kaime and asked others if Fudale had not been killed. However, someone dismissed the idea, stating that Kaime wouldn't care about the situation, and they should mind their own business as they decided to leave. Another person downplayed the seriousness of the situation, noting that Fudale had only lost a woman. Inside the tent, Cherry's scream pierced outside the tent, filled with fear. Mookie, wearing a perverted laugh, taunted Cherry, urging her not to run away. He shouted in triumph as he captured her. Cherry, terrified while resisting, pleaded for him to release her, her voice filled with desperation. Mookie yelped in pain, seemingly bitten by Cherry. He retaliated by kicking her, causing her to fall to the ground. Frustrated, Mookie kicked Cherry again and berated her. Cherry, in agony, called out for Fudale to save her while her voice trembled. Fudale, upon hearing Cherry's desperate plea, recalled every statement of his brother, Kaime, and slowly began to stand up. Kaime's words echoed in Fudale's mind, emphasizing that Cherry was now Fudale's responsibility, instructing him to protect her as she was considered his possession. He also stressed that Fudale should draw his sword if anyone attempted to take something from him. With anger burning inside Fudale, he also remembered Cherry asking him if she would be protected. As Fudale's expression darkened with anger, he reaffirmed his role, asserting himself as Cherry's master. He made a solemn pledge to protect Cherry, vowing that with Fudale, no one could take her away or harm her. Inside the tent, Mookie forcibly tore Cherry's clothes as she resisted. Fear filled Cherry's face, while Mookie wore a perverted grin. Right then behind Mookie, Fudale appeared, ready to strike with his sword. Fudale's thoughts echoed his determination to protect Cherry's safety, firmly believing that with him, no one could tear her away, and no one could hurt her. As the rage he felt, Fudale intensely swung the sword at Mookie's back, causing him to spew blood. Mookie managed to turn around but was caught off guard as Fudale approached with his sword. In the final act, Fudale cursed him and screamed die, slashing out Mookie's neck. Mookie's cries of pain were drowned in the tent, and Cherry witnessed the horrifying scene as blood splashed in front of her and stained the tent. Cherry called out to Fudale in distress while looking at him with full blood. Fudale responded by calling her little Cherry, to which Cherry responded in agony. Fudale advised Cherry to hide for now, believing that the outside might have heard the noise. He told Cherry to take his headband and find Kaimei, who had promised to send her away. As the tears fell from her eyes, Cherry expressed her concern for Fudale. As he wiped the tears from Cherry's face, he explained to her that the man he had killed belonged to the 9th Prince's Infantry Battalion and they wouldn't just let him go. He consoled Cherry by gently resting his forehead against hers. Cherry, still crying, asked if they couldn't leave together. In response, Fudale regretfully declined, emphasizing that she must go to his brother for safety. Despite Cherry's pleas, asking him to not leave her, Fudale assured her that as a prince, he would survive and asked her not to cry, urging her to hide well. Cherry continued to address him as master. However, Fudale exited his tent, and the sight of him covered in blood alarmed the concerned men. One man questioned why the prince was covered in blood, while another speculated if there were an assassin. Another person inquired about the noise. Curiosity spread among the onlookers, drawing more attention. Fudale responded with defiance, stating that he was just killed a pervert and questioning the fuss. One onlooker's expression appeared shocked. Another onlooker noticed a lifeless body on the ground. Realization was dawned on them as they recognized the deceased man as Boss Muki. Fudale affirmed that he was responsible for Muki's death, citing Muki's failure to obey the law. A man raised concerns, pointing out that Muki was an important general in the army. Another interjected, questioning Fudale's right to punish Muki, especially considering his affiliation with the 9th Prince. Some stated the rules about killing comrades and following military orders. Tensions escalated as some of the men demanded Fudale's arrest, brandishing their spears and gesturing towards him. At the watchtower in Ring Camp, Jin Wendao and Kaimei were talking above and inquiring about Kaimei's well-being with a concerned tone, wondering if he felt well and if he was ready to join him in command. Kaimei replied in a weary voice, assuring Jin Wendao that it was nothing serious and he just needed some sleep and he'd be fine. Jin Wendao repeated what Kaimei said as nothing serious, and he questioned him if he could go into battle. Seeking further details, Kaimei asked if Jin Wendao meant to attack the city. Jin Wendao explained that if the other side didn't surrender, he might have no other choice but to attack. Voicing his doubts, Kaimei expressed concern about how sure Jin Wendao was that he could be with his troops when the other side was not easy to deal with. While sipping his tea, Jin Wendao questioned whether Kaimei's soldiers were not going to fight, hinting at his true motive in seeking his help to save Fudale. He then questioned Kaimei's reasons for wanting to save him. Kaimei cited Fudale's status, emphasizing his relationship as their father's son. Jin Wendao seemed dismissive, mentioning that their father had many sons and daughters and that he couldn't remember this bastard son. With urgency, Jin Wendao highlighted the significance of the infantry battalion, its elite unit in their army, with numerous battle achievements, and Muki was highly reputable among them. He explained that once Muki died, it would be a group without a leader. No killing would be enough to calm the soldiers' anger. Offering imperial tea, Jin Wendao encouraged Kaimei to try it. However, Kaimei seriously looked at him, but Jin Wendao noted that Kaimei needn't drink it if he wasn't used to it. Jin Wendao's expression was serious as he explained the futility of seeking his help. He emphasized the need to appease the infantry battalion in the camp and find a scapegoat to push the blame. He also noted the absence of an available general for tomorrow's attack. Kaimei remained resolute, expressing his desire to be the vanguard of the battle for the lead of the infantry battalion, causing Jin Wendao to surprisingly react. Jin Wendao raised doubts about Kaimei's decision, highlighting the high casualty ratio within the infantry battalion and Kaimei's current inability to command them. But Kaimei was determined and insisted on asking Jin Wendao for information about the timing of their attack on the city. Jin Wendao revealed their plan to attack the city the next day at midnight. After their conversation with Kaimei, his men approached Jin Wendao and asked him if Muki's death was something they couldn't just let go of. Jin Wendao chuckled, acknowledging his men's worrying about tomorrow's attack on the city and implying that swords don't have eyes. With an eerie smirk, Jin Wendao assured his men that they would have the opportunity to seek revenge. During that time, within the ring camp, Kaimei went to Fudale's tent, who had been tied up in a crucified-like position as punishment for his actions. Kaimei muttered, "Silly younger brother." Kaimei expressed concern, questioning if it was worth it for that dirty woman. Fudale sought affirmation, asking if he was wrong. Kaimei reassured him, stating that he wasn't wrong. Kaimei spoke of the harsh realities of the world, where those without power had to watch as everything was taken away from them. He described how loved ones could be killed, relatives harmed, and the humiliation of wives and children, all within the human world. Fudale inquired about little Cherry, expressing concern for her well-being. Kaimei paused for a moment before delivering the devastating news. He then informed Fudale that she was dead. At that moment, Fudale's soul felt like it had been stabbed by a spear. His desperation led him to attempt to break free from his restraints, the sound of handcuffs clicking. Fudale cried out in frustration, demanding to know why, emphasizing the promises that had been made to him. Kaimei explained the grim situation, emphasizing that someone had to take the blame for the situation, and it had to be either Fudale or Cherry. He disclosed that Cherry had willingly accepted all the blame, falsely confessing to killing the general to save Fudale. Kaimei revealed that Cherry had taken the entire blame upon herself, even though it was just some poorly made lies. But he had no intention of saving her. He confessed to lacking a scapegoat and didn't bother to find one. As a result, she had been executed by court-martial. With resolve, Kaimei offered advice, telling Fudale that as a military leader with great merit, no one would be able to bother him. As Kaimei slowly walked away, he encouraged Fudale to stay safe and promised him once they were done capturing the city, they would go back to the tribe to gather an elite warrior. Kaimei glanced back at Fudale and declared that they would then compete with others to rule the world. Meanwhile, Fudale was hunched over, tears streaming down his face, as he could only cry in pain while remembering Cherry's face. Fudale lamented over the words he spoke, those loud, bold, and childish words, realizing that he could not protect anything, that he only was locked there like a dead dog. As the tears streamed down his face, he acknowledged his weakness. The next day morning, the Ring launched an all-out attack. The Ring armies were currently positioned, and Xiao Yu was in front while he was bound on the cart. Exhausted, Xiao Yu uttered his plea to kill him repeatedly. On the high wall in Toad Village, Fei Hu clenched his jaw, and Fei Bao was beside him while looking at Ring armies. A warrior reported to Jin Wendao that they were already within range of the Toad Village archers, but Jin Wendao ordered them to keep advancing. The distance between the Ring tribe and Toad Village steadily decreased from 700 paces to 500, then to 300. As the gate of Toad Village slowly creaked open and revealed Cheng Dale riding on a horse while wearing a straw cape and his axe on his back. The warrior standing next to Jin Wendao wondered why there was only one person and questioned what Cheng Dale would do, and suspected that opening the gate meant they were surrendering or preparing to fight to the bitter end. Cheng Dale continued to advance, facing everyone in the Ring tribe. In a weakened state, Xiao Yu called out to Cheng Dale, his face and body bearing the marks of numerous scars. Stuttering, Xiao Yu expressed mixed emotions, suggesting that Cheng Dale shouldn't have come but also thanked him with a faint smile crossing his lips. Those who hold fire for the world must not freeze to death in the snowstorm. In front of Toad Village, Jin Wendao noticed Cheng Dale acting a bit strangely, and asked his armies who wanted to kill him. Meng Zian volunteered to fight Cheng Dale, confident that he knew the abilities of Cheng Dale were almost trash. With a grim smile forming on Meng Zian's face, he rushed towards Cheng Dale, insulting him. Cheng Dale swiftly drew his swords and struck Meng Zian down with a single powerful slash, while he cursed him to die. Meng Zian thought to himself that there were such fast swords in the world, and he also noticed that Cheng Dale was giving off a strong killing intent. In a one-on-one battle, Meng Zian was defeated. His body lay on the ground, covered in his own blood. Cheng Dale's swords dripped with blood, leaving the Ring tribe in fear. Jin Wendao questioned Cheng Dale's unusual attire, to which Cheng Dale responded that he wore it because it was going to rain, causing Jin Wendao to question him. Cheng Dale claimed that his master was the South Pole Immortal, Marshal Tanpeng was his senior, and Teibai Golden Star was his sword brother. He then threatened to use Immortal Kai to consume their souls. But the Ring armies responded with disbelief and mockery. Some of them shouted mockingly, while others taunted Cheng Dale, questioning his claim to immortality. Laughter erupted among the armies, with some suggesting that Cheng Dale was senselessly scared, as Cheng Dale remained resolute and warned them that he would subject them to half a day of trial and hardship. Jin Wendao joined in the laughter, finding the situation highly amusing. He commented on Cheng Dale's fantasy of mastering an immortal technique, leading to more laughter and agreement from the Ring armies. As Cheng Dale stood still, he opened his arms. He said that the wind was coming. The system slightly opened her eyes when suddenly the leaves in the trees began to rustle, and the flags from the armies were fluttering in the wind. The system and Cheng Dale performed synchronized actions. They both said the ritual, gathered the clouds, and then thunder. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble filled the air as lightning struck down, startling not only Jin Wendao, but also his people behind him. They were all in shock. Continuing with their coordinated movements, Cheng Dale looked up and sighed with relief that it finally came. Suddenly, rain began to pour, and Jin Wendao, caught off guard, was drenched as rainwater streamed down his face, causing him to nearly lose his balance on his horse. While the Ring tribe armies were in a state of hysteria, they repeatedly shouted that it was raining. Jin Wendao expressed his astonishment at Cheng Dale's extraordinary abilities, pondering if he might be immortal, and questioned whether Cheng Dale, as a disciple of an immortal, could truly summon wind and rain. The Ring armies were in awe, confirming that Marshal Tianpeng was indeed Cheng Dale's brother and that his brother had sent down heavy rain to save him. Then the armies began chanting that Cheng Dale was immortal. Cheng Dale continued to intimidate them, addressing them as mere mortals, and warning them not to offend the power of heaven. He then advanced aggressively toward the Ring tribe while threatening them, saying that they should fear heaven's punishment, and declared to kill them. The Ring tribe warriors were so confused that they didn't react. Cheng Dale took the opportunity to save Xiao Yu, slicing through the ropes that had bound him. Jin Wendao dismissed Cheng Dale's abilities as tricks and urged his men not to be afraid, ordering them to kill Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale, holding Xiao Yu, hastily retreated to their village, with Ring tribe members in pursuit, accusing him of being a swindler. Cheng Dale called for Zai Long's whereabouts, and Zai Long responded, indicating his arrival with Kinman. He shouted to cover Cheng Dale. However, Jin Wendao commanded his people to charge and break through the city. The Ring tribe armies screamed kill as they charged Cheng Dale. The dragon gave the order that the rain spread over the sky and the earth. The impulses were like the Milky Way pouring into the trench, and the velocity was like the cloud flowing through the sea gate. The dragon took this opportunity to help and lifted the Yangtze River to look down. All the Ring men were rushing toward Toad Village, ready to kill them all. In the heavy rain, the arrows lost their purpose. Zai Long, Kinman, and Zhang Fei were trying to hold the Ring tribe at the gate, slashing at the approaching Ring armies. While fighting, Zai Long urged his comrades to retreat, ensuring that Cheng Dale had retreated safely. Zhang Fei and Kinman acknowledged his command. As the Ring armies continued to advance, Jin Wendao ordered Kai Mei to lead their troops and break through the city. Kai Mei rallied the infantry troops, saying, "Long live children of eternal nature." He then urged them to break through the city with him. The Ring armies roared in response as they went inside the Toad Village. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time you'll lose. There's no reason why you can't break it. Cheng Dale called for everyone to take their positions and get ready. A person hurriedly instructed others to bring out the stuff. Today, for the first time, the gates of the Toad Village were breached. As the Ring armies were inside the Toad Village, others wondered if it was an Urn City, while some questioned why the Urn City was located inside. Jin Wendao, who was still outside of the Toad Village, commanded his armies, indicating 2 ways for them to proceed. Teams 2 and 3 were given specific orders to open passages on the left and right sides of the city. In response, the Ring armies charged forward, roaring as they advanced and infiltrated the Toad Village. At the high wall in Toad Village, the warriors warned the others by telling everybody to be careful that Rings were coming while some were defending the intersection. However, on the opposite side, the Ring armies with shields were ordered to break the lines of defense. In the subsequent set, other Ring armies were commanded to break through, with a siege team attempting to break down the gates of the Urn City. Jin Wendao motivated his troops by promising rewards to the first ones to break through the city, causing Ring armies to charge forward, and their roars echoed inside Urn City as they breached it. People poured into the gates, and their numbers continued to grow, with more and more people gathering. Amidst the chaos among the Ring armies, calls were made to make way for the siege hammer. Some urged their comrades to charge forward, while others questioned why the walls couldn't be breached. As the rain poured heavily, Cheng Dale stood atop the wall while watching the Ring armies trying to get inside the village. He then said that this sight was the so-called inviting them into the Urn City. He then called the attention of the Ring armies, calling them Ring tribe scum, berating them for daring to offend the might of heaven, and claimed to perform a thunder summoning technique. Then, Kinman threw the box of fire, causing a massive explosion. Suddenly, the Ring armies were left in fear. Some believed Cheng Dale could summon lightning, while others believed that he was the reincarnation of an immortal. Due to Cheng Dalei's cleverness, the fear points increased rapidly. Kaimei, however, recognized the use of gunpowder and attempted to reassure the ring armies that Cheng Dalei was merely playing tricks. In a different setting, Cheng Dalei's group quietly moves the explosive bombs out of the warehouse, telling others to take care not to let the gunpowder get wet from the rain. They hurriedly lit the fire and dropped each of the bombs below. The ring armies got hit by the bombs, and some were thrown away. Amidst the chaos, some ring armies believed it was divine retribution, stating that they had angered the immortal. The fear points continued to increase significantly. In another setting, a warrior in Toad Village wonders why explosive gunpowder was still there, recalling that this place should have been emptied. Others urged him to hurry, not to waste any time. Cheng Dalei exchanged gunpowder, purchasing it from the system in this alternate setting. The system chuckles and informs him that the gunpowder has been processed for him and is ready to use, even waterproofed. In the midst of war, Kaimei, consumed by anger, still commands his troops to charge, emphasizing that breaking the city is their only chance of survival. He urged them to kill. Internally, Kaimei wondered how the toad gunpowder could still work in the rain. Suddenly, he was struck by an explosion, causing him to fall on his horse. Concerned ring armies shouted for him to run away, others saying that he must retreat, calling Cheng Dalei immortal. Kaimei cursed in his thought, wondering why the toad had so much gunpowder. He realized that his armies were frightened and had begun to ignore his commands. All of the ring army's fighting spirit is broken as they frantically run away from the explosion. Some even stumbled in their haste. However, Kaimei stood still while looking above the wall, surrounded by his panicking army. While the rain was dripping on his face, Kaimei reflected on the situation. As he thought that he was going to win, he was hit head-on. With conviction, he addressed Cheng Dalei's Urn City as a pot that would cook everyone to death. His words resonated during the explosive chaos that surrounded them. Outside Toad Village, Jin Wendao commanded his army to charge, threatening those who stepped back with beheading if the information of the battlefield was drowned in endless rainstorms and explosions. Some ring armies continued to charge, but they found the gate blocked by the corpses of their comrades, and the information couldn't be conveyed. More people jumped into the pot. The gates were crowded with ringers who wanted to escape this infernal hell. Explosions rang out behind them, and the corpses and rocks were splashing everywhere. More people outside were pushed in, blocking the gates and cutting off the way out. Then, everyone became enemies. Back inside the Urn City of Toad Village, the ring armies became hostile toward each other. Some ringers were screaming, telling others to not block the way. However, Fu Delay was pressed against the wall while looking at his companions. He thought that they were becoming crazy as they were killing each other. As he witnessed the violence and fear, he could hear the sounds of explosions and fighting, and he found himself surrounded by blood. He then tightly gripped his sword. Fu Delay couldn't help but think this was hell. In the midst of his thoughts, a ring army spotted him, accompanied by another ring army. They rushed to attack Fu Delay, seeking revenge for Muki's life. But Kaimei suddenly arrived and killed the two ringers. Overwhelmed, Fu Delay called Kaimei's name. Kaimei scolded Fu Delay, called him an idiot, and expressed concern for how he had gotten there and was still there. Fu Delay simply addressed him in response. Suddenly, Kaimei quickly defended Fu Delay from their comrades who were behind him, and Fu Delay was left stunned by the turn of events. Kaimei grabbed Fu Delay and urged him to come with him, emphasizing that the battle was lost, and staying would only lead to death. Together, they ran toward the gate, but many ringers were blocking their way. While the ringers near the gate desperately called others to move aside or expressed that they were doomed, as the gate was blocked by corpses and could not get out. As Kaimei approached, he went on a rampage, slaughtering the ringers to clear their path for their escape. He shouted at them to get away. The ringers' screams filled the air as they were tossed aside. Walking on a path paved with corpses, paddled through a river of blood. The sword in the hand was the oar that cut the flow of blood. This was a path from the Yellow Springs to the human world. The city gate was already a sea of corpses and blood. From inside the city to outside the city, every direction led to the mountains of human corpses. Fu Delay attempted to speak to his brother, but Kaimei frustratingly silenced Fu Delay and instructed him to follow. Kaimei told him that he would get Fu Delay out of there. He then carried Fu Delay on his shoulder and made his way through the mountain of corpses and managed to throw Fu Delay outside the gate. Struggling to stand, Fu Delay called Kaimei and urged him to come quickly, but within moments, explosive gunpowder hit Kaimei and Fu Delay saw it as he screamed brother in terror. As his blood spread everywhere, Kaimei's body was among the piled up corpses, and he coughed drops of blood. While Fu Delay attempted to pull Kaimei from the mound of corpses, he had used all his strength to pull Kaimei out. But he didn't have much strength. Even with all his strength, he couldn't do anything. Powerless, what an annoying word. And sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. You can't change anything, even if you've already given it your all. Overwhelmed by grief, Fu Delay cried bitterly while attempting to help Kai Mei. Kai Mei, in a weakened state, consoled Fu Delay, patting his head and urging him to grow up quickly and not be a loser in the future. He smiled faintly and repeatedly said to Fu Delay to grow up fast as he tried to wipe away Fu Delay's tears. As Kai Mei faded away from this world, Fu Delay was left alone outside the city, which led to the human world. There was no one left to stand beside him, to take his hand and clear the way for him. He had to walk the following path alone. Meanwhile, Jin Wendao angrily commanded his troops to kill those who were attempting to retreat. As the saying went, the defeat of an army was like a mountain whose fall could in no way be stopped by the strength of a single person. The battlefield was constantly changing, and the winner or loser could change at any time. The barbarians became a cauldron, and that cauldron shook and crumpled. Half of Jin Wendao's troops melted away. After that, the cleaning of corpses alone took Cheng Dalei 10 days. The siege of King New Mountain was only a small battlefield for the invasion of the rings. And on the border with the empire, hundreds of tribes of the ring joined together in a mega alliance and declared war on the empire on all fronts. All the princes of the ring tribe led their own armies and invaded by force. In Pingju City, the defenders encountered the rings and collapsed at the first encounter, fleeing for their lives, while the city lord disappeared without a trace. The city lord of Pingju refused to defend the city, stating that only stupid people would try to defend it. On the northwestern edge, a renowned general struggled to survive and looked eastward, hoping for provisions to arrive. In the capital city, someone expressed skepticism about General Lin potentially taking control of the imperial court, and decided to delay military food supplies to him. In another location, there were also scholars who had given up writing to join the army. There were also leaders who had taken refuge on the south side of the river. In a water village in the south of the river, a team of merchants rushed to the capital with great haste. On the same street, another merchant sold his family's possessions in exchange for 100,000 quintals of rice to supply the army in the north. In the northwest lands, Xingzai, the sixth prince of the kingdom, stood by a city, urging its inhabitants to resist the rings with him as he raised his seal above. There was never a shortage of profit-driven villains in this country, and there was no shortage of heroes who swam against the tide. Even more so, the ordinary people were tired of running away and trying to survive. That year, the rings came like a flood, and the borders of the empire were on fire. While in King Niu Mountain, on the other hand, it was like a puddle basin. When the water-like stream of soldiers flowed through it, it could not go any further, and the more they accumulated, the greater the accumulation was. At the high wall in Taoed village, Shenji alerted Cheng Dalei to check the ring's camp, pointing out that there were more people in the ring camp. Shenji expressed astonishment, noting that this time there were many people, at least 5,000, as he gestured toward the ring's camp direction. Cheng Dalei responded with a hint of worry, remarking that Shenji seemed overly excited about people coming from the opponent's side. In his thoughts, Cheng Dalei couldn't understand why the ring's camp was so angry toward him. He reflected on the fact that new people continued to join the ring's camp every day, estimating that there were probably more than 100,000 ring members now, and lamented the loss of their deployed spies, making it impossible to assess the enemy's situation accurately. Cheng Dalei explained that with only 2,000 fighters against 100,000, the probability of holding their position was close to zero unless they were supplied with a truckload of Cat 98K. Curious, Shenji asked for clarification about the Cat 98K, and Cheng Dalei explained it as a powerful murder weapon, which Shenji understood. Shenji pondered that the rings might be hostile as they killed their people, but Cheng Dalei believes most wars are driven by profit. Then, with a hint of humor, he seriously considered the possibility that they might be jealous of his good looks, to which Shenji reacted with silence, clearly not sharing Cheng Dalei's sense of humor. Continuing to boost himself, Cheng Dalei sighed as he blamed himself, remarking on the challenges faced by beautiful people. Growing impatient, Shenji called Cheng Dalei's attention and asked him if anyone had ever told him that he had a bigger mouth than their city walls. Cheng Dalei responded with a mischievous giggle. At the big tent of the rings, a man slammed his hand on the table in frustration, expressing his desire to be able to take over the capital. He blamed his abrupt transfer on the other prince for having a bad job. This man himself was the sixth prince, Lei Nu. Another prince interrupted, introducing as the eighth prince named Lai Mu, shared his own experience of being transferred despite his successful conquests with his troops. He bragged that he had taken 5 cities in a row and collected a bundle of city lord seals. Then another prince reacted, which was the fifth prince named Ka-Temen. He boasted about killing numerous imperial generals and collecting their heads, and even suggested bringing their severed heads as proof of his accomplishments. Lei Nu belittled Ka-Temen's act of killing a few generals, claiming it was nothing significant. He challenged the other princes to see who was truly powerful by proposing the idea of beheading the emperor's head. Temen countered Lei Nu's challenge with his own proposal for a competition, suggesting horseback riding or archery. Lei Nu responded by daring Temen to draw his sword and threatening to slit his mouth. Temen fired back, vowing to feed Lei Nu to the pigs in return. In the midst of their heated exchange, Jin Wendao observed the quarrel among the princes with a sense of depression. He found their bickering annoying and covered his ears in irritation. Jin Wendao's thoughts reflected on his own situation, acknowledging that Kai Mei was dead and he had lost the battle. He also lost hope of winning the race for the throne as he no longer mattered to it. Suddenly, another prince named Jiabu calmed the argument between the other princes. He suggested that they should stop bickering and work together to achieve their father's goals. Jiabu then inquired if they had any idea on how to capture Toad Village. The room fell into silence in response to Prince Jiabu's question. To his surprise at the lack of response, he questioned whether it wasn't as easy to capture. Temen then spoke up, mentioning that Jin Wendao had once fought against Toad Village, despite being carried back. He emphasized that they should take advantage of Jin Wendao's experience. Lei Nu expressed his concerns about Cheng Dale, describing him as an extremely cunning person. He also mentioned rumors about Cheng Dale's ability to summon thunder and how this thunder had scared Jin Wendao's men, leading to their loss. Jin Wendao dismissed the idea of lightning spells, asserting that it was actually gunpowder. Jiabu then stated that perhaps Jin Wendao was only focused on attacking the front gate, raising the question of whether they should consider attacking the cliffs on either side. But Jin Wendao explained that the cliffs were over 100 feet high and not suitable for climbing, and his soldiers were not good at climbing over a wall. Jin Wendao argued that crossing the cliffs was not feasible, even for hundreds of people, and it would likely lead to death. He suggested that their only option now was to attack Toad Village with force. Jiabu agreed, confident that their overwhelming numbers would ensure victory without the need for tricks. With determination, Jiabu suggested fighting it out by slamming his hand on the table. Back in Toad Village, inside Toad Village, Cheng Dale and Shenji were talking. Shenji pointed out the fertile soil and mentioned that it was the time of year to plant the seeds for a good life only through self-cultivation. However, Cheng Dale expressed his concerns about the Ring tribe's invasion, which had disrupted their peaceful way of life and made it difficult to farm or even defend the village for much longer. Acknowledging the 100,000 armies of the Ring, Cheng Dale mentioned the matter of time before the city collapsed. They had to make early preparations to survive. Shenji inquired if he had a plan, to which Cheng Dale responded that they couldn't hold out for much longer and that he felt frustrated about the situation. Shenji sought questions about their escape route, mentioning that besides the city gate, there were no other mountain roads. Cheng Dale explained, stating that they didn't need to worry about breaking out through the city gate. Instead, they planned to dig a mountain path in the valley, providing them with an escape route. They would fight if they could win and retreat if they could not. Suddenly, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sound of their drums, alerting them that the ringers were attacking. Shenji commented that the ringer was advancing toward them again. Cheng Dale ordered everyone to go on top of the wall. As they hurriedly positioned themselves, Shenji once again asked Cheng Dale if they could hold off the ringers, but he only replied that they should wait and watch. 100,000 ringers were ready for war, which was revealed as the mist slowly cleared. A warrior villager urged everyone to get ready. The villagers used drums to signal readiness. With a roaring command, Jiabu led his army to attack, launching trebuchets and rocks toward Toad Village while other ringers attacked below. While in Toad Village, Juyu ordered the use of the latest steel pan bombs, intending to give the ringers a taste of it. Steel pan was made by blacksmith Juyu, the outer layer was made of iron, and the inner part was filled with gunpowder, iron nails, and stones. The ringers screamed in pain as they were struck by the impact of the bombs, and Cheng Dale gained fear points rapidly due to their latest weapon. Amidst the chaos and fear that engulfed the ringers, Cheng Dale relentlessly exchanged gunpowder with the system. The system expressed its gratitude for his support as she showed a smile. In front of the city gate of Toad Village, there was a triangular open space that could not accommodate 100,000 soldiers, but at most a few thousand people in each attack. After the indiscriminate bombardment, this open space became a meat grinder for slaughter. When the city walls finally began to tatter, the rings were the first to endure heavy losses. After leaving behind several thousand corpses, they decided to retreat. In the ringers' camp, all the princes were stagnant as they huddled, weighed down by their losses. With a hint of amusement, Jin Wendao said to himself that now his brothers knew the powers of Toad Village while maintaining a nonchalant expression. He added that his brother did not underestimate him and laughed at him. Jiabu then broke the silence as he asked about the gunpowder supply in Toad Village, wondering as he had never seen a shortage of it, questioning the possibility that the mountain might have been full of gunpowder. Expressing his concerns that the number of victims would have been high if they continued to fight, he then asked his brothers for advice. Lei Nu suggested an alternative strategy if the direct attack seemed impossible. He proposed sending troops to infiltrate the village from the top and break through them from the inside. However, Jiabu opposed Lei Nu's plan, pointing out that the mountaintop was too steep and sending a small group of troops would likely have resulted in certain death. Mu suggested a plan to throw a few corpses into the valley river to infect them with the plague, causing the city to collapse on its own. Disagreeing with Mu's plan, Temin mentioned that they were still in the slipstream and the plague could have spread to them. He then voiced his idea to corner the Toad Village for half a year until they ran out of food, causing the city to collapse naturally. Mu expressed concerns about the time constraints and the uncertainty of the city's survival. He worried that their forces would have run out of food before them. Another suggestion was added, suggesting the use of fire and asking that they attack with fire. Jiabu expressed concerns about using fire attacks due to the uncertainty surrounding Toad Village's gunpowder supplies. Frustrated with their indecision, Jin Wendao questioned the necessity of fighting Toad Village. Mu explained that Mount King Nu was a strategic place, as troops from the Empire could have used it to launch attacks and defend against them easily. He also highlighted the need to guard against potential sneak attacks from King Nu Mountain as they advanced south. However, Jin Wendao argued that Toad Village had a small fighting strength of 1,000 or 2,000 people, emphasizing that they couldn't have played a big role. Whether they defended themselves or faced sneak attacks from behind, they would have eventually had to leave the city and fight directly, reassuring his brother that there was nothing to worry about. Jiabu reminded Jin Wendao about their father's instructions to retrieve something from King Nu Mountain, emphasizing the importance of the task. In a rude response, Jin Wendao stated that the thing from King Nu Mountain couldn't have grown legs and run away. Highlighting the current issue at hand, Jin Wendao expressed his concern about the decreasing morale of their troops due to Cheng Dale's gunpowder and the spreading of rumors. Jin Wendao proposed a strategic shift, suggesting that they should head south and take over other cities, to break the spirit of those who wanted to send troops to support King Nu Mountain. He believed this would help boost the morale of their soldiers and prepare them for future battles. He laid out his plan to conquer other cities first before focusing their efforts on Toad Village. He expressed a desire to capture Cheng Dale and display his head on a flagpole. Jin Wendao desired to show the world that the warriors of the rings were unrivaled in the world. With shock on their faces, the princes seemed to find Jin Wendao's plan realistic. Jiabu acknowledged Jin Wendao's strategy and decided that they would move their forces out of the camp the following day and head south. Meanwhile, a spy observing Toad Village from afar noticed that the rings had retreated. He urgently instructed his companion to relay the message. The spy swiftly spread the news to various cities, including Yuzhou City, T City, Qixia City, and Bijan City. In Bijan City, a person was curious how Toad Village managed to defend themselves for 2 months, wondering whether Toad Village was too good or the Ring tribe was too bad. In Qingzhou, a chief named Wang Yufeng pondered the idea that the rings might not be as powerful today as they were 30 years ago. While in Yuzhou City, Lai Shanyan discussed the situation with Longting. Lai Shanyan reported to Longting that Toad Village had successfully defended itself for 2 months against the Ring's army, causing the attackers to suffer heavy losses. Longting expressed his surprise, admitting that he had underestimated them. Lai Shanyan suggested that the rings might be weakened due to the drought and that it could be an opportunity to launch a major attack and potentially destroy the ring. However, Longting advised caution, suggesting they observe, as they were dealing with the formidable Ring tribe. He believed that the mountain bandits of Toad Village could continue to exhaust them, to which Lai Shanyan agreed. Before they could continue, a soldier rushed in with an urgent report, stating that something bad had happened. Meanwhile, in Tianyi City, Bo Shan planned to return to Fallen Leaf City, and he was in a hurry, loading everything onto a cart. The man suggested that he should stay longer, but Bo Shan declined the offer, explaining that he couldn't stay anymore. A sense of frustration, Bo Shan cursed the man in his thoughts, wearing a fake smile outside as he realized that staying longer there would suck all of his assets. He decided to return to Fallen Leaf City and send supplies and soldiers to King New Mountain, allowing him to relax in peace. In this exchange, the man expressed a willingness to accompany Bo Shan to the door and playfully mentioned their liking for a sword. Bo Shan initially responded with an apologetic and somewhat embarrassed tone, admitting he had lost the sword a long time ago. The man seemed disappointed upon hearing that the sword was lost, expressing pity. Suddenly, a soldier delivered news to Bo Shan that caused Bo Shan to sweat and display a worried expression, indicating that the news was unsettling. With a ridiculed expression, Bo Shan called the man and stopped them from leaving, shouting that the swords had been found. Back in Toad Village, a warrior informed Cheng Dale that the ringers were retreating, and the villagers expressed surprise at the sudden retreat. However, Cheng Dale remained cautious and thoughtfully commented that he expected the ringers to stay indefinitely. Fei Hu asked if they could retreat now, and Cheng Dale responded by noting that the ringers were leaving some of their forces behind to block their escape route. Fei Hu told Cheng Dale that the ringers were heading south. Cheng Dale suspected that the rings were preparing to attack Yuzhu before returning to clean them up. In his thoughts, Cheng Dale realized that the ringers' departure could bring suffering to the people of Yuzhu, leaving a trail of corpses everywhere. Cheng Dale told everyone that it was their chance to take a break and urged everyone to get ready. 80,000 ringers moved south to attack Fallen Leaf City first. The Fallen Leaf City was unguarded, and it was destroyed within one day. First, they attacked the city of Keisha. They stormed the city with refugees, destroyed the city, and slaughtered everyone. T-City was then attacked. T-City held fast to its defenses. 20,000 ringers trapped the city, declaring that those who surrendered would be spared, and if they did not surrender, the city would be destroyed. The remaining 60,000 people attacked Yuzhu City. Yang Longting personally took command on the battlefield and fought together with the soldiers, which significantly boosted their morale. When the rings saw that Yuzhu City was a hard bone to chew, they turned their attention towards Bijin City. The soldiers of Bijin City fought hard to the death, and it stood unconquered for a long time. At that time, the chief of King Zhu, Wen Yufeng, led a 50,000-man army to Yuzhu to drive out the barbarians and save the people. In the plains outside the city, he met the rings and fought a bloody battle. The iron cavalry of the rings scattered Wen Yufeng's army in a few rounds, killing and wounding countless people. He was stuck in the Valley of the Long Wind with 10,000 remnants of his troops. The Ring tribe surrounded them but did not kill them. Several of Wang Yufeng's sons led a large army to help, but against the Iron Horsemen of the Ring tribe, they could do nothing. The classic tactic of surrounding the place and slowing down the enemies ended up killing at least 100,000 King Zhu soldiers. He risked his life to break out of the encirclement and fled back to King Zhu with remnants of his army. At this point, the trapped T-City knew it was no match for them. The city lord went out to surrender and only begged the Ring tribe not to treat the people in the city too badly. The Ring stormed the city and slaughtered everyone. The 80,000-strong army of the Ring ranged for a month in the Yuzhu area, and the population of Yuzhu, which was 3 of 5 million, were reduced by half. People lived in great misery and there were corpses everywhere. At the back of Toad Village, Cheng Dale discussed the possibility of digging a tunnel in Toad Village with Shenji. But Shenji found that the rocks were too solid, suggesting the use of gunpowder. Cheng Dale opposed the idea of using gunpowder as the Ring tribe still had their eyes on them and could not take risks. Then he suggested that if they couldn't dig a path on the mountain, he thought about the possibility of going through the mountain, asking them if anyone on his people could climb. In response, Shenji stated that people in the mountains gathered medicine and sometimes climbed more dangerous places than that. Cheng Dale instructed them to send a few expert climbers to attempt the ascent and throw ropes down to create a passage through the mountain. He approached it with the idea that whoever they were, they would take care of it. Later on, some of the men of Cheng Dale immediately started to climb. Some men successfully climbed up to the mountain. After several days, several rope ladders were successfully built, allowing all the men to ascend and see their village below. Fei Hu assisted Cheng Dale after they climbed to the top of the mountain and casually addressed Cheng Dale while Cheng Dale told him that they would head over there. As the group was on top of the mountain, they looked towards their village, and Cheng Dale was silent for a bit as he gazed through it. Suddenly, Cheng Dale cursed in frustration, which caused Fei Hu to ask him about it. Cheng Dale responded that he now understood why the Ring tribe was so eager to haunt him. He then took a look back in the past to where the treasure map that he got from Huang Sanyuan was, and exclaimed that the terrain inside was exactly the same as the one in front of him. He added that the Ring tribe plundered the empire 30 years ago. Cheng Dalei could not imagine how much gold, silver, and jewelry that the Ring tribe robbed, as the remaining treasures were hidden in their valley. He could even confirm the locations directly through his map. Acknowledging the situation, he made the decision that there was no time to waste to take the treasure out. And then on, Cheng Dalei ordered Gao Fei Hu and Gao Fei Bao to take 500 of their warriors and escort the old, weak, women, and children from the village within 3 days, leading them south to a safer location. Which Gao Fei Hu and Gao Fei acknowledged his order. Liu Bei sighed that every place outside the mountain was also being watched by the Ring tribe, making it difficult to leave. Cheng Dalei answered that they must only move slowly in groups and at night. Liu Bei was doubtful about the plan because it was a race against time and the idea was to walk slowly. Cheng Dalei reassured that there would be enough time, and after a short pause he called Guan Yu. He ordered Guan Yu to take 500 of their warriors to do something. But before he continued his word, Liu Bei interfered again, doubting Cheng Dalei's words, stating that their village would be left with less than 1,000 of their warriors and worried if they could still defend the village. Cheng Dalei promised that he would find a way to stall them and buy time for everyone. When Liu Bei sighed again, Cheng Dalei could not control anymore and was so irritated that he threatened to beat him up to a pulp. Liu Bei was not pleased as he gazed at Cheng Dalei in silence. He then looked in another direction as he thought about the 100,000 Ring warriors and worried about how Cheng Dalei held them alone. Soon after, a messenger reported that 100,000 Ring warriors had assembled outside their village, ready to attack. Worried, Fei Hu raised out his concern and approached Cheng Dalei, telling him that the situation was irreversible. He shared an idea to bring as many people as they could. Despite the grim situation, Cheng Dalei remained calm, mentioning that they had a retreat plan. He then declared to his companies that he would show who was the boss. The 9 families of the Ring tribe were reunited as the Ring tribe's banner covered the sky, and their weapons and armor covered the field. After many days of fighting and usual, the morale of the Ring army was at its peak. With a roaring voice, Jiabu confidently ordered an attack, emphasizing the invincibility of the Ring's cavalry, which he believes to be unparalleled in the world. After a couple of hours in the Ring's camp tent, Jiabu reflected on the previous battle, describing it as a war of iron and stone. They discussed the successful breach of city gates and boasted about the Southerners being defenseless who only ran for their lives like sheep. Jiabu was dismayed about capturing the Jinju and Yuju city as they were not broken but considered this as a small setback. Jin Wendao asked if the people of Iron River City were killed as they were still having a fierce fight with their soldiers and still wanted to fight against our cavalry. They taught them how to behave well. Reminisced the time when he was so happy, and he had no time to wipe the blood on his sword as he kept cutting them up. Temin added that no one could compete with their warriors on horseback. They then turned their attention to planning their attack on Toad Village the following day. Expressing his eagerness, Temin wanted to confront Cheng Dalei, to charge them with their 100,000 soldiers, even putting aside the method they were planning about. Liu boasted that when their army rushed them, Cheng Dalei became scared and wet his pants. Lei Nu promised to use the 9 methods to torture Cheng Dalei once he caught him. With a smirk, Jin Wendao thought that tomorrow would be a bloody battle when they attacked the village. As he was about to continue, someone burst into the meeting, notifying that at the front of the Toad village, a bonfire and drums were present. He was confused about what they were trying to do. At the Toad village gate, a large bonfire was set high on the wall, and Cheng Dalei stood there wearing his leafy outfit. He chanted a ritual, looking like he knew what he was doing, but in reality, he was just chanting some gibberish words that sounded like nonsensical words like Jilly-Gulu and Ababa. The ringers were puzzled about what Cheng Dalei was up to. Some were predicting that it was because he could not protect the village anymore and decided to burn himself to death. Jiabu ordered to send some men over there to eavesdrop on the incantation Cheng Dalei was chanting. Later, the man came back to report. He stated that they hid at the bottom of the gate and faintly heard him saying words about the boundless end of the world being his love and flowers bloomed at the foot of the Kinshin. Lei Nu was moved when he heard the magical melody, immediately concluding that it was indeed an incantation. Jiabu was left speechless as he heard the report. As he listened to the report, Jin Wendao realized that Cheng Dalei was praying for the rain. Jiabu seconded the statement from Jin Wendao and acknowledged that Cheng Dalei had that kind of ability. Jin Wendao was sure and witnessed him doing that incantation before. He was unsure if he could summon it again this time. Jiabu tried to remain vigilant about it and thought that Cheng Dalei was only playing tricks on them. He asked the men not to be fooled and to leave a few people to keep an eye on Cheng Dalei. Tomorrow morning, the plan to attack the village will remain unchanged, and this time they must break through Toad Village. The next day, right before dawn, Jiabu stated that they were about to face an imminent death, meaning death was near at hand. He added that no matter how many tricks Cheng Dale would play, it would not change anything. Jiabu gathered everyone's attention and alerted them to start moving. As they were about to start the attack, a heavy rain suddenly poured, forcing the attack to withdraw. The rainy season at King Nu Mountain had started. Back in Toad Village, Liu Zhai sobbed about her relationship with Cheng Dale. She thought about him being unable to come back to sleep recently and only ran to Su Ying's place every day. All that while she was packing her stuff up. She thought if she was not good enough, that would make Cheng Dale unhappy. Or was it about her age? She added that she recently asked those sisters who were older than her. Liu Zhai learned a lot from them, stating that she was still in the developing phase. She thought that every step was very important and she was still young compared to Sister Yin. She whispered to herself to be brave as she still had room for growing up. She thought that if she had known earlier, she would let Ma teach her the thing first, and she would have been able to take the initiative. But now she didn't have the chance. Liu Zhai snapped back to reality and asked herself what she was thinking about. She was still thinking about fighting for favor at this crucial moment of the war. She concluded that it would be much better to wait until the war was over and better think in a hurry and followed the retreating army. Meanwhile, Su Ying and Cheng Dale enjoyed each other's company amidst the rain. Su Ying asked Cheng Dale if he could really summon thunder and rain. She also asked if there were really immortals in the world. Cheng Dale answered that there might be one, and he knew her pretty well. Su Ying was curious what immortals looked like as she wanted to see one. Cheng Dale replied that there would be a chance in the future, and now they should enjoy themselves first. Su Ying told him to stop as the rain was going to stop and Xiaoda would hear it. Suddenly, the system beeped as Cheng Dale received many days of wind and rain. As the rainstorm continued, Cheng Dale received rewards from the system, while Cheng Dale responded to Su Ying that the rain wouldn't stop so soon. The system itself hovered above. As she controlled the weather, surrounded by lightning and smoke above, she looked below him. In the ring camp, chaos ensued as soldiers tried to manage the flooding caused by the heavy rain. One of them asked if they had finished digging, while the other's ringer shouted for help as the tent collapsed. Inside the prince's tent, Jiabu expressed concern about the continuous rain and its impact on the soldiers who would get bedsores. Lei Nu suggested ordering the troops to attack in the rain, but Mu opposed the idea, recounting a past experience where fighting in the rain proved ineffective. Mu described the difficulties they faced, including arrows falling short, horses struggling, and siege weapons failing due to the heavy rain. He also mentioned that the walls became slippery, making it easy for the enemy to ambush them. Some in the camp believed the rain was the result of the enemy's magic. Jin Wendao remained silent during the discussion, while Temin talked about his childhood as he heard an old man in their tribe say that only magic could defeat magic. They just had to match and break Cheng Dale's sorcery. Jiabu agreed with the idea and decided to summon the army's witch doctor. It was raining heavily at the campsite of the Ring tribe. Inside the tent, the Grand Prince Jiabu was sitting across the table with a cup in his hand and was saying that the boundless end of the world was his love. It got him thinking that sure enough it might have been a magic spell he unknowingly was affected by. Suddenly a voice emerged telling him the elder was there and who was invited to come in. The witch doctor Sate Man arrived with an animal skull on his head with a large bead around his neck while holding its staff. Sate Man was told to pay respect to the princes who were taken aback when they saw him. The sixth prince Lei Nu asked if he was the most famous witch doctor of the tribe and said that he was really something else, while the eighth prince Lai Mu was amazed by his aura and that he was a professional. Jiabu asked to confirm that it was said he could invoke the gods. Sate Man replied that he believed in the everlasting heaven, and all the gods of the grassland accepted his service. He did not know which of the noble princes was sick, so he could pray to the gods to drive away the brutal disease. Jiabu replied that they were not sick, which made Sate Man speechless and wondered why he was needed there if they were not sick. Jiabu asked next if he could summon the wind and Sate Man replied he thought so. He could summon wind and rain. Suddenly, he banged his hand on the table and said good before pointing his finger to Sate Man that his task was breaking the bandit's spell, which shocked him. Sate Man began sweating heavily as he heard about breaking a spell, then thought that the great prince was not well, and would wake up and say he was not sick. Jiabu was grinning while he replied as he expected. He thought that even if the southerners had some magic skills, how could they be compared to the believers of the everlasting heaven? He then stood up, placed his hand on Sate Man's shoulder, and told him that tomorrow the elder would set up an altar to cast a spell to break his sorcery and laughed while Sate Man was silent. Sate Man continued to sweat heavily, thinking that there was a misunderstanding because Jiabu said he agreed but wondered when he agreed. A few moments later, it was still raining, and a wooden cart was being pushed. It was the wooden altar made for Saint Man being pushed towards the Toad Village. Saint Man stood on top of the wooden altar and thought it was so high. Meanwhile, a man was walking on the top of their stone gates with a blazing flame behind him. It was Cheng Dale with a grass raincoat covering him from the rain while dancing to the song of Billie Jean. Despite the heavy rain, Cheng Dale kept grooving aimlessly and moonwalking. This terrified the princes of the Ring tribe, wondering how he managed to walk with his feet while his body was not moving, and claimed that it was a magical pace and sharp sorcery. The witch doctor Saint Man couldn't understand Cheng Dale's spell and thought that he was really an expert. He gulped and continued, thinking that Cheng Dale would not hit him too hard when they started fighting. Saint Man yelled to get Cheng Dale's attention, then called him an ugly demon and told him not to show off his stupid demonic arts in front of him, which caused him to stop dancing and pay attention. Cheng Dale wondered when this fool arrived because he had a hard time remembering how to sing the song and cursed. He forgot the words. Cheng Dale called him a crook, then said he was the Toad Village immortal who inherited the glorious immortal path from the South Pole immortal himself, and how dared he talk about the heavenly law in front of him. Which the Saint Man replied that he was a devotee of eternal nature, the spokesman of the grassland spirit, and called him an ugly demon. The witch doctor started thumping his feet and said to watch him break his demonic arts, then yelled to the eternal nature to grant him power, and that he was Saint Man. This terrified Cheng Dale and thought that this was not good. His pace was mysterious and unpredictable, the movement vaguely combined with a certain rhythm. While the witch doctor began dancing, Cheng Dale wondered if this was the legendary Northeast Yonge. Northeast Yonge is the ancestor of square dance in the world, to be restrained by the other side if he met the enemy dancing the moonwalk. Cheng Dale removed his grass raincoat and thought that if he wanted to win over the other side, he could only use that move. As the saying goes, never let society shake you down. It was useless to have piglets covered in tattoos. Cheng Dale pointed his finger up and yelled to come on music. He started to rap with coordinated dance moves about how he used to be king. Then later he said forget it and gave up his rights and position, but they are still fighting and rubbing for power. He used to be young and extremely frivolous, crazy for state power. The sword angrily carved a snow-winged eagle, the generous mountain sword in the skies. The fire continuously burned, and the sea had 1,000 waves. These two continued doing their own thing as the rain continued. This amazed the princes of the Ring tribe, wondering if this was a legendary fight between witchcraft, and that it was such a pity they couldn't see through the mystery with just ordinary eyes. Saint Man continued thumping his feet, yet got distracted and questioned what kind of spell that was, because it penetrated through the ear into the heart. Cheng Dale continued his dance and rap about a magic twist. As a result, this got the witch doctor because he felt like it was a whisper of hell. The demon's pace was so powerful that he slipped. It was so slippery that he fell from the wooden altar. He shouted as he fell down to the ground while the Ring tribe hurried up and saved the elder. The Ring tribe was terrified of the powerful sorcery. They obviously felt very uncomfortable but still wanted to listen to it, and the movement felt like they saw the dance of death. While the Ring tribe was scared by his sorcery, Cheng Dale stood tall with his hand in the air and thought if they still wanted to fight him. He did not believe the brainwashing of killing devices of society shaking and shouting weed as sacrifice. He could still survive. Fast forward, it rained heavily for several days while Toad villagers escaped. Liu Zhai with a grass raincoat thought of Cheng Dale. Someone asked how many people were still left in the village. Then someone replied that they should be all gone in a couple of days. Su Ying was worried and thought of Cheng Dale too. Even the longest rainy season will eventually pass, even with the help of the gods. The system was extremely exhausted. She looked dreadful and complained she was so tired. Suddenly, she turned small, which surprised her. The system panicked and teary-eyed that her last power was also used up. She yelled in her exhaustion. The next day, it was bright and sunny at the Toad village as the Ring tribe stood in formation outside its gate. The Grand Prince Jiabu on his horseback told his brothers that day, regardless of cost and casualties, they must take down the Toad village. Cheng Dale asked how many of their people were left since the Ring tribe was about to attack their city. Tin Man replied that among them, only those who were currently present there were left. Tin Man told Cheng Dale that the time was running out, then suggested for him to go ahead, and he would stay with his men to defend the city and buy him time. Cheng Dale replied not to talk nonsense, hurried up, and left, as he would guard the city. This shocked his men and they questioned how he could guard it alone. Cheng Dale answered that it seemed he could only fool them with an empty city. One of the Ring tribe princes asked his brother when they attacked the city since the army was gathered. Jiabu told him to wait, and he sensed that the situation seemed unusual. He then questioned why there was only one person on the walls where Cheng Dale stood tall with a string instrument. The princes of the Ring tribe wondered if it was Cheng Dale, where were the defenders, and what was he up to again? Cheng Dale sat and repeatedly calmed himself while he was about to play a string instrument. His hands gently reached for the strings. Cheng Dale sweated heavily as he panicked inside because he did not know how to play this instrument at all, and he wanted to cosplay the prime music when it mattered, but he did not have his talent. This was the bitter fruit of worshipping foreigners and not engaging in national studies. Cheng Dale kept thinking what he should do. Anyway, after all, it's just CDEFGAH probably. He thought that it was not much different from the guitar. Cheng Dale started playing two tigers with the chords of C, D, E, C, and EFG repetitively. However, Lei Nu told his brother that the bandit was pretending and thought it was better to attack immediately, to which his brother, Lai Mu, agreed to attack. Jiabu said that it must be magic when things were different than normal, and they should not make a move without careful consideration. Jiabu kept thinking while Cheng Dale continued playing his music. The clanging sound was like the waves breaking on the shore, like the wind blowing away the clouds. They thought Cheng Dale must have secretly had millions of troops, and it was like a mountain stream clear to the bottom. They couldn't do it without their mind at ease. Jiabu uttered that Cheng Dale must have a good plan. Ha Temen wondered how a few strings did so much and asked his brother why he couldn't figure it out by listening to what Jin Wendao thought before answering. He then proceeded to remember that Kai Mei was defeated in that battle because he fell for Cheng Dale's treacherous plan. So it was showing weakness to the enemy to lure him into the depths. Jiabu uttered that the heart was chaotic when the sound was too loud. The heart was calm when the sound was pure. The heart was panicked when the sound was wrong. The heart was beautiful when the sound was pure. Listening to him play was like watching his lungs. He was so relaxed. Jiabu believed that he must have set a trap for them, suggested they should not rush, and passed on his military order to withdraw. His brothers objected to Jiabu's decision, since they were having a hard time catching a good day, and he wanted to retreat. Lei Nu suddenly squeezed his horse's side with his leg and shouted an attack as they went on. Jiabu called out his sixth brother, told him to come back, and beware of getting trapped, while Jin Wendao sighed in disappointment and said that it's scary to be uneducated. Lei Nu advanced with his troops and commanded them to follow him. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale felt shivers all over his body, wondered why they were rushing over to attack, and his cosplay was not realistic enough. He ran and left his post immediately. This made the Ring tribe confused. Then, Jiabu commanded all troops to attack, and the Ring tribe advanced towards the gate and its high walls. They chanted charge as they went through the gate and wondered why they had not closed the gates at all. The Ring tribe wondered where the people were, how come there was no one in sight, and when did they leave, or could it be that Cheng Dale could use the 5 elements escape techniques? Cheng Dale frantically ran away. He was sweating heavily and ran for his life while the Ring tribe was behind, chasing him. Jiabu on his horse commanded to catch him alive. Lei Nu added not to let this bandit escape, as he had 1,000 ways to torture him. Cheng Dale kept running and arrived at the corner end of its walls while being chased by the rings. He took a step up the wall. Cheng Dale yelled as he took his last step. Then he took a huge leap while holding onto a rope. On the other side, his fellow bandits pulled the rope and told Cheng Dale to come up there. Jiabu then commanded to shoot the arrows and kill him, withdrawing his earlier command to not take him alive. The rings began shooting arrows, targeting his head, but kept missing Cheng Dale as he climbed the mountain. Eventually, Cheng Dale reached the top, and the rings could only curse at it. His fellow toad bandits asked Cheng Dale if he was alright, while the rings left behind were enraged. They let this bandit escape, called them a trash bandit, and threatened to send a squad up the mountain to catch them. Cheng Dale cheekily replied to the scum of the rings that he was able to come out, and they did not expect that, which pissed the princes of the rings off for being annoying. He had obviously escaped, and now he was deliberately showing himself off. Jiabu reminded Cheng Dale that no matter what they did, the mountain had already been occupied by them, so what else could he be proud of? Cheng Dale commanded his troops that it was time to leave and let them occupy the village for now. He smiled as he uttered that they would definitely be back. He praised Cheng Dale because he really picked an excellent place. It was Jiabu, and if he didn't give it up in the end, there would probably be a high price they were going to pay trying to conquer this place. He decided this was a good place for the troops. The officers of the empire entrenched themselves in useless forts. They didn't even pay attention to this awesome fortress. Jiabu continued his praise for the freshly cleared farmland, and its soil looked very fertile. He then laughed that Cheng Dale did a wonderful job making houses for them. Jiabu was approached by his brother and reported that the approximate location of the hidden treasure had been determined. It was buried deep in the ground and could be dug up at any time. It was Jin Wendao. Jiabu replied to inform the other to gather the workers as they would start digging tomorrow, and asked if the soldiers found any powder depot with gunpowder excavation would be much faster. Jin Wendao replied they were still searching. It was strange that the hiding place for such a large amount of gunpowder couldn't be found. He wondered where Cheng Dale had hidden it, and it was reasonable to escape with food, but questioned if they also took gunpowder with them. Jiabu answered that it seemed to have run out, otherwise they would not have run away so quickly. He then asked if there was any other loot. The soldiers found their arsenal, herbal stores, clothing stores, granaries, horse farms, and much more. The number of weapons and herbs in the warehouse was extremely high, and the quality was not bad. Jin Wendao remarked that no wonder they were able to fend off their iron cavalry for so long. The food that they captured weighed at least hundreds of thousands of pounds, not counting the food they took away. Such a small village actually stored so much food. There were still hundreds of war horses of all kinds in the paddock, and those were ones they couldn't take. The loot was quite good. Jiabu ordered Jin Wendao to inform the entire army that a feast for the entire army would be held that night in the mountain village. At night, the rings celebrated and drank wine over the bonfire, where the sky over the prairie was so blue, the endless grass, eternal heaven of eternity protected them. The rings raised their hands and swords in a celebratory feast of the bravest warriors on the grasslands, and that they were unbeatable all the way to the top. The princes of the ring tribe sat together, laughed, and drank wine as well. They went on celebrating while a wooden crate flew in the air. Suddenly, this turned into a fiery blast, catching them off guard. All troops were alerted for an enemy attack originating up at the mountain. The rings noticed something up there and warned their fellow troops to search and watched out for their gunpowder. They realized that the trash bandit was back, urged them to come down there, and fought them fair and square while Cheng Dale laughed in surprise at their return. Jiabu was enraged and sarcastically replied that he still dared to come back. He was worried about not being able to kill him. Cheng Dale called them foreign barbarians, beasts with long hair and horns inside their brains. When they saw the prosperity of his kingdom, they did not know how to make their own lands prosper. Instead, they set their unjust troops in motion to kill their people and took over their land. But they didn't know that he was the heir of the god of the South Pole, a friend of Tai Jingxing and Marshal Tianpeng. Cheng Dale was the toad god, which confused the rings about what he was babbling about. He continued to say that the heaven ways were cruel, and its retribution would do them no good. Today, Cheng Dale would execute the justice of God. If God did not punish them, Cheng Dale would punish them. He raised his fiery torches and called for his brothers, lending him a hanging river of heaven. The toad bandits recognized the signal to break the dam, and they began tossing the wooden crates of gunpowder. With a loud bang, a flaming blast of explosion after explosion was apparent. As a result, large amounts of water and rock fragments broke through the dam. This caused panic in the ring tribe because they thought Cheng Dale really borrowed a river of heaven. Others began to drown. Other ring members tried to run and flee to higher ground. They ran frantically while being warned to watch out for the rocks. Some got hit with rocks, while others panicked and yelled to get out of the way. Another explosion could be seen, which poured more water down with rock and wooden debris. A ring member hung himself on a tree as the water level rose dramatically and rapidly. It turns out that this place was not only suitable for soldiers but for burying people. Cheng Dale sat on the edge of a mountain cliff near flooding water and said they had a lot of rain this year. During the day, they desperately tried to get in, and at night, they desperately tried to get out. Liu Bei stood near Cheng Dale and sighed as he remarked that humans are really strange animals sometimes and praised him for a good job. Cheng Dale replied, when the village was built, the military strategist said that the valley was actually not suitable for a mountain village. When the rainy season came, the village was extremely prone to flooding. He didn't expect his initial words to last to this day. That's why Cheng Dale sent his brothers half a month ago to cut off the flow of water. Then there was an uninterrupted half month of rain. Liu Bei responded. The time, the place, and the people, those of the rings burned, killed, and looted, and did a lot of unjust things, really suffered the wrath of God. These 100,000 people from the rings were buried here. It was time for the rings to end this march south ahead of time. This was an immeasurable merit to save people's lives, to which Cheng Dale replied that no merit and no virtue were too great. Cheng Dale thought in his head that Liu Bei was not aware of how frightening his fear points were now, so he urged him to go with him since there was nothing there to see anymore and find a place to rest. Liu Bei asked if they had picked up the others from the village. He answered they had no food and did not know when the chaos would end. When everything returned to normal, they would bring them back. A series of notification pop-ups informed Cheng Dale that the brothers had completed missions, which were rewarded with upgraded skills, increased loyalty, and a greater sense of belonging. An excellent completion grade was given for annihilating the northern ringer, followed by rewards for Cheng Dale's choosing. Another task was assigned to regroup the people for the construction of a new mountain village. Another notification was received, notifying Cheng Dale that the system spirit had run out of power and was about to fall into a deep sleep. Since the village was destroyed, warning after warning began popping up. A few days later, crows soared overhead, and some stayed at the submerged toad village. Dead bodies of ring members piled up, soaked in water, with crows around. A man was still hanging himself from a tree. It was Jin Wendao who appeared sorrowful and awake but was still dripping in water on his face and hands. Someone coughed and fell into the water while crows continued to soar overhead and produced a cawing sound. Jin Wendao continued to cough as he fell over the dead bodies. This water was being walked through by someone. Jin Wendao had been lying down when he noticed someone walking through. This man witnessed the flood's aftermath and was still wandering through below knee-deep water beside the dead bodies. It was Fu Delay. If someone said this was hell on earth, then no one would object, and from ancient times to the present, there were only two kinds of existence that could get out of hell. One was the ghost, and the other was the devil. What were you? Were you a ghost or a devil? During this period of time, many other things happened within the empire's borders. In the northwest border gate, the defending general Lin Wenchen was defeated due to lack of food. When he raised his sword to kill himself, he was saved by his own soldiers and escorted all the way back to the capital. The imperial magistrate accused him of leading his troops poorly. Lin Wenchen was decreed to be beheaded by Emperor Ming. A lonely city in the northwest, a shepherd posed as the sixth prince of the empire, and raised an army to resist the defenders of the city, and was arrested by the officials. When he was about to be executed, he bribed the guards to escape, and his whereabouts were unknown. At the northern tribe, its king cried for a day and a night because all his 10 sons died in Yuzhou. The next day, the king decided that it would be a good day and that he would make 10 more princes. Then asked someone whether his mother was the one with big boobs and made him his eldest prince because he did a good somersault, making him a somersault prince. A small and unknown clan of the Ring tribe, someone uttered it was safe for her to stay there. It was a Ring member and told someone it was not easy for Kai Mei to get her out, reminding her not to tell outsiders her identity, stay close to the princess, and wait for them to return from the war. It was Green Cherry, dressed in a fur coat and holding one of the Ring members' signature accessories in her hands. She thought of her master Fu Delay, and when he would be coming back, Cherry would wait for him there. Fast forward. Although the Ring tribe army in Yuzhou was wiped out, the army formed by the other clans of the Ring tribe drove straight in from Liangzhou. They fought all the way to the foot of the capital, and no one was able to stop them. Emperor Ming sent officials to negotiate peace with the Ring tribe and accepted extremely harsh conditions. The Ring tribe made a big uproar in the capital and left with a lot of money and goods. For a moment, the whole country was shocked. Countless scholars and talented people perished, and countless soldiers were killed. Wang, an imperial historian, was crushed to death in the hall. Before he died, he told the 10 sins of Emperor Ming and called the peace talks the shame of the empire. Emperor Ming was furious and ordered his body to be flogged for 10 days after his death, and his whole family was beheaded. In any case, the Ring tribe finally retreated, and the war was over. The displaced people could finally return home, bury their relatives, dry their tears, and continue to cultivate the land of their ancestors. Somewhere in the mountains, Cheng Dale was told the water in their cottage had receded and suggested rebuilding the cottage, to which he replied there were 100,000 corpses in there and he was afraid of having nightmares when thought about it, not to mention living inside, then decided to change the place. Cheng Dale ordered Gao Fei Hu to take a few people to collect surplus grain, remove the tents from the Ring's camp, then go to the horse farm to see the animals that could swim, as there should be many surviving horses, and reminded to be careful because some of the Rings were probably still alive, which he suggested taking a few more capable fighters with them, on which Gao Fei Hu agreed. Cheng Dale told them to go ahead as he wanted to be alone, which his people respected and went first. He stood along near the edge of the mountain cliff. Then he sat silently. Cheng Dale summoned the system. He continued character summoning, lucky draw, and entered the store. On his floating blue pop-out screens, a series of warnings and system errors kept notifying. Cheng Dale had 10 million fear points on hand, but most of the system's functions were not available. Only the function status information could be used. He wondered if the system was malfunctioning. The previous upgrade was also dormant for a long time, but this was his first time Cheng Dale encountered system functions failure, or maybe it was under repair and did not know how long it would take this time. When the system was not around, Cheng Dalei always felt empty in his heart. Suddenly, a voice emerged. Cheng Dalei looked behind, thinking it was the system that was awake. However, it was the lottery machine. Cheng Dalei questioned why the lottery machine was there. The lottery machine responded why he seemed to be very disappointed when it was him and not the system spirit. The lottery machine sighed, crossed its arms, and then started spinning around Cheng Dalei's head, making fun of him for looking so soulless and disappointed, which he complained and begged to stop because it was making him dizzy. Cheng Dalei asked the lottery machine if it knew something he could tell him because most system functions were not working, where he had 10 million of unused fear points and wondered what was wrong with the system. He continued asking how long would it take for her to wake up, which made the lottery machine speechless for a moment, then responded that it was considered very unlikely the system spirit would awaken from that deep sleep. This shocked Cheng Dalei and questioned what it meant. Lottery machine explained the system had an error and was bugging. The system spirit was asleep inside the system, so there was no way for her to wake up. It added that he didn't have to worry about the system not working, assuring him the self-repair worked perfectly. As soon as the system initiated a reset of the data, it could return to its original form. Cheng Dalei asked if the system spirit would be able to wake up after the reset. Lottery machine responded no and explained when the system was reset, a mind-body like them, which was born with the system, would also be reset. All the data would be deleted and reset to the initial state. But the spirit system was a very special spiritual entity who was above the lottery machine, and after the reset she may never be born like her previous state. Cheng Dalei asked if it meant that resetting the system would make the system spirit disappear, and questioned how could things end like this. Lottery machine scratched its head and responded that it was complicated to say the least. First of all, the system itself was always managed and maintained by the system spirit. In the lower level of the permissions were the lottery machine, the summoning platform, and the store. The prosperous development of the village was the source of her power. The stronger the village was, the stronger the power the system spirit could wield. The fear point, on the other hand, was an external force that emanated from the masses, which was chaotic and could not be easily controlled. Normally, the system spirit always managed to control it. When the system spirit used up all her strength and fell into a deep sleep so that Cheng Dalei could evacuate all the village inhabitants, originally, she just wanted to sleep for a few days and wait for him to rescue the people, then build a new village in another place so she could wake up and regenerate her power. However, Cheng Dalei just flooded the entire village at once. This destroyed the village. Her energy source was then shattered, and she had no way to regenerate energy again. And the sea of fear points of hundreds of thousands ringers also hit the system at the same time. The destruction of the village rendered her powerless, and it also took the buffer out of those chaotic fear points. This effect of 10 million points was so intense that the defenseless system itself reported it as an error. At that point, the system spirit was in the weakest state of deep sleep and had no way to protect and repair the system herself. The lottery machine ended its explanation. In short, it was Cheng Dalei who played too hard and drove the system to death while pointing its finger at him, which shocked Cheng Dalei. The lottery machine kept pointing its finger, then asked if he got that, and Cheng Dalei remained silent at the moment. Cheng Dalei asked if he wanted to restore the system. He could only reset the system and no other way around. The lottery machine answered yes. He could only reset the system if he wanted it to function properly again, which made Cheng Dalei silent. He asked again about the system reset, assuring they knew how to reset it. Otherwise, why would the lottery machine be so calm? The lottery machine was a mass production type. It was just a matter of sleeping, and the memory could be stored, but not for the system spirit. She is a very special individual, and the system had no way to rewrite her data. Cheng Dalei was silent once more before he asked if she disappeared. Then the reset system would remain without an administration, just like an empty shell. And the lottery machine answered that when the time comes, a new administrator would be born, but it wouldn't be the system spirit, talking about an empty shell. The lottery machine added if Cheng Dalei could find the empty shell from the system, he might be able to keep the system spirit. She depended on this system to survive in the world. Cheng Dalei just had to find a container to keep her, take her out one at a time, and then Cheng Dalei could reset the system without hurting her. And when the system was done resetting, he could merge her with the system itself. Cheng Dalei inquired, what exactly was that container? The lottery machine answered that anything the system itself had ever owned could be used as a container. Cheng Dalei inquired more, what did the lottery machine mean? Then the lottery machine explained the system itself was a divine thing that transcended the world. It used to possess many objects, and as long as it possessed one of them, that object got strange powers. People who owned this item would end up doing something great and could occupy a key position in history. They could store the system spirit in the possessions that the system owned, and that's the kind Cheng Dalei should be looking for. Cheng Dalei questioned how it could become a system in his case, since it could possess objects. The lottery machine hesitantly explained this, sighed, and begged him not to bring this up. But since Cheng Dalei crossed over because of his sudden death while playing games, because when it owned something, it always had to pick the most valuable thing on the host to own. But Cheng Dalei was just a single soul when he crossed over, so when it fused, it directly chose what was most precious to him personally, the memories and knowledge from the other world. It always had a concrete picture, so he chose the system that his brain imagined. The lottery machine laughed and continued explaining. A game system was born, something that only a traveler like Cheng Dalei could imagine. System spirit was born when his memories were fused with the system. The lottery machine asked Cheng Dalei if he knew the name she gave herself, to which he answered Yizin. And the lottery machine agreed. She was the system spirit, she was a unique, non-imitable model of the mind. She would follow you step by step as he grew, and she was the person who knew him best in the world. She helped him fix bugs that should be blocked, drew cards to cheat, and helped him call the shots, since she was his heart. This made Cheng Dalei speechless. He thought of her heart. Determined, Cheng Dalei inquired how he could find such a container, to which the lottery machine replied about the relics of kings and princes, the higher the power. Cheng Dalei inquired for an example. The lottery machine answered, the founding emperor of the empire, Lai Manzi, who ended the disputes of 19 countries and the founding emperor of the Great Battle Kingdom. He was the most probable and chronologically closest existing great name on which Cheng Dalei understood. It seemed that Cheng Dalei could no longer linger in this little Kin-Nu mountain to wake up this sleepy little fool. It was time to go out into the world and do something meaningful. At the Yuzhu official road, a horse carriage was navigating the mountain road. They were having a conversation inside the carriage. Someone said that it was trouble for Eunuch Liu to take this bumpy journey, which he hoped Eunuch Liu was not suffering. Eunuch Liu answered they were all doing this work for His Majesty. There was no such thing as suffering, it was their good fortune. Court Eunuch Liu Aji added that the people of Yuzhu have suffered because of the warring Ring tribes. Now he had a great victory. The Kui family had chosen a good son-in-law. Kui Yun Giant of the Kui family sighed as he replied that they should have done this for the country and the people. The carriage was almost upon the city of Yuzhu. A few moments later, Yang Longting on horseback inquired if the men had arrived yet, to which a soldier replied telling him not to worry. The scouts reported that they were still 10 miles away from them. Yang Longting thought of getting off his horse and meeting them since they were 10 miles away. An old man beside him reminded his lord that he did not have to do that because he was a noble. Yang Longting explained that the eunuch who delivered the order this time was the close friend of Emperor Ming. A single word from him in the emperor's ear could determine the fate of a person. The old man inquired if it was Liu Aji of the inner court, which Yang Longting confirmed. The old man added that with his status, he was willing to suffer on his journey to travel this far. A horse carriage arrived, and Yang Longting of Yuzhu welcomed Eunuch Liu and Lord Kui. Eunuch Liu humbly responded that there was no need to greet them. He was a meritorious hero of the empire. He did not have to salute them like this. It was offending them. Yang Longting respectfully replied to Lord Liu and invited him to talk in the city. They went inside the city with utmost respect and formalities. Later, Liu Aji still insisted that he did not need to be so serious. They were only here to convey His Majesty's wishes, and they were all admirable officials, so all other formalities were exempted. This time, the Ring tribe rebelled against their empire. Although they were finally driven away, the people were in a miserable state. Liu Aji added that especially in Yuzhu, they were directly facing the most powerful northern clan of the Ring tribe. And finally, they survived, which was a great honor for them. Yang Longting responded that it was for the country and the people. It was only a matter of duty. Liu Aji continued, stating that His Majesty said those who should be punished would be, and those who should be rewarded would be, so that the people of the world could see there were heroes in the empire, and no reward for heroes was too much. This time, Yang Longting did a great job. When Liu Aji left for the capital, he would ask the historian in the capital to write a biography about him. When the time came, Yang Longting would be invited to the capital and would teach others how to fight. He laughed, because the Lord of Yuzhu was also famous in the first war against the Rings. Liu Aji went on to say His Majesty was very pleased and once said if the empire had such brave generals and warriors who had no fear, what could the Ring tribe do? Fang Boshan inquired if His Majesty knew him as well, to which Liu Aji answered he was often mentioned. Fang Bashan thought that was strange. It was not surprising that Yang Longting had made great contributions, but he had been hiding in Qingzhou. It was obvious Cheng Dalei defeated the Ring tribe. He wondered what it had to do with him. Lord Fang Bashan continued to wonder if it was because the mountain bandits showed off the king's seal of Yuzhou and the lord's seal of Loi City every day. People who did not know the truth saw it and thought Yang Longting and I sent him to defend the city. When the story reached the capital, they thought it was him and Yang Longting defending Qin Niu Mountain and wiping out 100,000 enemies. Fang Bashan believed this was a truly great opportunity that fell from the sky. Yang Longting responded humbly that Lord Clumsy Tongues only knew to bury their heads in the battlefield, so for the book to establish a biography, it was really not appropriate. But on his head, Yang Longting could not say he did not even fight in this war. Liu Aji replied that he was too modest and there was one more small thing. Liu Aji inquired who Cheng Dalei was, as he would like to meet him. All the city lords were left speechless. Yang Longting, unable to respond, was questioned by Liu Aji and inquired what was wrong. The lord had such a brave general, why hide it? Yang Longting eventually retorted that Cheng Dalei was a mountain bandit. Liu Aji heard that he was originally entrenched in Qin Niu Mountain, but Yang Longting recruited him at his command. So what if he was a bandit? He defeated the Ring tribe and now he's the empire's hero. Yang Longting found a great talent for the empire and did not let Liang Yu be buried in the mountains. Yang Longting responded that he was doing what he was supposed to do. His Majesty the Ming's Emperor said, City Lord Fang and Cheng Dalei contributed 3 parts in repelling the Ring tribe, and they were both to be given credit for the 3 points each. They laughed because they believed His Majesty was too kind, which made this humble servant terrified. Liu Aji inquired where Cheng Dalei was and could they let him meet him first. It was best to take him to the capital so that His Majesty could also meet him. Yang Longting responded that those vulgar mountain people did not know etiquette. He originally was a mountain bandit, and he was afraid he would offend Eunuch Liu. Yang Longting added that in the future, he would listen to the teachings of Eunuch Liu, to which he agreed and commended. Liu Aji replied that in fact, he had another purpose for coming there because this time the Ring tribe rebellion disrupted the country and led to numerous deaths for the empire. The imperial court decided to launch the martial arts competition, and the date was set in a year. His brave generals should not have been too proud to send them to the capital, participate in the martial arts competition, and compete with the other heroes around the world. Someone asked that the court seemed to attach great importance to this martial arts competition, and he responded that His Majesty personally decided that. It was almost night time. Yang Longting sat across the table and asked his second brother about the situation in the capital where his second brother, Kui Yun Jian, responded that the empire lost miserably in the war when the army of the Ring tribe came to the city and forced His Majesty to sign the treaty which concluded the enemy that had reached the city wall. However, the Yuzhou side actually wiped out more than 100,000 enemy troops. As a result, the empire dared to negotiate peace with the Ring tribe entirely because of this war. Their victory was so precious in their case of total defeat. His Majesty would now need to greatly reward the Yuzhou brave general, so the whole country knew they did not lose miserably. Therefore, his brother-in-law would be treated as a hero, and the Kui family will also have the power to voice out in the court because a certain imperial official actually filed a complaint against their Kui family. Kui Yun Jian went on to say that a certain person had a birthday and didn't come to celebrate. Could it be that 2 families had a grudge, and the 2 kept talking to each other for a long time? Kui Yun Jian inquired about the exact situation about Cheng Dalei. Yang Longting answered that he was not easy to deal with, and Kui Yun Jian asked if he didn't listen to him. In his mind, Yang Longting thought not only he didn't listen to him but if he met him, his axe would kill and chop his heart into pieces. Yang Longting responded it was not that he didn't completely listen to him, but the mountain bandits didn't like being controlled. Kui Yun Jian insisted that this person must be controlled by him, which was very important, and Yang Longting understood. Additionally, he asked to prepare 2 teenage girls and send them to serve in Eunuch Liu's rooms tonight, which Yang Longting assured was already ready, and inquired whether Eunuch liked women, to which Kui Yun Jian chuckled and said that it was a hobby of the officials. The moon and stars filled the sky as night fell. 3 o'clock came, and a shadow was observed entering a room. Fang Bashan was visited and talked about this year's thin horses, reminded not to forget to send them to the capital, and the number couldn't be less. However, Fang Bashan responded to his lord that when the Ring tribe came, the thin horses that survived were not easy to raise nor catch. The road over Skull Island was cut off, had no idea how long it would take to make a new one. In other words, he must first raise enough numbers. If it was really not working well, they would go to the small villages to catch some, which his lord agreed. The morning came at the temporary Toad village at the foot of Queen Yu Mountain, where Cheng Dale was asked whether they should pick their brothers who fled to the south or rather they go directly to the south to develop. Huang Sangun reported that Yuzhu was too poor for them mountain bandits, and if they continued to rob there, they would become even poorer. The south was good, Jiangnan had so many beauties, and the government soldiers were also more powerful. Cheng Dale replied there was no need to hurry. They could first dig out the buried treasure inside the valley, so that their brothers who went to the south could have enough capital to develop. The bandits were busy and running errands. Cheng Dale laid down his back against piles of sacks, thinking about the valley being still flooded. The treasure inside could not be dug out for the time being, and where could he find a container that would hold the system spirit? He was contemplating moving everyone to the south to develop or just move to the capital, and becoming a mountain bandit in the capital didn't feel worth it. Cheng Dale couldn't decide where to go next. A bandit informed Cheng Dale that he caught a hare, which he replied to kill and made it into a jerky. Another bandit came and told Cheng Dale they found hundreds of horses that amazingly didn't drown, which he mistakenly replied to kill but to put them to work. Another bandit found a wild boar, which he ordered to kill and make it into jerky. This became a repetitive order of Cheng Dale every time his people caught something. While they were out butchering pigs, Zhang Fei informed Cheng Dale that a man came and claimed to have orders from the Lord of Yuzhu and wanted to recruit them. But Cheng Dale was sound asleep while Xiao Qiang was calling his name. Suddenly, Cheng Dale blurted out to kill him and make him into jerky, and Zhang Fei agreed, which scared Xiao Qiang. He pleaded with Cheng Dale to recognize that Xiao Qiang was his brother as he frantically called Cheng Dale to confirm it was him. Cheng Dale woke up and confirmed that he was him. Then they couldn't kill him, so he ordered the third elder to put away the sword first. Xiao Qiang explained that he and Cheng Dale felt like old friends at the first meeting. It was better to be sworn brothers than blood brothers. However, Cheng Dale ordered the third elder to cut off his hands and feet, then feed them to the pigs and throw him in the cesspit, which made him more horrified. As the third elder moved him away from Cheng Dale, he ordered to take care of him and not to bother him if it wasn't anything important. While Xiao Qiang pleaded again to Cheng Dale that he shouldn't disown his brother, Xiao Qiang yelled if Cheng Dale wanted to become a city lord. This made him curious. Cheng Dale ordered the third elder to wait and listen first to what he had to say. A few moments later, they were threatening him with this sword near his neck, talking about shaving his beard and trying it out on him because his beard looked a little long to him. Xiao Qiang begged to stop making fun of him while Cheng Dale interrogated him as to why on earth he really came here. Xiao Qiang sweated heavily as he explained that among the 4 cities, Blackstone, Fallen Leaves, Red Sand, and Iron River, Cheng Dale could choose any of them. His lord would request this from the imperial court and reward it to him. Cheng Dale questioned what he was trying to say. Xiao Qiang further explained that Cheng Dale had turned the tide this time, defeated the Ring tribe by holding on to Qin New Mountain. It was said that he had made great contributions, and his lord couldn't let Cheng Dale bleed and shed tears. Tomorrow, his lord was going to host a banquet in the Rain and Wind Pavilion. The villagers, nobles, soldiers, and generals of Yuzhu would all be there, and all brothers of Toad Village could join them. The people of Yuzhu were waiting to see all the heroes, but Gao Fei who questioned the Rain and Wind Pavilion again. Xiao Qiang chuckled that before tomorrow, Cheng Dale better decide which city to choose, so his lord could also make early arrangements. Everyone had to attend. He would be waiting for them in the Rain and Wind Pavilion tomorrow. The Toad bandits talked about which city would be most suitable for them and were surprised that Yang Longting gave them a city which they didn't expect in the battle, and at least they didn't fight for nothing. They went on talking since Blackstone had been destroyed, definitely not in consideration, so they had 3 cities left to decide: Fallen Leaves, Red Sand, and Iron River. They were cheerfully excited and kept talking about their promising future of becoming young generals, as it would bring honor to their ancestors rather than being mountain bandits, and people would not think of them as bandits anymore. They giggled as if it were a blessing in disguise, despite losing their Toad village, but they got a city, and having a city they could do business in confidence, and the land would be more prosperous than before while Cheng Dale sat still. Cheng Dale thought that perhaps after becoming a city lord, there would be more ways to find containers for the system. Also find a good way for his brothers, while as for the treasure buried in the valley, they could dig it up later. Anyway, their legs would not grow if they continued running, and they would be able to get it when he became a city lord. Cheng Dale stood up and called the attention of his brothers. They would pack up that night and go to the Rain and Wind Pavilion the next morning. The Toad bandits enthusiastically raised their hands to show that they would follow Cheng Dale's plan. The next morning, in a mass burial with an offering and gravestone, They visited their brothers and told them their blood had not been shed in vain. Chang Dalei retorted that they all survived and their mountain fortress was destroyed. The Ring tribe had been driven away so their parents and children could live in peace. They were going to live a good life and no longer be spurned by others. Chang Dalei went on to say they were all leaving, and it was time to say goodbye to this place forever. Even if they came back to visit them, they wouldn't be mountain bandits anymore. Chang Dalei rode his horse and ordered his brothers to go. At Yuju official road, where the toad bandits were on horseback traveling the mountain road. They were talking and laughing on their journey. The law-abiding people were depressed every day. The ruffians sang merrily every night, riding a mule and harming others for its own benefits, starving with integrity and fairness, building or repairing bridges and mending roads for the blind, murdering and arsoning many children. Chang Dalei and his people saw an old man and child on their way. While the old man kept talking, he went to the western heavens and asked his Buddha, and Buddha said he could not do anything. Chang Dalei approached the old man and a child on his horse with a loud thud, carrying a banner that read, "See through the human world." Chang Dalei was about to be passed by the old man when the old man abruptly stopped. He looked back and asked where they were going. Chang Dalei said that they were going forward, then the horse stopped moving. The old man replied, "Don't go, go back," and there was no way forward there. Chang Dalei inquired why he couldn't go further. Was the road being repaired? The old man turned and explained that he was an old Taoist, knew roughly about righteousness. He understood a bit about yin and yang. He traveled around the world and told people the future to make a living. The old man approached near Chang Dalei and inquired if he would like the ancient Taoist to predict the future for him. He responded to what he was able to do, like palm reading with bones, 8 years of hand signs, yin and yang, or astrology. The old man chuckled as he stroked his beard. Chang Dalei inquired if he could do it all, to which the old man replied he couldn't do any of it. Chang Dalei kept inquiring about tarot horoscopes, purple power, or spirit summoning, to which the old man replied no. If he really couldn't do anything, he could just tell him a joke, to which the old man was silent. Chang Dalei, who seemed irritable, inquired more about what he knew. The old man replied that he would never be able to do astrology. He knew nothing about palm reading with bones. There was only one thing that he could do. It was to see through the human world and let God show him the way. Chang Dalei inquired if he could show him the way too, to which the old man replied he only knew a little bit about it. The old man went on to say that there was no way to move forward. If he continued, there was only death, which Chang Dalei asked what if he went back. The old man responded that going back, there was no hope waiting for them. 9 times out of 10 of them would die. Chang Dalei then had to ask the old man where was his way of being alive. The 4 divine states and the 8 heavenly realms were his paths to existence. The old man replied. Chang Dalei was silent and looked pissed. The old man continued with his phrase, "See through the human world." Chang Dalei got off his horse, which made the old man confused. While approaching the old man, he remained silent and prepared his arm. Suddenly, his fist landed on the old man's face and fiercely yelled to eat his fist. Chang Dalei continued to punch at the old man, chastising him for what happened when certain people didn't speak clearly, while the child man was scared for his master. Chang Dalei went on beating the old man and complained that what he hated the most in life was the mystery man, while the old man begged for him to stop and show some mercy as his face was visibly bruised. The old man yelled at Chang Dalei that he would die soon, and yet he was still so ignorant. For a moment, he was confused, but still he wanted to eat his fist. The child treated the bruised old man as Chang Dalei asked whether he could speak more clearly now, to which the old man responded that he wanted to find a shady place to talk. Later, the old man inquired if Chang Dalei wanted to go to the Rain and Wind Pavilion, which surprised him that he already knew. They both sat across from each other. Chang Dalei chuckled that it seemed news traveled fast, while the old man asked what he was going to do in the Rain and Wind Pavilion. He laughed as he explained that Yang Longting was willing to give him a city with him as the ruler. The people of Yuju would also come, probably a recognition meeting or something, while Zhu Shenji advised him that it was better not to talk to him about such confidential matters. The old man sighed as he reminded Chang Dalei was such a heroic person but couldn't even see the trick in it, to which he inquired what he meant. The old man continued to explain that the Wind and Rain Pavilion was not only a recognition conference, but was fully hoarded by officers and soldiers. There were no mountains of seafood and food waiting for them, but swords and cannons, then proceeded to ask how he felt about it. Chang Dalei replied that he still had to ask the Taoist master for advice. The old man explained that he won the battle and not only wrecked the rings but also solved the crisis of the empires. With this fight, it wouldn't even be too much to make him a king. Chang Dalei asked if Yang Longting coveted his credit, to which the old man replied it was not greed, which he felt relieved hearing it. However, the old man went on to say the credit was originally Yang Longting's, which enraged and shocked mountain bandits. The old man mumbled that Yang Longting, the Lord of Yuzhu, seemed to be such a heroic figure that he was not retreating in the war against the Ring tribe and wiped out 100,000 enemies. He guessed that the people around the world today said that he was the war god in the empire. The old man continued that countless literary talents generously wrote about him, even in songs of singers, and in the mouths of the tea-house narrator you could hear his heroic wonder. As he brushed his beard, the old man mumbled that he heard that the palace was willing to erect a monument to Yang Longting on Qingyu Mountain so that future generations could remember the deeds of the king of Yuzhou. Gao Feihu and his men were enraged, saying that Yang Longting was such a coward, as he only knew how to flee when he saw the rings, and never fought a battle. While the others cursed at Yang Longting, as they had done those things, Cheng Dalei chimed in that Yang Longting was greedy enough to take credit for their work, and since it was not clear to the palace, he would find a way to tell them and not let the coward be hailed as a hero. The old man believed that there was no point if he wanted to explain it to the palace. Cheng Dalei questioned why it was pointless. The old man sighed and said that Cheng Dalei was giving him the impression that he really knew nothing about the policy of the government. He asked him if he thought that he would receive the government's reward if he won a battle, as he claimed that it was not like that. The old man informed him that the policy of the government was far more complex than he could imagine, and so the same thing could produce a completely different result for different people. For example, the Northwest General Lin Wenchen, he fought the Ring tribe and refused to retreat, and eventually ran out of food, causing him to be unfortunately defeated. But he was considered a disgrace to the kingdom, and instead of dying by the rings, General Lin was executed in the palace, and his grave was spat upon after his death. The old man asked if anyone really knew what Yang Longting was. He disagreed, and it's something that many people didn't even want to know. And as long as the people around Emperor Ming said one thing, that Lord of Yuzhou fought well. Cheng Dalei was contemplating as he listened to what the old man was saying, that countless people would benefit from this, and those who benefit will hold Yang Longting up as the god of war of the empire. He questioned Cheng Dalei's identity, as he was just a mountain bandit that didn't fit in anywhere. The old man asked who could benefit from his victories. When he said he fought the war, they would say that was a mountain bandit who also wanted to compete with the merits of the god of war of the empire, and they asked how low he was. He concluded that a lost battle could become a won battle, and a coward could become a war hero, and that now Yang Longting has become the idol of the imperial soldiers and has been given a higher rank. But many people in Yuzhou knew that he actually was nothing to do with the contribution made by a mountain bandit named Cheng Dalei. As the old man pointed at Cheng Dalei, he said that if Yang Longting wanted to have a good time, he had to control this mountain bandit. And there were two ways to control him. One was to make him one of yourself, but he knew that this mountain bandit was clearly not a master of obedience. As the old man was about to say another method, Cheng Dalei's face darkened as he added that it was to kill him, to which the man agreed. Cheng Dalei clasped both his hands, thanking the old man for his guidance, saying that he couldn't thank him enough for his kindness, as he also asked the Taoist master to show them again which path they should take next. The master closed his eyes and paused. He began muttering Cheng Dalei's name, suddenly raised his staff, saying that he had just hit him really hard. The staff struck Cheng Dalei's head, turning his face dark. The master sighed as he felt much better now. Concerned, Gao Feihu and the others called for their village master, while the other men asked the master what he was doing. Cheng Dalei's hands trembled and he told his men not to be rude to the Taoist master. He mumbled that if it had not been for the Taoist master today, he would still be living in a dream, and had made his men jump into the fire with him without anything. Cheng Dalei called the Taoist master again, clasping both of his hands, asking him for guidance for the subordinate to unravel a secret. The master said that he would tell him more. He informed him that the front of Yuzhou had done splendidly, and all the city lords were trying to collect the benefits. So the Lord of Yuzhou was by no means the only one who wanted to kill him. The master started drawing on the ground and said the first thing was that Yuzhou's army was waiting in ambush near the Rain and Wind Pavilion for him to fall into their trap, while the Fallen Leaf City, Keisha City, Beizhen City, Tea City, and other forces with a large army surrounded and blocked the surrounding terrain. As most of the official roads were blocked, the master continued that the entire Yuzhou would be the hunting ground for rounding up all of them. He suggested that they should all split up and go into the woods to hide from pursuers, or by water to the south side of the river, or by mountain trails to other states. And someone had to break the encirclement and keep the larger group at bay. The master said that Qingyu Mountain was a complex terrain that had not yet been blocked by the big army, and there was still a chance to go today. He added that it was better for them to set out early before the army arrived. Gao Fei Hu told Cheng Dalea that they shouldn't go and should be afraid of them and should kill them in a fight as they had chased the Ring tribe away. Cheng Dalei responded that they couldn't fight now that the whole Yuzhu army was ready to kill them, and that those people didn't have the guts to fight the Ring tribe, but they had a lot of guts to fight their own people. He told his men to listen up and said that they couldn't escape with their large numbers together, so they had to evacuate separately. He ordered them not to leave anyone behind if they could, and that those who could fight would take the weak ones with them. Cheng Dalei called Gao Fei Hu and Gao Fei Bao and ordered them to take 100 people disguised as refugees and retreated to the mountain forest. Next, he called Huang Sanyuan and said to take 300 people back to the mountain fortress and distribute the dry food in the mountain fortress, and spread out to leave from Qingniu Mountain, to which Huang Sanyuan agreed. Cheng Dalei warned them that it was now the territory of the Ring tribe, asking them to beware of the Ring troops. He proceeded to order Xiao Bailan to use the water route and go to Jiangnan, taking with her the Su family and Liu family, which she also agreed to. Concerned, Su Ying called for Cheng Dalei. Liu Zhihan added, mumbling as she knew what Cheng Dalei was doing but was interrupted, as Cheng Dalei ordered his men to bring him his weapon while he commanded them to take what way. Liu Zhihan clenched her fist and closed her eyes. She took the courage to speak and called for him as she charged at him with teary eyes. Sobbing, Liu Zhihan hugged him and told him that they had just finished the war. While watching the events, Xiao Bailan and Su Ying blushed as they listened to what Liu Zhihan said, asking Cheng Dalei if he wanted to leave them again and take risks himself. Cheng Dalei told her to be obedient, as it was not the time to throw tantrums. Crying, Liu Zhihan pleaded not to leave them alone. Cheng Dalei said that it would get too hard if they went together, and besides, their target was him, and when it was safe, he would find her. As Liu Zhihan's tantrums were about to end, she told him that it was settled and he should make sure not to forget about her. She reached for Cheng Dalei and kissed him. Xiaoda's excitement showed as she said to Su Ying to look and to control herself. She yelled at Liu Zhihan, saying that was enough, as there was no time for being lovey-dovey. She pushed Liu Zhihan away, telling her to move. However, Liu Zhihan was still sobbing. Cheng Dalei coughed to gather all their attention. He announced that the rest of his men were all set. Cheng Dalei continued, saying that there were only a few of them left, and all of them had the highest fighting power among the mountain bandits. Liu Bei, Jiang Fei, Guan Yu, and Zhao Zilong, as well as Lin Xiaoyu, Lin Chong, Qin Man, and Zhu Shenji, listened to Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei ordered them to give their men time to retreat. His face distorted as he asked Zhu Shenji what he was doing there. Zhu Shenji answered that he would go with him. Cheng Dalei's hands crossed his face, and he thought that it was late for Zhu Shenji to follow the others. He agreed to Zhu Shenji and said that he and Qin Man would ride on the same horse, otherwise, he would easily fall behind. Cheng Dalei turned his attention to the Taoist master and his disciple, thanking him for his help today and asking him that he should also leave as it was not safe to stay with them. The master bowed and said, if the Green Mountain remains unchanged and the stream of water is crystal clear, the Taoist priest could see the future empire, and will still be able to hear the name of Cheng family. Cheng Dalei gave him a good laugh as he clasped both of his hands and said that he thought of it as a farewell blessing. The disciple watched and wondered how Cheng Dalei could still laugh in that kind of situation. Cheng Dalei noticed the disciple and asked who he was. The master responded while patting the head of the disciple that it was his apprentice, Hong Chen, as he continued that they would meet again in the future in Jianghu someday and wished him to take care. The lottery machine information popped up as Hong Chen's age was just 14. However, his skills and experience were still unknown. Cheng Dalei claimed that the two master and apprentice were really mysterious. As he saw them leave, Cheng Dalei was asked by one of his men where they would go. Cheng Dalei said that the rest of their mountain fortress brothers were fleeing in the north, and he thought of where they were going. He said that they were heading west. Somewhere in the Qingniu Mountain, a group of people gathered. A soldier reported to Kai Degang that the road was closed, but their target hadn't yet appeared, and wondered if they could be aware of them. Kai Degang ordered his men to scout again. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei and his men came running with a horse. He greeted Kai Degang and told him that he was coming. Kai Degang, anxious, said that he was finally here. Cheng Dalei asked him what was wrong, why he was so serious, to which Kai Degang stutteringly answered nothing. He giggled and asked Cheng Dalei and said why was he so slow as Yang Longting sent him to pick him up. He also asked where the other brothers of his mountain fortress were and how come only a few of his brothers came. Cheng Dalei answered that they're dressing up on the mountain fortress, as they're all rude people who haven't seen the world, and that they're so excited that they didn't sleep all night thinking about what to wear today. He told Kaidagang that he's afraid that Yang Longting was waiting for them anxiously and asked that they should come over first. Kaidagang awkwardly told Cheng Dale that it is best for him not to call his lord by his name. However, Cheng Dale just laughed it off and said that it was his fault, as it should be the king of Yuju, or it's my lord, as they'll become city lords of their own people in the future. Kaidagang asked him, since they met, to come with him as his lord was waiting for him, to which Cheng Dale answered that they're going together. As they both walked side by side, Cheng Dale said that he's going to pay a formal visit to his lord today, and he's going to give him a sword which was seized from a prince of the Ring tribe. He asked him if he would help him check if the sword is suitable for his lord. Curious, Kaidagang asked which sword was it and if he could show it to him. Cheng Dale's face darkened as he unsheathed the sword, telling Kaidagang what the sword was called. He struck Kaidagang with the sword as he told that the sword's name was the Straightforward Sword. Blood splashed out of Kaidagang's neck. As he fell off his horse, he croaked one last time, saying that it was a good sword. Cheng Dale turned to his men, asking them to kill all of them. He called for Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong to break the formation charge, to which the both did so. Lin Chong unleashed his 7-fold wave breaker spear, while Lin Xiaoyu did the 5-fold wave breaker spear. The soldiers were quickly demolished as Zhao Zhilong's white bird pilgrim's spear pierced through them. Another soldier was hit by Cheng Dale's Alfie's fast sword straightforward skill. Kinman, while Zhu Shenji rode on his back, asked Cheng Dale what way it was. Cheng Dale told him not to get attached to the battle and go west. A group of soldiers chased after them as they shouted to get Cheng Dale, no matter dead or alive. Like a wolf pack that smelled meat, the ambushers around the area came out. Cheng Dale successfully attracted his pursuers to the west. Yuju City, Fallen Leaf City, Red Sand City, North Town City, and Iron River City were 5 cities that had a total of more than 30,000 troops. As Cheng Dale's group was still chased, he ordered his men not to let them form an encircling net and to go to the mountains, while the soldiers were ordered to advance in full force and outflank and to kill the traitor Cheng Dale. Zhang Fei informed them that Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong were surrounded. Lin Chong raised the army with his wave breaker spear army breaker skill. Lin Xiaoyu yelled, telling Cheng Dale to get out and not to worry about them. With his face darkened, Lin Xiaoyu told them not to look back. Struggling, Lin Chong suggested to Lin Xiaoyu that they would break out from the other direction, distracting some of their pursuers. Meanwhile, the 3rd Army of Fallen Leaf City had arrived, and the 7th Army of Red Sand City also arrived as they were ordered to surround them. Another man announced that the 1st, 5th, and 6th armies of Yuju City had arrived while raising their banners. The soldiers chanted to kill the traitor Cheng Dale, while the others were ordered to shoot arrows as the city lord had ordered them to capture them alive. Cheng Dale's group arrived in some narrow way. Zhang Fei grinned as he felt interested that there were more and more pursuers. Huan Yu, on the other hand, told them not to stay in the plain and to go into the deep mountains. Zhao Zilong added that there's a fork road ahead and that he'll wait for his brother and they'll distract the pursuers. He told Cheng Dale to take the opportunity to enter the mountain, while Liu Bei told them to turn left and bid his farewell to Cheng Dale. The group was separated in 2 as the soldiers were still chasing them. Cheng Dale swooped into the mountain forests, and his trail was hard to find. The 30,000 troops camped at the bottom of the mountain were sealing the intersection out of the mountain. The army surrounded the mountain layer by layer, advancing and gradually narrowing the blockade. The evacuation of the mountain bandits went smoothly. Most of them had already withdrawn from the Yuju area. 3 days later, the blockade left only a few mountain ranges. As night fell on the 3rd day, a few soldiers were holding torches, and someone yelled to kill Cheng Dale. No matter what, they had to finish him off. An order came that those who were successful killers would be rewarded with 100 taels of gold and would secure the right to be a general. Whoever found Cheng Dale would be rewarded with 100 taels of silver and become a commander of 100 soldiers, which made them drop their jaws. In a hidden cave somewhere in the blockade circle, Cheng Dale informed his men that he didn't know what had happened to Lin Xiaoyu and whether they were in danger or not. Zhu Shenji retorted that the officers and soldiers had come after them, believing that Lin Xiaoyu should have escaped while bandaging Kinman. Concerned, Cheng Dale asked Kinman if he could see how his injuries were, to which Kinman answered that he could hold it and it was no big deal. However, Cheng Dale still insisted on letting him see. Then suddenly a hand hit Kinman's nape, and Kinman's face darkened as he fell to the ground. Zhu Shenji was shocked and called out to Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale interrupted, saying that the soldiers were, in fact, coming for him, believing that if he left, they would be safe. Zhu Shenji argued and told him not to do anything stupid, that if they didn't go together, he might not be able to get out. Cheng Dalei also snapped Zhu Shenji's neck, making him unconscious. As Zhu Shenji's sight faded, he heard Cheng Dalei saying that after he lured the soldiers away, he should get the opportunity to leave. Zhu Shenji's sight faded slowly as he called his village master in his thoughts. At some part of the mountain, there was a hidden cave. The soldiers were yelling to charge. Cheng Dalei held his sword in front of him as he rode his horse charging towards the soldiers. He yelled at them, saying to come and kill him. The soldiers mumbled that Cheng Dalei was coming, while someone ordered for the spearmen to advance and surround him. Another command arrived to shoot the arrows as the city lord gave orders that if they killed Cheng Dalei, they would get a high position with high pay and bring honor to their ancestors. However, Cheng Dalei charged at them without stopping, and the soldiers muttered that it was not good as their leader had been beheaded. Cheng Dalei leaped towards a group of soldiers, making his way into a narrow road, while the soldiers yelled to go after him as he was breaking out, while the others were ordered to send the signals and chase him and shoot the arrows. A fireworks exploded in the sky, making the soldiers across the mountain notice as they believed that they had found the target over that area. Another soldier said to the others to leave some men to block the road. A voice added telling the Third Army to hurry and head over there. While escaping, a soldier told his men to listen to the order. The Fifth Army troops should go around the forest valley ahead to intercept Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei held onto his horse tightly as he was getting away from the soldiers. Cheng Dalei ran wildly, breaking out of the siege and led the pursuers to the west and fled to a mountain forest. His horse huffed in exhaustion, and moments later its movement began to be so clumsy, making Cheng Dalei fall to the ground. Cheng Dalei kneeled down as he mumbled to his horse that he had been running wild for several days and it hadn't been easy for him to hold up till now. As he patted his horse, Cheng Dalei said that he'd better run for his life, to which the horse neighed. Cheng Dalei stood up and walked forward, mumbling that if he didn't die, they would meet again, leaving his horse behind. The horse whinnied loudly. Cheng Dalei, without looking back, moved forward. 30,000 officers and soldiers surrounded the mountain only to kill one person. Perhaps this would become a one and only unique history of the empire. Meanwhile, an officer ordered his men to search carefully and thoroughly and not miss a single tree or rock, while one notified the soldiers to narrow the area and set up roadblocks not to let him break out. A report came, bearing that General Hua's body had been found, and the entire squad he was leading was killed. Yang Longting's eyes widened as he was in disbelief about General Hua's death and also wondered how they were all killed when he had dozens of men under him. The report continued that all of them were slaughtered and cut in the throat with a sword, and everyone was killed by a single sword. One officer added that Lei Zhen of Yuzhou, Zhang Lemon of Fallen Leaves City, Han Bao of Red Sand, Dong Fingmeng of Bizan, and Sun Lianshan of Iron River were all dead, claiming that Cheng Dalei was actually good. While another one of the officers also said that those were the strongest people of all cities. The Ring tribe failed to kill them, but they died under Cheng Dalei's sword. Another man also believed that Cheng Dalei's strength was not weak if he could wipe out 100,000 cavalry of the Ring tribe in one fell swoop, while the other suggested that they stop sending more people, as it's just asking their men to die. While the other said that they should continue to surround the mountain until Cheng Dalei forces out to show himself, and they'll shoot 1,000,000 arrows at him as he would certainly die. Enraged, Yang Longting slammed his hands on the table as he cursed. With a look of irritation, he told all of the men under him that Cheng Dalei is all alone now and told them that they're a bunch of losers. He ordered all the soldiers to go into the mountains and surround him, as he didn't believe he could grow wings and fly, to which the soldiers obliged. Meanwhile at the mountain, an officer commanded his men to go up the hills and search well, not leaving their groups. After searching the mountain for 7 days, Cheng Dalei was finally forced out. A sword clashed. As Cheng Dalei fought a soldier while his hand was pierced with an arrow, he managed to cut 2 soldiers. Quite a few blood splattered from one soldier. The men were in shock as they couldn't believe that he also killed General Liu too, while the other said that another one was also killed. Wounded and exhausted, Cheng Dalei knelt down holding his axe to balance himself while on his other hand was his sword. On the edge of death, one soldier told him that he already had no way out, as the soldier continued saying that resistance is futile, promising that they would keep his whole body intact if he finished himself. Cheng Dalei spoke, questioning them if he had no way out. He rose and told the soldiers who were pointing arrows at him if they had heard of a kind of superb martial art called the Phoenix, colorful body flying without wings. As he spread his arms like one surrendering, he said that hearts were linked as one. And he mentioned the fusion skill system. A system notification popped up and warned him that fusion function was available, but forced use would consume the system sprite's original power. After using it, the system genie would dissipate after a few days. After learning about the fusion, Cheng Dale asked to cancel the fusion. However, the system called Cheng Dale while a warning kept intensifying. She told him not to cancel the fusion and said that if he had used his fuses earlier, he would have been able to escape long ago. He wouldn't have to wait until this desperate situation to use it, and she wondered what he was hesitating for. All was falling, Cheng Dale answered, believing that she would disappear if he had used it. An officer ordered the killing of Cheng Dale. Hart continued, saying that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been born, and if he died, she would also disappear from the world. She told him to take it, as it was her last source of strength, making Cheng Dale glow in bright light. Cheng Dale apologized to her in his thoughts. Hart said that when she's gone, he doesn't have to worry and should reset the system quickly, and at that time, a new system sprite will be born. She continued that maybe the new sprite would understand him better than she did. The soldiers above the cliff were ordered to release their arrows. As a barrage of arrows fell down, hitting Cheng Dale, Hart bid her farewell to him. The fusion skill system spirit was capable of trampling the world of martial arts. Using Phoenix flying without wings was just like dancing in the sky. As Cheng Dale was dodging the arrows, he stepped lightly on a passing bird. Confused, the bird as some of its feathers fell. Rumor had it that mountain bandit Cheng Dale had jumped into the 10,000 feet cliff while walking on the wind in the rain of arrows. 30,000 soldiers searched for his body for 10 consecutive days, but no trace of him was found. Hart was in hibernation, and the system kept beeping. The lottery machine greeted his good sister. He asked her what was so good about Cheng Dale, and she got herself in a situation because of him. The lottery machine mumbled a. Meanwhile, the rain fell as Cheng Dale took shelter under some tree. However, as the rain still hit him, he kept reminiscing about his time with Hart. He looked up with a serious look on his face. Suddenly, the lottery machine appeared, calling for him. He asked Cheng Dale if he thought about it, if he wanted a system reset. The lottery machine informed him that Hart would disappear soon, and after he reset the system, there might be a better-looking little sister born, though it would not be Hart. And because of her disappearance after the reset, the tens of millions of fear points could also be retained. He repeated that it's tens of millions. The lottery machine continued asking him if he knew how many things he could smoke with just a single click of the button. Irritated, Cheng Dale spoke and told the lottery machine not to mention that matter, and if he gave up on Hart like this, he wondered if his conscience would allow him not to feel sorry about her. He asked the lottery machine if there was a way to save Hart. The lottery machine hummed and told Cheng Dale that he had a way. He informed him that if he first reset the power used to maintain the system sprite, he could let her survive for a while, and before the power was used up, he needed to find the container as soon as possible. And that it's a container that has residual power. The container cannot only store Hart, he could also use the residual power above to reset the system. Most systems function, and Hart could be restored just like before. He continued that if he still hadn't found the right container until the power ran out, the system would backfire and absorb his life force, informing him that he would die. Cheng Dale said that he can now start as he understood. The lottery machine informed him that before the system resets, Hart is still so weak that he couldn't use any functions. A notification popped up stating that due to system insufficient energy, the main system reset function is off, and all functions are off, and energy consumption is adjusted to the minimum. Cheng Dale asked how much time he had. Another system message appears stating that the remaining energy has been regulated to maintain the system sprites, and the dissipation time is extended to 1 year. The lottery machine answered that he has about a year, to which Cheng Dale replied good. The lottery machine said his goodbye to Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale began to walk. In order to save the Hart on the verge of dissipating, Cheng Dale embarked on a new journey. Meanwhile, at Fallen Leaf City, a huge amount of people entered its city gates. A voice said to a man that his reward was already arrived. He continued that he had no need to dwell on such things like jewels, weapons, gold, silver, army provisions, etc. as a first-class count was a powerful title. He had to go to the capital someday, and Emperor Ming would personally reward him. Fang Bashan smiled and said that although his reward was not as good as the one Yang Longting got, it's at least better than other city lords. He chuckled and mumbled that he finally came back, as he no longer had any need to depend on others and better went home. Fang Bashan believed that people's lives were really unpredictable as he imagined himself fleeing a mess back and never thought of today. After a while, at the city square, Fang Bashan stood in front of a huge group of people and called for his fellow townsmen. He told them that those ring tribes were coming to kill them, rob them of their food, and humiliate their wives and daughters, and that the only thing they could do was fight the ring tribe to the end, telling them that if they didn't protect them, who would if they weren't easy to bully, and that their fields, family, and the individuals they wished to protect were all unprotected. As he held his sword high, Fang Bashan said that now that the capital was calling for troops, good men should join the military and defend their country, and if they had the guts to come under his command. Fang Bashan smiled as he said that the capital also needed new palace maids, and asked the people if they wanted to soar and fly up to the tip of a branch. It was a rare opportunity. He also said that the younger the better, as they wanted those energetic young people. Suddenly, a rock was thrown and hit Fang Bashan in the face, leading one of his teeth to fall. As his cheeks swelled, he asked angrily who threw that. Then a lot of objects were thrown as the people threw them and cursed at Fang Bashan. Wounded, Fang Bashan mumbled, "They're all rebellious people." He ordered his soldiers to kill all those unruly people. The crowd was like boiling water, and their anger was boiling underneath. When the ring tribe came, they hid in the cellars, in the barren mountains, in the gutters. They watched their loved ones being killed and their wives and daughters being humiliated. They couldn't find any of the noble people they worshipped. They remembered who protected them and those who abandoned them. On a certain day of a certain month in a certain year, the rebellious people surrounded and killed Fang Bashan. And as days passed, a lot more things happened in the empire. The next year, Emperor Ming decided to hold a martial arts competition at the beginning of the spring ancestral ceremony, and announced it to the world. Jizhu, Yanzhou, Qingzhou, Zhazhou, etc. issued a wanted poster for the traitor Cheng Dale, and the rewards were very high. The body of the executed Lin Wenchen was transported back to the northwest border, and the townspeople were rewarded with food and drinks for 10 miles, with 10,000 people crying. His son, Lin Xiaoyu, knelt down for 10 days in front of the tomb, and left home with his uncle without knowing where he was. In Jiangnan of the Yangtze River, a certain merchant group suddenly rose up. Its founders were a pair of beautiful sisters. It is also rumored that Cheng Dale was in Jiangnan. There are rumors that there were suddenly more bandits around the capital. And what is more puzzling is that there were so many mountain bandits, but they didn't fight for the territory. Rumor has it that Princess Mingyu returned to the capital, and the emperor was pleased and issued an imperial edict to find the trace of the 6th prince. Rumor has it that a strange bulgur appeared in Jingzhou, and rumor has it that the Queen of Flowers was threatened by a big official, and was rescued by a man. Rumor has it that a certain thing of the previous emperor in the royal tomb was stolen, and a lot of rumors still spread. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and it was already half a year. 10 miles away from Jing City, a group of people traversed the mountain, as a man asked if they were almost at Jin City yet. Another man answered that he was correct, and asked him if he was going there to take the test. The bald man agreed and said that since the imperial court had announced that they were holding a martial arts tournament, every martial artist had been rushing to Jing City, as the way there had been very lively. At the roadside, a tea stall, the owner told his guests that the tea and meat dish they had ordered was here. He asked Zhu Shenji and his group if they were also rushing to Jing City to take the test. Zhu Shenji chuckled and responded that it was obvious that he was heading there with his eldest son. The owner was in disbelief and said that looking at Qin Man's build, he was sure he could become a centurion at least. Qin Man listened, as the owner said that if he were a few years younger, he would have joined the test himself even if he had to sacrifice his old bones. He would still take down a few ring tribe generals with him. The other customer chimed in, telling the old man to stop bragging, and if the ring tribe were so easy to kill, why would the great generals back lose all their battles, getting beaten all the way to the imperial capital? While the man beside him said that it's just a shame that there's no one in the empire who's able to stop the ring tribe. As the owner poured water, he asked them who said that there's no one, as they have Yang Longting. In a single battle he killed over 10,000 enemies, helping all of the empire vent its anger. The customers agreed and said that if they could meet the war god this time and learn a few moves from him, they would be set for life. While the others questioned who doesn't want to learn from the war god and wondered if it's easy to meet that kind of figure. They might be able to get a look at the war god when the imperial court awards him. Zhu Linger, who was holding her cup, listened to a customer who said that if only their empire was filled with great generals like Yang Longting, the ring tribe wouldn't dare to bully them anymore. Zhu Linger pouted and scoffed. The customers who noticed her expression pointed at her, telling her what she meant by that, and how dare she disrespect the war god, asking her if she does not know gratitude. While the other scolded the man and said that he shouldn't argue with her as the girl is still young, so she hasn't seen the world yet. Zhu Linger, with her hands crossed, cursed at the customers, asking them why she would respect him as their war god was just a stray dog. which made the people mad. Zhu Shenji calmed them down, asking them to please calm down and that his daughter was not good with words and had offended everybody. He asked Zhu Linger what she meant by dog shit, as it was not something a lady like her should be saying. However, Zhu Linger just scoffed at him. Zhu Shenji placed his payment for the food on the table and asked everyone if they could forgive his child, as she didn't know what she was talking about. He told them that they would be taking their leave first, as the customers responded for them to get lost. On Chang'an, the official road, Zhu Linger believed that Cheng Dalei was already dead, as they had been looking everywhere and still hadn't found him yet. However, Zhu Shenji said that 1 year ago, while Cheng Dalei was forced to jump off a cliff, the officials never found his body. He had a gut feeling that Cheng Dalei was still alive, but he just didn't know how to find him. Qin Man chimed in and said that for this time's Imperial Martial Exam, all the Empire's martial artists would be attending it. He believed that Cheng Dalei would definitely be there. Plus, the one surnamed Yang was there too. Zhu Shenji responded that after the Toad village fell, he claimed that many of their brothers had turned homeless, forced to wander the lands, and it was all caused by Yang Longting. Not only that, Yang Longting even stole the fruits of their effort and is now hailed as the war god. He continued that the Toad village did not need the glory, nor did it need the rewards, but they would not be easily taken advantage of. Otherwise, the brothers who died in battle would not have a peaceful death, as all of the survivors from the Toad village bore a grudge against Yang Longting. It's just that it's hard to kill him while he is hiding in the city, but this time, they would have an opportunity. Qin Man believed that Cheng Dalei would come to Jing City if he was alive, and if Lin Xiaoyu and Ling Chong were alive, they would also be in Jing City. He also believed that the four brothers Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhao Zilong, and Zhang Fei would also be there, and as of today, as long as the brothers were alive, they would meet them there, at Chang'an Imperial Capital, Jing City. Meanwhile, at an inn, a voice asked if they had found anything. Zhu Shenji said that there were two major events in Chang'an recently. The first was the martial arts examination, and the second was Yang Longting coming over, as he was sure that there was no need to elaborate. He continued saying that he also heard another thing, that the Ring Tribe's Hedon Battalion was coming over to take away the Imperial Princess. And another thing was that the 6th Imperial Prince had been missing since a year ago, as his current whereabouts were currently unknown. Qin Man added that he also heard something while looking around the market, that there were 1,000 plus bandits residing on the Hulu Mountain near the east side of the city. The army tried to take them down a few times but failed every time. Qin Man believed that they might have been their missing brothers. Zhu Linger also pointed out that she found out that the biggest brothel in Chang'an was the Full Fragrant House, and that the most popular courtesan was called Yi Jidao, as Yi Jidao did not entertain guests, and there were numerous people who would spend thousands of gold and still failed to see her. She continued that for the martial examination this time, Yi Jidao had already announced that whoever won the tournament could have her. Zhu Shenji blushed as he rubbed his beard as he mumbled Yi Jidao's name. Qin Man told him that he did not think his body was capable of that anymore. Zhu Shenji retorted and said that he was still completely healthy. He told them that he was just wondering whether it had something to do with Cheng Dalei. Qin Man asked him how it could be related to him. Zhu Shenji chuckled and told Qin Man that it was nothing. He pointed at Zhu Linger and asked her how she had been able to find out about the news on the Full Fragrant House. Zhu Linger told him that she had gone in and pretended to sell flowers as they had let her in. Zhu Shenji said how could a little girl like her go into a place like that? As she recalled her time at the house, she informed Zhu Shenji that all the big sisters there were very talented and kind. She wanted to stay there longer and asked why she couldn't go there. Zhu Shenji's face darkened as she asked him if he also went there often. Stuttering, Zhu Shenji answered that when he went there, it was for work because she wouldn't understand even if he told her. Zhu Shenji said that there were still many things in Chang'an, and they should look around for more news tomorrow. If there was nothing, they would head to the Hulu Mountain. Zhu Linger asked if Cheng Dalei would be in Hulu Mountain. Qin Man believed that he should be there, as he would never forget his true nature. Meanwhile, Zhu Shenji overheard the conversation at the other table, stating that to enter the Imperial residence like that, the Toad was very impressive. The three of them quickly realized the word Toad. The man couldn't believe that the Imperial residence was full of experts, as they didn't detect even a single intruder. While the other man beside him said, what was the use of such an expert? At that time, even the Imperial army was sent out to search the entire place, yet they couldn't find a single trace of the intruder. Then suddenly, someone interrupted them, asking what they were talking about. The man turned and said that he was talking about the great master that broke into the Imperial residence, the Flying Toad. Smiling, Zhu Shenji asked the man if he could tell more about the matter. While the other man poured a drink into Zhu Shenji's cup, he asked him if he was new in Chang'an. as the flying toad was a great and famous expert. He stole from the rich and gave to the poor. Plus, he only targeted the corrupt and evil tycoons. The other man beside him said that he also liked to steal a bunch of antiques, and sometimes he would even return them the day after he stole them. And rumors said that the flying toad wasn't a normal person, as he was born with a pair of wings and could fly in the sky. That's why he was called the flying toad. While the other man added that he also thought so, and if he could escape from the imperial residence while being pursued by the army, he must definitely not have been a normal person. The man added that he would even deliver a paper with a drawing of a toad, telling the exact time he would rob before he committed the act. He did it many times already, and he never missed out on the timing. Zhu Shenji asked them if he had done anything recently. The man informed him that 3 days ago, the Zhuling Palace received a paper saying that the flying toad would be taking the antiques from their palace at 1:15 midnight. Zhu Shenji laughed as he said that great experts indeed were great experts. The way they did things was really different from their normal folds. Zhu Linger thought that the way the flying toad did things was very similar to how Cheng Dalei did things. Qin Man clasped both of his hands as he asked the men where the Zhuling Palace was. Night came as the three of them ran in the streets of Chang'an. Qin Man told Zhu Shenji that they were almost there. Sweating, Zhu Shenji agreed and said not to be too flashy or else he'll scare Cheng Dalei away. Zhu Linger added that they still didn't know if it was Cheng Dalei. Zhu Shenji believed that it might have been, as he had a feeling that Cheng Dalei was in the city right at that moment. Qin Man told them to be quiet, as the Zhuling Palace was right ahead. He asked them if they wanted everyone to know they were there. They arrived, and a huge group of people gathered. Exhausted, Zhu Shenji asked Qin Man if they had arrived, to which he received no answer. The crowd enthusiastically sold some food while others promoted their businesses. Qin Man and the others' faces darkened from what they saw. Qin Man asked if they had taken a wrong turn, as Zhu Shenji said that there were so many people. Zhu Linger suggested they go home and take a nap first. Maybe the world would return to normal, believing they had walked into some weird illusion. Qin Man asked one of the men what everyone was doing there. The old man believed that he must not have been from Chang'an as he didn't know. He informed him that it was to watch the great expert flying toad. Zhu Shenji asked him if the flying toad was a thief. The old man said that if he was a thief, thieves also had fans, and also that's why he didn't like foreigners. They didn't have a single drop of culture in their bodies. Qin Man agreed and said it was their first time in Chang'an and asked for the man's guidance. The man said since he was so sincere to learn, he could reluctantly tell him. He informed them that in the past half a year, 3 people became famous in Chang'an. The first was the flying toad, the other one was the full fragrant houses Yijidao, and the last one was the imperial princess Minjiu. Zhu Shenji asked the man if the army came, would the flying toad not be able to escape as there were so many people surrounding the place? The man scoffed and rhetorically asked if the army wanted to catch the great flying toad. He added that maybe in their next life. Suddenly, one man in the crowd yelled as he pointed to take a look over there that the flying toad was here. A masked man appeared on the top of the building. As he mumbled, why bother hiding in the night when dark clothes shine brighter than a pearl's glow? But when you step through the sky to find a path, you can escape from God's wrath, the flying toad said. Dozens of people cheered at the flying toad as Qin Man just stared at him. The flying toad stood up and said that he'd already obtained what he came here for today, as it was like hunting fish in a barrel. He came and went like the wind, robbed the rich, and helped the poor. He was the great hero of justice, as he posed in a weird way. He told them his name. Qin Man's face darkened and claimed that at his build he was nearly identical to Cheng Dalei. Zhu Shenji added that his shamelessness was also identical to him. Qin Man believed that the change of Cheng Dalei was a little extreme. Zhu Linger suggested that they just went back and took a nap, believing that everything would return to normal after they woke up. The crowd yelled that the soldiers were here, which made the flying toad on alert. He told them that he would be going first and told them that he loved them all. He laughed as he leaped from building to building. Zhu Shenji ordered Qin Man to go after the flying toad and said not to let him out of his sight, to which Qin Man agreed. The flying toad leaped from one building to another while Qin Man was chasing behind. Qin Man wondered since when Cheng Dalei had such a beautiful lightning type ability. He claimed that he was almost like lightning in the dark. Qin Man was exhausted from all the running and cursed under his breath. He picked up a rock and thought that if he let him get away that day, it wouldn't be easy for him to find him again. As he was about to throw the rock, he told the flying toad to get down there and released it. The flying toad was hit from behind, which made a noise. He fell down to the ground and wondered where the stone came from. Behind him, Qin Man stood as he called for Cheng Dalei. He knelt and asked the flying toad why he ran away when he saw them, which made the flying toad confused. Tin Man grabbed the mask and told the flying toad that he was wearing such a weird mask. As the mask came off, Tin Man was shocked. Zhu Shenji and Zhu Linger arrived asking Tin Man how the situation was and wondered if it's Cheng Dale. Tin Man told them to see it for themselves. Zhu Shenji and Zhu Linger didn't speak a word. The man behind the mask asked Tin Man to give him back his mask, as the flying toad never took his mask off. Zhu Shenji asked who the guy was. Zhu Linger grabbed the collar of the man and asked him to tell her why he was pretending to be the flying toad. The man asked Zhu Linger to calm down and asked her what she meant by pretending to be, as he really was the flying toad. Zhu Shenji tapped Zhu Linger's head and told her that it's alright. He said that they've been looking for Cheng Dale for most of the year, as it's like this every time. He sighed and told her that Cheng Dale might no longer be alive. Zhu Linger cried and said that it had been so hard for them to have hope, but every time it disappeared, and wondered where Cheng Dale was. Tin Man clenched his fist, making the mask crumble, and cursed. The man's face darkened as he saw his mask split. He asked the three of them what was going on, and since they didn't want to take him for a reward, they didn't have to work so hard to catch him. He suggested that they're just going to pretend they didn't know each other without accusing each other of anything, and asked them if he could go now. He also asked if he could have his mask back. The three of them gathered as Zhu Shenji asked what they should do with the kid. Tin Man said that since the man was injured by his throw, a lot of the work was already done by that, as he couldn't run anymore. Zhu Linger suggested that they should just hand him over to the government, as there would also be a lot of silver as a reward, and that they didn't have money or an onward journey. Tin Man believed that the man's contact did not seem small and warned them of his revenge. As the man was listening, Tin Man said that he had noticed that they were looking for Cheng Dale, as there was no guarantee that he would keep the information to himself. Maybe the government would find out about it. Zhu Shenji asked if they should just kill him. He suggested that they should cut off the man's tongue first so he couldn't scream around, and they would kill him and collect the bounty. Tin Man agreed and said that it was settled, which made the man sweat. The three of them smirked, and Zhu Shenji said to the man to come as they were going to talk. Zhu Linger held a knife, while both Tin Man and Zhu Shenji held the men, telling him not to be afraid as it would be fine in a minute, while Tin Man told him to relax. Scared, the man told them to hold on. As he struggled, the man said to wait a minute, and asked them if they were looking for a person and that he could be of help. After a while, at an alley, the man complained about his back. Tin Man asked him if he could help them and if he knew who they were looking for. The man asked him if they were outsiders and if they didn't know the rules of Chang'an City. As Zhu Linger held her knife, she asked him what's wrong with being an outsider, and also if an outsider had done anything bad to him. She threatened him that she would castrate him if he kept talking nonsense, to which the man didn't mutter a single word. Zhu Shenji hit Zhu Linger in the head and told her to watch her tone and that he should never have let her get that close to Xiao Bailang. The man chuckled awkwardly and thought that Zhu Linger looked pretty cute, but he didn't expect her to be so fierce. He asked them if they were bandits. Zhu Shenji asked him how he knew about that. The man asked another question about the area they were working in, whether it was the waterway, the dry way, or the Hulu Mountain. He thought it was obvious enough that a young girl dared to pick up a knife. Zhu Shenji asked the man if that was something he should be asking and told him to tell them about himself. The man agreed and informed them that they had just arrived in Chang'an City and might not know the current situation in Chang'an yet. He mentioned that the city of Chang'an was so big that finding one person was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but there was one person who could help them. Zhu Shenji asked the man, to which the man answered, "Big brother." Annoyed, Zhu Shenji told him that he didn't need to be so friendly and just said his thing. The man said that he was talking about the person who could help them was called Big Brother. He said that there were many people pretending to be Big Brother Chang'an, but there was only one real brother Chang'an. The man informed them that if they wanted to find someone, he might be able to help them. Tin Man asked the man if Big Brother was the big boss. The man continued that Chang'an had an underground city. Killers, thieves, bandits, fugitives, hidden prostitutes, and so on. These people were nestled in the underground city, and that Big Brother was the master of the underground city. He told them that if the underground city toll was 10 copper, the 3 copper coins would fall in the hands of Big Brother, and if the people inside got into trouble, Big Brother would not bother them, as Big Brother was still a very righteous man. The man said that the underground city had all kinds of people. Everyone had the most information, and if they were looking for someone they could go to Big Brother. If he couldn't help you, no one in Chang'an City could help you. Sweating, Tin Man asked the man how they could meet him. The man giggled and told them that meeting Big Brother was not that easy. Ordinary people simply couldn't get into the underground city, and seeing Big Brother was even more difficult. as he was not just someone they could see as they pleased. He suggested that they'd better find someone on the road that could introduce them to him, as they would first sneak up in the underground city and get familiar with the people, and maybe he'll meet them if he was in a good mood. The three of them grinned as Zhu Shenji said that they already found a reliable person who could help them. Confused, the man asked where that person was. The man realized that they were talking about him and asked them, as he rejected. He told them that Big Brother would kill him if he knew that he was bringing outsiders to him. Zhu Linger told the man to take them to that man, as they didn't have time to talk to him or otherwise. The man should prepare to be a eunuch in his next life. Kin Man also said that if the man refused, there was no use in keeping his third foot, suggesting to break his hamstring. The man backed off towards a wall and told them he'll take them to the underground city right away. At Chang'an City Corner, Kin Man asked the man if there was a history of the underground city. The man answered that it was said that 30 years ago, when Emperor Ming ascended to the throne, he built a tomb for his ancestors, but soon after the tomb was finished, the Ring tribe invaded and Emperor Ming escaped from Chang'an. And when he returned to Chang'an, he heard the Feng Shui masters say that it was the bad Feng Shui of the tomb that brought the Ring tribe. Emperor Ming believed those words, so the tomb was abandoned. And over the past 30 years, the pace gradually became the gathering of all sorts of people. As the man opened and picked up the stone, a stair was visible and told them that they had already arrived. He told them to follow him and not to run around. The man informed them that night was the busiest time in the underground city, and below them was the night market of the underground city, to which Zhu Shenji turned to look. He continued that the city's night market was a place for gambling, singing, selling stolen goods, and all kinds of business, and also hiring fighters, buying slaves, killers for revenge, and hidden prostitutes, a variety of stolen goods, a variety of rare treasures, and unseen things. As long as you had money, you could buy anything in the underground city, the man said. As they climbed towards the stairs, two guards were guarding a huge door. The man told them not to talk nonsense in front of Big Brother. He informed them that Big Brother had a rule: if they wanted to ask him for help, they had to do something for him. Kin Man asked what it was. The man said that sometimes he would ask them their family heirloom, and sometimes he would ask to kill someone or steal a treasure, and also sometimes he would ask what you ate in the morning. The three didn't speak a word. The man greeted the guards and asked them if they had time, as he has friends in Zhonghu and they wanted to ask Big Brother for a favor. Axie spoke first and asked the man if he got the treasure that Big Brother asked him to steal, and if so he could put it and he can go. Aku added and told the man to go back, as Big Brother didn't want to see outsiders. The man looked at the three and told Axie and Aku if they could please tell Big Brother that his friend's business was very urgent. A voice inside the door spoke, calling Axie, and asked him what's with all the noise and ordered him to let them in. The door opened. Axie told them that the boss invited them inside. Inside, a female dancer greeted them as music played while she danced. As they entered, the man didn't speak a word. Moments later, he bowed and greeted the boss. A hand appeared, asking Little Fei if he brought outsiders again to annoy him. Zhu Shenji stepped forward and said that they were new to the area and knew that he ran many things. He told him that they came to pay their respects to him. The boss showed his face as Zhu Shenji watched the man. Cheng Dalei turned to look at him, as both of them didn't speak a word. He slapped his head and mumbled that he hadn't been a boss for years. As the woman continued singing, Cheng Dalei asked her that she could step back for now, to which Little Peach agreed. Zhu Shenji's tears fell as he said that they had finally found him and wondered if he wasn't dreaming. Cheng Dalei answered that he was real and not fake at all, asking him not to pinch him as it hurts. As Zhu Shenji pinched Cheng Dalei's face, he said that he's really alive. Cheng Dalei told Zhu Shenji to stop touching him as he already pinched him enough. Annoyed, Little Fei told them to stop and asked how they could be so rude towards Cheng Dalei. Kin Man asked Cheng Dalei where he had been for most of the year. Zhu Linger added that they searched hard for him. Cheng Dalei smiled and said that he understood that they were looking for him and asked why he wasn't looking for them. He ordered Little Fei to go down to get some good wine, as today his friends arrived and no one would return sober, to which Little Fei agreed. Little Fei thought that it was the first time he saw Cheng Dalei happy, believing that it seemed like they'd known each other for a long time. Moments later, they sat in front of the dining table. Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dalei how he became like that. Cheng Dalei sighed and said that it's a long story. He said that the day he fell off the cliff, if it hadn't been for a friend who helped him with his life, his soul would have already been in heaven. Although he just barely escaped, it took him a whole month to heal the injury, and since he was looking for something, he wandered on. But Cheng Dalei's wanted list was everywhere, and he was afraid to show his face outside. but he still had some work to do, so he could not keep hiding in the mountains. He traveled far away from the Yuju area to explore the world in search of clues. So he sneaked secretly into the kingdom's top city, the Chang'an city. People like him, who couldn't just go out in public, hid in the underground city. The underground city was ruled by a boss before him, and when he first arrived, he naturally had a disadvantage and such. The guy rushed up to him and said, "Young man, you are still young, the days are still long. Take out the precious things on your body, and in the future you will work for me, as you are my subordinate from today onwards." Cheng Dale, at least, was once a village master who, of course, couldn't stand it. On the spot, he broke the guy's leg bone with a kick. Then he summoned dozens of thugs. After he knocked them all down one by one, Cheng Dale replaced him and became the new boss of the underground city. He still had some management experience and he applied the carrot and stick judiciously. If someone was in trouble in the underground city, he would help. If someone made a mistake, he would also punish them. And later, he started bribing the high-ups in the government. Thus, the underground city acquired a protective shield. So in just 6 months the place flourished. Everyone called him boss, as they felt a deep admiration because of that. In the underground hideout, Cheng Dale asked about the situation of the others. Shenji replied that Gao Fei Hu and Gao Fei Bao brothers were still in the south of the Yangtze River, occupying the mountain as bandits. He sadly added that, for the others, who were departed a year ago, they never met them again. Cheng Dale sighed, expressing frustration at the chaotic state of the army and their lack of knowledge about their lost people. Kinman remained optimistic and mentioned that this time, many of their people would join the martial arts examination. Cheng Dale also thought of the idea. He explained that he left a mark in the city to help their lost people find them. Curious, Kinman inquired about the nature of this mark, admitting that he hadn't noticed it. Cheng Dale clarified that he set up tea stalls with toads painted on their banners outside every city gate. He questioned if they were not noticed when they passed by. A whimsical moment followed when Kinman, Linger, and Shenji tried to recall the painted toad on the signage. Kinman recalled what Shenji had said about that mark. Linger answered Kinman with her father's humorous comment about the fat puppy painted on the banner, while Shenji silently smiled. Cheng Dale doubtfully said that there might be a reason why they could not find him. Suddenly, the young man burst in. He happily presented to Cheng Dale that he stole from the imperial kitchen, explaining that it was the 18-year-old apricot flower liquor, while pouring the liquor into Cheng Dale's cup. Shenji, perplexed by Fei Yuan, questioned Cheng Dale about him. Cheng Dale introduced Bai Fei Yuan to them. He shared the life of Fei Yuan. When he was young his parents died, got raised by an old ape in the mountain, saw a living person at the age of 12 and had no other skills, so he became a burglar. He also shared the time Fei Yuan was caught by officials and saved by him. He told him that character disguise is important. Fei Yuan chimed in with a cheeky remark about Cheng Dale's life. Without him, there would be no flying toad today. Amidst their conversation, Jai Tao called Cheng Dale and explained that she knew that his friends were present, so she had taken the liberty to offer a toast of a cup of wine. She poured wine into her cup and drank it elegantly. While she drank, Shenji flusteredly smiled at her while Linger and Kinman looked at her without much reaction. After she drank the wine, Jai Tao then assured Cheng Dale that she wouldn't disturb him today while placing the cup on the table. She mentioned that whenever Cheng Dale wasn't feeling well, he could call on her. She was there for him, displaying graceful respect. Ji Tao included that she would wait for him. She said it with a hint of flirtation in her eyes. Cheng Dale acknowledged her offer and suggested she go back and practice the new song he had taught her. He asked her to sing it for him the next time they met. Shenji was curious and asked Cheng Dale about Jai Tao while he pervasively stared at her. With a proud expression, Cheng Dale remembered her name and asked Shenji if he knew about her. Linger, however, expressed her disinterest, remarking that Cheng Dale had fallen quite low. Cheng Dale defended himself, claiming his innocence. He then shared the story of how he helped Jai Tao. He explained that when a big-shot person wanted Jai Tao's body, she was in a vulnerable situation, and Jai Tao asked him for help. He couldn't bear to ignore a weak and lonely woman at that time, so he decided to assist her. Cheng Dale continued, saying that he taught her some songs, which she quickly learned, and it helped her rise to popularity, eventually becoming the first queen of flowers in the capital. Interested, Shenji couldn't help but emphasize Jai Tao's beauty, prompting bored reactions from Kinman and Linger. Cheng Dale maintained his innocence but couldn't help but wear a sly grin, acknowledging Jai Tao's beauty in the situation. However, Linger mentioned the names Flying Toad and Jai Tao while expressing her suspicion. She then raised the question of whether Cheng Dale had any connection with Princess Minjiu, who was still missing, and whether Cheng Dale had a relationship with her. Cheng Dale calmly clarified that Princess Minjiu was actually Wanner, causing surprise among Shenji, Linger, and Qin Man. He wondered why they were looking at him in shock. The three of them went silent after hearing it. Axie interrupted their conversation with the news that a foreigner had arrived to visit him. He also reported that the foreigners had found their way through the tea stalls set up by their brothers at the city gates, suggesting that they might be the person Cheng Dale had been waiting for. In response, Cheng Dale gave the order to let them in. Liu Zhai expressed her unease about the eerie atmosphere. After they got inside, Liu Zhai questioned whether Cheng Dale was really present. As the both of them walked through the room, Cheng Dale and Su Ying locked eyes, and they both fell silent. Su Ying appeared surprised. Cheng Dale greeted them with a smile, remarking that it had been a long time since they had last met. On the other hand, Liu Zhai couldn't contain her excitement and rushed to hug Cheng Dale with joy, embracing him tightly. At the same place in the underground hideout, a man with a pleading expression was sharing his awkward situation with Cheng Dale. He began by describing Chang'an as a place where his ancestors had lived for generations. The man revealed that the restaurant he owned had been passed down from his grandfather to his father and eventually to him, having been in his hands for 2 decades. The man recounted a recent incident where the palace butler had visited his restaurant and ordered a roasted goose, a glass of floral wine, and 4 small dishes. He explained that the customer had consumed the entire glass of white wine and half of the roasted goose at his restaurant. After consuming the wine and half of the roasted goose, the butler fell ill at home and blamed the restaurant's food, demanding 1,000 silver coins as compensation. He also explained that the recipe for roasted goose had been passed down through generations in his family, and their restaurant was well known in Chang'an. He mentioned that there had never been any complaints about their roasted goose in the past. However, when he complained to the government about the customer's demand for compensation, they confiscated his store. He felt humiliated as he stood helplessly in front of his restaurant, with people from the palace laughing at him. Desperate for help, he explained that he had asked around, and everyone suggested that Cheng Dale was the only person who could help him. Cheng Dale questioned why the man had initially approached the government instead of seeking his help. The man, with desperation in his eyes, entreated Cheng Dale for assistance, seeking his help to teach a lesson to the corrupt officials. Cheng Dale, maintaining a stern expression, initially declined the man's requests. The desperate man offered money, willing to pay any amount to secure Cheng Dale's assistance, emphasizing that Cheng Dale was his last hope in the entire city of Chang'an. Unmoved by the financial offer, Cheng Dale pointed out that the people in Chang'an ate his roasted goose, but he had never tasted it. He then expressed his disappointment that the man had approached him today for help without even bringing him a 2 roasted goose. The man quickly made excuses for not bringing the roasted goose, citing that he was in a hurry and emphasizing his urgency in seeking justice. Cheng Dale, however, did not buy his excuse and instead reminded him how he was disrespected. He treated him like a tyrant, a murderer, and even brought silver to ask Cheng Dale to kill someone. The man was without a response to him while gritting his teeth. Cheng Dale understood his predicament. He then mentioned that the man started his restaurant with the hope of making money and believed that the law and government would protect his interests. Cheng Dale continued, revealing that the man never sought his friendship, causing the man to leave searching for a response, unable to find a reason. He highlighted that the man only sought help to get his right when he had no other choice left, and noted that throughout their conversation, the man failed to address him as boss. In response, the man stuttered, while hesitantly addressing Cheng Dale. He bowed to him as a sign of respect. Cheng Dale accepted this token of respect, remarking positively. As he approached the kneeling man, Cheng Dale agreed to help the man seek justice, expressing a desire for mutual assistance in the future should he ever find himself in trouble. But he expressed hope that the man would be there to help him if he got into trouble someday. The man was visibly nervous, acknowledging Cheng Dale's request for reciprocal support. On the other side of the room, Qin Man, Shenji, and Linger observed the situation. They were all stunned and speechless. Fei Yuan then chimed in, conveying Cheng Dale's belief that a person's image held significant importance, and he said it with a proud expression. After that moment, in the Chamber of Commerce of Su, the inn where they were staying, Su Ying confronted Cheng Dale. She began by noting that a few months ago, Cheng Dale had come to the south side of the river but had not shown himself, leaving only a message. Su Ying mentioned that Cheng Dale had tasked her with collecting the relics of kings and generals, which she had now brought. She asked if there was anything specific he wanted. Su Ying expressed her concern about Cheng Dale's busy schedule over the past few months, wondering if he had become so occupied that he couldn't find time to visit them. Cheng Dalei explained that his underground men had also received orders to steal treasures from wealthy nobles, except for the royal treasury and the royal tombs. They had searched every noble family once. He believed they would find the treasure soon. Su Ying acknowledged the hardships Cheng Dalei had faced while on the run. She then advised him to find a woman to take care of him for things that men couldn't do. She then mentioned that she lived with Liu Zhai these days, and during the months Cheng Dalei was absent, Liu Zhai occasionally cried secretly at night. Su Ying suggested that Cheng Dalei considered taking Liu Zhai to his room, and told him that Liu Zhai was attached to him for a long time. Furthermore, Su Ying mentioned that Xiaoda was her personal maid and was grown up. She proposed that Cheng Dalei could take her as a maid to have an additional person to take care of him and to ease her concerns about Xiaoda's future. Xiaoda approached with a tray of tea, inadvertently overhearing Su Ying and Cheng Dalei's conversation. Her reaction suddenly became awkward while approaching them. While Cheng Dalei was busy looking at the relics, he expressed that he had more pressing matters to do in Chang'an City and didn't have the time for something like this, to which Su Ying responded with a momentary silence before agreeing. She fell silent again and displayed a demure expression before eventually speaking up. Su Ying then asked about the matter concerning Zhai Tao, which seemed to stir a noticeable reaction in Cheng Dalei. Su Ying voiced out her concerns, highlighting that she wasn't a jealous woman, yet she questioned Cheng Dalei for not visiting them for months. She asked what he was doing with Zhai Tao and Chang'an, expressing concern about what people might think of them. Her face turned red as she expressed her concern. Cheng Dalei, with a slight tremor in his voice, nervously reassured Su Ying that he and Zhai Tao and Chang'an were innocent and told Su Ying not to listen to other people's nonsense. Su Ying responded with a subtle smile and let out a small chuckle. She continued, acknowledging that she believed Cheng Dalei and Zhai Tao had not done anything wrong. She blushed while mentioning the way Zhai Tao looked at Cheng Dalei, implying that it seemed like Zhai Tao had feelings for him. As she stood up from her seat, Su Ying offered guidance, urging Cheng Dalei not to mislead people and suggesting that he should resolve the matter before it became a problem. She expressed her coldness as to whether Cheng Dalei chose to accept or end his relationship with Zhai Tao. Su Ying then noted that it was getting late and mentioned she was going back to her bedroom. Blushing, she suggested that Cheng Dalei should come over to get some rest once he was done working. Cheng Dalei remained motionless, his expression frozen, seemingly lost in contemplation about the complexities of a woman's heart, noting that it was like a shallow needle in the sea. Midnight, Cheng Dalei continued to carefully examine the various pieces of jewels, relics, and other items scattered. He pondered silently, recognizing the authenticity of these treasures. He thanked Su Ying's clear-sighted skills, that most of them likely belonged to kings and princes. Cheng Dalei's thoughts, mentioning that he was searching for a suitable container for quite some time, and his frustration was visible. He wondered to himself whether it was truly hard to find a suitable container. Suddenly, as he pondered his thought, he recognized the uniqueness of the treasure. As he picked up the treasure from the box, the system suddenly beeped, indicating that he had acquired the container. Cheng Dalei's face contorted in shock as he recognized the relic's name: Chosen Son of God, Emperor Guanwu, Liu Ziu. The system chimed in, establishing a link now that Cheng Dalei had obtained the container. It warned that the container had limited capacity, only suitable for storing the system's sprite. Another beep indicates that a decision had to be made to transfer the system's sprite or not. Cheng Dalei agreed, and the system's sprite was successfully transferred to the container. The system then announced that the system administrator, Xin, was offline. It presented to him the option to reset the system. But there was a catch. The container's age had caused most of its power to escape, and it could only be used as a tank for the system's spirit. A further warning followed, stating that if Cheng Dalei wanted to reset the system, he would need to find a container with enough power. The system suddenly cautioned that the current power level was insufficient for a successful reset. In the underground world, Aku approached Cheng Dalei with updates. He informed Cheng Dalei that the Jiang Palace was lost a night glow pearl, and couldn't find it after searching everywhere. They were now seeking their help in finding the pearl. Cheng Dalei, while lying on his bed, responded, and instructed Aku to bring the person responsible for the pearl's mission to Xiao Fei, who possessed the pearl. Cheng Dalei emphasized the need for caution and to avoid Xiao Fei falling into a trap, which Aku acknowledged the orders. Next, Aku brought up a conflict between the Black Fox Gang and the Iron Burden Gang over territorial disputes. He sought guidance on how to deal with the matter. Cheng Dalei responded with an insult, questioning if they were beggars, expressed surprise that cultured people resorted to violence, and instructed Aku to tell them to split the territory in half with no violence allowed. Aku once again acknowledged the orders. Aku then reported another situation in which the Shenwu escort team had been robbed by Hulu Mountain while escorting an item. They were requesting their help to recover it. Cheng Dalei expressed his lack of interest in helping the Shenwu escort team recover their stolen goods, suggesting that if they had failed to pay tribute to Hulu Mountain, they should learn a lesson and suffer a little. He seemed unwilling to assist them, to which Aku agreed. Aku then mentioned another report that the leader of a troop, whom Cheng Dalei had previously saved from jail, wanted to meet him and personally express gratitude. Aku inquired if Cheng Dalei wanted to see him. Cheng Dalei appeared curious as he stood by his bedside and sat down, asking if it was a good idea to meet him. Aku mentioned that the leader of the troop Cheng Dalei had rescued was a male, which led to Cheng Dalei's response to Aku to tell them to get lost and not to bother him. Aku nodded and acknowledged Cheng Dalei's decision. Just as the conversation was concluding, Fei Yuan entered the room with news from the imperial residence, specifically about an event scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at Chang'an's wine house. Later in Chang'an City, Shenji couldn't help but question Cheng Dalei's if he put on makeup when he went out. Cheng Dalei sighed and explained that he had to wear a disguise when he went out because his wanted posters were plastered all over Chang'an. Without a disguise, he would essentially be a walking pile of silver. Curious about Cheng Dalei's future plans, Shenji asked if he intended to remain in Chang'an or if he would seek another mountain to rule over and find their missing brothers. Cheng Dalei expressed his opinion that despite the appeal of Chang'an, there were too many laws in the city compared to ruling over an entire mountain. However, he mentioned that he had some things to do in Chang'an, prompting Shenji to confirm and change the topic by asking who they were going to meet next. Cheng Dalei responded that they were going to meet the boss. Shenji was surprised and asked him if there was still someone higher up than him, to which Cheng Dalei revealed that there was indeed a boss above him in Chang'an and emphasized the importance of having someone to rely on in Chang'an. As they arrived at Chang'an Wine House, someone poured tea into a cup. Wanner asked Cheng Dalei why he hadn't visited her in such a long time. Cheng Dalei responded, mentioning that he had been very busy with all the work she left for him as the chairman. Wanner refuted his claim, questioned Cheng Dalei about his reference to a chairman, and clarified that she was only requesting his help with some errands and finding out some news, which shouldn't have been hard. She noted that it had been half a month and asked for the information she needed. Cheng Dalei playfully commented that even a single order from her had set hundreds of his men to start working to death. He then recalled her previous requests, like catching butterflies that he had run around in the mountains to catch a few hundred and acquiring a western bobcat that he had pulled so many of his connections just to buy one for her. Unfinished recounting the extravagant requests in the past by Wanner. Afterward, Cheng Dalei handed over a comprehensive manual on how to put on makeup, written by Zhai Tao. He also mentioned the list of the best street food, snack shops, and restaurants in Chang'an, all of which had been meticulously chosen by his men who had visited each shop. Having fulfilled her requests, Cheng Dalei asked for what he wanted. Wanner handed Cheng Dalei an item that she had secretly taken from the Imperial Armory. She emphasized that he wasn't allowed to take it away. Cheng Dalei recognized the item Wanner had shown him, stating that it was the founding Emperor Lai Manzi's long spear. As he finished examining the weapon, Cheng Dalei realized that the relic wasn't the key he had been searching for. He pondered the past story of the legend Lai Manzi with only his spear ending 19 years of war and creating the Great Dawu Empire, but came to the conclusion that the key didn't lie with the weapon. Satisfied with his brief inspection, Cheng Dalei handed the weapon back to Wanner, who was puzzled by his lack of interest, asking Cheng Dalei if he didn't want to look at it further. She commented on his weird behavior, mentioning that all effort was just to take a single look to see her ancestors' prized weapon. He chuckled and explained that he admired ancient heroes and felt a sense of fulfillment in his heart upon seeing their legendary treasures. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei changed the topic by inquiring about the reason why she was looking for him, reminding her that they were in agreement in which he would run errands for her in exchange for taking a look at her family's treasures. Initially, Wanner couldn't utter a word because she hesitated in her request and her face turned red. But then she burst out the reason, asking Cheng Dalei to elope with her. She caught Cheng Dalei off guard with her unexpected request, while Shenji pondered the surprising turn of events in his thoughts. Cheng Dalei struggled to find the right words to respond to her unexpected proposal. Wanner continued, explaining that she didn't want to be married off by her father and that she wasn't ready for marriage yet, she explained while pouting. Cheng Dalei responded to Wanner's concerns, suggesting that it was common for someone of her age to be married. He asked about the prospective groom her father had in mind for her. Wanner revealed that her father planned to marry her to the top placer of the martial arts examination. Cheng Dalei thought this was a good thing, noting that in ancient times, beauty was often found alongside great heroes. While he gave a thumbs up and smiled widely, he expressed confidence that as the top placer among thousands, the person in question would become a great hero. But Wanner was upset, shouting at Cheng Dalei as she hit the table, causing the cup to tip over and spill the water. She irritably emphasized the complexity of the martial examination this time and asked him if he understood so-called inner court politics, to which Cheng Dalei asked Wanner to teach him about it. In response, Wanner pouted, as if she found it hard to believe him. However, Wanner still explained that the upcoming examination would not only assess martial arts but also troop formations, war strategy, and commanding ability. She mentioned that there were 3,600 spots allocated for representatives from cities across the empire, and each city would select talents to represent them in the examination this time. Cheng Dalei expressed his amazement at the size of the empire, noting that among the 3,600 chosen people, there were definitely plenty of experts. Wanner straightened up in her seat as she responded that there wouldn't be many experts, but rather a lot of nobles. She then asked Cheng Dalei if he knew how the representatives for the examination were chosen. Cheng Dalei speculated that the representatives would likely excel in both pen and sword, with local competitions choosing those who excelled the most, who were then sent to the examination. However, Wanner made it sound as if she wasn't satisfied with his explanation. Cheng Dalei questioned Wanner, asking if she was implying that it was not like what he had described. Wanner explained that the imperial court was paying a lot of attention to the examination this time. She mentioned that even if the participants didn't win in the end, a good performance could still be viewed highly by the court. She continued to describe how the chances to participate in the examination were distributed. Some spots were quietly given to influential families, while others were auctioned off to the highest bidder. Shenji interjected, questioning whether this would turn the martial examination into a feast for the nobles. Cheng Dalei considered the implications of this new information. He realized that this examination could be more complicated than Wanner had initially thought. As he thought about the past, the imperial court only held academic exams and never martial ones, and it was an opportunity for people from Jianghu to showcase their skills and potentially rise in ranks. He considered the possibility that people from Jianghu might try to rob an official token from those coming to take the exam and use it to enter the test. Cheng Dalei contemplated that in this era without pictures, he could claim the name on the token as his own, and no one would be able to confirm if his name was truly Zhang Mazai or not. He mused on the idea that among the individuals who had already entered the exam, there might be a considerable number of bandits and murderers. Cheng Dalei found the situation increasingly interesting. He let out a smirk. Cheng Dalei chuckled despite the seriousness of the matter, which didn't sit well with Wanner. She questioned his laughter, clearly annoyed by his reaction. Cheng Dalei brushed off his laughter by coughing and urged Wanner to continue with her explanation. Wanner emphasized that with the current level of conflict among the people, the competition for the top position was intense. Whoever secured it would command the border defense forces and receive land and authority from the court. She pointed out that the nobles, whether from scholarly or martial families, were fiercely competitive and all wanted the winner to be someone from their families. Wanner mentioned that the host of the examination was also from a noble family. Cheng Dalei noted the conflict of interest where the organizers of the examination were acting both as referees and competitors in the competition. Wanner expressed her concern about how the examination would assess military strategies, as they couldn't engage in actual war with each other, but merely write it down on paper. She continued, stating that whoever they claimed to be unqualified was unqualified. Cheng Dalei expressed his understanding that the judges were already corrupt. He questioned whether her father was aware of the corruption surrounding the examination, and whether he was willing to let this mess continue. Wanner revealed that her father was aware of the situation and intended to marry her off to the top placer in order to establish a connection between the royal family. With a shallow expression, Cheng Dalei commented on the emperor's ruthlessness. Wanner expressed her reluctance to become a political tool and her desire not to be married to anyone, emphasizing that even if she were to marry someone, she passionately aspired to marry a great hero who led millions of elite soldiers under his command, much like the legendary war god Yang Longting, who repelled 100,000 ring tribesmen, her admiration evident in her expression. Wanner, with admiration and delighted eyes, mentioned the empire's god of war, Yang Longting, who was renowned for annihilating 100,000 enemies. However, Cheng Dalei and Shenji couldn't help but hold back their laughter upon hearing her statement. Puzzled by their reactions, Wanner inquired about their amusement. Cheng Dalei couldn't help but burst into laughter, playfully suggesting that Wanner read more books to enhance her aesthetics. Shenji cleared his throat as he stopped laughing. Wanner then continued her statement, expressing her expectation for Cheng Dalei to help her now that he was considered one of her people. However, Cheng Dalei hesitated, explaining that he couldn't leave Chang'an just yet as he had something to do. Wanner, somewhat disappointed, responded by saying she already suspected Cheng Dalei was waiting for the imperial examination results. She decided to make arrangements on her own and asked him to help her with something. Cheng Dalei, displaying his determination, offered to ruin the martial arts examination if that was what Wanner needed. He was ready to gather his people and create chaos in Chang'an in 10 days to prevent the examination from succeeding. Unimpressed, Wanner told him to stop being so violent, that he was really a mountain bandit. Cheng Dalei sought clarification from Wanner and requested that she specify what she needed him to do as he expressed his confusion. Wanner proposed a plan to Cheng Dalei, explaining that it would allow him to participate in the martial arts examination and eliminate the things she found ugly and repulsive. However, Cheng Dalei, expressed doubt, stating that he was just a mountain bandit and had no desire to win the martial arts examination to become a border guard for the empire. Wanner clarified her intentions, noting that she didn't want him to take the imperial examinations. Instead, she wanted him to be an examiner. Cheng Dalei appeared hesitant and questioned how she was able to put him in the examination room. Wanner reassured him, revealing that she had already checked it. She explained that there were 100 examiners this time, representing various factions, but one individual didn't belong to any faction. Wanner continued, mentioning that no one in Chang'an had ever seen the person. She then revealed her plan, wanting Cheng Dalei to disguise himself as that person and blend in. Prompting Cheng Dalei to inquire about the identity of the person, Wanner disclosed that it was Northwest Yun Xiaoguan Guard General Niu Sanjin. After their conversation 10 miles away from the official road to Chang'an, a couple was on their journey toward Chang'an, but the wife was growing impatient, asking her husband about their proximity to Chang'an and the urgency of their child's hunger. She implored him, urging him to pick up the pace. Anxiously, the wife raised the issue of their lengthy journey and questioned her husband whether they were heading the wrong way once more. The husband defended himself, explaining that he never was to Chang'an before and blamed Kan Chai for providing incorrect directions. Exasperated, the wife sighed and lamented her misfortune, expressing regret for following him. The husband attempted to reassure her, mentioning that their situation would improve once they arrived in Chang'an, where he was transferred by the imperial court. It revealed that the husband was Yun Xiaoguan Guard General Niu Sanjin. However, their journey was interrupted by Cheng Dalei and his group, who ambushed them on the road and demanded toll fees or threatened to harm them. Cheng Dalei asserted his ownership of the mountain road and demanded all of their belongings as a toll fee for passage. He further issued a menacing threat, hinting at potential harm if his demands weren't met. 4 of them were covered in masks. Sanjin's wife, taken aback by the sudden encounter with these apparent bandits, expressed her regret, implying that marrying Sanjin might have been a mistake. She even stood up from her seat in agitation. Although displaying a touch of fear in his expression, Sanjin attempted to reassure his wife, assuring her that he was there. Sanjin, with a resounding battle cry, unleashed his swords in a burst of anger. He boldly confronted Cheng Dalei's group, accusing them of being bandits who dared to rob an imperial military officer. He pointed his swords at Cheng Dalei's group, his fury evident. Cheng Dalei inquired if he indeed was Niu Sanjin. Niu Sanjin confirmed his identity as the Guard General of Yun Xiaoguan. Shenji chimed in with historical context, mentioning that hundreds of years ago, the ancestor Sanjin had gifted a horse to their great ancestors, which led to him being assigned to Yun Xiaoguan. The duty had passed down through generations, and now it was in the hands of the 5th generation Niu Sanjin. Shenji continued, explaining that in the previous year, during a large-scale invasion by the Ring tribe, Yun Xiaoguan hadn't lost a single soldier in the conflict, which had earned them recognition from the imperial court. Cheng Dalei made a humorous remark about Yun Xiaoguan's poverty and limited number of soldiers. Shenji then mentioned that Emperor Ming appreciated the Niu family's dedication to guarding Yun Xiaoguan for generations without asking for resources for many years, which was recognized as the backbone of the empire. Sanjin, after revealing his identity, displayed a confident demeanor and expressed his satisfaction after Cheng Dalei learned his name, suggesting that he should back off. Shenji added more context, explaining that the imperial court designated Sanjin as an examiner for the martial arts examination, emphasizing that Sanjin did not belong to any faction. Cheng Dalei called upon Kinman, who promptly acknowledged the order and proceeded to engage in an attack, attempting to tie New Sanjin and his wife. In response, New Sanjin bravely faced the confrontational attack, challenging Kinman and mentioning his technique, the whirlwind chopping autumn wind sword. As the battle raged on, New Sanjin emitted cries of pain, vocalizing his struggle to break free. Despite Sanjin's bruised face, Linger noted his square face, purple coloration, wide mouth, and long beard. She questioned his appearance, wondering if he truly matched the description, and questioned whether he was a bandit. Kinman, with a satisfied smile, announced that he finished tying them up. He even placed his foot on Sanjin's back to assert control. His wife expressed regret for marrying him, and their son called out to his father. Sanjin, despite his injuries, emphatically questioned the audacity of anyone trying to impersonate him, asking what they wanted from him and pleading for the release of his wife and son. Cheng Dale instructed Kinman to take New Sanjin and his family to Hulu Mountain and hide them there as he was done wearing Sanjin's armories. He also instructed Kinman to return to the underground city and let Su Ying manage its affairs. Shenji and Linger pretended to be his old slave maids. With their plan in motion, they continued their journey, now approaching the city of Chang'an. At Chang'an Palace, Cheng Dale was stopped by the eunuch. He held a portrait, inquiring if the representative Cheng Dale was the real Sanjin. Cheng Dale, who was disguised as Sanjin, affirmed that the portrait represented him. However, the eunuch remained skeptical, suggesting he looked nothing like the portrait, and questioned if Cheng Dale was pretending to be someone else. Cheng Dale calmly explained that he had been fat at the time. The eunuch continued to assert that the portrait did not resemble Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale, instead of insisting further, surprisingly agreed with the eunuch's assessment, acknowledging that the person in the portrait was indeed not him. The eunuch, somewhat puzzled, asked if Cheng Dale was admitting to being an impostor. Cheng Dale defended himself, proposing that the eunuch check the age of the portrait, revealing that it was his grandfather's likeness. He expressed disbelief that anyone would impersonate his grandfather, known as Nu. Shenji then intervened, clarifying that Sanjin had long since passed away, and Cheng Dale was his fifth-generation grandson. The eunuch, grasping the situation, acknowledged the changes that had occurred and mentioned the emperor's passing. He empathized and requested Cheng Dale's official seal for registration, which Shenji promptly handed over. As they proceeded inside, they attracted the attention of the people in the area, who were curious about the newcomers. A person from the civilian faction pointed to Cheng Dale and remarked that he was a complete stranger to them. Another member of the faction wondered when someone so poor had joined the ranks of the military officials. Someone in a mocking tone commented on the antiquity of Cheng Dale's armor, suggesting it might be older than his grandfather. Another civilian faction member chimed in, stating that Cheng Dale was from a remote place that didn't even know half the rule. Some in the civilian faction found it surprising that, despite his apparent poverty, the general had servants, which made Cheng Dale face irritable. Internally, Cheng Dale pondered the historical tension between military and civilian officials, wondering if these civilians assumed he was a newcomer. He then addressed the crowd directly, questioning their amusement. In response to the comments, Cheng Dale defended himself, stating that while his armor was worn, it had been passed down through generations in his new family. The civilian faction continued to mock Cheng Dale's appearance, questioning his origin and criticizing him for taking an exam without appearing well-groomed. Another member of the civilian faction made a reference to the importance of the temple and the reverence shown to the Son of God. Amidst the mockery from civilian factions, a member of the military faction also expressed their disapproval of the general's unkempt clothing, seeing it as a sign of disrespect to His Majesty. Cheng Dale acknowledged the state of his old and worn armor, admitting that it no longer shone like the official uniforms. He explained that he couldn't afford new armor but would wear it in battle if the rings attacked, following the tradition of his new family's ancestors. Members of the civilian faction commented on the importance of the examiners as representatives of the martial arts examination. They raised concerns about the general's appearance, suggesting that if everyone looked as unkempt as he did, it would invite ridicule from the world. Cheng Dale defended his choice to wear his worn armor, asking if there was any shame in it. He questioned whether the battles fought against the rings, the loyalty he displayed, or the glory of serving the emperor's soldiers were ridiculous. A member of the civilian faction was left speechless by his response, while another person in the group acknowledged Cheng Dale's eloquence talents. Cheng Dale, somewhat surprised by the comment, asked about this mention of eloquence. Cheng Dale passionately emphasized that imperial soldiers didn't defend the borders with arguments but rather relied on their worn armor, sturdy bodies, and unwavering determination. He criticized those in the group who merely engaged in empty talk, accusing them of deluding themselves when discussing generals in worn armor fighting against the rings. He continued passionately, questioning their intentions, wondering if they aimed to demoralize the dedicated soldiers who served their country. He warned against allowing the Ring tribe to seize their beautiful land. In the wake of Cheng Dalei's impassioned statements, the entire civilian faction fell into absolute silence, stunned by his words. Meanwhile, one member of the military faction engaged in whispered discussions, suggesting that Cheng Dalei had a talent and recommending him to headquarters, while the other, extending a friendly gesture to Cheng Dalei, offered him a pair of armor, hoping he could accept it as a token of friendship. Cheng Dalei clenched his fist as he acknowledged in his thoughts the utility of his eloquent skills. As the gathering continued, the host addressed the participants who had come from afar. The host went on to explain that before they took charge of the examinations, Emperor Ming would first conduct a written test on them. This would determine their level and position in the group of examiners. Continuing, the host clarified that the 3 with the best scores would serve as principal investigators. Together with His Majesty Emperor Ming, the last military leaders were selected, and that made both the civilian and military factions form shock on their faces. Inwardly, Cheng Dalei admitted that written exams weren't his strong suit. Cheng Dalei considered that he was running out of time to practice his brush writing skills, recognizing the importance of paper notes in the current era. He thought that the topic of military management struck him as quite broad. He observed the civilian officials who had recently faced a defeat and noted their eagerness for a fight, as they seemed determined to teach the military a lesson in this test. As he looked at the old military men, many of whom struggled with writing, he sensed their discomfort and embarrassment. Acknowledging his own role as a military officer, he couldn't help but feel that he was already putting on a show, and it might not have been right for him to make a spectacle of himself again. He pondered whether he should have simply submitted a blank answer sheet and gotten by with it. As he contemplated the situation, he began to doze off. However, his nap was interrupted when Wanner approached Cheng Dalei's table and kicked him to wake him up. She disguised herself as eunuch. Cheng Dalei, displaying irritation, looked up at her with tired eyes, while Wanner stared at him in anger. In a hushed voice, Cheng Dalei asked her if there was a standard answer for the test. Wanner, on the other hand, stared intently at him. In response, Wanner snubbed him, and Cheng Dalei stared at her in response. Cheng Dalei thought to himself, realizing that Wanner wasn't there to help him cheat but to monitor whether he had the strength to work. Reflecting on the topic of military management, he considered it both simple and complex, understanding why these words were written by His Majesty Emperor Ming. He thought about the various aspects, from training a small team to controlling an army of 100,000. He also considered the spiritual construction of imperial soldiers. Drawing from his own experience in leading thousands of men and handling troop deployment, logistical support, and medical care for the sick and wounded, he pondered how to effectively translate his knowledge onto paper. Finally, Cheng Dalei decided to write the statement as a brief discussion of the spirit of the bright sword. Within the capital of Chang'an, individuals who took the exam discussed their experiences. One person said that the exam was quite challenging, making it difficult to know where to start with the answers. Another individual agreed, mentioning the abundance of choices that made the questions particularly challenging to tackle. Wanner, with a smile, asked Cheng Dalei about his answer to the exam. Cheng Dalei responded confidently, stating that his answer was pretty good and simple, not difficult at all. Wanner questioned him further, asking what kind of score he expected to receive. He even boasted that he expected to receive a full score, which Wanner appeared taken aback by Cheng Dalei's confidence. Cheng Dalei continued to boast, claiming that if rankings were to be considered, he would easily secure the first position. Wanner, growing irritable, responded with a sigh and expressed skepticism about Cheng Dalei's chances of surpassing the competition, emphasizing the complexity of the situation. In her thoughts, Wanner acknowledged that she might need to assist Cheng Dalei herself. As night fell at the general's heavenly policy mansion, the general was filled with laughter and praised Niu Sanjin for speaking on behalf of the military officers. One of the military personnel recounted the situation to the general, describing the pale faces of the group of civilian officers when Cheng Dalei confidently declared that he would secure first place in the test. The general appeared concerned about the possibility of Cheng Dalei actually achieving the top position, as it might make the palace's academic people of the palace become laughingstock for them. The military person suggested that since Cheng Dalei had no name or affiliation, they should try to bring him to their side. The general recognized Cheng Dalei's talent and believed that inviting him to join the military faction would improve their chances of winning the martial arts examination. He also noted that he became rivals with an old man from the palace in this competition. Regarding the matter of imperial military power, the general emphasized the need to prevent interference from the palace and declared that the war scholar must ultimately be their man. One of the military personnel inquired if the general already had a candidate in mind, to which the general mentioned the name Liu Qingming. At the residence of Magistrate Kui the following day, discussions were taking place. Magistrate Kui expressed his skepticism about Cheng Dalei's ambition to claim the first position. He considered Cheng Dalei nothing more than a clown and instructed his people to examine Cheng Dalei's writing closely. Magistrate Kui emphasized the need for caution in the upcoming martial arts exam, as the old martial artist was not weak. He then presented their candidate's work and instructed that it be read and the list burned. The magistrate made it clear that their people were top positions on the list, and he specifically mentioned that Jiu Zhang was the top scholar this time, which the officer acknowledged his instructions and bowed. As evening fell at the residence of the martial arts examiners, there was a loud knock at the door. Cheng Dalei responded to the noise, called out that he was coming. As he opened the door gate, he addressed Wanner, expressing concern that they might get caught. However, Wanner responded with a mischievous smile, seemingly untroubled by the potential risks. As Linner served them tea, she observed Wanner blankly. Wanner started talking to Cheng Dalei, stated that she was there for an important matter and asked him if he remembered the mission she had given. Cheng Dalei affirmed that he always kept it in mind. He understood that the mission involved eliminating those Wanner disliked and supporting those she favored to rise to the top. He inquired if she had specific individuals in mind. Wanner confirmed this, stating that even though she didn't know who she liked yet, she was sure about who she didn't like. She explained that there were two people she wanted Cheng Dalei's help in getting rid of, prompting Cheng Dalei asked to which two. Without hesitation, Wanner mentioned the names of Liu Qingming and Jiu Zhang. Cheng Dalei assured Wanner that he would complete the task and showed a big smile while giving a thumbs up. Curious about her choice of targets, Cheng Dalei inquired why she had specifically chosen those two people. Wanner dismissed their abilities, describing one as a wimp and the other as a muscle freak, both lacking intelligence. She speculated that they might get disqualified on their own, which Cheng Dalei found to be the best outcome. Wanner then reminded Cheng Dalei about her request to help her find her sixth brother and asked if he had any news. Cheng Dalei explained his inability to gather information since he couldn't even leave Chang'an. He pessimistically suggested that her brother was already dead. Wanner dismissed his statement, chiding him for making ominous remarks. The next day, the martial arts competition was coming up, and the two major groups, represented by the general and the ministers, were in the ring. They were ready to wrestle and tear each other apart, and they did not know that it wasn't a face-to-face duel, as they thought. Somehow, an insignificant person had also entered the ring. He raised his eyes and looked around with confidence. Meanwhile, in the royal study room at the Huayang Palace, an officer informed Emperor Ming that the examination papers for the written tests had been reviewed and were ready for his inspection. Emperor Ming hastily inquired about Niu Sanjin's writing, prompting the officer to explain that they had already excluded his paper due to its poor quality. The officer questioned why the emperor would want to read it. Emperor Ming revealed that he had heard about Wanner's claim that Cheng Dalei would secure first place, and wanted to see what he might have been hiding in his heart, as Cheng Dalei had boasted that much. He then instructed the officer to bring Cheng Dalei's writing, to which the officer acknowledged it. In the Huayang Palace, Emperor Ming was reading Cheng Dalei's writing, which discussed the spirit of the bright sword. The text described the mindset of a swordsman when facing an opponent, emphasizing that even if they knew they would lose, they would draw their sword and engage in combat. It emphasized that losing under the opponent's sword would still bring pride, embodying the spirit of the bright sword. Emperor Ming contemplated the article, noting that it didn't employ flowery language like civil officials, nor was it as cryptic as military officials. He found the writing style to be simple and easy to understand, though he remarked that the handwriting was a bit ugly. Continuing to read, Emperor Ming encountered the phrase, "Facts prove that an army with fine traditions often had the soil to cultivate heroes." As Emperor Ming continued to read Cheng Dalei's writing, he read the statement, "Faith showed how powerful the spirit of an army was." Emperor Ming contemplated this and then read on, where the writing emphasized that with faith, they could protect the country, with pride, they could maintain peace, and with duty, they could uphold righteousness, embodying the spirit of the army. Emperor Ming expressed his approval, praising Cheng Dalei for his strong allegiance to the country. His officers were surprised and somewhat disbelieving by the emperor's enthusiastic response. Emperor Ming decided to reward talented individuals and ordered that Cheng Dalei be awarded first place in the examination. The officers were uncertain about how to respond, knowing that they accepted money from the civil factions, and they exchanged looks while bowing to the emperor. The officers expressed their concerns to Emperor Ming, pointing out that although Cheng Dalei's article was good, it might attract unwanted attention, especially from the Ring Tribe peace envoy who was due to arrive soon. They worried that the Ring Tribe negotiators might doubt the sincerity of their peace talks if they knew that Cheng Dalei's article had been placed first. One of the officers emphasized the need to focus on regaining their strength after the war rather than showcasing the article on the bright sword. Emperor Ming considered their advice and decided not to alter Cheng Dalei's ranking. Instead, he suggested that the article be copied and distributed among the army for study. However, he wanted the writing to be improved to make it less vulgar. The officers agreed to this plan. One of them mentioned the conflict between Cheng Dalei and a civil official before the examination and speculated whether Cheng Dalei could be a member of the general's family. Emperor Ming dismissed the officers, instructing them to leave. After the officers departed, another person within the palace approached Emperor Ming and expressed concern about Cheng Dalei's origins, suggesting that the snake team investigate further. Emperor Ming decided against such an investigation, stating that as long as the balance of factions was maintained, he would allow them to do as they wanted. This person introduced as a monk acknowledged the emperor's decision. Emperor Ming inquired about any news regarding Xing Zai, and the monk reported that the crane team and the deer team had been dispatched. Some reports indicated that Xing Zai had been seen in Yangzhou, so there should be news soon. Emperor Ming expressed his thoughts about Xing Zai, showing a sense of sad expression. Meanwhile, in the northwest region of Yangzhou, Xing Zai, who appeared worn out and poorly dressed, walked in the middle of nowhere, using a cane due to exhaustion and hunger. Xing Zai expressed his desperation for a meal, listing various extravagant dishes like roast goose, roast sheep, and shark fin. He was so hungry that he couldn't be choosy. Suddenly, he spotted a snake in front of him, and his hunger-driven excitement led him to see it as a potential source of meat. As Xing Zai eyed the snake, another person also noticed it and expressed his desire for the meat, which surprisingly this person is Fu Delay. A tense situation unfolded as both men wanted to claim ownership of the snake they had spotted. Their aggressive expressions and thoughts revealed their determination to secure the meal. As the battle for survival between Xing Zai and Fu Delay escalated, they resorted to physical combat. Fu Delay pinched Xing Zai's face, and Xing Zai defended himself by striking back with his cane. They exchanged punches, but Xing Zai eventually surrendered, shouting to Fu Delay to stop. Xing Zai pointed out that the snake they had been fighting over had already run away. However, it was too late as both watched in silence to observe the rapidly retreating snake. Fu Delay began to shake, appearing drained of energy, and it appeared that he had exhausted himself to the point of fainting. With evening arrived, Xing Zai set up a campfire and started cooking over the flames. The scent of the cooked food eventually woke Fu Delay from his unconscious state. Xing Zai greeted him, mentioning that he hadn't eaten for days, despite the intense battle they had. Upon waking, Fu Delay suddenly became alert and Xing Zai questioned his origin, suspecting him of being associated with the Ring Tribe. Xing Zai explained to Fu Delay that they were in a remote location and couldn't search for their families to ask for food. He mentioned that he found some potatoes nearby, which saved them from starvation. As he blew on his food to cool it down, Xing Zai commented on how good it smelled. Fu Delay, still doubtful, stared at Xing Zai. Xing Zai continued, stating that they couldn't survive alone in such a poor place and proposed that they stick together. He offered a share of the cooked food to Fu Delay and introduced himself as Lai Xing Zai. With a warm smile, he asked for Fu Delay's name. Fu Delay, initially surprised, hesitated briefly before revealing his name as Fu Delay. In the evening, in the city of Chang'an, Cheng Dalei and his group hurriedly walked in town. Shenji asked Cheng Dalei where they were going, with Linger. Cheng Dalei explained that they were heading to a place he referred to as the Wily Hare with 3 burrows, which he considered a special place. Curious, Cheng Dalei inquired if anyone was following them. Shenji mentioned having noticed a beggar who seemed to be watching them, prompting him to wonder if they were being tracked. He glanced nervously behind him. Linger interjected, informing Shenji that the beggar was blind. Shenji, somewhat embarrassed, laughed it off, acknowledging the importance of caution. Cheng Dalei indicated that they had now arrived. Shenji inquired whether the house they had reached belonged to Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei explained that to ensure privacy and prevent eavesdropping, all the houses in that area were under his control. Shenji jokingly pointed out the extravagance of owning so many houses without living in them. Cheng Dalei responded, saying that these properties were given to him by those under his authority. He then instructed Linger to fetch a bucket of water to assist with makeup removal, while Shenji was directed to release the fireworks. Cheng Dalei issued the command to release the fireworks. In various parts of the city, people who were busy in the street did not notice the upcoming fireworks. In one area, a lady was haggling over the price of a jewel with a seller. The lady inquired if the jewel could be bought for 5 yuan, to which the seller playfully suggested increasing the offer. The seller proposed 7 coppers but became entranced after the fireworks exploded, while the lady remained focused on the purchase. Undeterred by the distraction, the lady insisted, demanding to know if the seller still intended to sell the item, while the seller was shocked by it. Suddenly, the seller had a change of heart and decided to offer the jewel for free. In other parts of the city, including where Jai Tao was located, she witnessed the spectacle of the fireworks. Jai Tao, in a flirtatious manner, playfully questioned whether Cheng Dalei had been responsible for releasing the dazzling fireworks. In another direction within the city, another man was engrossed in conversation, narrating the last part of a chapter involving Jin Lion and a king. However, his words trailed off as he caught sight of the fireworks. He was taken aback and surprised by the sudden display, wide open the window. The person he was talking to then questioned his sudden runaway, seemingly bewildered by his abrupt departure. As the 3 men looked outside and called the man named Ajie, wondering why he had left in such haste, while the other admired the student's impressive light body skill. A fireworks order awakened the long-dormant underground forces in Chang'an. In an underground city, Su Ying and Liu Zhai were immersed in reading a letter when Qin Man suddenly entered and delivered a report. Qin Man addressed Su Ying and conveyed Cheng Dalei's issuance of a fireworks order. He offered to send a message on their behalf. Liu Zhai, curious about the purpose of the fireworks order, sought an explanation. Aku clarified that the fireworks order served as a signal for those who wished to seek Cheng Dalei's help, repay his kindness, or establish connections within the big city. Cheng Dalei held a prominent position as the underground city's leader in Chang'an. Liu Zhai, displaying a surprised expression, inquired whether Jai Tao would also attend. Aku confirmed that Jai Tao would certainly be in attendance at the event. Liu Zhai addressed Su Ying with a worried expression. Su Ying reassured her, implying that Liu Zhai's concern might be related to outsiders trying to get close to Cheng Dalei. Su Ying then suggested that Liu Zhai could follow Qin Man while she attended to her own business. She conveyed this with a pleasant tone. Liu Zhai responded with a pout and a blush. Su Ying instructed Qin Man to take Liu Zhai to Cheng Dalei and inform him of the impending arrival of an important person. Qin Man acknowledged her order. Back at Cheng Dalei's residence, Fei Yuan was the first to arrive and respectfully addressed Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei acknowledged him and advised him to wait for everyone else to arrive while he was sipping tea. In the following scene, many people were seen making their way to Cheng Dalei's residence. Some showcased their skills in lightweight jumping to reach the location, while others ran to get there. They greeted each other and commented on the familiar faces they encountered. A bald man noted that they were all familiar faces, and someone else expressed surprise at seeing him there as well. Everyone who received orders from Cheng Dalei gathered in his residence. They respectfully addressed Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei announced that he was going to give orders to a select group of people who were staying to work with him. He called upon Fei Yuan, Axi, and Aku, instructing them to stay. Cheng Dalei then turned his attention to Jai Tao. Cheng Dalei appeared to hesitate, thinking about Su Ying's potential misunderstanding if he left her behind. However, he recognized the opportunity to make use of her skills this time, so he decided to include Jai Tao as well. Jai Tao was visibly pleased with this decision. Cheng Dalei continued, calling out the names of various individuals, including the blind swordsman Shitu Zhu, Mu Zhengsan, peddler Liu Neng, Mr. Storyteller with 6 ears Q Heath, Tomb Raider expert Wang, Gambler Crow, Playboy Kaian Ruishui, Mangy Dog, Du Hun, and beggars. Cheng Dalei ordered dozens of them, all of whom were capable in various fields. He then addressed the rest, informing them that he had no need for their services this time. One person expressed disappointment and questioned Cheng Dalei's decision, believing they were the most qualified among those present. As some people continued to address Cheng Dalei, others expressed their desire to participate as well. Cheng Dalei remained composed, simply sipping his tea, which had an intimidating effect on his people, and eventually silenced the commotion by sternly telling them to scram. One person expressed frustration, wondering why he hadn't been chosen. Another person expressed their desire to work with Cheng Dalei. A more understanding individual cautioned against speaking nonsense, acknowledging that Cheng Dale must have his reasons for his choices. Cheng Dale instructed He to ask about 2 individuals in the city as he wanted to know about them. He asked for clarification of who he wanted to ask about, to which Cheng Dale responded that it was Jiuzhong and Liu Qingming, prompting He to acknowledge the task with a simple understanding. He then instructed Jai Tao to spread gossip in the brothel and reminded her not to expose herself. He also called Liu Ning to do the same task in the tea house. He then turned to Fei Yuan and began assigning a task. But before Cheng Dale could finish his words, Qin Man suddenly appeared and addressed Cheng Dale. Qin Man informed him that they had received news that the person they had been waiting for would be arriving in Chang'an in 3 days. He continued, stating that it was Yuzhou City Lord Yang Longting. Upon hearing this news, Shenji, Linger, and Cheng Dale were visibly shocked. Cheng Dale clenched in his chair, expressing determination. He gritted his teeth as he thought about the impending arrival of Yang Longting, recognizing that it was time to settle a score. Cheng Dale then assigned tasks and instructed Fei Yuan to infiltrate the military headquarters at night and steal their action books. To he tasked him with gathering information about Yang Longting, including details about his food and drink. Wanted to know about everything. Cheng Dale assigned Jai Tao the responsibility of spreading rumors about the 2 individuals and creating a rumor about Yang Longting's anticipated entry into the city to stir up the situation in Chang'an. Jai Tao acknowledged her task. Cheng Dale concluded by telling them all to go and do their things. Liu Jai expressed her desire to contribute and assist Cheng Dale with his work. Cheng Dale, concerned for her safety, initially urged her to return to Su Ying, citing the dangerous task he was about to do. Liu Jai persisted, acknowledging her inability to fight and her lack of management skills compared to Su Ying and others. She thinks about Jai Tao at the same time. However, she emphasized her willingness to help in any way she could, such as reading and writing or assisting with his chores. She expressed a sense of frustration, feeling that Cheng Dale often forgot about her and her desire to help with something that she was capable of. In tears, Liu Jai pleaded with Cheng Dale not to leave her behind, expressing her desire not to hide behind him and to actively follow him. Cheng Dale eventually patted her head while agreeing. He then instructed her to help him with handling information. Liu Jai hugged him tightly in response to his consent, and Cheng Dale emphasized the need for her to behave. Cheng Dale then directed Shenji and Linger to return to the examiner's residence, with instructions to inform him if something happened in the imperial court. He also instructed them to direct Wanner to meet him at his residence. After a while, Liu Jai handed Cheng Dale a bunch of information. She informed him that all the valuable information about Liu Qingming and Jiuzhong was included in the documents. The documents contained details about Liu Qingming, the son of Xinliang City Lord in Jingzhou, 28 years old. When he was young, he learned martial arts from the famous master. At the age of 19, he defeated 1,000 bandits with 300 house slaves. Later, he joined the Capital Guard Army and was known for his boldness, righteousness, and generosity in the army. Jiuzhong, 26 years old. When he was young, his family was poor and he studied poetry and books. Later, he studied with Qi, a great renowned scholar in Jingzhou, and entered the Imperial College, where he was the first student. Liu Jai explained that these 2 individuals represented both military and civil officials. Qi hailed from the Qi family, while Liu Qingming's father was once a subordinate of Yu Chili. Cheng Dale let out a sigh in response to the information, and Liu Jai appeared to pout at his reaction. Liu Jai noticed Cheng Dale's somber mood, so she asked him what was wrong. As Cheng Dale dwelt on Wanner's words, he contemplated the significance of being considered an elite-level second generation and a Phoenix man, recognizing the nature of the 2 people who were high rank as monsters. He couldn't help but express dismay at Wanner's judgment, with expressed disappointment evident in his thoughts. Cheng Dale speculated about the immense power wielded by these 2 figures, believing them to be strong contenders for the top martial arts scholar position for both civil and military affairs factions. Liu Jai brought Cheng Dale back to the present, reminding him that their people were still waiting outside for his instructions. Cheng Dale resolved to adhere to Wanner's orders and instructed Liu Jai to tell their people to proceed with the original plan, prompting Liu Jai to acknowledge his command. That night at Full Fragrance House Brothel, a man urged the ladies to hurry and fill the cup, while a lady complimented Zhang on his martial arts talent, suggesting he could be the #1 martial artist. Zhang, full of confidence, chuckled heartily, saying it was only natural. Another lady then shared rumors she had heard from high-ranking officials, mentioning that the martial arts scholar had seemingly already chosen genius Jiuzhong. Another lady joined in, confirming the rumors she had also heard. Startled, Jang asked for more information. Meanwhile, at a tea house, people discussed the news that the general's mansion had selected Liu Qingming as the top martial arts scholar. Others chimed in, mentioning that Jiyu Zhang was also a finalist. A few individuals dismissed the commotion, stating that it was decided from the start, and they were just making a fuss about nothing. One person concluded that they were competing for nothing. Within a day, under the efforts of several hundred people, the rumors spread throughout Chang'an at a very fast pace. In fact, Cheng Dalei didn't know that what he spread may not be just rumors. Under the deliberate verification of some people with connections, they got almost the same answer. It's only been 2 days, the rumors are getting worse and worse. The next day, Liu Qingming and Jiyu Zhang's doors were blocked by martial artists who sought a challenge. People shouted at their doors, challenging them to come out and fight. Some called them a cheater, while others provoked them, saying that they wanted to be the #1 martial artist and challenge if they could beat them. At the Imperial College, over 3,000 people formed a blockade, appealing to the court for justice on behalf of the students. Several contenders questioned their worthiness, asking to demand justice, while others clamored for fairness. As night fell at the general's Heavenly Policy Mansion, the general's frustration was evident as he demanded to know who leaked the information. His irritation was visible as he shouted. A military officer reported the widespread rumors and the attack on Liu Qingming last night, causing him to lose teeth. The general, exasperated, facepalmed in response. In the end, the general speculated that this might have been the work of Magistrate Qi. Regardless, he considered these developments minor details and emphasized the need for Liu Qingming's recovery and preparation for the martial arts examination. At Qi Mansion, Magistrate Qi instructed his officers to investigate the source of the rumors, suspecting the involvement of a third party in the matter. Some officers speculated that it could have been military officials, but others dismissed the idea. Meanwhile, the general thought, as he angrily acknowledged Magistrate Qi, that he was good at it. Magistrate Qi also thought, expressed frustration at the situation, suspecting the existence of a third faction apart from the civil and military official factions. No matter how anxious the general's mansion and the prime minister's mansion were, they ground their teeth and stamped their feet under the pressure. Anyway, Cheng Dalei was in high spirits, while Liu Zhai beside him, and both sat at a table filled with food. 1:15 midnight, Fei Yuan leaped around on the roof and eventually made his way to Cheng Dalei's house. Fei Yuan excitedly informed his older brother, stating that luck was on their side. He revealed that he had obtained the most recent ledger from both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights. Cheng Dalei expressed gratitude to Fei Yuan for his hard work. Liu Zhai, curious about the purpose of the obtained information, asked Cheng Dalei for clarification. Cheng Dalei explained, noting that with Yang Longjing's impending arrival, the Empire would manage the reception, such as accommodations and protection. He mentioned that the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights were responsible for these arrangements, and by studying their records, they could gather valuable military and other information. In his thoughts, Cheng Dalei noted that the negotiation team of the Ring tribe was scheduled to arrive in Chang'an the following day. Leading this group were the Kang tribe Prince Hu Yanli and the Northern tribe Prince Jin Wendao, a name that struck him as familiar. Cheng Dalei knew that the imperial negotiating team included the Great Prince Lai Leshan and officials from the Ministry of Rights and Minister of War. He acknowledged the number of troops welcoming Yang Longting was 5,000, which were highly powerful imperial guards. Additionally, Yang Longting had brought along 1,000 individuals, comprising those who had made significant contributions during the war and were awaiting rewards from the imperial court. He estimated that the number of people involved exceeded 6,000. And the true extent of the operation went deeper than what was apparent at the surface, as he could easily tell it out in a glance. Cheng Dalei pondered the feasibility of assassinating Yang Longting amidst such heavy protection. Given his year-long involvement in various businesses all over the country, he decided that involving die-hard loyal warriors like Fei Yuan, Axi, and Aku in the assassination was not a good idea to let them participate. Furthermore, he pondered the feasibility of escaping in Chang'an even if the assassination was successful, and the potential to find the relics of Lai Manzi. Cheng Dalei made a decision and instructed Fei Yuan to inform the others to wait for Yang Longting's entry to the city and find the right time. A man reading from a scroll announced at the city gate that it was the day His Majesty, the Ming Emperor, took an imperial tour of the streets. Windows of every house had to close. The idle, poor people, and thieves were not allowed to look directly at the holy face. His Majesty would go out of the city to receive the imperial warlord, honor the ancestors, honor heaven, then proclaim to the world, When the Imperial expedition left the Imperial city, they would splash the road with clean water and cover it with yellow cloth. They started an Imperial tour where the lineup was Imperial expedition of Emperor Ming heading front. Next were the relatives of the Emperor and nobles, then came accompanying eunuchs, and lastly came civilian and military officials. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei was among the military officials and during the scorching heat on the Imperial tour. As they neared the city gate, a soldier announced that His Majesty was coming, wherein Yang Longting arrived with his men, introduced himself, and uttered that he was there to meet His Majesty and added "Long live His Majesty" while showing his respect. Emperor Ming questioned why the Imperial warlord was so polite. He went on to say that it had been a long journey for him. Emperor Ming invited Yang Longting to come to the city with him. Yang Longting responded respectfully that he was only a martial artist. He only knew the loyalty of serving the country. He shared His Majesty's concerns and dared not to be called the Imperial God of War. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that he hadn't seen Yang Longting in a long time, while the soldier near him was excited that he had made new armor on purpose because he could meet the warlord that day, as he needed to make a good impression on him. Cheng Dalei's fury was clear in his eyes, and he cursed him in his head for being a god of war where, in fact, it was him who fought that battle. His attention was called, and he was referred to as Lieutenant Nui while Cheng Dalei was about to draw his sword. The soldier near him told him his eyes were so scary while Cheng Dalei was breathing hard. Cheng Dalei smiled and explained quickly that he was a little nervous. The soldier replied that he was nervous too and asked how could they not be when they were about to meet the Lord of War. Suddenly, the soldier's attention was diverted when voices emerged protesting that they were determined not to make peace with the rings, and they would not claim vassalage, and would fight the rings until the end. The protesters continued yelling that they were a great nation, rich but not yielding, and they would fight until the end, while the soldiers were trying to control the crowd with their spears and barriers. The protesters were yelling relentlessly in front of the soldiers as they demanded the deaths of the rings, revenge for their ancestors, and that they should not abandon them, while complaining that the rings were multiplying. There was no brave general for their dynasty, and they mourned for the great martial arts. Yang Longting on horseback joined the Imperial tour beside the golden carriage as the protesters continued yelling for the death of the rings. A soldier called the Imperial guards, commanding them to get rid of the mob and to not disturb the conversation between His Majesty and the warlord. Immediately, the Imperial guards went on to the protesters aggressively, calling them ungrateful people and threatening to get lost if they did not want to die. However, the protesters didn't budge and responded that noble people like them, who thought themselves high and mighty, dared not to kill the rings but only played crudely at them. A protester yelled furiously that God would punish them while Emperor Ming and Yang Longting silently passed them. Fast forward at night, dozens of kilometers away from Chang'an. In the wilderness, a ring member reminisced that the last time they were there, they were having fun robbing and looting. However, this time they couldn't rob. They were there to negotiate and see if they could get a few more princesses. They would ask the cowards for more supplies, paper, tea, iron, and so on, as these things were very valuable in their country. With a pot of them, they could exchange a beautiful white woman. Meanwhile, inside the white tent, a man was asleep and laying on his bed. It was Jin Wendao. He was having a nightmare about the deadly and disastrous flooding where he lost his brothers, lots of ring members, and a flash of Fu Delay's face appeared. Jin Wendao abruptly woke up and got up with terrors in his eyes. He was heavily breathing from that nightmare. Jin Wendao thought in his head that almost a year had passed, but he still couldn't forget that defeat. He thought of Cheng Dalei, while another ring member addressed him as prince and told that it was time to go. Along the road, Jin Wendao went on thinking if he would have a chance to kill Cheng Dalei in Chang'an this time, since he had won such a great battle, he must have a share of the reward. A few moments later, after Emperor Ming received Yang Longting, the ceremony of ancestor worship began the next day. Emperor Ming changed his clothes and went to the offering table to incense. He made 3 prostrations and 9 bows, and there were no need to do the many formalities and rituals associated with it. Emperor Ming thought that the ancestor was blessed as he was inclined to the people. May they send down a few talents to protect the empire. A man was reading in a scroll and announced that after His Majesty's greeting, the princes and officials were then invited to come forward and greet in turn. As the ceremony continued, Cheng Dalei on the other hand thought the activity was really annoying. He wanted to get it over with quickly so he could hug Liu Zhai and listen to a little song. A man continued announcing about 1 dedication. All officials bowed, 3 knees and 9 bows. Suddenly, a notification was heard by Cheng Dalei that a nearby container was detected, which surprised him. It continued to notify him that this container was full of power. While others bowed down, Cheng Dalei only kneeled in surprise that this container was treasured for centuries and carried the luck of the country. It was continuously notifying that the host must get the container as soon as possible. The container that he discovered was powerful enough to reset the system and even upgrade the system to a new generation. It repeatedly notified the host, Cheng Dalei, to get the container as soon as possible. The container was a gold relic. At night, someone was playing music, which was heard up on the roof. Bai Feiyuan in his flying toad mask was on the roof and was speechless. He then quickly jumped. A man down in a narrow alley was playing music. It was Cheng Dalei holding a flute. Bai Feiyuan jumped quickly from roof to roof, until he landed near Cheng Dalei and called him boss. Cheng Dalei told him to send an advance notice of the theft to the royal treasury tomorrow, which Bai Feiyuan asked what he wanted him to steal. Cheng Dalei answered no, he didn't really have to steal, he just had to get the attention of the Imperial Guard, especially on this side of the Hall of Ancestors, and they were running out of time. The following day at the royal treasury, where soldiers were relaxed and dozing their backs against a column, an Imperial Guard was sound asleep on duty. Suddenly, an arrow was released and whirled through the air. This slightly woke up the Imperial Guard and was initially confused. Then, the arrow with a knotted white piece in it hit and got stuck on the column, which terrified and surprised the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guards immediately yelled for an enemy attack, which they wondered if the ring fought their way in. They noticed the arrow with a knotted white piece in it and got curious about what was that. The Imperial Guards read that tonight at midnight, he would steal from the flying toad. They hurried up and went to inform the general. At night, a flying toad went on jumping from roof to roof inside the royal treasury. This was immediately noticed by the Imperial Guards. They yelled that he was there, and a flying toad showed up. Several Imperial Guards ran after the flying toad, tried to get him, and cursed that this little thief didn't give a damn about their Imperial army. Another Imperial Guard fiercely commanded to hurry up and informed the men in front of them to surround him. The flying toad went on running and jumping on the roof as he was supposed to, as fast as he could be. Meanwhile, an Imperial Guard was laying on the ground, and someone thought that the incense worked very well. Someone walked and thought that after the ancestral rituals, the spirits of the ancestors should all have returned there to the Hall of Ancestors. It was Cheng Dalei who walked into the Royal Ancestral Hall while wearing a face mask. He searched for so long, and finally, what he wanted was actually placed in the Hall of Ancestors. He had been searching for a year and finally found it. Cheng Dalei was near the golden container. When his hand was about to reach for the container, a sudden golden glow was evident when he touched it, which had sufficient capacity. A notification from the system detected that the host had acquired the container. The golden glow got big and surrounded Cheng Dalei. It also notified when the container detected and asked if Cheng Dalei wanted to absorb the power. The container was a relic from Emperor Wu, Ling's eye from the Order of the Heavenly Soldier. Suddenly, a warning notification popped out that the container carried the Empire's fortune. The absorption of its power might lead to the downfall of the national pride of the kingdom. However, Cheng Dalei continued absorbing, and the golden glow got bigger. Then the system asked if he wanted to restart the system. He answered yes, and it began to restart. The notifications went on and on. The administrator was going offline, and the new administrator was being created. It began to reset the system, and it was expected to be completed within 15 days. The power absorption was complete, and the system was full of power. It asked if he wanted to upgrade the system. It started to release redundant fear points. Suddenly, a beacon of golden glow was upon Cheng Dalei. It started to upgrade the system, and system functions were being restored. The store, summoning platform, and raffle machine were being restored, but some functions were temporarily available. This golden glow reached outside and went so high in the sky. It turned on the function for displaying the NPC information, where it was also upgraded, and character disguises were being ignored. However, Cheng Dalei had a hard time because it was making a lot of noise. The beacon of golden light reached and illuminated the night sky, which made the Imperial Guards question what that was and whether these were divine visions or manifestations of the ancestors, as it was in the direction of the Hall of Ancestors. Flying Toad looked back and noticed the beacon of golden light, and he was amazed that Cheng Dalei had created that. At the Minju Palace, a lady with long black hair noticed the beacon of golden light at her window, and was amazed too. It was Lai Weiner, the princess of Minju, and she said that it was so beautiful, as she really wanted to go there and see it. Emperor Ming saw it from his window and was speechless. Several people noticed the beacon of golden light and wondered as well. the age of the Kinshin in the year 20 festival time. At night, on the northwestern side, strange objects had appeared in the sky. Arcs of light were everywhere in the sky and on the earth, like a fire, wide at the top and becoming duller towards the bottom. It had a strange color and rose from the ground to the sky, as if it were transmitting cries of sadness. A man said that this heavenly phenomenon was unheard of, unseen, and questioned whether these were auspicious signs or if it was a deception of the heart. And the crowd rushed into the ancestral hall, except for the 2 fainting guards. They found no other abnormalities. Somewhere in another place, a group of men were out riding their horses. Someone teasingly remarked that the people he was with were too slow. It was Zhao Zilong, and he even said faster while Zhang Fei pleaded with him to slow down because his horse couldn't take it if he kept going like that. Zhao Zilong kept going and then replied no, because the horse was still in good condition. He told him to hurry up, and Cheng Dalei was probably waiting for them in Chang'an. Meanwhile, Liu Bei thought in his head about when did Zhao Zilong become so caring for Cheng Dalei. Guan Yu asked his third brother how far they were from Chang'an. Zhang Fei answered that they should be in front of them, and they went on riding their horses. A few moments later, the brothers arrived at the border of the capital region of Chang'an and got off their horses. They walked with them while they each held their horses' ropes. Suddenly, Zhao Zilong told them to wait, which left them confused, and they asked what was wrong. Zhao Zilong, with his sudden rosy cheeks, answered that he still had to make himself neat. Liu Bei questioned why Zhao Zilong was acting strangely, and Guan Yu asked what he meant because he had just said a while ago that Cheng Dalei was waiting for them, which made Zhao Zilong speechless. Someone said come on and they kept going. A guard at the border suspiciously asked them if they had a document for the road pass. The guard went on to say that Chang'an was under tight security, and they did not look like good people at first glance. If they couldn't show him their road pass, then he couldn't let them into the city and that they should understand some rules. Someone questioned what kind of rules. The guard looked confused while the 4 brothers just stared. A pretty lady soldier with a spear on her back asked why she hadn't heard of it. The lady soldier had black long hair in a ponytail. The guard was surprised when he saw General Tong walk towards him and command him to get out of her way for now. Liu Bei asked who she was. General Tong called for Zhao Zilong. Suddenly, she quickly advanced on her feet. With a spear on her back, she went aiming towards Zhao Zilong and said that he made him wait too long. Liu Bei warned and told them to watch out because she was coming at them while Zhao Zilong firmly grasped his spear. He also advanced towards General Tong. A white bird pilgrim's spear was evident as they fought. Zhao Zilong released 100 flowers in disarray against General Tong's phoenix swirl while his brother stood on the side and watched them fight. General Tong's looked pleased as they went on fighting while Zhao Zilong struggled. Liu Bei yelled at his brother to go and help, and Zhang Fei agreed. Suddenly, her hand extended out and called him stupid brat. General Tong grabbed Zhao Zilong's head, then pushed it into her chest and said that she hadn't seen him in a few years, but his skills had grown, which made his brother's jaw drop and puzzled him. General Tong gazed at his brothers and said that they were the guys that his brother Zhao Zilong mentioned in the letter while he continued struggling in her chest and demanded to let go of him. His brothers were shocked when they knew who she was. General Tong introduced herself. She was Tong Fei, Zhao Zilong's senior sister. Zhao Fei whispered that she was Zhao Zilong's dark something, but Liu Bei quickly interrupted and shushed him. Tong Fei questioned what they were whispering about. They awkwardly laughed and replied that they didn't expect that Zhao Zilong actually had such a powerful senior sister. Tong Fei brushed them off, responded that they were sweet talkers and told them to come follow her into the city. A few moments later at the Tong mansion, tea was poured in a cup inside a room. The 4 brothers sat together across Tong Fei and said that they had come to Chang'an to do something important. Zhao Zilong respectfully said that they would be a bother to his senior sister for a bit because they were unfamiliar with the place, so they had to find a place to stay first. He thanked his senior sister for having them, and Tong Fei replied that she could trust the people that he brought. Tong Fei added that he could rest there for as long as he wanted as she had enough empty rooms there. Then she asked if they were going to take part in the martial arts examination this time and if he brought his name card, and Zhao Zilong answered no because they were there to find someone. Tong Fei asked who they were looking for because she had some influence in Chang'an, so she might be able to help them. Zhao Zilong replied that they did not want to trouble senior sister and awkwardly laughed as they would take care of it. Tong Fei looked puzzled. The 4 brothers gazed and listened to Tong Fei when she intriguingly asked if the person they were looking for was a fugitive. The 4 brothers were all speechless. Tong Fei chuckled and went on to say not to worry. Although she was from the government, a fugitive like that wasn't under her jurisdiction, and she was not interested in asking about the person they were looking for. However, recently, the Jingju city was very chaotic. The martial arts examination was about to start, dragons and fishes jumbled together. The Ring tribe envoy had also arrived in Chang'an. In order to prevent people from causing trouble, the outside was now under very strict control. If they wanted to find someone, at least do it after everything had calmed down. Tong Fei was heading out first because she had things to do, and she told all of them to stay with her for now, especially Zhao Zilong, not to go out and cause trouble. Outside the room, a soldier was waiting and asked her group leader Tong if he was the junior brother she mentioned before because he was indeed useful. Tong Fei replied not to worry. Apart from Zhao Zilong, the other three were not bad either. The soldier fearfully reported that the Ring tribe diplomatic group had entered Chang'an, and most of their Merlion Guard troops had been sent out. Tong Fei replied that it didn't matter, they didn't have enough people on their side. She would find a chance to try their skills if they were qualified to become their people. Meanwhile, the system reset was in progress. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that the most important thing for coming to Chang'an had been solved. The only thing left was to find Yang Longting to seek justice. Another soldier appeared and referred to Cheng Dalei as Lieutenant New and said that it seemed he was in a good mood, and he chuckled. Cheng Dalei thought in his head to take it easy. There were too many troops deployed, and the time hadn't come yet. That day's operation was more difficult than expected. Suddenly, two men crashed on horseback and went out right above the Emperor's carriage. They took out a few soldiers while others yelled for an enemy attack and warned them to look out. The soldiers gathered with their spears and surrounded what they thought were assassins. These two men with face masks and spears in their hands were killed several soldiers who were on their way. Cheng Dalei was just as shocked as everyone else. He thought in his head about who made this move without following his orders, and who were they. There were so many troops that day, and doing it was the same as asking for death. Two cavalry soldiers rushed to kill in the crowd. The civil servants and the maids began in panic and fled one after another. However, Cheng Dalei remained and stood still with his sword in his hand. He thought in his head that no matter which side of the power made a move, now this place had become muddy water, while another soldier called Lieutenant New and told him not to go forward. The front was too chaotic, and they should stay away from it. Cheng Dalei thought that chaos was the opportunity. As long as he could get close to him, he could stab him with a killing blow. While yelling at the foolish ruler, these two men still went on aggressively. One of the two men screamed at them to die. As they were near the Emperor's carriage, the soldier's priority was to protect His Majesty and stop these two men. A man was shocked and terrified of what he saw. Suddenly, a hand emerged. It was another man. He fiercely grabbed both spears in his hand and tried to block them using his twisting hands. The two men were shocked. Cheng Dalei, on the side as he watched the fight, he thought in his head there really were masters among the eunuchs. It was Liu Aji, the top martial artist of Merlion Guard with skills of twisting hand, and Jin Yonggong at age 48, where he strongly said to capture them alive. An unexpected swish happened on the hands and spears. They were able to break free from Liu Aji, and a combination of attack from the seven-fold wave breaker spear and breaking army was released as Xiao Yu was called to raise the spear force. Emperor Ming was silent and still on his carriage as he observed the fight in front of him. He thought in his head about the Lin's family's wave-breaking spear. The two masked men were Lin Xiao Yu, the martial artist who had been in a lot of hardship, and Lin Chong, the top martial artist with a lot of experience. They both had a hidden attribute as Avenger and had the same skill of Wave Breaker of 7 attacks. Then someone thought, how could it be them? Seeing the strength of the defense, his plans for that day were cancelled because these two fools still came to assassinate and were planning to die. And even if they managed to break through to the eunuch, there were still several top figures waiting for them behind. It was Cheng Dalei, and he went on thinking that even if the assassination would be successful, the three of them were bound to die there. Yang Longting was surrounded by several top figures, such as the top left guard, top general, and top right guard, which made Cheng Dalei wonder if they were looking for other assassins. Cheng Dalei, with a sword in his hand, advanced fiercely into the fight. He thought that Emperor Ming could not die now, and once he was dead, the situation in Chang'an would be in chaos. He had a hard time setting up a good trap in Chang'an where it could be completely useless, and it would be more difficult to assassinate Yang Longting in the future. Cheng Dalei had to stop them and get them in his plan, while Lin Xiao Yu and Lin Chong went on battling against Liu Aji, who was about to lose the fight. Lin Chong cursed while he thought in his head that if he let this eunuch drag him down the moment the Imperial Guards surrounded him, he would definitely die here. He positioned his spear as he raised it, gathered his strength into his hand, and called out to the foolish ruler. Lin Chong threw his spear swiftly as he fiercely uttered to accept his death. His spear passed over the Imperial Guards, which terrified them. It was heading at Emperor Ming's carriage with several soldiers behind it. Liu Aji looked back and screamed to project his majesty as he thought he had messed up. However, they thought that it was too late. Emperor Ming still sat on his carriage and was terrified as the spear was incredibly near him. Suddenly, Cheng Dale appeared near Emperor Ming. He tried catching the spear with his hands. Cheng Dale was able to grasp the handle of the spear. He was struggling because the breaking spear was really powerful. Cheng Dale was able to catch the spear in front of Emperor Ming without harming his majesty. He fiercely stopped the spear inches before his majesty's eyes. The imperial guards just stood there and were terrified as they worried for their majesty. Cheng Dale yelled in frustration at them to come and called them bastards. He pointed his sword and then uttered that if they did not surrender, he was going to blow them up with 5 thunder laws. Lin Xiaoyu thought in his head that the sound was so familiar. He thought that now he had a good look, those eyes and that nose without the beard. He wanted to call his village master. However, he was quickly interrupted by Cheng Dale, who yelled ferociously, called them dog criminals, and told them to not even think of running away, especially of escaping to the east. Cheng Dale told Liu Aji to protect his majesty and allowed him to deal with these criminals, on which Liu Aji replied that he would leave it to him. Liu Aji then commanded a group of archers not to shoot as they could hit Captain Niu. Both sides slowly moved away while pretending to fight. As the battlefield got messier, it became hard to distinguish friend from foe, and now no one was able to intervene in the battle. In the middle of this mess, the 2 criminals were able to break through the east gates of the city. Several soldiers were behind Cheng Dale, and a soldier on his horse told him to take a rest, allow his men to chase after those 2. He would make sure that they wouldn't be able to escape. Cheng Dale screamed at the criminal scum, told them not to dare to run, come and fight him for 300 rounds. He then went after them. Cheng Dale kicked a soldier and let him borrow his horse. He managed to get himself on the horse's stirrups and kicked his feet with it. Cheng Dale went on screaming at the criminal bastards and commanded them not to run. Another soldier came to check on the general, who was on the ground, on which he replied that he was fine. He wondered why Captain Niu had such a big grudge against those bandits. Cheng Dale continued screaming at the scums that their death was near and went after Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong. Liu Aji commanded the cavalry guards to chase after them and helped Captain Niu catch those criminals. On the road, the cavalry guards were behind Cheng Dale, chasing the bandits. Cheng Dale whistled like a sound signal for the bandits lurking behind the trees and bushes. The bandit was able to recognize the signal. He commanded to open the sheds and let them loose. The cavalry guards wondered about the rumbling sound as they slowed down. The leading guard warned them to be careful as it was coming from the right, and another soldier commanded them to halt, repeatedly. The firecracker was attached to a tail. It was a group of violent-looking bulls making rumbling sounds. The cavalry guards were speechless as the bulls crossed the road, blocking the view with black smoke from the firecrackers. They coughed when the black smoke reached them, and a soldier called for his general. When the smoke slowly cleared out, they realized that Captain Niu and those 2 criminals were gone. The general commanded them to quickly go after them. They must not let anything happen to Captain Niu. A few moments later, in a small shed deep in the mountain, he questioned if it was really his village master. It was Lin Xiaoyu who was glad that he did not die, on which Cheng Dale assured him he did not die as he was living perfectly fine. Cheng Dale was also glad that these 2 did not die either. He went on to ask why they were trying to assassinate the emperor. Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong were silent. Lin Xiaoyu answered that it was for his father, Lin Wentian. Cheng Dale thought of Lin Wentian. He thought he had heard people mention him before. The great Northwest General, supreme defender of the Northwest borderlines, someone on the same level as Yu Kai Lai. In the war 1 year ago, Lin Wentian abandoned his duties and escaped back to the capital, leaving the city to be ransacked by the rings. The emperor decreed him to be punished via execution of the entire family. Nowadays, if Yang Longting was the empire's greatest hero, then Lin Wentian was the empire's biggest villain. How many people would grit their teeth in anger when mentioning his name, and how many more would want the chance to spit on his grave? However, there have been rumors that he was merely a pawn in the inner politics of the court. The supplies that should have been delivered never arrived, forcing him to retreat. Maybe this was the real reason why the entire Lin family was executed, to silence the witness. Cheng Dale sighed that Lin Xiaoyu turned out to be Lin Wentian's son. No wonder why he wanted to assassinate the emperor. He then asked how many people were left in the Lin family. Lin Xiaoyu answered a few of the older members were able to escape the executions by changing their names, and what had happened to the family was passed on to him by an old servant. Lin Xiaoyu went on angrily saying that his father dedicated his life to the empire, yet they repaid him by executing his entire family unjustly. He must find justice for him. Cheng Dalei responded that even if they kill the emperor, it won't clear away the crimes that his father was framed for. Cheng Dalei thought that these two weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. He went on to explain that if he wanted to clear away his father's crime, he needed to collect enough evidence and confront the emperor. Only then was he able to force him to give him a proper answer. If they really killed the emperor and people found out it was done by someone from the Lin family, it would only have added to the misunderstanding. Cheng Dalei called for Xiao Yu and borrowed his spear. Cheng Dalei held onto the spear and went on explaining that the emperor could not die right then. The moment he died, the empire would fall into turmoil, and the crown princes would fight among themselves for the seat of the emperor, giving the rings a chance to attack them again. So, hide here for now. This was a place he had prepared for himself, so no one should have been able to find them there. As for food and water, they were under the floorboards. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei stabbed himself in the shoulder and blood began to splatter. He walked out the door and said that he would pick them up when he left Chang'an. At night, a soldier on a horse was wandering alone in the woods. He sighed as they went the road with his horse. It was Cheng Dalei. He had to settle his score with Yang Longting, and Lin Xiaoyu needed to find justice with the emperor. He looked up and questioned if there was really justice in this world. With torches, someone recognized Captain Niu. It was the cavalry guards, which confirmed it was Captain Niu, and asked if he caught the criminal. Cheng Dalei sighed and answered they got away. They asked him if he was hurt, and he answered yes, that he accidentally got hit by their spear, but it was only a flesh wound, and assured them not to worry. However, the guards called for the doctor and quickly called someone to come over because Captain Niu was hurt. This made Cheng Dalei wonder when he became this popular. At the Huayang Palace, where eunuchs and soldiers sat down at the front, a man announced that the emperor had been startled by the events, but he was now resting after taking some medicine, and everyone could go back now. His Majesty also decreed that he would not blame today's event on anyone, which made the eunuchs and soldiers bow down and reply that His Majesty was benevolent. In a well-lit room, Liu Aji informed His Majesty that everyone had left. Emperor Ming asked if Niu Sanjin had been found yet. Liu Aji bowed down when replying to His Majesty. He had already been found, however. He seemed to have suffered some injuries, but it was nothing too major. He played a great role in protecting him that day. He asked His Majesty if they should reward him. Emperor Ming responded that there was no rush to reward him as he wanted to meet him personally first. He then asked if he recognized this spear, and Liu Aji responded based on the techniques used by the assassin. This should be a tidal wave spear from the Lin family. Emperor Ming held on to the tidal wave spear, then uttered that the Lin family still had people alive. Fast forward at the Imperial Palace. Inside of a room, someone asked if there was any news of Cheng Dalei. Liu Bei answered that Cheng Dalei was a wanted criminal. He must have had a new identity right now. Zhang Fei applauded Cheng Dalei as this proved that he had hidden himself very well, and Liu Bei responded that if it wasn't easy to find, he was overconfident. Guan Yu added that he did find out that there was an underground city in Chang'an, and the big boss there was called Big Brother, but there were rumors saying that the ones behind the scene were actually two girls. Zhao Zilong said that it was a shame that the emperor was targeted by assassins 2 days ago, and the security in Chang'an was very strict right now. They couldn't go out and search for them. Liu Bei responded that right now they couldn't leave Chang'an even if they wanted to, and they could only stay there at Zhao Zilong's senior sister's place, eating and drinking for free, and thought it was a little improper. Suddenly, a voice emerged and questioned who said she was letting them live there for free. With a loud bang, Tong Fei kicked the door and debris flew because of the impact. She was silent, and light smoke appeared. Zhao Zilong called out to his senior sister. Could she open the door like a normal person because she had already broken 3 doors? Tong Fei laughed and said that it was a force of habit that Zhao Zilong should know that this was how she usually opened doors when she was catching criminals. She went inside the room, then coughed and went on to say that no one could get anything for free from her, even if it was Zhao Zilong. She walked near her brother and said she was there to ask for them to pay up. Then she sat next to him and questioned Zhao Zilong why was he looking at his dear senior sister like that. Was she that scary? Or did he think she would eat them up? While Zhao Zilong stayed silent, he thought in his head that he had a bad feeling about this. Every time she began acting this way, it meant she was scheming something bad. Tong Fei placed her arm on Zhao Zilong and told everyone that she needed help escorting an elder. Liu Bei asked who. Tong Fei replied that no need to be nervous, he was not some major character or anything. The person they would be escorting was a doctor. He would be traveling to the general's palace to see a patient. At nighttime, in the general's palace, someone hoped they could ensure his safety on his way back from the general's palace. There was a small carriage with 2 horses attached to it and several guards near it. Later that night, two people went inside the examinee's residence. Inside a room, Captain New was informed by Liu Aji that the doctor was there. Cheng Dalei was relieved that it was a good thing the doctor didn't bring any medicine with him. He had been drinking so much ginseng and tiger bone soup that he almost vomited at the smell of it. The doctor replied that his injuries had already closed, and he should be able to move around after a few more days. Cheng Dalei said that he was not the doctor who had been treating him for the past few days and asked if he was new here and his surname. The doctor answered him yes, and his surname was Lai. He was amazed that he had the same surname as the royal family. The doctor looked sharply at his companion, Liu Aji. Liu Aji said to Niu Sanjin that he would get some fresh air outside and remember to listen to the doctor's instructions. The doctor said the situation back then was very dangerous, and while what he did was selfless, wasn't he afraid of dying? Cheng Dalei scratched his head and asked what he had to do with him. The doctor awkwardly replied that he was just asking. He heard General Niu was from the northwest and asked if the situation over there was okay. Cheng Dalei sighed as he asked what was okay about it, as he couldn't even have a full meal every day. It was already not bad to be able to survive. The doctor sadly remarked that it was that bad. Then he proceeded to ask Captain Niu why did he think they were unable to triumph over the Ring tribe, on which Cheng Dalei questioned why was he asking him and he could go ask the emperor, that old Foji. The doctor felt sad and silent. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that this conversation, this look, he wondered why they looked so familiar. And the look this doctor gave Liu Aji earlier. Based on his identity, he wondered why would Liu Aji listen to a doctor. He was someone who stood below 1 but above 10,000. The only person Liu Aji would listen to was the emperor, and this person's surname was also Lai. Cheng Dalei quickly realized that there was no way Lai Xingzai, who liked to dress as a commoner, and Lai Wanner, who liked to cross-dress as a man, could be the emperor. He couldn't believe that this old Foji in front of him was the emperor. Cheng Dalei looked terrified and cursed himself that the apple really didn't fall too far from the tree, questioning that his ancestors were all cosplayers too. The panic set into Cheng Dalei as he sweated heavily and wondered if he was too rude a while ago. He comforted himself that it was okay, didn't panic, just pretended like he didn't recognize him. However, the emperor uttered the old Foji, which made Cheng Dalei terrified and silent. Cheng Dalei responded confidently that he was right, they all called him that. On which Emperor Ming questioned that all called him that. Cheng Dalei explained that he was blessed to live 10,000 years, hence old, and with age came wisdom, hence Foji. Using such a prestigious title to call the emperor, he then questioned if there was something wrong, on which the emperor replied that it was like that. The emperor asked why he was sweating so much and if he wasn't feeling well somewhere, and Cheng Dalei replied that it was a little hot. The emperor placed his hand inside his clothes and said that he played a huge role in saving the old Foji, and he was sure he would give him a huge reward. He got a piece of cloth, then wiped Cheng Dalei's face with it. The emperor called himself an old Foji since he said everyone called him that. Cheng Dalei panicked inside as he thought in his head that the emperor was actually helping him wipe his sweat and hoped he didn't accidentally wipe his beard off while he awkwardly laughed with him. The emperor said that this time he would definitely be promoted to a noble, but he wondered if there was any other reward he wanted. Cheng Dalei replied that sacrificing his body for the emperor was something a loyal subject must do. If he was talking about a reward, what else could be more rewarding than being able to protect the emperor? Then he responded that it seemed like he wasn't interested in a reward. Cheng Dalei added that not only that he wasn't interested, he wanted the emperor to send him to the most dangerous battlefields, the harshest and the most brutal places. He went on to say that as a soldier, to die on the battlefield, using his own blood to trade for the safety of the empire. That was the greatest reward, on which the emperor was speechless. He did not expect him to be so loyal, and Cheng Dalei replied that this wasn't enough to be called loyal. This was the duty of a soldier. Liu Aji was outside the room on guard and heard them laughing. There was a light near the emperor. The emperor asked if the battles in the northeast were not easy, right? Cheng Dalei was silent for a moment, before replying that yes, it was not easy at all. The emperor said that they were defeated many times. The huge empire couldn't even stop a group of barbarians. Then, he questioned what he thought the reason for their defeat was. Cheng Dalei responded that the Ring lived in a grassy landscape. Although their population was limited, and they lacked iron, their habits made them good at riding and shooting. So, every man became a soldier, and they could replenish their troops quickly. While the empire built up the country through agriculture and self-sufficiency, the training time for a single soldier was long. The soldiers easily became the private property of the generals, and they were prone to civil wars, or they avoided war with the outside world to preserve their strength. even if he could successfully destroy a group of the rings. In a few years a new group of warriors grew up, changing at most the clan's name. Meanwhile, it was much more difficult for the soldiers of the Great Kingdom who died to regenerate. Even if the Empire defeated the rings 100 times, this could not hurt the rings' ambition. The Empire only had to lose once to be broken. They couldn't attack, so they had to defend the cities. But a long defensive line from east to west was a big loss of national strength. So, the defense got weaker every time. The Emperor found it meaningful when he said that the defense got weaker every time. Cheng Dalei proposed a solution. If he trained an elite army to beat their strategy of perpetual wars so they could directly wipe out the cause, the Ring tribe would be completely crushed. On which the Emperor replied that the Empire didn't have such an elite army and couldn't afford to support such an attack in the north. Cheng Dalei added that he had active but also passive strategies. He was just afraid to say it. The Emperor encouraged him to talk about it because he happened not to have a consultant next to him, so he could just talk about it. Cheng Dalei explained that this method was a bit crazy. He could create an opening in the northwest of the country to attract the rings and use the complex landscape of the Empire as a battlefield. Then, he mobilized millions of the Empire's peoples and the entire population to resist the rings, then blocked the enemy's retreat and destroyed them by encircling the place and gradually engulfing the invading rings like a sea that greatly damped their ambition. The Emperor questioned blocking the enemy's retreat and then destroying them. Did he mean that at the cost of millions of lives, they should lure the rings into the country voluntarily and even give up Chang'an? Cheng Dalei explained that he wasn't trying to send them to their deaths, but to involve millions of civilians in resisting the enemy so that the weak could overcome and break the strong. The Emperor strongly responded no, because that was crazy and downright cruel. Besides, he questioned whether these useless straw-like civilians really had the guts to fight the rings, because that was completely fantasizing. Cheng Dalei replied that he didn't have another plan if he didn't believe him. The Emperor was silent for a moment. He then said that he was stronger than he thought, and he didn't think the old guy, Emperor Ming, would rank him that low again. The Emperor said that he had one more question, and Cheng Dalei replied to go ahead. The Ring clan ravaged the lands, the royal power mourned the fall, the fluorescent fire guarded the hearts. At that time, the nobility and the rich families fought for power, and the vassals defied the law. If people had a disease, they could be cured by medicine. But what if the state was sick? He then asked if he thought the empire could be still saved. Cheng Dalei wondered in his head that this kind of question a doctor and patient should talk about, and he was certain that Emperor Ming already knew that he had found out his identity. Emperor Ming gazed sharply. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that this old man really knew everything. With what he learned in his last life, unfortunately, in situations like this, he could only break old habits and reform himself. He questioned even daring to say his answer to the Emperor's face, whether he could understand it or not. Even if he did, Cheng Dalei was afraid he would cut his head off right away. He was the leader of this old empire, should he overthrow the Emperor himself. At that moment, the two eyes collided and the heart became similar like a clear mirror. Cheng Dalei breathed heavily. He said it was hopeless as he laid his back. The Emperor was speechless. Then he turned his back and made his way to the door, and left Cheng Dalei in the room. Cheng Dalei looked at him, and a trace of pity suddenly rose in his heart. Of course, this was a very ridiculous thing, but at that moment Cheng Dalei really felt sorry for him. Liu Aji offered to let him help His Majesty onto the carriage, and he replied no because he wanted to take a walk. Liu Aji asked if he did say something that upset him. Emperor Ming replied no. He said it quite well and was right in some places. Liu Aji went on asking if His Majesty thought this person was useful, and if he was good for nothing, should they kick him out of Chang'an and send him back to his homeland? Emperor Ming responded that he was useful, not only useful but also of great benefit to them. Somewhere in the palace at midnight, someone walked, and the brothers were lurking behind a wall. Guan Yu said that this guy didn't look like anything special. Zhang Fei questioned if someone really murdered an ordinary royal doctor. And Liu Bei added that given Tong Fei's behavior in recent days in the capital, she was by no means a minor figure in the capital. She specifically asked them to secretly accompany this person, so that must have been her intention. However, Liu Bei thought in his head that the three of them were just guests in her house, but she specifically dismissed her most trusted Zhao Zilong and instead asked them, who were relatively strangers, to do the job. Liu Bei thought that in any case, it was fraud. He wondered how many people beside them were hiding in this seemingly quiet night. Swords were drawn, and they called the quack physician, and they finally got him. Several people dressed in black and carrying swords ran towards the doctor with masks covering their faces, and they continued demanding to give their sons, wife, and dog's life. Zhang Fei was surprised that someone really came to assassinate. The people dressed in black went on running with the intent to kill this quack physician. The three brothers came to the defense and surrounded the doctor. Guan Yu questioned if there were so many people. He felt it was way too exaggerated. It was not an assassination, it was clearly a siege. Zhang Fei replied that in the capital, he had either eaten or slept these past days. Now he finally had a place where his body's strength could fully express itself, while Liu Bei remained silent. Zhang Fei enthusiastically asked his brother why they didn't have a contest to see who could beat more people. Whoever lost would take over the other person's drink money for a year. Guan Yu questioned if he realized the current situation they were in, while Liu Bei thought in his head that the quack physician did not panic at all when it was so dangerous. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei went on fighting, while Liu Bei was tasked to protect the doctor and leave the rest to his brothers. On the roof, someone observed the fight and chuckled because they really saw it in them. A lady dressed in black said, "Let the useless withdraw, and let Team Tiger continue," and a man behind her agreed. Several people dressed in black carried swords and screamed, "Attack!" Zhang Fei ran and questioned how it was that the more they fought, the more opponents there were, and how many enemies this old man had made. Guan Yu struggled and said that the opponents were getting stronger and stronger, just like Zhang Fei, who told his brother there was another wave of enemies approaching from over there, while a horde of people carrying swords ran after them. A sword swung in the air, and this time, it hit Liu Bei in the face, and blood began to splatter. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were terrified for their big brother, Liu Bei. Liu Bei remained calm and cursed in his head. He went on thinking that it wouldn't work, it was a trap. If they continued, it was only a matter of time before they got killed. 1 year ago, bandits trained at the training ground of Toad Village. Liu Bei observed silently their smoky fight. He stood there with Cheng Dalei beside him. The rigid training bandits were Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Qin Man, and Zhao Zilong. Someone said stop and the bandits obeyed. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were visibly bruised, sweaty, and heavily breathed. It was Cheng Dalei and he said that was it for today's training, and Qin Man replied okay. Liu Bei asked Cheng Dalei what his intention was. He knew that their martial arts were inferior to Zhao Zilong and Qin Man, but he still deliberately asked them to fight each other. Cheng Dalei asked how many moves he thought they could have handled before sparring. Liu Bei answered about 10 or so moves. Cheng Dalei responded that they had fought for more than 30 moves to determine a winner, and Liu Bei replied that this was because while they both were very strong, their fighting styles were completely different. He went on to explain that Qin Man could perform war-killing techniques, Zhao Zilong could execute professional fighting techniques, and the two had no cooperation. Cheng Dalei asked what he thought the problem with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei was. Liu Bei answered that they had fought with too much brute force, did not know how to observe, ignored details, and had no strategy either. Cheng Dalei said that he was right. What they had lacked in their fighting style was a brain and eyes. He referred to him as Little Bei and mentioned that he had never seen him fight, but he knew his fighting skills weren't bad, even if they were not as good as theirs, but he could be their brains and their eyes. Cheng Dalei added that he was a genius at leading troops, which Liu Bei questioned how he had figured that out. Cheng Dalei told him not to ask because he just knew, and in his eyes, all three of them had the ability to withstand 1,000 armies. Going back to Liu Bei, while being attacked, he knew what to do. He called Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to listen to his command, follow his steps to retreat, on which his brothers agreed. Liu Bei thought in his head that there were 3 in the northwest, 4 in the northeast, and 6 in the south. He found it, the weak point of the encirclement. Liu Bei fiercely commanded to break through them. On the rooftop, a man told his lady boss that they were getting away from them and asked if they should do something, and she replied not to hurry, as they would strike when they thought they had escaped. In this case, they could see how they fought with all their might to survive. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu mowed down their enemies. Anxious, Liu Bei pondered who those people were and where the guards were, given that they were fighting for so long and failed to come. Then suddenly, a figure leaped behind their back. Unaware of what was going on, Liu Bei thought that as long as they could break the enemy's encirclement, they would have a chance to escape. Guan Yu was the first one who noticed and warned his brothers to watch out as the figure landed in front of them. A masked woman appeared and grinned at them. Zhang Fei's face distorted, and he told Guan Yu that they were going to attack together, to which Guan Yu agreed. They both slashed the masked woman. However, the woman jumped, dodging both of their attacks. She landed on top of their weapons with ease. The woman hopped up. She kneed Guan Yu in the face. Guan Yu's face was in shock about what happened. Guan Yu was sent flying as a result of the impact of the attack, which concerned Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei ran and yelled at Guan Yu. He attacked the woman with his skill, the Sky Catcher. Struggling, he then thought that the guy's strength was abnormal. The woman was still grinning. Then Zhang Yu released another attack, but it was easily blocked by the woman. The woman prepared her legs for a kick. She then kicked Zhang Fei in the face since he didn't respond quickly enough. Zhang Fei was also thrown and smashed into a wall as a result of the kick. Liu Bei leaped behind the woman, raising both of his swords and preparing to attack. The woman, however, turned back as she observed the approaching Liu Bei, who was going to slash her. She avoided Liu Bei's blade at just the right moment. The woman's spear hilt sparkled as she dragged it to the ground. She used the hilt to bounce as Liu Bei slashed her again. The woman landed behind Liu Bei. However, Liu Bei quickly turned to where she was. She then chuckled as they both readied their stance. The woman then told Liu Bei that she could tell he was a martial artist based on his earlier movements. An open box containing medical supplies was lying on the ground. The woman went on to say that she wouldn't have thought that Liu Bei was a dual sword wielder because he hit it so well. Liu Bei's eyes began to shine as his face was filled with emotions. On a narrow street, the woman invited Liu Bei to come at her because she wanted to know what more he was hiding, while a number of adversaries stood behind them. As they surged at each other, Liu Bei and the woman continued to fight. Their swords collided. Liu Bei's face contorted, yet the woman continued to smile. Zhang Fei, who was knocked out, leaned against the wall, while Guan Yu was also the same. Moments later, Liu Bei sat on the ground, and the woman appeared in front of him, saying that she expected him to be stronger. The woman asked him if he wasn't afraid of dying and why he gave up. Liu Bei sighed as he lay flat on the ground and asked her what difference it made if he died sooner or later. People would die eventually. While the woman's spear was on his throat, he told her she could do her worst since he wouldn't move. He continued that if Zhao Zilong found out that the three of them died in her hands. Liu Bei, concerned that her little game would no longer be enjoyable, addressed the woman as Auntie Tong Fei. The woman removed her mask and cloak and called Liu Bei a stinky kid. Tong Fei grabbed Liu Bei's clothes. She was furious and threatened Liu Bei if he dared to call her an auntie. Tong Fei clenched her teeth and asked Liu Bei if he truly believed she would not kill him right now. Liu Bei didn't answer and just clenched his teeth. Tong Fei grinned, stating that Liu Bei was not bad as she actually saw through him and even lasted that long against her. She complimented him that his martial arts were not bad, and he also had a brain. Tong Fei laughed as she continuously smacked Liu Bei, who began to feel something. Liu Bei's eyes twirled as he lost consciousness. Tong Fei was confused about what just happened. Liu Bei passed out while Tong Fei just stared at him without speaking a word. A man appeared and told Tong Fei that she didn't properly control her strength. Tong Fei placed one of her palms on her forehead, told the man he was talking nonsense, and inquired if he had caught anyone. The man informed her that it was truly surprising that an unknown number of assassins had invaded Chang. As he took off his face, the man also took off his hair and continued that night alone, they had caught a few opportunists. He went on to say that they still had to figure out who they belonged to. The man was also curious as to whether it was Jianghu's Moonsong Temple or Lingzhou Pavilion, or the Blood Assassins. Tong Fei told the man that she wanted a thorough investigation into all of them, and to find out who was the rat in the imperial court, because otherwise, she wondered how they found out about the operation tonight, and she also told him that his acting as the Emperor's double was too rough, and that she would find him an acting teacher later. However, the man laughed, asking her to spare him, as they should worry about the three fellows on the ground first. Tong Fei ordered the Tiger team to bring all injured people to the infirmary, and the three to her palace, and the Tiger team did so. Tong Fei, irritated, stated that with the Merlion guards around, she couldn't imagine how a bunch of riffraff could cause trouble, and it was about time to let them know who Chang'an belonged to. Female attendants gathered outside the palace. Two of the attendants gossiped and told the other to pretend she saw nothing. Princess Mingyu stood tall, smiling. Meanwhile, Emperor Ming was present at the Weiyang Palace study. Princess Mingyu arrived and saw the Emperor reading something. Emperor Ming's gaze shifted to the side, as if he noticed someone. He then inquired of Princess Mingyu why she acted sneakily now that she arrived. Princess Mingyu chuckled as she walked awkwardly toward Emperor Ming. She then looked at what Emperor Ming was reading and asked him what he looked at. Emperor Ming stated that he looked to see if anyone was capable in the exam. As he looked at the paper, Princess Mingyu asked him if anyone was capable. Emperor Ming scoffed and told her that true capable people were few and far between because he didn't know if it made sense or was simply a bunch of cliches. His eyes then turned to Princess Mingyu. Emperor Ming questioned her attire and pondered what would happen if word got out, which spooked Princess Mingyu. Princess Mingyu blushed as she told Emperor Ming that she learned it from him, prompting Emperor Ming to ask her what she meant. She then pointed to him and told him that she saw Emperor Ming and Uncle Liu wearing commoner clothes and sneaking out of the palace earlier. However, Emperor Ming stated that he went out for work and she would not comprehend what the work was. Princess Mingyu insisted that Emperor Ming should tell her why he went out. Emperor Ming disputed this, claiming that the entire empire was his and he could go wherever he wanted to go. Princess Mingyu, on the other hand, still pressured Emperor Ming to tell her why he went out because she wanted him to bring her along the next time. Emperor Ming coughed and told Princess Mingyu that they were not going to talk about it. He immediately changed the subject and asked Princess Mingyu if she had decided on someone to marry yet. Princess Mingyu stuttered and told Emperor Ming that she didn't want to get married yet. Emperor Ming argued that she would have to marry sooner or later, and she would meet someone with whom she wanted to raise a family. Princess Mingyu crossed her arms and told Emperor Ming that she had not met anyone like that yet, and they were not going to talk about it right now. Emperor Ming warned her that she could not wait any longer, and if she waited any longer, she would become an old lady. He stated that he already picked someone for her and asked if she was interested in finding out who it was. Princess Mingyu pouted, believing that if they weren't from the family, they were from the Tao family, and if he forced her, she would starve herself. Emperor Ming, on the other hand, told her that it wasn't either of those two people. The person he chose was good with both the pen and the sword, as he actually stood out among the crowd, and referred to him as a bona fide genius. Princess Mingyu's face was skeptical as she asked Emperor Ming if someone like that existed, and what they looked like. Emperor Ming rubbed his cheeks as he emphasized to her that the man did not appear ugly. Nonetheless, Princess Mingyu remained unconvinced and questioned Emperor Ming what family the man belonged to if he wasn't from the Tao or families, to which Emperor Ming replied that the man's name was Niu and asked what she thought. Princess Mingyu's eyes squinted as she mentioned Niu's name. Distressed, Princess Mingyu asked Emperor Ming if he wasn't talking about that man. After a while, Princess Mingyu entered through the gate, annoyed, wondering where Cheng Dale was. When Xiao Linger recognized her, she told her that Cheng Dale was resting in the yard. She stood near Cheng Dale, who was asleep, with her arms crossed, staring at him angrily and not saying anything. She then slapped him, causing Cheng Dale to scream. Cheng Dale cursed at her, asking Princess Mingyu what was wrong with her. Princess Mingyu asked him what he said to Emperor Ming, which perplexed Cheng Dale because he had never met her father. She then mocked him, wondering what talented genius he was and he should simply go back to his mountain since she didn't know whether he was worthy, to which made Cheng Dale more confused. Princess Mingyu quickly ran and cursed at him and told him that no wonder why he was so interested in her matters because he was just a perverted toad that wanted to eat swan meat. She continued to mock him, telling him that he should never forget that he was just a mountain bandit and would forever be a bandit. She then left, leaving Cheng Dale puzzled about what had just happened. Cheng Dale was thinking about what had just happened when Princess Mingyu came and began hitting and screaming at him, calling him a toad who wanted to eat swan meat, wondering what was wrong with that as it was the motto of his toad village. Liu Bei mumbled in his sleep as the night passed. Someone then called his attention, asking him if he were finally awake. Tong Fei, who was sitting beside him, asked Liu Bei if he wanted to talk. As he turned away from Tong Fei, Liu Bei's face showed disappointment. Regardless, Tong Fei just laughed it off and told Liu Bei not to look at her like that. She then informed Liu Bei that the situation was dangerous and that if the three of them went together, they might have a chance to beat her, and she wondered why he refused to act in the end. Liu Bei grabbed his blanket as he told Tong Fei that it was none of his business. Tong Fei then told Liu not to mind it as she also didn't like to gossip about other people's privacy either. She asked him another question about how he knew that the commission was fake, to which Liu Bei answered that it was not a big deal as there were many things missing. Tong Fei then interrogated him as to how it was possible. Liu Bei cautioned her that the imperial physician they were protecting was too calm and composed to be an assassin. But Tong Fei retorted that the next time she should find someone with better acting skills. Liu Bei guessed that the general's mansion, as well as the location they were given, were both fakes, as the place where they fought was not far from the general's mansion. But the general's mansion did not move after a long fight. He also added that the biggest possibility was that someone from the military was involved in the assassination, and that there were no movements from the Imperial Guard in Chang'an. Tong Fei then told him to continue. Liu Bei then told her that it appeared as if they deliberately left them to escape because so many assassins appeared at the same time, as they must have carried out a very tight plan. He also believed that the encirclement had a loophole and flaws, which did not make sense. He went on to say that he and Zhao Zilong received the task of escorting the imperial physician, but Zhao Zilong hadn't appeared, as he presumed he got a different location, and Liu Bei assumed that Tong Fei was planning the assassination the whole time. Liu Bei sat down and asked Tong Fei if she deliberately put Zhao Zilong away to play such a fake game to test their ability, as he claimed she knew Zhao Zilong's details and abilities best as Zhao Zilong's senior sister. But Tong Fei stated that in the end, Liu Bei just lay down because he already guessed it was her and believed she wouldn't really kill him. Liu Bei asked her what her purpose was and who the hell she was for setting up such a game. Tong Fei chuckled as she sipped her tea and informed Liu Bei that night, there was indeed an imperial physician who went to the general's mansion, and the location Zhao Zilong got was the real general's mansion. She went on to say that the real imperial physician was, in fact, Emperor Ming in disguise to go on an inspection tour. However, Liu Bei just scoffed as he guessed that it was really a big shot. Tong Fei continued sipping her cup. Liu Bei then inquired if it was the real Emperor Ming that Zhao Zilong was escorting while they were fighting desperately, and the real Emperor Ming had safely returned to the palace, to which Tong Fei said yes. Tong Fei went on to inform Liu Bei that Chang'an had not been peaceful recently, and all forces were eyeing Emperor Ming, wanting his life because he had been surrounded by many spies, and according to their investigation, the news that Emperor Ming left the palace last night in disguise was also leaked. She went on to say that she expected the assassination operation had brought out a lot of assassins who had been fishing in troubled waters, and they had caught them all, so they deliberately spread fake news and staged a fake assassination scene. Liu Bei complimented her she did a nice move and inquired what did it have to do with them and why did she involve them in her test. Tong Fei informed him that the kingdom was not only in crisis because of the Ring tribe invasion, but that the kingdom was on the verge of destruction because Emperor Ming was in danger at all times. A slight negligence would lead to chaos, and the entire kingdom would be crushed due to lots of internal events. She then informed Liu Bei that her organization was Emperor Ming's sword and shield. Liu Bei smiled, believing that Tong Fei wanted them to join their organization by testing their strength. Tong Fei also smiled as she held out her hands and informed Liu Bei that for the sake of the kingdom and its people, they needed more power and people with lofty ideals. Liu Bei looked at Tong Fei's hands, and she went on to say that the four of them were exactly what they needed. Tong Fei went on to say that as long as they were willing to join, she was cut off mid-sentence when Liu Bei's face darkened. Liu Bei stiffened his face and told Tong Fei that he refused her offer. Tong Fei was in shock and couldn't mutter a word. Tong Fei, agitated, told Liu Bei not to rush into refusing if he wanted to know who she was. Liu Bei averted his gaze and told her that he wanted to know but now didn't. Tong Fei's face distorted as she didn't say a single word. Seconds passed by. She told Liu Bei that Zhao Zilong was her junior brother, and even if he wasn't with her, she would never ignore him. Tong Fei continued, solemnly, asking Liu Bei if he thought Zhao Zilong would stay in a small toad village. She regarded Zhao Zilong as a phoenix, even if he was with them at the time. Liu Bei assumed Tong Fei had already investigated their origins. Tong Fei sat down and told Liu Bei that he had underestimated their organization. She then told him that she not only knew they were from Toad Village, but that they were also looking for Cheng Dalei. Her face darkened as she stated that she could know every move they made for as long as she wanted. Regardless, Liu Bei asked Tong Fei if she could help them find Cheng Dalei's whereabouts since she was so powerful. Tong Fei's face distorted as she couldn't keep up with Liu Bei's arrogance. As she walked out of the room, Liu Bei asked if she was leaving and mocked her that he couldn't see her off. Tong Fei slammed the door which made a loud noise. Liu Bei's ears perked up as he laughed in triumph. He then had a thought in his head that he finally had the chance to say it once, as he had always thought that Cheng Dalei looked so cool when he said it. Tong Fei asked her men what their thoughts had been after seeing the entire test, and the man told her that despite facing many enemies, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were strong enough to deal with them. The man went on to say that Liu Bei never did his best, but he possessed a very strong mindset and leadership skill. The man concluded as Tong Fei sipped on her cup, listening, that the three could be rated as a class. Tong Fei told her men that they could go first, to which the man said yes. She then realized that she needed to use all necessary means to secure such talent, and that the time had come to fill the manpower shortage. She stated that it was a little difficult, as she thought of Liu Bei. Zhao Zilong arrived, calling out to Tong Fei. Tong Fei turned around, surprised to see Zhao Zilong had returned. Zhao Zilong informed her that the four of them had come together and he had completed the mission she had assigned to him. They also had completed the mission she had asked them to do, as Zhao Zilong stated. He went on to say that now the three of them lay in bed, and he was the only one who remained standing. Returning from where Zhao Zilong had visited his brothers, he asked Zhang Fei how they had gotten hurt. Zhang Fei answered that if he had been stronger, no one would have gotten hurt. He then asked Liu Bei what had happened, wondering why he hadn't seen them. However, Liu Bei answered that he had been too weak and a loser. Guan Yu, on the other hand, blamed himself, stating that it had all happened because of his poor strength, as he had been stupid to fall into Tong Fei's plot. Moving on to the present, Zhao Zilong then asked Tong Fei what she had done to them and what had happened that night. Tong Fei realized Zhao Zilong's feelings for his brothers were deep and informed him that she simply wanted to test their strength. Zhao Zilong asked Tong Fei if that was how she tested people because they were all seriously injured and couldn't move while lying on the bed, to which Tong Fei replied that they were alive, and that she would cure them. However, in a gentle voice, Zhao Zilong asked what it had been. As his face filled with rage, he yelled at Tong Fei, asking what the hell she wanted. Tong Fei yelled back that what she wanted for him was to leave Toad Village. Zhao Zilong gritted his teeth and didn't utter a single word. Tong Fei went on to say that she couldn't bear watching Zhao Zilong fall as they had grown up together. She explained that she could ignore Lai Guanzhang and the others, but she couldn't let him hang out with the mountain bandits of Toad Village as she didn't know what kind of place Toad Village was like. Tong Fei yelled at him that it was just a bandit's nest, which everyone despised and feared. Zhao Zilong's eyes widened, and his face darkened as he recalled his day with Tong Fei. Tong Fei went on to say that the four of them had to stay, as 3 of his brothers had passed the test she had set. Tong Fei stated that if they followed her, she could guarantee a great future for all of them, to which Zhao Zilong replied that they were in Jingzhou for important business. As she tapped Zhao Zilong's shoulder, Tong Fei told him that she had always been a person who did things by any means, and she knew that he was looking for Cheng Dalei, and if Cheng Dalei got in her way, she would kill him. Zhao Zilong gripped his spear tightly as his hands trembled, a golden aura coursing through his body. He held his spear with both hands and prepared to thrust it at Tong Fei. Tong Fei, however, dodged it with ease. Zhao Zilong's eyes widened as she grasped his spear in one of his hands. A fierce thrust was thrown again, but Tong Fei easily dodged it. She dashed towards him, leapt, and smacked Zhao Zilong to the ground. Tong Fei cursed, unable to believe Zhao Zilong had swung his spear so hard at her. She then questioned Zhao Zilong if he still wanted to fight her, as she was doing this for his good. Tong Fei opened her eyes to look around. However, all she saw was Zhao Zilong on the ground, unconscious. She stood up, scratched her head, and asked her men if what she had said earlier was harsh. The man responded that her words had been a bit heavy, but her hit had been harder and that she couldn't get married like that. Tong Fei's face darkened as she looked at her man. With a loud bang, the enraged Tong Fei walked away, leaving Zhao Zilong and her man unconscious on the ground. Cheng Dalei was recuperating in bed for a few days, and the military examination began. The contestants fought as the civil and military examinations continued round after round, and a large number of people were eliminated. However, in the military competition, the Jiang Mansion's highly skilled martial artists had the upper hand. Both of their martial arts were top-notch, but the examiner frequently opened the back door for them, and the crowd of military examinations was more dissatisfied. And finally, in the middle of a moonless and windy night, Zhu Jiang, who had just come back after visiting a brothel, was crippled, while Liu Qingming was stripped naked and thrown on the street. And as the incident grew bigger, the court finally issued a proclamation. A man reading a scroll above the stage announced that the military examination would be fair and square in order for the empire to select talents, and that those who spread rumors would not be tolerated. In that way, the storm gradually dispersed, but everyone knows that it was impossible for Liu Qiuduo to become the military #1 scholar. Otherwise, it wouldn't prove that the rumor was true. With a brush in his hand, Cheng Dalei stared at the paper he held. Liu Jihan appeared, holding a spoonful of soup, and called out to Cheng Dalei. While Cheng Dalei wrote, Liu Jihan fed him, and Aku informed him that the Jiang and Liang mansion had sent him a banquet invitation, to which Cheng Dalei replied that he would not go. Aku went on to say that after 10 days, the military examination would be held to select the #1 scholar, and stated that Cheng Dalei should also be there as the emperor could make him an official, and at that time all the civil servants and military generals would be there. Cheng Dalei blushed as he replied that there was no point in becoming an official because compared to the heights of the temple, he preferred the far side of the country. Cheng Dalei asked Aku if he could take a look and help him push it. Liu Jihan scooped another spoonful of soup. Aku continued to inform him that the imperial god of war would be present at that time, not only to reward the military's top scholars but also to reward Yang Longting, while Liu Jihan was minding her own business. Cheng Dalei asked Aku if Yang Longting would be there, and Liu Jihan, beside him, felt the food she had eaten. Cheng Dalei then had the thought in his head that Yang Longting would appear at the military examination venue 10 days later, and his current residence was heavily guarded every day, and it was impossible to enter. While Liu Jihan was trying to feed him, he declared that if it didn't work, there were no more chances once Yang Longting returned to Yuzhou. Cheng Dale ate the food she gave him, and Liu Jihan smiled. Moments later, Bai Feiyuan arrived anxiously asking if Cheng Dale was present. He informed Cheng Dale that his two brothers left. Cheng Dale's eyes widened as he questioned himself if Lai Chong and Lin Xiaoyu had left and asked Bai Feiyuan if they were captured by the government. Bai Feiyuan said no and stated that he went there alone to deliver food to prevent information leakage, and that no one could find their hiding place. He went on to say that when he went today, he found that they left, that there was no sign of fighting in the temple, and that before they left, they wrote 4 words on the wall that said, "See you again." Cheng Dale didn't say anything, and he had the impression that they didn't leave, but they were looking for an opportunity to assassinate Emperor Ming again, and in the current situation, assassinating him was similar to courting death. He then instructed Bai Feiyuan to spread their brothers around the city and look for news about them. Once found, he told him to stop them immediately, and not let them do anything stupid, which Bai Feiyuan obliged. Cheng Dale sighed and mumbled, hoping they left. Concerned, Liu Jihan noticed Cheng Dale was not happy and asked if he wanted her to sing a little song. Cheng Dale looked down and thought about it. He got an idea moments later. Cheng Dale told Aku that he remembered the troupe that wanted to see him and asked her to allow them to come, as well as Yi Jitao to come as he recalled she could play opera. Instead, Aku asked him if he wanted her to play opera to relieve his boredom. Liu Jihan scowled as Aku asked Cheng Dale what opera he wanted her to teach them and to arrange a play. Cheng Dale put his hand on Liu Jihan's head and remembered that she also learned to play opera. He told her he had an idea for a play and asked if she was interested in singing it together. After a while, Liu Jihan got ready while Cheng Dale took care of her hair and Yi Jitao took care of her lipstick. Liu Jihan finished her preparations as her hair turned black, and a luxurious tiara was placed on her head, while Yi Jitao was also done and looked as if she exactly resembled Liu Jihan. As the bright sun shone above the sky, a humming came out of the house. A man from the Ring tribe stood up and told them to execute the details of the peace talks. He warned them not to even think about talking to them. Just last year, they already signed an alliance with the Empire. Someone pointed to a map, indicating that this was the surrendered territory, and the city, as well as Yuzhou, would be theirs. Another man said no, arguing that they won the Battle of Yuzhou but was cut off. Jin Wendao wanted compensation of 30,000 taels in their paper, tea, and ironware, while Hulani, a Ring tribe prince, stated that the chosen princess by the Empire was clearly a commoner, as they could not fool them with a commoner because they were children of eternal nature. The great Prince Lin Leshan chuckled as he expressed that it was enough for that day, and that they could talk about it on another day. Hulani pointed to Lin Leshan and said that they wanted a true princess, not a palace maid crowned as a princess just to marry their step-king. Meanwhile, Lin Leshan just chuckled as soldiers gathered behind him. He then got the idea that they had people on their side who could beat them too. He cautioned them not to be too bold as it was pointless. He informed them that Yang Longting was in the capital and asked if they would like to meet him. Hulani asked his men if anyone had heard of Yang Longting, as he had no idea who that was. In addition, a man also asked who that rotten bastard was, while Jin Wendao was also puzzled. Lin Leshan mentioned Yang Longting's name but cut himself off mid-sentence. Hulani informed him that they didn't know him and hadn't seen him around. Lin Leshan whispered that the Ring tribe lacked manners and didn't even have the courage to meet the people who had defeated them. A soldier standing next to him murmured that his words might have hit them on the spot. Jin Wendao chimed in, telling them that if there was someone in Chang'an, he would like to meet him. Lin Wenshan stated he didn't know who Jin Wendao wanted to see, but if he was close, he should be able to see him. Unamused, Jin Wendao wondered who he meant by him. He informed them that he called himself the Toad King and that, while thinking of him, his name should be Cheng Dale. Lin Leshan asked his men if they had heard of Cheng Dale. No one responded since they had no idea, and they had never heard of that name before. Jin Wendao stated that Cheng Dale defeated them and massacred their tribe's warriors, and as a prince of the Northern Ring tribe, he was supposed to hate him. But as a soldier, he respected him. Lin Leshan didn't mutter a word. He went on to say that the Empire would definitely reward Cheng Dale for such a great achievement, and that he should be in Chang'an right now. Lin Leshan scratched his head, said yes, and mentioned that he would have Cheng Dale come to him as soon as possible, while wondering who Jin Wendao was talking about. Time passed, and the group descended the stairwell. Lin Leshan noticed a girl who was running. They bumped into each other. Princess Minju held her head in pain, which made Lin Leshan spooked. Lin Leshan, anxious, thought in his head that it was okay for her to fool around in the past, but how dare she come out and wander around today, as he stared at the stunned Princess Minju. Princess Minju came into her senses and noticed the big shots gathered. Lin Leshan ordered her to get out, and she obeyed by saying yes. Hulani didn't finish his question before Lin Leshan said that the girl was just a senseless little eunuch and apologized for bothering him. However, Hulani's eyes turned to his side. Looking at Princess Minju, who was running away, she then suddenly tripped and yelled before falling face flat on the ground. She pushed herself up, face full of embarrassment. While Hulani watched the event happen, Princess Minju blushed, claiming that it was too embarrassing. A concerned attendant rushed, calling her name. The attendant helped Princess Minju stand as the people behind them watched. Lin Leshan awkwardly told them that his men had no rules and would punish them severely later, and Hulani just chuckled and told him nothing. Princess Minju was still blushing as her attendant was just behind her. Inside the Wyong Palace, Lin Leshan reported that they were sent back and that the only thing that hadn't yet been confirmed was the marriage. However, there would be a result soon, and Emperor Ming asked him if he was done talking. Emperor Ming told him he had wronged him and told him to get up and talk. Lin Leshan responded that it was his duty to share his father's worries and that it was what he should do. If the Ring tribe became aggressive again, Emperor Ming suggested that he let Yang Longting do the negotiating and let them understand something. But Lin Leshan thought it was probably useless. He realized that the Ring tribe seemed to not want to see Yang Longting and instead mentioned a person named Cheng Dale. Emperor Ming inquired, and Lin Leshan responded that he was not sure what the Ring tribe meant, but that the Ring tribe seemed to be very respectful to Cheng Dale. Emperor Ming brushed his beard and mumbled that he heard of Cheng Dale somewhere. A man joined in, saying that the man appeared to have made a great contribution to annihilating the enemy in Yuzhou, and that he should be one of the lords of Yuzhou's warriors. He went on to say that he didn't know why Cheng Dale's name was not on the reward list this time, but the emperor didn't say anything. Lin Leshan bowed and said yes when Emperor Ming ordered him to check it out. Guan Yu asked Zhao Zilong if Tong Fei were really his senior sister and how long they were under her house arrest. On the way here, Zhang Fei noticed Zhao Zilong was shy and eager to see her, and he thought he was close to Tong Fei. But Zhao Zilong responded that she wasn't like this before. He recalled Tong Fei as a tigress at the time, and she was still easy to get along with. Liu Bei inquired if Zhao Zilong knew any details regarding his senior sister's current organization, and that based on the current situation, Liu Bei believed that Tong Fei was a person of great importance. Zhao Zilong shook his head and stated that when he left, Tong Fei was still on Master's side. Liu Bei had the thought in his head that he was only concerned with pretending to be Cheng Dale at the time and didn't ask any details as it was too late to regret now. He inquired of his two brothers' injuries and assured them that once they were healed, there was no way this place could trap them. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu simultaneously said that they were healed long ago and were just waiting for his instruction. Liu Bei then informed them that they were going to plan their escape route. A voice from outside joined in, saying that things would be fine now that their injuries had healed. Tong Fei pushed the door that made a loud noise. The door fell down from the impact. The four brothers' jaws dropped and they appeared terrified. Tong Fei informed them that she had inquired about Cheng Dale and asked if they wanted to know. Liu Bei asked if she was planning on asking them to do something in exchange. Tong Fei responded that he had thought too much and that the news was free this time. She smiled as he mentioned Cheng Dale's name and told them that he was already dead. Zhang Fei jumped from his seat, cursing Tong Fei and claiming that Cheng Dale couldn't be dead. Tong Fei warned them not to underestimate her intelligence and asked if they knew Yang Longting, who personally stated that Cheng Dale died from a serious injury sustained while jumping off the cliff. Tong Fei placed her hand on Zhao Zilong's shoulder and asked if he was still angry, then giggled at him for being cute. When Zhang Fei asked if they had found Cheng Dale's body, Tong Fei replied that it couldn't be found and questioned who could survive such a high cliff, and she heard that Yang Longting saw it with his own eyes and told them they could just ask him. Yang Longting's words, Liu Bei added, could not be trusted, and besides, with Cheng Dale's ability, he could never die that easily. Tong Fei, on the other hand, did not believe that with that kind of cliff, even if Cheng Dale did not die, he would be a disabled person. And it's possible that Cheng Dale was hiding somewhere without arms and legs, waiting to die. Meanwhile, while Cheng Dale sat at the examiner's residence, a song was sung, while Yi Zhidao and Liu Zhihan danced to the music. Cheng Dale wished them well and informed them that that was the end for the day. Yi Zhidao and Liu Zhihan smiled as the group said yes. Cheng Dale informed them that they were going back to rest before performing on stage the next day. Yi Zhidao asked Cheng Dale how she sang, but Liu Zhihan claimed she could sing better than her. They confronted each other, with Yi Zhidao saying she couldn't pretend she didn't hear her say that, and Liu Jihan saying Cheng Dale thought she could sing better. Yi Jidao argued that she was better, but Liu Jihan denied because she believes she is the better singer. And in the center, Cheng Dale was baffled by what was going on and how sudden it was. Both girls asked Cheng Dale that he must decide, which made him sweat. Cheng Dale called upon Liu Jihan, which baffled her in her small theater. Without asking, Liu Jihan came forward. Liu Jihan smiled as Cheng Dale's arms welcomed her. He then massaged her face, which made Liu Jihan blush. As Cheng Dale was examining her face, Liu Jihan was still confused. Liu Jihan's personal information was disclosed as a young maid who was not well known. Her former nickname was Famil Rose. She was 18 years old. At the God of War residence, a squad of soldiers lined up. 2 guards were at the entrance of the residence. Yang Longting sat inside, irritated. While still irritated, he rested his face on his hand and wrote. And as his irritation grew, his ink splashed and ruined his work. He then thought in his head that he obviously placed heavy troops in the vicinity. He looked up, however, he still felt that the atmosphere in Chang'an was suffocating, as if some kind of monster lurked. But in Yuzhu, he could cover the sky with his own hand by summoning people to the Wind and Rain Pavilion. However, in Chang'an, there were many people of higher status who could be found everywhere, so he had to tuck his tail between his legs. Yang Longting closed his eyes, wondering when he could return to Yuzhu. Lai Shanyan appeared and informed Yang Longting that the palace had just sent someone to inquire about a person and asked if they knew anything about him. Yang Longting asked who they were inquiring about, and Lai Shanyan stated that it was Cheng Dale's. Yang Longting understood where his sense of unease came from, causing his face to distort. He bounced up, asking Lai Shanyan who was inquiring about him. Lai Shanyan said that he heard it was the Ring tribe who wanted to see Cheng Dale, and Emperor Ming already knew about it. Lai Shanyan asked how they should respond to them. Yang Longting asked Lai Shanyan if he thought Cheng Dale was still alive, to which Lai Shanyan replied that he jumped off the cliff and shouldn't be alive, and they just hadn't found his body. Yang Longting paused and directed Lai Shanyan to return first, as he had an idea how to respond to them. Meanwhile, music was being played somewhere. Princess Minju arrived, announcing her arrival to Cheng Dale. However, her eyes were in shock. She noticed Yi Jidao and Liu Jihan dancing. She approached Cheng Dale and told him she didn't expect him to start raising opera singers and asked why he had called her here tonight in a hurry. Princess Minju leaned in closer, telling Cheng Dale how scared he was and asked what he was doing, coaching opera singers. Cheng Dale then told her that they were just going to talk and there was no need to be so close. She then asked if he knew how to write a play, to which Cheng Dale replied that he was just teaching them how to rehearse a play for Emperor Ming's surprise tomorrow. Cheng Dale chuckled and asked Yi Jidao and Liu Jihan to join him. Princess Minju recognized Yi Jidao, the Queen of Flowers, and wondered who the other sister was because she couldn't believe she was comparable to Yi Jidao. Cheng Dale smirked and said that if she wasn't ashamed he thought that they should teach her how to be a woman. Yi Jidao and Liu Jihan approached them, greeting Princess Minju. Princess Minju called Cheng Dale a degenerate, and even though he raised an actor, he lived in a plush house with a young concubine. But Cheng Dale responded that she misunderstood, as people made a living as performers, not by selling their bodies. Cheng Dale asked Princess Minju if she could do him a favor for the martial arts examination tomorrow. Princess Minju asked him what the hurry was as she told him his good day was coming and that Emperor Ming would make him a senior official in front of all scholars and the entire world tomorrow. She then informed him that she had heard that you had to be at least a 4th grade official in order to be awarded alongside God of War Yang Longting and asked him if he was excited. Cheng Dale smiled and told her that he was now very excited. He then requested that Princess Minju do him a favor. Cheng Dale stated that there must be singing and dancing on such an important day, and he asked if she could arrange Yi Jidao and the others. Princess Minju questioned why she should help him after he had gone through so much trouble to promote Yi Jidao. He then asked her if she wanted to know where her 6th brother was. He informed her that he had received news that someone had seen him in Kinju and that he was still alive. Meanwhile, on a vast field of rice in Kinju's Zimu town, 2 people ran, and a group of people behind them yelled at them to chase them down and catch the 2 chicken thieves. The people raised their weapons. They yelled at them to catch them and not let them get away. One of the 2 thieves expressed that stealing a chicken was not as bad as stealing a cow, whereas his companion claimed that it seemed they didn't just steal a chicken, but all the chickens in their village. One of them yelled to run because the group behind them was catching up. The villagers communicated with one another to search for, catch, and kill them, not to let them get away. One of the villagers mumbled that the 2 bastards stole his hens that were laying eggs. The 2 thieves murmured as the owl coos that the people of this village took chickens seriously. As they sat around a campfire, The man with black hair stated that stealing chicken and rice was impossible, and it was time to steal someone's clothes, as wearing ragged clothes made them look like Ring Tribe invaders, while his companion's stomach growled. The man laughed and asked Afu if he was still hungry and if he wanted something to eat, to which Afu replied that he was saying it as if he wasn't hungry because he didn't even have anything to eat. The man searched his clothes for something and told Afu, who said he didn't have any. He then took out a piece of meat, teasing Afu if he wanted to eat. Afu drooled and asked the man why he still had it after seeing him eat it all, to which the man replied that he could tell him everything. He then took the man's meat from his hand. As Afu ate the meat, the man reminded him to eat slowly and to save the grease paper for him, as he needed to wipe his ass. Under the campfire, the man called Afu. The man rested his arms on Afu's shoulder. The man told him that he could hang out with him and follow him in the future, and that he'd have tasty food and strong drinks. A red orb appeared as the system reset progressed to 99.5%. Staring at the necklace in his hand, Cheng Dale had a thought that only a little was left. He stared and recalled the image of the heart sleeping under the moonlit sky. When Liu Jihan mentioned that she would be on stage tomorrow and that she was nervous, Yi Jidao told her not to move, and she, too, was afraid that there was something else in the piece Cheng Dale wanted them to sing. Yi Jidao noticed Liu Jihan kept referring to Cheng Dale as the village master and asked if she could tell her anything about his past, to which Liu Jihan replied that it was a very long time. Liu Jihan struggled to speak as she submerged half of her face. Yi Jidao realized that Liu Jihan and Cheng Dale had been through so much together. As she massaged Liu Jihan's back, she told her that her suffering was similar to hers, prompting Liu Jihan to ask if she wasn't another one of Cheng Dale's outside love debts. Yi Jidao stated that it was a blessing if she could be loved by Cheng Dale, and it was a shame that he only treated her in a mentor-apprentice relationship. Liu Jihan stated master and apprentice, to which Yi Jidao replied, yes. She then informed her that she was just an unknown herald with a good body but not much talent, and it was only a matter of time before she became a red herald. Yi Jidao defined a herald as a woman who sold only her art, and not her body, and a red herald is a woman who sold both her art and her body. She stated that she was just waiting for the brothel's old women to negotiate a good price for her innocent body as she reflected on her past. Then, as Yi Jidao stated, a big personality wanted her body but at an extremely low price. The old woman begged everywhere for help and finally found Cheng Dale, who taught her how to do makeup and fool others, as well as all kinds of gestures and postures. She went on to say that she didn't know how Cheng Dale could do so many strange things, like his aesthetic vision seemed to be several epochs ahead of them and other vulgar people. Yi Jidao stated that, in any case, she worked her way out among the many heralds who were under Cheng Dale's care. She went on to say that after a few months, she became the capital's famous flower girl. She then stated that many nobles wanted to spend a lot of money to meet her, and that many noblemen dreamed about her. Yi Jidao, on the other hand, was well aware that thousands of people in Chang'an desired her, thanks to Cheng Dale, and even if he were to overthrow the government tomorrow, she would still follow him. As Liu Jihan listened, she mumbled something about disobeying the government. She then had a thought in her head, with Cheng Dale's character. He would surely demand justice from Yang Longting tomorrow for the people in the Toad village. And if it is true, Liu Jihan wondered if the days of living peacefully with Cheng Dale were over. She then imagined that when the time came, they would be separated again, and it would remain uncertain whether they were alive or dead. Concerned, Yi Jidao asked Liu Jihan what was wrong. As Liu Jihan emerged from the bath, she informed Yi Jidao that tonight was the last day. She then came out from the bath and covered herself, claiming that she couldn't do anything like she had done last year. Yi Jidao was confused as Liu Jihan exited the bath. She then wondered what kind of determination Liu Jihan had made. Cheng Dale turned when Liu Jihan slammed the door open. He then mentioned her name. Liu Jihan clenched her fist and covered her body, blushing. Cheng Dale blushed when he mentioned Liu Jihan's name, and his composure vanished. Liu Jihan stammered as she mentioned his name, puzzled as to why she took such initiative after the fact. She approached Cheng Dale slowly. As the blanket that covered her body fell down, she thought that perhaps it might have been a surge of emotion that built up for over a year, a watering down, something that should have happened a long time ago. She climbed onto Cheng Dale's bed and crawled on top of him, making him blush. Both stared at each other. She then made the first move and kissed him. She closed her eyes as Cheng Dale stared at her, and she thought in her head that as long as there was a willing person who took a little initiative and poked through the thin window paper once, it would burst like a soap bubble. Liu Jihan's gaze remained fixed on Cheng Dale, even though she was on top of him, and her feet stiffened. Then both sides came to their senses, and everything went smoothly. The two made love under the moon. Meanwhile, a system notification indicated that the system reset was completed. It welcomed the use of the Mountain Bandit System 2.0 and questioned whether the system sprite should be refused. The system stated that the system sprite Zin, who was in fusion, was expected to wake up in a couple of hours. Another notification appeared, stating that a mission reset was in progress, and that missions were being issued. As the notification stated, a new mission was received, and it was to kidnap the oppressor's wife. Liu Zhihan giggled, mumbling that she could finally catch up with Su Ying this time. A new notification appeared, stating that the mission had been completed and that he had been rewarded with the flying sword technique, which had explosive fireworks. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers marched down the street, while the four brothers watched from atop a roof. Guan Yu informed them that Cheng Dalei's character would not allow him to be so restrained, and that he heard nothing about him in the entire capital state. Liu Bei went on to say that the martial arts competition was tomorrow, and if Cheng Dalei was really in town, he would be there. Guan Yu assumed Tong Fei would be there as well since she should be working for the government. Zhao Zilong stated that perhaps their paths would cross again, but he wasn't sure if Tong Fei would be as gracious then. They then jumped at the same time when they were told to go. The four jumped from one roof to the next. A massive pile of paper was placed on the table. Tong Fei was resting beside it. As she read, she pondered that in Yuzhu, there were rumors that the Toad village had wiped out the 100 Ringers, and she wondered if Yang Longting was not involved in any way. And, as she read, the Toad King was a divine axe general with divine abilities, as well as spells that summon the wind and rain. She then placed the report as she could not believe everything and thought that it was all just market rumors. Tong Fei sat, thinking that the only thing she could be sure of was that the Toad village and Yang Longting probably harbored grudges, as confirmed by the way all four brothers treated Yang Longting. She closed her eyes and contemplated. Tong Fei pondered that if Cheng Dalei did not die, he should appear at the martial arts competition tomorrow. A soldier appeared, greeting Tong Fei and informing her that they got away. The man asked if they should send someone to catch them. Tong Fei responded that they couldn't escape her as long as they were in the city, and there was no need because they wouldn't leave until they found Cheng Dalei, and she added that she could probably guess where they would go. The next day at the War God Mansion, Yang Longting's young servants assisted him in putting on his armor, starting from his boots and ascending to his arm plates. Once fully encased in his armor, Yang Longting wore a somber expression as he pondered the stifling heat. Concerned, Shanyan addressed Yang Longting respectfully, reminding him of the impending martial arts examination, and the people waiting for the ceremony to begin. Shanyan couldn't hide his unease as he hesitated to ask Yang Longting if he needed the appearance. Yang Longting responded firmly, insisting on the necessity of his appearance, emphasizing the importance of caution. A single mistake could be critical, and commenting about others found it annoying. However, Shanyan persisted, mentioning the inconvenience of the heavy armor, that it wasn't convenient to move around in the hot weather. Yang Longting, feeling somewhat withdrawn, questioned whether he truly appeared strange in his armor. Finding the situation awkward, Shanyan awkwardly suggested that Yang Longting could consider changing into casual clothes. Following their conversation, a soldier addressed Yang Longting, urging him to mount his horse and walk through Chang'an's streets, allowing the city's residents to catch a glimpse of Yang Longting. However, Yang Longting declined the suggestion, expressing his discomfort with being in the spotlight, and insisting on taking a carriage instead. As they proceeded through the streets of Chang'an, a person addressed him and implored him to take care of himself. Another person expressed their desire to see Yang Longting in all his glory. Someone reminded Yang Longting to stay hydrated and avoid staying up too late. Yet another enthusiastic supporter was overjoyed about Yang Longting's presence. Inside the carriage, Yang Longting pondered the fact that even when he wore casual clothes, he still had to wear gold light armor with it. He also questioned the idea of riding an unprotected horse. With a vigilant eye, he watched the surroundings outside the carriage, concerned about potential threats to his safety, such as someone making an attempt at his life or an arrow being shot from a high place. After he contemplated, they finally arrived at the barracks. A messenger called Yang Longting, informing him that Emperor Ming had invited him. In a respectful manner, Yang Longting announced his name, stating that he was there to meet the Emperor. Emperor Ming, acknowledging Yang Longting's status, dispelled the need for excessive politeness and invited him to come up and sit with him. Yang Longting bowed in response to Emperor Ming as he agreed. He reflected that only those who have power over the dynasty have the privilege to sit with the Emperor on this stage. Yang Longting pondered the powerful figures within the empire, such as Qi Xiang, the general of the heavenly policy, and the key ministries, as they were the centers of power of the empire. He also noted the interest of the emissaries of the rings in the martial arts examinations. With a sense of ambition, Yang Longting believed that from that day, he, too, could rise and sit beside Emperor Ming. He envisioned a future where he would have a place of significance within the great empire. Amidst his thoughts, Liu Aji reminded Emperor Ming that it was time to begin, prompting Emperor Ming to signal the start. Suddenly, the atmosphere was filled with the resonating sound of drums as the martial arts examination got underway at the barracks. Cheng Dalei then made an announcement following the drumming, emphasizing that that day marked the final day of the martial arts exams to determine the martial arts scholar. He explained that the competition consisted of 3 phases: archery, horse fighting, and strategic questions. Cheng Dalei instructed the candidates to enter, and the first competition of archery was about to begin. The first competitor demonstrated exceptional archery skills. He hit the dummy target with each shot accurately. The host then provided a breakdown of the results, indicating that Liu Wu hit 10 arrows on the target, 1 in the throat, 3 in the shoulder, 1 in the chest, and 4 in the lower body. After the first competitor finished, Cheng Dalei called for the next person to step forward. The second competitor also showcased impressive archery skills with accurate shots. The host again detailed the results for Quen, hitting the target in the head, 1 in the throat, 2 in the shoulder, 1 in the chest, and 4 in the lower body. Finally, the host announced that the winner of the first archery match was Quen. Cheng Dalei, though, expressed doubts about the strength of the 2 competitors, considering them to be average. He questioned how they could have reached the final stage of the martial arts exam and decided to view their information. Upon further investigation, Cheng Dalei was in disbelief as he discovered that the competitors were actually Jiu Zhang and Liu Qingming, and they were graded as excellent. He noted that both competitors simply changed their names and got back into the competition. Cheng Dalei continued to ponder the 2 individuals who were pushed into participating in the martial arts examination and believed that they must have possessed some skill, but in his opinion, they seemed more like attractive yet useless nobles. He reflected on something Wanner said was right in her judgment about them. While looking towards the platform, Cheng Dalei noted the idea that the faction wanted their own people to win and thought that these competitors depended on their family background to win the competition. Cheng Dalei also criticized the competition itself, describing it as rigged and expressing his belief that it was influenced by certain people behind him. While his gaze was fixed on Yang Longting and mentioned Yang Longting's name in his thoughts, Yang Longting's awkward smiles were suddenly shifted to the vague sense of unease in Yang Longting's heart, which was boosted to the extreme. He had a terrified expression on his face and was speechless with sudden emotion, while Qi Zhang inquired about Yang Longting's condition, calling him son-in-law. Terrified, Yang Longting contemplated whether his strange feeling of unease could be from the hot weather or the possibility of heat stroke. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spectators, there was another person, besides Yang Longting, experiencing a similar feeling. Jin Wendao's face showed alarm as well, even though he remained silent. As the competition continued, Cheng Dalei raised his hands and announced Game 2, the horse fight, instructing both teams to prepare. He then declared to start. The competitors engaged in battling in horseback riding, and one of them exclaimed with a forceful shout as he managed to block the attacks. Cheng Dalei provided commentary on the duel, noting that the horse fight between the 2 competitors wasn't particularly marvelous. While in the crowd, the military faction commented that, unlike previous occasions when wooden swords or spears were used, this time, the competitors were armed with real swords and spears. Another military member discussed the importance of the horse's understanding of human nature and its ability to make decisions on when to charge or collide. A civilian faction expressed excitement. While Wanner and Emperor Ming were focused on watching the fight, they could hear comments from their surroundings. One person commented on the competitors dismounting, with one wearing black and the other in white, and appreciated the way they fought in circles, forming a rotating yin-yang diagram. Another person commented on the intensity of the clash, noting that as the spear moved faster, the sword became sharper, emphasizing the risk of serious injury or even death if there was any carelessness during such a clash. Emperor Ming asked Wanner for her thoughts on the competitors, suggesting that if she didn't like Niu Sanjin, she could choose one of the 2 contestants. In response, Wanner declared that she wouldn't choose and threatened to go on a hunger strike if forced to do so, to which Emperor Ming responded with silence. Chuckles. Emperor Ming then turned to Yanli, inquiring if the Ring tribe had children. Yanli responded that their tribe didn't have such children because they had already defeated them in the past. Emperor Ming couldn't find words to respond. As the horseback battle intensified, the sound of hooves clattering filled the air. Liu Wu successfully hit Gwen during his attack, causing him to fall off his horse. Cheng Dalei then announced Liu Wu as the winner of the second horse battle. Liu Aji commented on the match outcome, not expecting a win and a loss, and believed that the winner would likely be determined in the third match. Emperor Ming acknowledged this assessment with a simple nod. The final part to determine the winner was questions about strategy, which was decided by Emperor Ming. The civil and military officials naturally took advantage of this and tried to get a good impression for their favorite participants. The civilian faction acknowledged Gwen's excellent sword skills, while the military faction noted that Liu Wu won and praised his exceptional skills, considering his age. Another person chimed in, expressing admiration and referring to the competitors as fine scholars and soldiers. Others commented that they believed Gwen and Liu Wu's skills were not much different, anticipating that Gwen might win the next game. Some believed that even in defeat, one could claim an honorable defeat, while the Ring tribe in front of them remained silent. As the argument continued, one side believed Liu was better, while the other responded that Gwen was stronger. Amidst the crowd's argument, Yanli, who was silent, was visibly irritated by the arguments behind him. He then spoke up, saying that with so many people in the empire, he questioned whether the Empire's martial arts champion would be selected from just these two. Amused, Yanli commented that it was just like that, leaving the civilian and military factions taken aback by his audacious statement. Yanli showed a respectful gesture to Emperor Ming and proposed that their warriors compete with the Empire's top martial artists. In response to Yanli's suggestion, Emperor Ming sought an excuse, stating that the two competitors were too exhausted to continue fighting right now. Yanli assured Emperor Ming that their warriors would not take unfair advantage of others while they recovered their strength, hoping that the emperor would not refuse. Emperor Ming contemplated Yanli's proposal for a moment before agreeing to let them compete, to which Liu Aji expressed concern and tried to stop. But Yanli then complimented Emperor Ming as wise. Then Yanli called for Xu Lei's name in the crowd. He instructed him to go and compete with them. Cheng Dalei caught the attention of Xu Lei. He contemplated with curiosity as he glanced at Xu Lei and thought that this was going to be fun. In preparation for the battle, Xu Lei stretched his body. Yanli called Gwen and Liu Wu and encouraged them not to decline the challenge from their fellow tribesmen. Xu Lei challenged them not to hesitate to fight together, and then both of them rushed to attack him. Gwen warned Liu to be careful, as the two competitors launched their assault on Xu Lei. On the other hand, Yanli glanced back at Emperor Ming and reassured him by mentioning that Xu Lei was no ordinary talent on the steppe. But Emperor Ming did not respond and looked serious at the battle. As the battles continued, Liu Wu and Gwen swung their weapons at Xu Lei, but Xu Lei skillfully managed to dodge their attacks. Amidst the intense battle, the civilian faction remarked that with 1 versus 2, they should have an advantage. A military faction chimed in, urging them to put some strength. Another military faction commented to go after Xu Lei, with a call to defeat and even kill him. With just a few moves, Gwen was swept off the horse, emitting a pained groan after Xu Lei launched his attack. Xu Lei, reveling in his triumph, mocked Gwen, saying he couldn't withstand a single blow. He continued to mock the Empire's martial scholars for their capabilities after he swung his weapon forcefully at Liu, who struggled to block it. While struggling to fend off Xu Lei's attacks, Liu Wu clarified that Gwen was not the Empire's martial scholar, and that he himself was the one being sought as the martial scholar. Xu Lei responded by saying he was next and then prepared for a strong attack on Liu, who was ready to block it. However, Xu Lei managed to dismount Liu's weapon after he swung his weapon, causing Liu to lose his balance. Xu Lei laughed as Liu Wu fell from his horse. Both civilian and military factions fell into stunned silence, their expressions darkened with disbelief. Then Xu Lei proudly raised his weapon high as he mentioned the martial scholar. He looked up and proclaimed his victory over the Empire's martial scholar, then burst out laughing. With a proud smile, Yanli looked at Emperor Ming and said that his men may not know the rules and do not understand what is important. He hoped for Emperor Ming's forgiveness while wearing a smile on his face. Emperor Ming remained in a serious expression, while the civilian and military factions remained silent as they wore expressions of embarrassment. Within the barracks, an imperial guard addressed Tong Fei, asking her if they were going to make a move. Tong Fei responded that it was inappropriate to discuss their status without the emperor's order. She cautioned his men not to go too far. However, the imperial guard expressed his concern and disbelief at the idea of allowing the Ring tribe barbarians to act wildly like that. Xiao Yu appeared out of nowhere, stood atop the wall, and wore a soft fabric mask. He called out to Ring's ruffians, telling them that they shouldn't go crazy because Chang'an was not a place for them to run wild. Curious about the voice, Xu Lei looked towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu then swiftly jumped below and landed flawlessly in front of Xu Lei. Surprised, Cheng Dalei thought to himself that Xiao Yu had not left yet. At the same time, Jin Wendao was also surprised and recognized Xiao Yu. Cheng Dalei pondered if Xiao Yu still intended to seek justice from Emperor Ming by dressing in this manner. He remarked Xiao Yu as an empire's noble and couldn't tolerate the Ring's arrogance as he came forward. Xu Lei quickly moved to attack Xiao Yu, insulted him as a hairy boy, and questioned where he came from. Without hesitation, Xu Lei declared to take a strike from his spear. Xiao Yu, prepared action from the attack, told Xu Lei to come. Both Xu Lei and Xiao Yu launched their attacks simultaneously, resulting in a clash where they blocked each other's moves. Xu Lei, acknowledging Xiao Yu's skills, complimented him, to which Xiao Yu responded that he was not bad either. Xiao Yu unleashed his wave breaker Vort's technique and made it clear that he didn't have time to play with him. He managed to land a blow on Xu Lei's arms, leaving Xu Lei surprised. Cheng Dalei observed the battle. He thought that Xiao Yu could win in this situation. But Cheng Dalei also realized the consequences of Xiao Yu showing the skills of the wave-breaking spear. He was concerned that if Xiao Yu's skills drew too much attention, it might lead someone to associate him with a previous assassination. He felt the need to find a way to save Xiao Yu. As the battle continued, Xu Lei taunted Xiao Yu and laughed hard as he told Xiao Yu that he could run away if he didn't want to fight. Xiao Yu found Xu Lei annoying and unleashed a formidable swing at him. After he swung his spear, he was able to dismount Xu Lei, causing Xu Lei's horse to get hurt. Xiao Yu skillfully sidestepped as the horse lost its balance, leading to Xu Lei falling from his horse as it ran away. Xiao Yu attempted to finish Xu Lei while he was still lying on the ground, screaming as he had the advantage. With a grim expression, Xu Lei braced for the impending strike, but to his surprise, Xiao Yu spared his life as he redirected his attack to the ground. As the battle concluded, the civilian faction rejoiced and stammered while exclaiming that Xiao Yu won. Jin Wendao was fascinated and found himself wondering when Xiao Yu became so strong. At the same time, Liu Aji acknowledged Xiao Yu as a teenage warrior of the empire. Even Emperor Ming couldn't help but react with a low chuckle. Xu Lei, still lying down, appeared to breathe heavily. With a serious expression, Xiao Yu exhaled deeply as he made the decision to spare Xu Lei's life. As Xu Lei rose to his feet after being defeated, Xiao Yu turned away from him, unaware of Xu Lei's intentions. Unseen by Xiao Yu, Xu Lei appeared to plot something behind him. Concerned for Xu Lei's well-being, Yanli advised him to retreat, emphasizing that he was no match for Xiao Yu. However, Xu Lei called out Xiao Yu in a respectful tone, expressing his admiration of Xiao Yu, stating that Xiao Yu was more powerful than the two martial artists, admitting that he could not beat him. He also expressed a desire to learn from Xiao Yu, saying that when he had the opportunity, he would ask for Xiao's advice. In response, Xiao Yu glanced at him and affirmed his words. It turned out that the dignity and demeanor of the Ring tribe were only given to the people they respected. In acknowledgement of this, Xu Lei humbly bowed to Xiao Yu, who had just turned away from him. It was concluded that he was the winner. Meanwhile, the female audience couldn't help but be captivated by Xiao Yu's charisma, their eyes gleaming with hearts fluttering. One of the ladies inquired about Xiao Yu's identity, while the other declared her desire for her father to propose a marriage to Xiao Yu's family. Another lady couldn't contain her enthusiasm as she competed for his attention, while the other exclaimed over his handsomeness. At that very moment and in the same place, Zhang Fei told his group that it was Xiao Yu. It then occurred to Zai Long that if Xiao Yu was there, Cheng Dalei must also be present in the same place. Liu Bei concluded that their trip was indeed not in vain, and they just needed to wait and see. While deep in thought, Wanner found Xiao Yu's face familiar and wondered if he had any connection to Cheng Dalei. She speculated that Emperor Ming's intention was to reward Xiao Yu greatly, believing that he had the potential to reach the top in the future. He is here and standing in front of this high platform. It seems that the opportunity to rise to the top is just around the corner. In her thoughts, Wanner wondered why Xiao Yu was dressed in white, as he appeared to be wearing mourning attire. With a low chuckle, Emperor Ming addressed Xiao Yu and asked about his name and where he learned his skills from. In response, Xiao Yu introduced himself as a common person, Lin Xiao Yu. He firmly planted his weapon into the ground before continuing to speak. With a deep sign of respect, he kneeled and explained that he came seeking justice on behalf of his father. After Xiao Yu introduced himself, the crowd fell into a sudden silence, with all eyes wandering as he remained kneeling. The general exchanged curious glances, while Qi Zhang pretended to nap. The military and civilian factions turned a blind eye. On the other hand, Jin Wendao, recognizing Xiao Yu, commented that they hadn't met in a long time and asked why he appeared so down. But Xiao Yu remained kneeling, wearing a serious expression. Curious, Tong Fei glanced at the Imperial Guard and asked about Xiao Yu, who definitely did not see his name in the posts. She asked how Xiao Yu got in, to which the Imperial Guard was speechless. In her mind, she quickly dismissed her curiosity, realizing her position didn't allow her to blame them either as her attention shifted to Zilong groups. Just then, with an annoyed expression, Liu Aji instructed the Imperial Guards to escort those causing disruptions in the martial arts competition out. Xiao Yu vehemently protested against the Imperial Guards who were forcibly dragging him away, screaming at them that he didn't mean to disrupt the competition. He continued to express his agony, claims about his father, Lin Wenchen, who devoted himself to being loyal, and said that the heavens and the earth saw it. Outrage was visibly on his face as he asked Emperor Ming why he beheaded his father and left a name that would stink for eternity, and desperately cried out for his father's return before the Imperial Guards were forced to cover his mouth. He wanted to seek justice, but sometimes even the word justice cannot be said. While Xiao Yu was being dragged away, Cheng Dalei appeared in the area and just observed the situation. But worry was evident on his face as he mentioned Xiao Yu's name in his thoughts. During that time, young Longting's thoughts reflected on the situation. He appeared to be somewhat amused by the martial arts competition being ruined by the Ring tribe and Xiao Yu, who shouted for justice. He believed that Xiao Yu would surely be thrown in prison. After the earlier events were resolved, Liu Aji inquired of Emperor Ming about the next steps, mentioning the reward ceremony. But before he could complete his sentence, Emperor Ming then instructed him to continue. Liu Aji then announced to sound the drums, fire the cannons, play music, and performed a dance. He also instructed the Imperial Guards to salute and mentioned that the next part of the ceremony involved a sword and spear dance. Wanner seized the moment to inform Emperor Ming that she hired an opera singer to arrange a play to replace the original sword and spear dance. Emperor Ming approved of Wanner's idea and expressed his willingness to see it. The audience at the event commented on how thoroughly prepared Wanner was, while others giggled, complimenting her for being so thoughtful. The beautiful melodies of the gazheng filled the air. The audience's anticipation grew. A person in the crowd pointed excitedly while another shielded their eyes to see the stage more clearly. The performers, dressed in their striking outfits, gathered on the stage. As they began to perform their song, the Demon King of the North awoke. The sky was cold, the ground was frozen, and snow stretched endlessly into the horizon. Liu Zhai and Jai Tao, with their captivating voices, sang their part together. Jai Tao's voice was filled with foreboding as she emphasized, a calamity was approaching. Then, Liu Zhai followed, her voice carrying the weight of the song. Yet the mortals were still immersed in their own little dreams and suddenly came. The demons donned black and sprouted fangs, accompanied their dramatic entrance, complete with eerie demon masks. The performance unfolded further as Jai Tao's expression turned serious and continued. The city walls were broken. The common people died, and the nobles ran. While she sang, she began to dance gracefully, illustrating the song. A bloody battle ensued. Bones piled into mountains and blood ran like a river, and the soldiers scattered, running for their lives, with Jai Tao's dramatic performance bringing the scene to life. The peasants fell without a chance to run. Jai Tao illustrated her dramatic acting as she looked up to the sky. The freshly sown farms were trampled on. The audience couldn't help but be drawn into the story as they stood on their seats, gasping from the music and acting. As the narrative of the song continued, Jai Tao's acting intensified as she portrayed the destruction and sang, houses set on fire, bodies of children hanging from wooden posts. Her emotions conveyed the sadness of the tragedy, and I too was defiled. She even reached out her hands as if trying to grasp the heavens themselves. The tempo of the song shifted, and another actor entered the stage. The song continued questioning, where are those who promised to protect us? They ran so fast that even the wind had to concede. Liu Zhai emphasized the question, capturing the audience's attention. Why did such a calamity happen? Does heaven want to punish those on earth? Or do the gods not sympathize with mortal men? As the drumming grew more intense, the drama continued to unfold. Suddenly, a mountain warrior descended. Liu Zhai engaged in a dynamic act battle with the demon. His gaze was cold and unforgiving, his blade a weapon of mass slaughter. Although he was alone, he stood his ground against an army of tens of thousands. On the first day, the soldiers feasted. On the second day, armors were donned. The drumming became more intense, conveying the narrative of the performance. The dong from the drum resonated in the air. On the third day, swords were unsheathed. On the fourth day, the soldiers fought. They acted as if the demon won the battle between the soldiers. Fought, bled, killed. To the front, the war raged. To the back, our people schemed. It turned out I was always alone in this war. The audience was left speechless by the performance as they felt a deep connection to the song. While Qiuxiang's somber expression mirrored the gravity of the song's narrative, the old general had no food to feed the soldiers and was defeated. He returned to the capital and was decapitated. Finally, as the demon tribe was forced out of their lands, the demon conveyed their defeat. The noble who ran returned and was hailed as a commander, portrayed humorously by the clown actor. He did nothing, yet was praised to the heavens. How unjust is the world! Do you not have battle armors? Come, let us share mine. Jai Tao's face showed emotion of unfairness as she sang. Do you not have battle armors? Come, we shall fight together. Do you not have battle armors? Come, brother, I met you on the other side. By the time the 3 lines were sung, the audience was left in stunned silence. Uncertain emotions filled the air. All eyes turned to Emperor Ming's face, attempting to gauge his reaction. They pondered if Emperor Ming could continue watching it. Emperor Ming's expression, once passive, was now serious and intrigued as he commented that the performance was interesting. Jin Wendao suddenly stood up during the performance. His jaw clenched as he knew that Cheng Dalei was there. He appeared to be terrified, believing that Cheng Dalei was there right now. He thought that Cheng Dalei was dead, but now sure that he was alive and present there. His face shifted from terror to concern as he looked at his surroundings. Right now, young Longting's inner thoughts were in a mess, and his heart was racing. As he thought that Cheng Dalei wasn't dead, he cursed in his mind, realizing he should have known when they couldn't find Cheng Dalei's corpse. Fear was evident in his eyes as he imagined Cheng Dalei had already found his way there. He anxiously wondered where Cheng Dalei was and who he might be disguised as. Meanwhile, at the performance, the drums died down, but the performers continued their act, with Jai Tao still singing. The wicked demon king had been banished. Yet, the hero who killed him was persecuted by the people. Liu Zhai acted as though, as she presented the narration, that she had been captured, while the noble who ran away was glorified by the people. The audience was open-mouthed because the impact of the song and performance was so real. Amidst the performance, Jai Tao walked to the center as she continued to sing. The black dog chased flies in the sky. As she sang with passion, the koi chased the horses on land. The hot-blooded heroes turned cold. Jai Tao poured her emotions, expressing herself with fervor. And the runaway noble became the empire's war god, and narrated how the world's perception can be deceptive. Who said those who work in the shadows cannot be heroes? Who said those who stand in the light are all heroes? She spread her arms as her voice carried the weight of their song. With her voice reaching its peak, she delivered. It turned out, this entire world was filled with false heroes, and the story of the false hero happened in another world. Jai Tao, standing boldly before the audience, delivered the song with unwavering conviction. She implored everyone in the audience to not think too much. Despite the performance ending, the audience from the imperial court remained in stunned silence, deeply impacted by the emotional and thought-provoking act. While Tong Fei could not help but assume that Wanner did not intend such a play, she believed that someone else was behind this. At the same time, Zai Long remarked that the play was something like that, believing they made the right choice going there. Zhang Fei was curious about Zai Long's comment, asking what he meant, prompting Liu Bei to explain that the only one who could write such a play was Cheng Dalei, and decided to wait and see. On the opposite side of the audience, the crowd of ringers erupted in enthusiastic applause, with Ringer giving compliments to them. Another ringer commented that the story was so detailed, asking if it was real. Liu Aji called out Emperor Ming, who was initially unresponsive. Eventually, Emperor Ming acknowledged with a simple compliment, while clapping without much reaction. In a serious face, he then instructed the actors to take a rest, which they confirmed. After instructing the actors, Liu Aji proceeded to make an important announcement, declaring to hear the imperial decree. He announced the name of Yang Longting and Cheng Dalei to come forth. Yang Longting smiled as he slowly walked above. Upon his arrival, he knelt in front, while Liu Aji announced the rewards, stating in Yang Longting's name that he would be granted the title of Warlord, Weapons, and Land. Liu Aji continued, acknowledging Cheng Dalei's role, stating that he had made great contributions as a general, and he would be granted the title of the Great General of the Northwest. Cheng Dalei, in his thoughts, reflected on the irony of the situation, thinking that the play just now mocked Yang Longting, and now they were rewarding him. As he walked to the top, Cheng Dalei insulted Emperor Ming as an old fogy, suspecting that Emperor Ming intentionally must have done it. Liu Aji then told them to heed Emperor Ming's order, prompting Yang Longting to bow and humbly respond that he dared not receive such a generous reward. Emperor Ming, displaying his wisdom, acknowledged Yang Longting's modesty, saying that Yang Longting had made great contributions to the empire, and that he did not need to be humble since that is what he deserved. However, Yang Longting was filled with determination as he declined the offer, expressing that he was not being humble, as he really felt that he did not deserve it. He continued, saying that he had something that he must say, and hoping for Emperor Ming's forgiveness of his rudeness, to which Emperor Ming let him speak after he stood up, reminding him that there was no need to keep kneeling. Yang Longting began by telling Emperor Ming that he had something that had been on his mind for such a long time, but could not gather the courage to say it. Emperor Ming told him that he should say what he wanted to say, as Yang Longting was also supposed to give a speech that day. Yang Longting then gathered the courage to speak his mind. He began by addressing the reward plentiful, and expressing concern about the condition in Yuzhou which lacked food and people. He remarked that Emperor Ming was not rewarding that, then he requested Emperor Ming for it, and mentioned that he was not asking for it himself but rather asking it for the common people of Yuzhou, remarking their current lives were miserable. With humbleness, Yang Longting declined the rewards, including the title of the warlord, and suggested that someone else deserved it. A concerned person voiced from the crowd, asking about to whom the title should be given. In response to the person, Yang Longting decisively said that it belonged to Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei was taken aback by Yang Longting's decisiveness, cursing him in his thoughts. He believed that Yang Longting was trying to disgust him to the point of death and remarked with a threat that Yang Longting would be dead now. Emperor Ming was intrigued by Cheng Dalei's name and mentioned that he had heard of the name before. Yang Longting told the story of a time when Emperor Ming ordered someone to inquire if he knew Cheng Dalei, during which he revealed Cheng Dalei's identity as a mountain bandit, but mentioned that Cheng Dalei swore an oath of life and death with him. He mentioned the battle against the rings. Yang Longting lied, claiming that he only gave commands from the back, while Cheng Dalei was the one facing the front lines. He continued to deceive, stating that Cheng Dalei had suffered a grievous injury in the battle, and he was unable to save him. And since Cheng Dalei passed away, Yang Longting believed that his great name should forever remain in the world, while Cheng Dalei stood at his back. He remarked emotionally that sometimes he wanted to ask for more rewards, but being able to meet someone like Cheng Dalei in his life was more than enough. As the heartfelt words resonated with the audience, the person chimed in again, stating that Yang Longting valued friendship so much. Furrowing his brow in anger, Cheng Dalei thought that Yang Longting was trying to write an apology, so he threatened Yang Longting in his thoughts again as he waited. Liu Aji intervened, telling Emperor Ming that he sent someone to investigate last year, and Yang Longting said that Cheng Dalei died of serious injury. Emperor Ming expressed regret, saying that it was a shame. Yang Longting continued to honor Cheng Dalei's memory, proclaiming that Cheng Dalei sacrificed his body to defend the empire. Dying in the line of duty, his loyalty was paramount, and may his name ring forever. With deep emotion, Yang Longting declared he was alone on earth while Cheng Dalei was alone in heaven. He remarked his regret that in a lifetime, he might never be able to meet him again as he raised his hands above making this heartfelt statement. His voice choked with emotion as he pretended to cry while gazing up at the sky. He continued, saying that Cheng Dalei succeeded, remarking that he only left behind the spirit of a valiant hero. The words carried deep meaning as he implored Cheng Dalei, if he looked down from heaven, asking for guidance to look at the empire that he protected. Emperor Ming urged Yang Longting to stop dwelling on the dead person who could not live again and asked him to stop it now. However, Yang Longting kept his act, kneeling, and making a heartfelt request to Emperor Ming to reward Cheng Dalei so that his spirit might find rest in heaven. Emperor Ming agreed to reward Cheng Dalei as a hero such as this was a crime against all heroes under heaven. He also requested that Yang Longting should not decline the reward as the empire still needed great generals like himself. Emperor Ming highlighted the importance of nurturing future generations of heroes like Cheng Dalei, remarking that they needed more heroes like Cheng Dalei, recognizing that the empire would never see defeat again. Yang Longting expressed his gratitude to Emperor Ming for his great benevolence. In the next set, Liu Aji instructed Yang Longting that he would personally give Cheng Dalei his seal of military command, prompting Yang Longting to affirm it. Emperor Ming handed the tray of rewards to Liu Aji, signifying the formal granting of honors. As Yang Longting walked over to Cheng Dalei, accompanied by two eunuchs carrying the rewards, he narrowed his eyes as thoughts briefly wandered, noting the brightness of the sun that day. He spoke to Cheng Dalei, remarking that the empire needed a young hero like him. The crowd commented on the reward, starting with the civilian faction hearing rumors that Emperor Ming thought very highly of Cheng Dalei, and remarked that he would become a famous general in the future, while the military faction planned to build a close relationship with him, considering that Cheng Dalei was still young and the future was believed to be limitless. In her thoughts, Wanner appeared to be happy as she took pride in having nurtured Cheng Dalei personally. Yang Longting reassured Cheng Dalei that the rest of the empire, and he would also remember his deeds in their hearts. But Cheng Dalei did not respond to him. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei said a different tone as he asserted that there was something he hoped Yang Longting could return to him. Yang Longting looked nervous, asking him what. Cheng Dalei's eyes were filled with anger. He demanded justice, leaving Yang Longting visibly agitated. Fear could be seen in Yang Longting's eyes. As everyone in the world looked for justice, Yang Longting stumbled over his words as he recognized Cheng Dalei and exclaimed that it was him. But the existence of justice in this world remained a question. Cheng Dalei abruptly drew his sword with one hand, grasped it, and struck Yang Longting forcefully, in defense of those who were unjust, using his straightforward sword technique. Everyone's faces were in shock as they witnessed the sudden attack. Only a small trickle of blood emerged from Yang Longting's chest. Realizing that Yang Longting was wearing inner armor, Cheng Dalei quickly closed the distance between them, determination burning in his eyes. Yang Longting, still recovering from the initial attack, saw Cheng Dalei approaching but couldn't react in time. Fear was evident on Yang Longting's face as he was one step away from success. As the silhouette of Yang Longting was forcibly pushed across the platform, he pondered why the future war god of the empire had to be brought down by the current war god of the empire. Cheng Dalei struck Yang Longting in the body once more, causing both of them to tumble out onto the platform. His face twisted with anger as he insulted Yang Longting, calling him a coward and demanding his death. With unrelenting vigor, Cheng Dalei continued to strike at Yang Longting's armor. He slashed intensely, causing Yang Longting's armor to break, and relentlessly attacked him and managed to slash with his sword, seeing blood in the process, causing blood to splatter on his face while blood seeped from Yang Longting's mouth. As his voice filled with anger, Cheng Dalei used his skillful speedy sword explosive fireworks, the final blow of his attack, piercing deep into Yang Longting's chest. Panic spread among the Imperial guards and spectators, with cries for help over to Yang Longting and calls for the Imperial guards to intervene. They marched towards Cheng Dalei with weapons on them, as Cheng Dalei's sword became wet from the blood that pierced Yang Longting's chest. Yang Longting groaned in pain, clutching his injuries. He slowly uttered Cheng Dalei's name. Cheng Dalei expressed his anger, claiming that it was only fair to take Yang Longting's life after Yang Longting had brought down his village. Yang Longting's eyes narrowed as he pondered who once asked him for fairness in a similar manner. Memories resurfaced, and he mumbled in confirmation that there was someone who asked him for justice like before. He muttered again, asking who that man was. He asked himself redundantly who it was, as he struggled to envision his face. He then pictured a man with his back turned, standing in front of him. When the man he envisioned glanced at him, he realized it was his friend Han Huju. Yang Longting sighed, dismissing the memory. A man who has cheated the world all his life will be approached by someone sooner or later. Justice is in the heart. The vision of Han Huju faded away. Yang Longting died as he returned to reality, leaving Cheng Dalei holding the sword firmly while staring at his lifeless body. The Imperial Guard approached, and the crowd continued to call out Yang Longting's name, with some demanding Cheng Dalei be captured alive. On the platform, the civilian and military factions were left in shock. They were unsure of what to say about the event in the Imperial City. Amid the confusion, some still questioned whether Yang Longting was truly dead, while others insisted on his demise, claiming that the empire had disgraced itself. Jin Wendao recognized Cheng Dalei. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang wondered who Cheng Dalei was. The weight Cheng Dalei carried on his shoulders for a year seemed to dissipate on that day as he stood there, feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. In the midst of the chaotic event, Wanner wondered about the grudge that Cheng Dalei held against Yang Longting. With concern in her eyes, she once hoped that Cheng Dalei would have a bright future and rise to the top. However, it now seemed that he dragged himself down into the abyss, while she watched Cheng Dalei being surrounded by the soldiers. Fueled by aggression, the soldiers were relieved that Cheng Dalei was still alive. Undeterred by them, Cheng Dalei questioned whether they still had the guts to draw their swords, considering that the Ring tribe scared them all out of their wits a year ago. Within the crowd, factions from the military murmured, with one person questioning if he was Cheng Dalei, and another person was confused, as it was said that he was dead, wondering why Cheng Dalei wanted to kill Yang Longting if they had a good relationship, while others questioned the secrets behind it. Amidst the confusion, Liu Aji sought Emperor Ming's attention, inquiring about the sword in Cheng Dalei's hand. Emperor Ming, who observed with a serious demeanor, identified the sword as the 6th artifact common sword. With measured authority, Emperor Ming ordered Cheng Dalei to be captured, and if they couldn't capture him, they were to kill him. Slowly, Emperor Ming rose from his seat and told Liu Aji that they were heading back to the palace, with Liu Aji assisting him. As the soldiers surrounded Cheng Dalei, one of them urged his fellow soldiers to follow him in avenging young Longting, and their comrade who died a year ago. The soldiers' faces showed anger and determination to kill Cheng Dalei as they rushed to attack him. Cheng Dalei, facing overwhelming odds, engaged to confront the soldiers with remarkable speed and skill. He showcased his martial technique, known as the teenage quick sword, bursting fireworks, causing the guards to be sent sprawling in all directions. Liu Bei saw Cheng Dalei and urged the others to go. Liu Bei, Zai Long, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei leaped into action from atop the wall, determined to help Cheng Dalei to break through. Unaware of his group's presence, Cheng Dalei remained locked in a fierce battle against the soldiers, inflicting wounds that caused the soldiers to creak. Without fear, the soldiers continued to attack, determined to kill, and attempted to surround Cheng Dalei, while he responded with his bursting firework technique to block their every move. The soldiers were determined not to let him get away. Yet Cheng Dalei, undaunted, skillfully fended them off. With determination in their eyes, the soldiers were relentless in killing Cheng Dalei, as they couldn't believe that he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Suddenly, on the flip side, Cheng Dalei's group initiated a surprise attack on the soldiers from behind. Catching them off guard, some questioned the unexpected intrusion. The sudden attack surprised Cheng Dalei, prompting him to turn in that direction. Liu Bei with a smirk led the group and announced to Cheng Dalei that they had arrived. While observing the situation below, Tong Fei identified the broken formation. She cursed at Cheng Dalei's group who joined in, and that prompted her to take action. With a swift leap, she descended from above, aiming to intercept the group of Cheng Dalei. Tong Fei sternly warned them, determined to stop their advance. Guan Yu warned them to be careful of Tong Fei's approach, but Zai Long declared that he would take care of Tong Fei on his own. He immediately jumped towards Tong Fei and used his martial technique, the 100 Dazzling Flowers Jade Phoenix. Their clash resulted in a powerful impact, sending a gust of wind rippling through the area. After the clash, Tong Fei questioned Zai Long's loyalty, believing that Cheng Dalei bewitched him for disregarding their discipleship. Zai Long was determined to seek justice for their fallen comrade and believed he might be able to offend Tong Fei about it. He then looked at his group, reassured them that he would take care of Tong Fei, and urged them to help Cheng Dalei. Liu Bei expressed doubts about whether Zai Long could really beat her, while Zai Long expressed uncertainty, confident that he should be able to. Guan Yu, on the other hand, told Zhang Fei to go there with Liu Bei while he himself would help Zai Long. As Guan Yu and Zai Long charged into action, Tong Fei told them to come, readying herself for the clash. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei and Liu Bei rushed toward Cheng Dalei. While Cheng Dalei continued to fend off the soldiers, one of them exclaimed that he stopped being crazy, while the others continued their relentless assault. In their desperation, one of the soldiers declared that Cheng Dalei could not kill the lightning spear Wen Tailai in his life. Suddenly, a new figure entered, introducing himself as Zhu Xingsheng, the mute scholar of the minister's mansion. With confidence, he challenged Cheng Dalei to taste his move. A soldier remarked that the 2 masters of the general and the minister's mansion had attacked at the same time, believing that Cheng Dalei couldn't escape, while other soldier commented that this was something that never happened before. However, in an unexpected twist, Cheng Dalei used his bursting fireworks technique to easily dispatch Zhu Xingsheng. The soldier who was looking forward to the fight was shocked, his comical reactions mirroring his face. He remarked that Cheng Dalei must be a monster since the masters of the generals and ministers' mansions were no match for him. Cheng Dalei's thoughts revealed his exhaustion as he employed his martial arts skills repeatedly, yet he was aware there was no hope for a breakthrough. Just as hope appeared to dwindle, Zhang Fei appeared, slicing his way through the soldiers using the technique of catch pigs, sending the soldiers away. Zhang Fei, with determination etched on his face, informed Cheng Dalei that they were there to save him. He informed Cheng Dalei that the breakthrough was on their side, to which he agreed. With their support, Cheng Dalei succeeded in breaking through. As the barracks hunt persisted, determined soldiers urged to hold them, while the other soldiers urged to close the gates, not letting Cheng Dalei and his group break out. Others yelled that there were just 3 of them. Their voices echoed throughout the area. Zhang Fei fought his way through the soldiers, all while asking Cheng Dalei where they were heading. In response to Zhang Fei's question, Cheng Dalei stated that they were heading northwest of the city walls, while he was busy slashing out the soldiers. The soldier desperately alerted everyone that Cheng Dalei and his group were going to the left. Yet Cheng Dale displayed remarkable skill, breaking through the formation. The soldiers laughed while urging each other to surround and fight him. The soldiers, driven by anger, approached Cheng Dale and his allies and cornered them, even the actors and actresses who hadn't escaped in time. They called out Cheng Dale's name, demanding to be paid with his head that day. Suspicion hung heavy in the air as they questioned whether this was a trap or a deliberate gathering of prey. Fear showed on the faces of the allies of Cheng Dale, while Zhang Fei and Liu Bei seemed anxious, and Cheng Dale maintained a calculated demeanor. Frightened, Jai Tao called out to Cheng Dale, while Liu Zhai held onto her tightly as well as the actors behind them. Cheng Dale's voice filled with confidence, noted the sunny day, that it was not raining or windy, and hinted at something ominous if they heard about the thunder coming from the ground. Suddenly, an explosion came from the ground, propelling soldiers through the air. Their screams pierced the chaotic atmosphere. Some vanished after the explosion, while others were thrown away. Chang'an's sewers are well connected, and grave robbers dug through the sewers to the place, and making gunpowder was not difficult. Already a few days ago, the grave robbers required by the fireworks order were everywhere preparing everything. Yanli and Jin Wendao displayed surprise, but Jin Wendao quickly shifted to a wide smile, expressing satisfaction. The soldiers, rattled by the explosion, were left in shock. Some moaned in pain. It is uncertain how many Imperial soldiers were injured and suffered broken bones after the entire earthquake. Emerging from the ground after the explosion, Fei Yuan and Qin Man called out to Cheng Dale, stating that they were there to save him. The soldiers, determined to kill them, rushed forward, trying to see if there was any chance of escape. They charged into them resolutely, prompting Qin Man to order Fei Yuan to use a thunderbolt to secure their retreat. Fei Yuan confirmed and activated the bombs. He aggressively taunted the soldiers as if they should eat his stink bombs. After Fei Yuan threw the bombs, the soldiers were rattled, frantically trying to evade them, their fear evident on their faces. As the bombs exploded, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, causing the soldiers to panic. Amidst the chaos, some soldiers were hit and called for help, while the others realized that the smoke was filled with toxins. Inhaling the toxins, they coughed in pain, and others succumbed to the deadly effects. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale provided an antidote to Liu Bei and Zhang Fei, and then told the rest of the group to take their antidote, urging them to retreat into the blasted sewers. He also called out to Zai Long and Guan Yu, urging them to stop fighting and that it was time to go. With the situation becoming increasingly dire, Cheng Dale urged everyone to evacuate before the smoke cleared. The soldiers, realizing the danger, ordered their retreat and prepared their strongbow unit to get into position. The soldier commands strained before ordering to shoot. Meanwhile, some members of Cheng Dale's group were in a hurry, saying they should get into the underground, while others urged them to move quickly and get down. However, one member pointed out that the passage was too narrow. Liu Zhai dashed towards the narrow passage, unaware of the incoming arrow. Jai Tao, though slightly late in her warning, managed to save Liu Zhai just in time. However, in her heroic act, Jai Tao herself was struck by the arrow, and her face twisted in agony as she endured the pain. Despite her injury, Jai Tao managed to smile through the pain, while Liu Zhai looked at her with concern. Cheng Dale focused on stopping the incoming arrows, shielding them from harm. Frustration welled up within Cheng Dale as he realized the narrow passage could lead to many people dying if nothing is done. Meanwhile, the soldiers prepared for a second wave, ordering the second unit to shoot. As the arrows filled the sky, Cheng Dale told the others to hurry up and go, stating that he would stay behind to stop them. Cheng Dale faced the onslaught of arrows, his determination unwavering as he prepared to deflect them all. In this critical moment, two hearts beat as one. The technique he was about to employ was originally Lu Xiaofeng's one finger. It was a martial art that didn't seek to kill but was mainly for defense, and it was the best technique in the world. With a single stroke, Cheng Dale deflected all the incoming arrows. Through the integration of the system, it became the ultimate blocking technique. Cheng Dale blocked all the arrows while his group hurried to escape. Among them, Fei Yuan called out to Cheng Dale, but Cheng Dale responded, urging him to go quickly, with a stab arrow from his shoulder. He continued to stand firm and block the arrows, until suddenly he stopped blocking them, to which the strongbow unit fell silent in shock, their faces confused. Meanwhile, Jin Wendao pondered Cheng Dale's strength, that he became so strong after a year of absence. Wanner contemplated that Cheng Dale was no longer the mountain bandit who managed to survive by all means when she first saw him. As Wanner viewed Cheng Dale from the platform, all arrows surrounded him. She marveled at how he had overcome so many difficult challenges with his strength that day. After Cheng Dale abruptly stopped, he exhaled heavily as he removed the pierced arrow from his shoulder. Suddenly, a soldier threw a chain and captured Cheng Dale's hand, declaring triumphantly that he had caught him, to which Cheng Dale resisted. But the soldier gleefully announced that he had successfully restrained Cheng Dale, naming him as an evil bandit. The soldier told Cheng Dale that he couldn't escape as there was already an arrow at the end of his flight. He then encouraged the others to cut Cheng Dale into pieces. Determination filled the air as the soldiers roared to kill him to avenge Yang Longting, while Cheng Dale was still trapped by the chain. Cheng Dale felt helpless as he clenched his teeth and cursed in his thoughts. Suddenly, the system emitted a sudden beep, and there were 2 orbs present. Another beep followed, but the system remained inactive as she still closed her eyes. Following the continuous beeping, the system's self-test was completed. The next beep showed the system's face, and notified that the damage repair had been completed as well. Another beep was notified that the system's administrator consciously awakened as her eyes slowly opened. And another repeated beep notified the reconstructing shape, and a sudden bright light appeared on her body, as if the system was about to transform. The system, still weakened, called Cheng Dale's name. The next beep was followed by a bright flash that exploded inside the system, causing the orbs she rested to shatter due to the impact of the reconstruction. Cheng Dale reacted to it, and he groaned out the pain. The impact of the exploded aura from the system pushed the soldiers away from Cheng Dale's body. Suddenly, a supreme consciousness awakened and swept across the whole audience with an unparalleled aura. The soldiers were suddenly knocked down, and their bodies were scattered everywhere. Tong Fei's eyes were filled with disbelief as she pondered what just happened. All of a sudden, the monk appeared beside Tong Fei, greeting her with Amitabha Buddha. He then inquired Tong Fei about the meaning behind Cheng Dale's action of bringing down the soldiers. He continued, expressing his disbelief and wondering if what he witnessed was a form of lost martial art. Puzzled, Tong Fei questioned the monk why he was there and if it had something to do with an imperial decree from Emperor Ming. The monk replied that Emperor Ming had tasked him with collecting Cheng Dale's corpse, but it appeared that Cheng Dale was not dead yet. Consequently, he decided to arrest Cheng Dale and put him in prison, awaiting Emperor Ming to deal with him. Throwing back a little, just when Cheng Dale was beating the royal guards and the prison guards were almost empty, someone expressed that they didn't know how many people were locked up in the Ministry of Heavenly Justice, and also what the kid had done to be locked up in this place. His companion informed him that the kid wanted to seek justice for his father in the Imperial Arts examination, which ruined Emperor Ming and Yang Longting's mood. And the man wondered what kind of injustice had been done to his father that he was pleading for justice. The other answered that the kid's father was the coward of war, Lin Wenchen. The man laughed as he realized who he meant by the coward and stated that he deserved it, while the kid inside the cell was Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. The guards were taken aback and told to alert the others that someone had broken into the prison, as well as who they were and how dare they break into the heavenly prison. Lin Xiaoyu stood there watching as they yelled and called for somebody. A flag outside his cell with the words "Seeing through the world" as the bearer stated that all creations were born to nourish, and people still complained to God for not being benevolent. The man went on to say that he had not known locusts were all over the world, and that everyone was suffering as a result from the king's servant. According to the old Taoist, humans were born as noble or commoner, with the noble always being favored by heaven. His young disciple added that wealthy life is always up to heaven, and commoner's poverty was punished by heaven. The old Taoist then stated that suddenly a madman sharpened his sword at night, and the Star Emperor swayed in the wind, and bewildered above. One of the guards at the Ministry of Justice's heavenly prison stated that he had no idea how many people their Ministry of Justice had imprisoned in this prison. His companion stated that everyone must listen to the jailer and that if he wanted them to live, they would. And if he didn't want them to live, they wouldn't, whereas his friend stated that what the jailer says is right. As his entrance made a rumbling noise, a man chimed in, stating that this was the rule of the Ministry of Justice heavenly prison. The guards were perplexed at what they saw. As 3 figures approached them, the guard greeted their lord. One of the guards was puzzled. He had the thought that the prisoner needed 3 Merlian guards as escorts at this time, and they were Tong Fei, Monk, and Liu Aji. Liu Aji told the guards not to torture the person behind him, and not to treat him badly with only 3 meals a day, and to let him eat whatever he wanted as long as he didn't go out, as well as to try to meet his other needs. The guard cursed Liu Aji in his head, telling him that instead of this prison, he should take the prisoner to his house, and bowed inquiring Liu Aji about the prisoner. Cheng Dale's body was cuffed inside a box while Liu Aji ordered the guard to put him in a separate cell with the heaviest shackles on him. The guard asked Liu Aji what Cheng Dale had done, and he replied that he had killed a person. The guard wondered how many people Cheng Dale killed, while the other assumed it was only a few. After a while, Cheng Dale sat cuffed inside a cell. His hands and head were both encased in a wooden cuff. Cheng Dale closed his eyes. Later on, his brow furrowed as he remembered a fire. His eyes opened wide. While standing on one of the orbs, he noticed a destroyed orb and a perfect orb and wondered if it was the system's space. Cheng Dale observed without saying a word. The repair had been completed, according to a system notification, and the administrator was back. It then informed him about the body reshaping and the shell breaking. A hand emerged from the shell, and Heart came out afterwards. The shells gathered in her back. As Heart fell, the shells formed into wings. Cheng Dale observed throughout the whole thing. Heart continued to fall as her wings spread. She landed on top of Cheng Dale and told him he was cute. Heart leaned and called Cheng Dale boy. She smiled and informed him that she's back. Heart informed him that she had not seen him in a long time. Changing to default dress, according to a notification. Heart was then dressed in a white gown. Cheng Dale expressed relief that the system had been restored. Heart responded that, after all, he had been running around for a year working on the matter. She informed him that although she had been sleeping for the entire year, she could feel what he was doing. She continued, saying that the first time she woke up, she met him in this empty system space. Heart stated that she had followed his day her whole life and that all of her memories came from him. Cheng Dale asked Heart if she was really only 2 years old, and Heart confirmed it. Heart informed him that even if she disappeared, a new sprite would be born, and that perhaps the meaning of her existence was muddled along with birth and dissipation, because she was born in this space, and the meaning of her existence was just a vassal of the system. She went on to say that when she chose to give up, he chose to connect in her life, which is why when he jumped off the cliff that day, she asked him not to hesitate. Heart expressed gratitude to Cheng Dale. For the first time, she stated, she felt like she was in existence who could be cared about. She went on to say that she may be able to find a higher meaning to her existence that is more valuable than her job as an existence administrator. Cheng Dale turned as Heart called him. She then asked him if he was willing to continue depending on her, to live and die with her, and to walk in this chaotic world with her. A system notification pooped, inquiring if he wanted to sign into a contract with the system sprite. Cheng Dale remained silent as he stared at the notification. Cheng Dale expressed surprise and stated that he did not expect her to say something like that out of the blue, as he did not recall her being so proactive, to which she inquired about what he remembered and his impression of her. Cheng Dale explained that she was more two-faced, like the kind of people who knock a person with a hammer as soon as they came out. But that was no longer the case. Doubting, he asked if she couldn't be a fake or if he was saving the wrong person, which rendered Heart speechless. Heart blushed as she muttered the word dummy. However, the system indicated that the contract had been signed. The system informed him that the officer's summoning function, as well as the lottery function, and the system store were now open, which Heart said now that the system had been completely restored and many functions had become stronger. She told Cheng Dale that he had grown up a lot. Cheng Dale, however, inquired if Heart was sleeping where the broken photosphere, to which she replied yes. He inquired about the one intact beside it, and Heart informed him that it was the new system sprite, which had not yet been born. Cheng Dale speculated that there would be 2 system sprites. Heart informed him that he was right, and because of her, she would be able to hand over the system's maintenance to her, and she would be able to separate herself from the system and follow him to do more things, as well as use her powers without being bound by the system itself. She continued to tell him about her abilities and asked if he was listening. Heart frowned and became enraged. She swung her hand towards Cheng Dale's head. She slapped his head and told him to listen to what she was saying. Her eyes widened in rage as she told him that what she was saying was important, and that she wondered if he realized what he was up against in the real world. Heart called Cheng Dale an idiot. She went on to say that it looked like that the sprite would have to work as soon as it awakened and that it was now time for him to leave the place. Heart explained that he had been worried about her for a long time and that she should do something for him, and that there was a chance that he could use his newly acquired sprite power. A system notification appears, stating that Cheng Dale received a new mission, which stated that the young person who was in prison could only start a new life if they escaped. Cheng Dale noticed the difficulty and inquired about the reward, but Heart chuckled and said she would keep it a secret for the time being. Cheng Dale sat in his cell that night. He determined that the shackles must have weighed at least 100 pounds and wondered if they were afraid of him escaping from prison. A coo was heard outside Cheng Dale's cell. Cheng Dale became aware and looked out the window. Lai Feiyuan appeared, addressing Cheng Dale. He inquired if he was okay. Cheng Dale assured him that he was fine and inquired about the situation outside. Bai Feiyuan informed him that only those who were wounded and couldn't get out were left in the city, and a group of brothers took care of them while the empire searched for them. But with his orders, they had quietly evacuated the city and were now settled in Hulu Mountain, which Cheng Dale was relieved about and told him that if there were casualties, he should leave more silvers for their families as it was all they could do. Bai Feiyuan assured him that they had not suffered many casualties. Cheng Dale informed him that another brother, Lin Xiaoyue, had been caught and ordered him to find out where he was being held and save him. Bai Feiyuan assured him that he had heard that he had been rescued by a strong warrior, a teacher, and his disciple. Cheng Dale, concerned, inquired about Yi Zhidao and Liu Zhihan, wondering if they were okay, to which Bai Feiyuan replied that Liu Zhihan was fine, but Su Ying was very worried about him. He went on to say that Yi Zhidao was seriously injured and assured him not to worry because a brother named Liu Bei was treating her. Bai Feiyuan noticed something. He turned around and listened. He informed Cheng Dale that someone was approaching and assured him that the brothers would certainly save him. Bai Feiyuan then leaped above the prison gate. A clunking noise was heard. The monk walked towards Cheng Dale's cell. He then turned to face Cheng Dale and muttered the phrase Amitabha Buddha. Cheng Dale greeted him and asked what he was doing here. The monk explained that he had naturally come to look after him. Cheng Dale inquired whether it was necessary, to which the monk replied that it was only because he was too good. Cheng Dale smiled and told him just because he's too good that he had to look after him as a Buddhist monk, and he wondered if he was praising him or himself. He went on to ask what was his origin, and if he was from the Shaolin Temple. He told him that the night had been long and difficult for him to sleep, and because they couldn't sleep, he asked why they didn't just talk, and he informed him that they were peers, and he might not know his name. He told him his name was Cheng Dale, and his master was the South Pole Immortal, and Golden Star Tabai was his sworn brother, and Marshal Tianpeng was his senior brother, and he knew the law of 5 thunder, and he had 1,000 miles of eyes and ears, and could summon the wind and rain. However, Cheng Dale suggested that he would tell him a joke and ask if he knew what men had that women didn't, and told the monk to speak up and not pretend to be cold. Cheng Dale paused and said nothing. He gritted his teeth as he viewed information. He yelled, telling the monk to come on. Cheng Dale addressed the man as Meng Zhilao and asked if he would still show respect if he saw a real Buddha. A system information appeared, stating Meng Zhilao's information, and his Dharma's name was Qin Yi, who was 52 years old. Cheng Dale had a thought in his head that he really looked down on him. He then informed Meng Zhilao about himself, 52 years old, and his Dharma's name was Qin Yi, and he was an infinitely compassionate and merciful palm with Vajra indestructible body skill. Meng Zhilao stared at Cheng Dale. He asked him how he knew that, as he had lived in seclusion for many years, and few people around the county knew his name, to which Cheng Dale responded that he had his connections. Cheng Dale stated that he told him that his master was the South Pole Immortal, and what things could he not know, and asked him to have a casual chat, and if he didn't speak again, he would tell him how he peeked at a woman taking a bath when he was a child, and how it would affect his public image more. Meng Zhilao asked what he was talking about, but Cheng Dale said they could talk about anything, such as his first love. Meng Zhilao blushed and stated that he had something unclear and wanted to ask for his advice. Cheng Dale told him to go ahead, believing that it was to ask him why he wanted to kill Yang Longting, and then talk about what injustice and the sea of suffering later, and so on the truth, and he also thought that he just liked to talk about some life philosophy. Meng Zhilao asked again what it was that men had that women didn't. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, it was just that he had been thinking about the question and asked him not to blame him for being a little rude. Cheng Dale instructed him to look at his beard, and the answer was beard. Cheng Dale had the impression that Meng Zhilao was a retarded pervert and asked him what he was thinking or what he believed it was. Meng Zhilao stated that he believed it to be Adam's apple, but now he believes he was mistaken, which stunned Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale asked Meng Zhilao if he changed his clothes before imprisoning him and said he was very thoughtful because he remembered not wearing this suit before. Meng Zhilao chuckled and said he was covered in blood and had a cleanliness fetish, so he naturally needed to help him wash up a bit. He then asked Meng Zhilao if he could remove the wooden shackles around his neck, and if he refused, he had to help him relieve himself. Moments later, he stated that it was finally a little easier. According to Meng Zhilao, Buddha stated that all beings were suffering, that is, all thoughts were born from the beginning of his obsession, and in one single mind. He went on to say that sometimes you could hold on to it and get nothing, and sometimes you could let go and get more. He then suggested to Cheng Dale that he give it a try. Cheng Dale told him to fuck off, saying that the last time he cheated him out of a steam bun, and he would never give him today's baked cake. Cheng Dalei realized that Meng Jilao had been here for 12 hours. He cursed him, saying he robbed him of his food. He realized he wouldn't be able to escape from prison if he didn't get rid of Meng Jilao. He asked Meng Jilao why bad people become Buddhas simply by putting down the butcher's knife, whereas good people had to get through 9,981 difficulties to become Buddha. Meng Jilao responded stating that Buddha did not say so. However, Cheng Dalei let out a scoff. He told him that he had heard about a virgin woman who was very devoted to women's virtue, and that the imperial court had even issued her chastity arch for women. He claims that after her death, everyone found something under her pillow. Cheng Dalei smirked and challenged Meng Jilao to guess what was under her pillow, to which Meng Jilao struggled to respond. Meng Jilao chanted Amitabha Buddha's name and said that color was empty, and empty was color, and asked Cheng Dalei to behave himself. Cheng Dalei told him that he saw a monk on the road begging for alms, and he knew exactly what he wanted before he opened his mouth, and he wondered if it was called element perception. Meng Jilao responded that his words had profound meaning. Cheng Dalei asked him if he thought the Tathagata Buddha or the Jade Emperor fought badly. However, Meng Jilao just told him not to say such things. Cheng Dalei wondered if he knew or had heard of such a Buddha since he knew Buddha so well, and Meng Jilao asked him to tell him. He wondered if Meng Jilao had heard of a Buddha named Namo Gatling Bodhisattva in the far west who had 3,600 bullets per breath, and was the Buddha of great compassion and mercy, to which Meng Jilao replied that he had not. Cheng Dalei went on to say that there was also a Buddha named Ultraman, who stood 40 meters tall, weighed 35,000 kilograms, and was 20,000 years old. He also told him about Namo Infinite Heat Buddha, Namo Infinite Power Buddha, and Namo Infinite Entropy Buddha, as well as Namo Heat Silence Great Bodhisattva, Namo Nuclear Fission Buddha, and Namo Nuclear Fusion Buddha, and asked Meng Jilao if he had heard of any of them. Meng Jilao stated that Cheng Dalei was a great person with great wisdom, and that his Buddhist attainment was so low that he didn't know so many Buddha names. But Cheng Dalei simply laughed at him. With doubts of life, Meng Jilao requested Cheng Dalei to enlighten him, and that as a Buddhist, he was not as good as he was in Buddhist ways. Cheng Dalei requested an answer first, asking what Emperor Ming's plan was now, and why he allowed Meng Jilao to guard him every day. Meng Jilao stated that on the 14th of July was the Ulambana, the opening of the Ghost Gate. He went on to say that it was suitable for releasing river lanterns, and mourning the deceased, and also remembering old lovers. Meng Jilao also stated that the most evil villains, such as a devil like him, should be executed in front of the entire world. He told Cheng Dalei that his execution would be by lynching by 360 swords. Meanwhile, at Huayang Palace in the Imperial City, Emperor Ming had thought that Jiangnan had only received half of the imperial grain this year because it had been flooded due to continuous heavy rain. And, according to information he received from the Merlion Guard, the Yangtze River had favorable weather that year, with no disasters. He also claimed that the Northwest Army needed food, that horse bandits were rampant, and that they needed a lot of food to fight bandits. As Emperor Ming read reports, Princess Minju kneeled in front of him. Without saying a single word, Princess Minju looked down. Emperor Ming ordered her to go back. However, Princess Minju begged him. Emperor Ming was aware of her being there and asked her not to say anything. He stated that she was not only his daughter but also the princess of the empire, and she must not say anything in court. Princess Minju advised Emperor Ming that Cheng Dalei did not deserve to die. She bowed to Emperor Ming, stating that he also mentioned that Cheng Dalei was an outstanding talent of the empire, and that his life was far more valuable than his death. She went on to say that Cheng Dalei made great contributions to the empire but killed the hero, and that treacherous court officials were running amok at that time. She was afraid that it would make people in the world cold, and that if things continued, the Lai family would lose its value. Emperor Ming inquired why she wanted to save him, and if he was the man she wanted to marry. Princess Minju frowned and told Emperor Ming that Cheng Dalei was just a friend to her. Emperor Ming, on the other hand, stated that the imperial family does not have friends. In Chang'an City, even fowls and dogs were not left in peace those days, but it can also be said everything was quiet. The angry Yuzhu soldiers raided, and the city's peddlers and carriers were arrested, at a time when the wind was cranky, and the prison was overcrowded. But most of Cheng Dalei's people had already withdrawn, and those who failed to withdraw were hidden and were the last to suffer. Only those powerless ordinary people were caught at some point at the brothel, the Full Fragrance House. Soldiers pointed spears at the girls, told them not to move and to be honest. One of them stated that he suspected they were harboring a traitor, Yi Jidao. An elderly woman informed them that they were running an honest business, that Yi Jidao was no longer present, and that they severed ties with her. However, the official ordered his men to search. He went on to say not to miss a single place because Yijirao must have left a clue. A vase was thrown next to the girls, scaring them. A soldier informed his officer that the search was over and no trace of Yijirao had been found. The officer gave the order to arrest all of the women as he would interrogate them that night, believing they must have some information. The soldiers surrounded the women, advising them to tell them where they had hidden Yijirao, and that if they didn't, they would have to take them back for proper interrogation. And one chuckled, telling them to behave themselves and come with them. A voice ordered the soldiers to let go of the women. The officer scoffed, asking who was so daring as to stop their Yuju army from arresting the murderer who assassinated Yang Longting. Tong Fei sat and closed her eyes. The officer recognized Tong Fei and informed her that it was the responsibility of their Yuju army, and that the Merlion guards could not interfere. Tong Fei asked what an investigation had to do with the girls and informed them that, as far as she knew, Yijirao was seriously injured and that the rebels had hidden her somewhere for treatment. She went on to say that instead of investigating the medicine shop and searching the dangerous underground city, they were making things difficult for these helpless women. The officer inquired what it had to do with her, stating that they had to be involved with Yijirao, and that the Merlion guards couldn't control them. Tong Fei stated that 3 days after Yang Longting's assassination, they searched for 3 days, turned the casinos, brothels, and tea houses upside down, and many people were arrested, and a lot of profit was scrapped. Tong Fei claimed that the Yuju army committed crimes in Chang'an in the name of avenging Yang Longting. She went on to say that Emperor Ming turned a blind eye to it in order to allow them to vent their anger, and now they wanted to take innocent women and spoil them. She asked if they truly believed the Merlion guards were blind. The officer chuckled and told his subordinates they were leaving because Yijirao was not in the place. Tong Fei responded that she was just doing her job when the elderly woman thanked her for saving their lives. She warned the women that because Chang'an was in chaos, they should take care of themselves, for which the girls thanked her. Tong Fei frowned. She thought in her head that a few true villains were caught, but innocent people suffered, and she didn't know how many people filled their pockets and eradicated dissidents during the search progress. There were 150,000 city guards in Chang'an, and 30,000 imperial guards in the imperial city. She wondered if they were letting them run amok in Chang'an just to appease the anger of those soldiers and generals. She wondered what Emperor Ming was thinking of putting the people at risk for the sake of the so-called balance. Xiao Yi walked down the street somewhere. A group of soldiers passed by and talked about what the point of investigating a pharmacy was when there was little profit from it, while the officer responded by asking if they were really going to listen to that woman and investigate the medicine shop. Xiao Yi overheard their conversation. She ran while one of the soldiers suggested they go to the casino and play a few games. Xiao Yi continued to walk. She looked around before entering a small house deep in the alley. She knocked on the door. As she entered, she informed Su Ying about the medicine. Su Ying thanked her before cautioning her not to get the medicine from the same medicine shop because they needed a lot of herbs. Xiao Yi told her not to worry because she had been buying medicine from a different medicine shop, to which Su Ying replied that she had done well. She asked Liu Bei how Yijirao was doing, and Liu Bei replied that her pulse had stabilized, but she still needed to recuperate for a few days before getting out of bed. Su Ying stated that she would leave it to him to change the medicine because she was leaving and needed to discuss with the brothers how to save Cheng Dale, and he needed to take care of Yijirao. Remember this from now on, someone said. The elderly woman informed the girls that they were no longer associated with Yijirao, and she stated that there was no longer a person named Yijirao here. One of the girls questioned whether it wasn't too ruthless to treat Yijirao like that. The woman responded that Yijirao had colluded with criminals to cause chaos and that if they didn't draw a line between them, they would all die. And she knew the girls had deep affection for her, but if they acted up again, she asked them not to blame her for being ruthless. When the woman walked away, the girls asked where she was going. She told them not to be nosy and to go do whatever they should be doing when she realized Yijirao had caused a lot of trouble this time. She reasoned that she did not receive even a cent of redemption money and suffered a big loss this time. After all, the woman thought Yijirao was top-grade good, and she didn't believe she didn't have anything valuable hidden away. She muttered that she found it after throwing some of Yijirao's belongings. The woman, who was holding a lot of jewelry, stated that Yijirao was worthy of being their top artisan, and she actually had so many valuables hidden away. Her eyes sparkled, and her mouth drooled, muttering that it was all hers now. Upset, the woman wondered where the music notes were hidden, and how many Yijiraos she could nurture as long as she had those notes. Meanwhile, an eye peered through the hole in the wall where the woman was. One of the girls noticed what was going on inside. Disappointed, the girl sat down. The girl sobbed, wondering if Yijirao would really not come back. Back from 10 days ago, the girl asked Yijirao if she was leaving. Yijirao asked her what kind of expression she had, and she was just going out to act in a play. However, the girl doubted. The girl responded that this time felt different than before, and she had a feeling that once Yijirao left this time, she wouldn't come back. Yijirao assured her that she would be back soon, and the girl insisted that she should let her come with her. She asked Yijirao if she was going to leave her. Yijirao handed her a paper and asked her to take it, because it was written there how to contact the people on that side, as well as the secret code, address, and contact person, and she asked her to hide it, and she couldn't let her mother see it. And as long as she brought her seal with her, the people there would help her. She went on to say that if she couldn't come back, the paper would help her find her. The girl held the paper Yijirao had given her. Meanwhile, Su Ying stated that they would leave once Cheng Dale was rescued. Someone inquired if she was sure they could rescue him. Su Ying responded that it must be done regardless of the certainty, and that none of their plans had a 100% chance of succeeding. And it was no different this time. She asked Yijirao if she had thought about what she wanted to do in the future. Yijirao responded that she no longer had a place in Chang'an. She was unsure where she should go next. Su Ying offered her the opportunity to leave together with them. She asked Yijirao if she wanted to join their toad village. Yijirao inquired if it was okay. She went on to say that she had once heard Liu Jihan talking about what happened to Toad Village, and that they even destroyed the 100,000 Ring Clan army, claiming that they were all heroes of the empire, while she was just a brothel girl. Su Ying reassured her, saying they were actually a group of bandits. They were interrupted by a knock on the door. Su Ying advised Yijirao to lie down first because someone was coming, and she would open the door. She asked who it was. Bai Feiyuan greeted Su Ying, who inquired as to who he had come with. Bai Feiyuan informed her that the girl had contacted them through the informant they had left behind for emergencies, and that she was an acquaintance of Yijirao. The girl inquired as to whether Yijirao was present. Su Ying asked Bai Feiyuan if anyone had followed him, to which he replied that he took a huge detour before bringing the girl over, and he even blindfolded her eyes, to which Su Ying told them to get in quickly. Yijirao inquired of the girl how she found this place, and the girl asked why she was hurt and what happened to her. The girl informed her that she found this place by following the directions she left on the paper. She went on to say that there were a lot of soldiers looking for her outside. Bai Feiyuan warned them that they didn't have much time and that if they needed to say something to each other, they should do so quickly. The girl mentioned Yijirao, crying. She stated that she wanted to leave with her. Yijirao asked her what she was saying. She informed her that she was currently a fugitive and that if she went with her, her life would be in danger as well. The girl, on the other hand, argued that she didn't care because she wanted to stay with her. She went on to say that their mother had taken all of her valuables and had even hired people to look for her. Yijirao responded that it seemed like something she would do. Because she didn't want to stay there, the girl insisted on taking her with her. However, Yijirao shook her hand and declined and said that her life was at least guaranteed as long as she stayed there. She hugged the girl and told her that as her sister, she no longer had a place in Chang'an, to which the girl asked why she had to go to the play. She stated that if she hadn't gone, she wouldn't be this way right now. Yijirao told her that she was born as a courtesan and entertained people as a way of living, and that her own feelings were never taken into consideration, and that she was merely a plaything for those with power and money. Because what she had was so little, she stated that she must give back even the smallest favors that she owed, and even if it cost her life. She took a book and told the girl that it was the musical score given to her by her benefactor. She stated that she was definitely able to stand above the rest, and that when the time came, she would be able to redeem herself and live as a free person, to which the girl inquired if it was her most valuable possession. Yijirao told her it was alright because she wouldn't have to use it in the future, told her to take it and leave quickly, and asked her not to find her anymore in the future. The girl cried and still insisted. Yijirao advised her that she should leave now. She stated that if the place were exposed, they would all die. The girl wiped her tears. Yijirao looked at the girl as she left. She sobbed, thinking that there were no longer people named Yijirao in Chang'an. Su Ying ordered Bai Feiyuan to send the girl back, to which he said yes. The girl asked Su Ying to look after Yijirao, and Su Ying asked if that was her gift to her. She advised her not to play it in the near future because it would expose their relationship with Yijirao. The girl bowed and thanked Su Ying, saying that she would take her reminder to heart. The girl was escorted by Bai Feiyuan. Su Ying frowned but said nothing. Yijirao approached her and apologized. She went on to say that it was her mistake that she gave the emergency contact to someone else. Su Ying told her not to dwell on that, but they couldn't leave their safety to whether the girl could keep the secret or not. She inquired as to whether she made a decision. Yi Jidao paused for a moment. She blushed as an image of Cheng Dalei flashed through her mind and replied yes. Su Ying informed her that they were going to pack up and leave because they needed to regroup with the rest of the group, so Yi Jidao agreed. The next morning, the officer ordered his men to surround the place and not let the criminals escape. The soldiers stormed through the gate. The officer's eyes darkened, and the courtesan mother stood beside him. Hulani began by stating that the contract terms were negotiated, and they were in Chang'an City for a long time, so it was time for them to return. He also asked them to prepare the compensation, goods, and so on for them, and they would leave in a few days. Lin Leshan wished them all a good trip and expressed his desire to share a glass of wine with them in the future. Hulani responded that he thanked him for his kindness and that, as an eternal heaven descendant, he would always remember their friendship. Lin Leshan got the impression that the rings were in Chang'an for so long that they picked up on imperial hypocrisy as well. Suddenly, Hulani mentioned Lin Leshan. He wondered if the empire would send them a princess, hoping she would marry into the grassland and become a symbol of friendship between their two clans. Lin Leshan was taken aback. He simply laughed it off and asked Hulani if he was joking. He informed Hulani that the princess grew up with mutual respect, wild and spirited, and he feared that marrying one of them off to the grasslands would not only harm, but also destroy their friendship. Hulani retorted that women like Princess Minjiu were better suited to life in the grasslands, and that true warriors preferred reckless steeds over well-behaved sheep. Lin Leshan, on the other hand, argued that he was afraid that the prince was unaware that the princess already had a marriage contract, and that allowing the king of the grasslands to marry a woman with a marriage contract would be disrespectful to the king. Hulani chuckled and told him that the steppe dwellers didn't care and questioned who didn't love beautiful women, and that only the strongest men deserved to have them. Lin Leshan explained that Princess Minjiu was Emperor Ming's favorite daughter, and if he married her off in the meadow, his father would find it difficult to bear the longing. Hulani argued that marrying off Princess Minjiu to the grassland would prove the friendship between the two sides and wondered if the empire was about to marry off an insignificant woman to the grasslands. The two looked into each other's eyes and read the murderous intent of each other in their smiles. Hulani thought that if he didn't give Princess Minjiu to him, he would beat him up, even though he wove himself a dazzling garment of false friendship, humble wisdom, and camouflaged victory. But when he opened his robe, under the robe was still a thin, bony, frail, and crippled body. The building would collapse, and the landscapes would crumble. The thin hands trembled. Someone stated that there was no diplomacy in a weak country. Then a voice yelled, saying they wanted their Princess Minjiu. Emperor Ming, enraged, threw something and wondered how he negotiated with them. He described Lin Leshan as a loser who couldn't get anything done. He went on to say that he told them not to even think about it, and that only fools dreamed about it, to which Lin Leshan responded that he was incompetent and did not do his job properly. Lin Leshan proceeded to inform him, and Emperor Ming inquired as to what the barbarians said. Lin Leshan informed him that they expressed their willingness to give up the 3 cities they occupied as a gift from the grasslands in order to welcome Princess Minjiu, and he paused before saying if they did not agree. He went on to say that they would grab her themselves. Emperor Ming challenged to let them come because he was a king of a country, and he couldn't even protect his own daughter. Lin Leshan stared at his father as blood poured from his head. He wondered how long anger lasted, whether for 15 minutes or for a flame of incense. He clenched his fists and addressed Emperor Ming. The candle illuminated the room. Lin Leshan informed Emperor Ming that the empire could not afford to fight this battle. Civilian officials and military generals at the Chang'an court fought to the death and regarded Emperor Ming as a clay statue, while the southern nobility enjoyed their lives in luxury, and the northern people raised troops and bought horses. Indeed, that today's empire could not afford to fight this battle, as Emperor Ming appeared depressed. The emperor, like the civilians under the iron heel of the rings, could only stand by and watched as his wives and daughters were humiliated. An image of Cheng Dalei side appeared through the defeated emperor, who gave up hope. Meanwhile, at the penitentiary department heavenly prison, Cheng Dalei sat on a pile of hay, while Meng Jilao sat on the other side of his cell. He closed his eyes and rested his hand on the back of his head. He saw 2 orbs, one of which was destroyed. Hart wondered if it was the right time to do it because he was about to be lynched and still thinking about playing. Cheng Dalei replied, wondering as to what he was supposed to do against Meng Jilao, who guarded the door every day, and he couldn't even defeat him, and if he didn't go, he wouldn't stand a chance. He placed a pair straight K. The lottery machine appeared distressed but said nothing. He said rocket, to which Hart and Cheng Dalei both replied that they couldn't afford it. Cheng Dalei kept a diary of what happened during his time in prison. Two prison guards sat facing each other. When a group of people arrived, both guards stood there greeting them, and the Lord told them to pass the order down. Liu Aji ordered them to clean up the place and transfer all the prisoners to other jails, and also got rid of all the dirt, muck, grime, and bad smells, and he wanted the place to be spotless. The soldiers cleaned up the prison quickly. Cheng Dalei observed what was going on and wondered what they were doing. Then suddenly his cell opened. Tong Fei was the one who welcomed him and towered over him. Cheng Dalei inspected the information, perplexed. Tong Fei told him to stand up and be good, and not to make any unnecessary movements. Tong Fei's information stated that she was 25 years old and had monstrous strength, which Cheng Dalei was surprised by because of another peerless level martial artist. Cheng Dalei made an abrupt soft noise. He didn't say anything while observing. Then a bowl of food was served. Foods with a wafting fragrance were placed outside of his cell, as he wondered if the execution date had been brought forward and it was his last meal. He thought that maybe Emperor Ming thought that dragging out the execution date was too cruel, and wanted to give him a few days of enjoyment before he was executed. Cheng Dalei sighed and stated that as the moon turned from crescent, and the skies of blossoms, he couldn't help but reminisce. But it turned out that he was a person that no one loved or missed. In his cell, he extended his hand to grab a cup. Struggling, he thought he couldn't reach it. His face darkened. Then, as Cheng Dalei looked on, Emperor Ming filled his cup, and he proceeded to fill Cheng Dalei's cup. Emperor Ming just stared and said nothing. The current emperor rose to the throne at a young age, and soon learned one thing: to never let other people know what you were thinking about. He had always looked at the people around him with a cold and calculative gaze, and looking at them put on their little facade, looking at them flailing about, and looking at them playing their dirty little tricks. No one could ever guess what he was thinking or perhaps not thinking. Cheng Dalei observed Emperor Ming. He wondered why his entire family was so into cosplay and if their ancestors had gotten mixed up with some weirdos. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, a hand grabbed a piece of clothing and yelled no. Princess Minjiu threw a pillow at Lin Leshan, claiming she didn't want to. Lin Leshan told her not to be agitated and informed her that the Grassland King was a hero of the Ring tribe, whom she had always adored. Princess Minju retorted that if he thought the king was so good, he should have married him. Lin Leshan laughed and told her to stop joking, informing her that they already rejected Wan Huan and Yula in favor of her, and they were even willing to use 3 cities as a dowry. He said that their Princess Minju was kind, beautiful, smart, and knowledgeable, and that everyone claimed her beauty was worth a city, but what's 1 city compared to 3? To which Princess Minjiu told him to scram. Princess Minjiu informed him that she told him she didn't want to marry, and if he kept trying to force her, she would hang herself. To which Lin Leshan replied that if she hanged herself, her tongue and eyeballs would fall out, and she would turn into an ugly ghost. She threatened to cut her wrist, and he explained how painful it was and how she wouldn't have been able to endure the pain. She said she'd jump into a river, to which he replied that the water would turn her into a bloated corpse. But Princess Minjiu insisted on starving herself. Lin Leshan surrendered and sighed. He told her that she had already grown up. Princess Minjiu frowned as she addressed Lin Leshan, but Lin Leshan cut her off and said that sometimes adults had to do things they didn't want to do. Lin Leshan walked away. She yelled at him that she was not going to get married. Lin Leshan stopped and told her that she must. Princess Minjiu was left alone after Lin Leshan left. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Princess Minjiu realized that it wasn't a fight between siblings, and it wasn't like when she was younger and screamed that she didn't want to learn the dulcimer. Back when Princess Minjiu, when she was younger, made silly faces, and even if she were to slice the board apart with a sword, her brother would only tell her. Lin Leshan stated it was alright and that they weren't going to learn that day, but she couldn't slack off tomorrow. Now that Princess Minjiu had grown up, she realized that there were things that couldn't be solved by cutting it with a sword. And as the princess of the empire, she had responsibilities that she had to fulfill, even if she didn't want to. The torches illuminated the dim dungeon. Emperor Ming asked Cheng Dalei why he wasn't drinking and if he thought it were poisoned. Cheng Dalei responded. He stated that a glass of wine for the driver resulted in 2 rivers of tears for their loved ones, leaving Emperor Ming speechless. Emperor Ming stated that it was his first time finding out that Chang'an had a big brother protecting it, and that it turned out he was the one shielding him from rain and wind. And Princess Minjiu had already told him something about him, as well as the reason why he had the 6th prince's sword. Cheng Dalei advised him that sometimes you needed to make a persona for yourself when moving about. Emperor Ming laughed and said that he was just like how Princess Minjiu described, always saying things that others couldn't understand. He informed Cheng Dale that he would be executed on July 17th and asked him if he wanted to say anything to him before he died, to which Cheng Dale asked if he was looking to chat with him because the nights were too long and he couldn't sleep. Emperor Ming pondered and said yes. He stated that ever since he sat on that throne, he never once heard anyone tell him the truth. He went on to say that he controlled all under heaven, and the lives of all those who lived under it belonged to him. He told Cheng Dale he shouldn't worry about his life, since he was about to die, and that maybe only he was willing to speak a few true words to him. He inquired of Cheng Dale whether he was really not drinking. Emperor Ming inquired whether Cheng Dale was unwilling to speak with him, but he received no response. Cheng Dale requested that if he could push the cup a little closer so he could actually touch it, maybe he would drink a few cups. The two stared at each other awkwardly. Emperor Ming informed him that he spent his life reading people's intentions. However, he held him in disdain. Enraged, Emperor Ming asked Cheng Dale if he thought of him as a puppet ruler. Cheng Dale had a thought in his head telling Emperor Ming not to get angry because he was not especially talented either, and he simply happened to transmigrate. Emperor Ming retorted that Cheng Dale thought of him as an idiot as well. He informed him that ever since he was born, he was already scheming against heaven. He was born a royal and rose to the crown on an unstable throne, and ever since he was little, he had to scheme against his parents, his ministers, various nobles, and he even had to scheme against his daughter. He stated that if they all thought he was an idiot and lofty sitting in his position, blind and deaf to everything that was going on, they all thought he couldn't tell the truth from lies, a puppet emperor that anyone could make a fool of. Cheng Dale said nothing. Emperor Ming added that Lin Wentian fought to the last breath, and yet he was executed like a dog on the streets, and Yang Longting ran from battle, yet was hailed as the god of war. He questioned him if he truly believed he didn't know all of those things and stated that he knew them all for a year. Cheng Dale asked why he didn't do anything about it if he was already aware of it. Emperor Ming informed him that the empire suffered a crushing defeat, an absolute loss. As he stated, the empire needed someone to bear the name of a sinner, so Lin Wentian had to fill the role. Yang Longting became the war god because the empire needed someone to give them hope. He went on to say that he knew Lin Wentian since he was a kid, and that they used to ride horses in the fields and spar in the sand pit. And the night before he was beheaded, he sat down with him and had a meal like this, and that night, he sat where he was now, and they both got drunk, and before he left, he told him not to be sad, Emperor Ming said. Emperor Ming explained that everyone had their own roles, that he had his job as the emperor and Princess Minju had a role as the princess, and that they couldn't escape destiny. He told Cheng Dale that he did nothing wrong and even made great contributions to the empire. Emperor Ming stated that, however, he should not have killed Yang Longting, and the empire needed someone to take the blame now that the person who everyone looked up to for hope had died. He told him that was why he had to die for the sake of the nation and its people. Cheng Dale paused and said nothing. He sighed. He gave Emperor Ming the middle finger and told him to go fuck himself. Outside of Chang'an, significant items like cosmetics, silk, spices, and weapons were traded. The rings brought carts of valuable items back to the grasslands as if they were explorers returning with treasures from ancient ruins. With a warm display of hospitality, Lai Leshan conveyed to the Ring tribe that he could only accompany them until there. In a gesture of respect, Lai Leshan hoped for a short and smooth journey for the Ring tribe. He extended his wishes for their friendship between their two nations. Yanli and Jin Wendao showed equal respect to Lai Leshan, and, in response, they vowed their descendants would remember their friendship with the Empire. They would treasure it like warriors treasured their blades. A smile formed on Yanli's face as he continued, affirming that they would wait for Wanner, emphasizing her role as the symbol of peace between their two nations. Lai Leshan affirmed the sentiment with a contemplative look. He acknowledged the undeniable truth since without Wanner, there would be no peace. As they were about to part ways, Jin Wendao sought information from Lai Leshan regarding the Empire's plans to deal with Cheng Dale. Lai Leshan explained that Cheng Dale was a citizen of their empire and naturally would face punishment under the Empire's laws for his crimes. Jin Wendao acknowledged it. Jin Wendao inquired further and asked for a favor concerning the proper burial of Cheng Dale after his execution. In exchange for this request, the Ring tribe offered to owe him a favor, but Lai Leshan responded with a question as he sought clarification that he thought the Rings would hate Cheng Dale. This prompted Jin Wendao to reply that, as enemies, they couldn't wait to kill him, but as soldiers, they couldn't help but respect him. Jin Wendao made another request for a message to be passed to Cheng Dale, emphasizing that every single warrior of the Northern Ring tribe had spared no effort to try and kill him, but at the same time, he has their tribe's utmost respect. Lai Leshan assured them that they need not worry since they had accepted their friendship and ensured that Cheng Dale got a proper burial. Then the Ring tribe departed from Chang'an. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a cup of rice shattered as it was flung with force. Inside, Wanner's frustration was evident as she aggressively ordered the maids to leave, making it clear that she was not eating. The maids lowered their heads, obediently carrying a tray into the room. Wanner's discontent was palpable as she pouted and expressed her dismay, crossing her arms. Suddenly, Lai Leshan appeared in Wanner's room and ordered the two maids to leave first, to which the maids confirmed. Concerned, Lai Leshan inquired why she refused to eat, having heard that she starved herself. In response, an angry Wanner told him to get out, saying that he wasn't welcome. But Lai Leshan detected a familiar scent in the room, which he promptly identified as the aroma of the osmanthus cake from the royal kitchen. He reminded Wanner that eating too many sweets would make her fat. However, Wanner simply turned her head and pouted, feeling embarrassed because she was caught, and said that she didn't want to go to the grasslands, regardless of what Lai Leshan said. Lai Leshan sat down at her side and asked for her attention, asking if she believed he would ever do anything to hurt her. He gave her assurance, saying that once she went there, she would be above tens of thousands of people, and even he himself would bow if he ever saw her in the future. However, when Wanner contemplated his words, she asked if he would still be able to see her in the future. Lai Leshan smiled and replied with conveying a heartfelt message that the sky was high, and the oceans were wide. But no matter where she went, she would always be his sister. In a serious tone, Wanner asked Lai Leshan if Xingzai would also marry her off to the grasslands if he were present. Lai Leshan, whispering calls Xingzai's name, began to respond, but Wanner cut him off, stating that Xingzai would never do that. Wanner stood up from her seat and declared that Xingzai would wield his sword and fight for the ring, even if it meant dying on the battlefield. She firmly believed that Xingzai would never marry her off to the rings. She told Lai Leshan that, despite being elegant, well-mannered, and skilled in both the pen and sword, she wasn't their father's favorite child. Even though Xingzai was mischievous and faced scolding, deep down, he was everyone's favorite. Comparing Lai Leshan to Xingzai, Wanner pointed out that the two of them were different. Lai Leshan responded that Xingzai was gone, and even if he were present, he couldn't change the decision. While looking sad and lost in thought, he realized that Xingzai couldn't change it either. Emperor Ming suddenly entered Wanner's room, and he looked at the two of them. Lai Leshan quickly stood up and respectfully greeted Emperor Ming, while Wanner pointed at Lai Leshan and complained that he had been bullying her. Emperor Ming cleared his throat before he spoke and told Wanner that Lai Leshan wasn't bullying her, and he actually ordered him to come. With teary eyes, Wanner asked why Emperor Ming could bear to send her to the grasslands and said that she didn't want to leave his side. Without saying a word, Emperor Ming, with a heartbroken expression, reached out his hand toward Wanner's face but withdrew it. He told Wanner that the matter had already been set in stone, and in 3 days, under the protection of the Merlian guards, she would be escorted to the grasslands to be wed to the grassland king, which left Wanner's face filled with disbelief. Miserable, Wanner cried bitterly, and she told Emperor Ming that it felt like she was being sent to her death. With pain in his eyes, Emperor Ming explained to her that being born into the royal family meant that many things were not within her control to decide. He reached out to wipe the tears from Wanner's eyes and told her that she was not only his daughter, but also the princess of the empire. But Wanner avoided him. Emperor Ming explained that the empire didn't have the strength to engage in a conflict with the rings, and they needed time for the people to recover. He told Wanner that she alone, they could live in peace for 5 years, and hundreds of thousands of lives would be saved because of her. And within these 5 years, the Ang Empire could regain its strength, and they would no longer have to suffer defeats from the Ring tribe's attacks. As Wanner looked at Emperor Ming while she was crying, she realized that his entire head had turned gray. She wiped her tears using the cloth of her dress, and with a sudden seriousness, she told Emperor Ming that she could go, but she requested that he promise her one thing. She wanted Cheng Dale to be released, and Emperor Ming quickly asked her what if he wouldn't agree. Wanner responded by saying she would rather die. But Emperor Ming also asked her if Cheng Dale was important to her because if he didn't die, the people's hearts could not be put to rest. However, Wanner simply responded that it was his problem and had nothing to do with her. This was not her acting play and childish hobby, asking for something from her father. This was a formal exchange, using one item to exchange for another. While you don't want to lose either, you can only have one. Emperor Ming looked at Wanner seriously and realized that she had grown up. Those born into the royal family have no choice but to accept their fate. Amidst the dimly lit ambience of Fu Man Lu restaurant, which specialized in roast goose, Shenji thanked Zhu for what he did for them that time. In response, Zhu reassured them that there was no need to worry as Cheng Dalei was once done a favor by him, and that Cheng Dalei was facing trouble. He couldn't just ignore them. Curious, Shenji inquired about the current situation outside. Qin Man informed him that he heard from the people outside that the imperial court was going to execute Cheng Dalei on July 14th on Juque Street. Worried, Su Ying voiced her concerns about the impending execution date and questioned what actions they should take. Shenji's determination was palpable in his response, contemplating their next steps to rescue Cheng Dalei in the imperial court while biting his nails in anxiety. Meanwhile, Su Ying looked sad as she pondered that a few hundred people wanted to rebel against Chang'an City and emphasized that more than 100,000 troops. She also noted that she often heard Cheng Dalei say that Shenji was wise and resourceful. It seemed that he did not work with him for the first time, as Cheng Dalei said. Qin Man, feeling a sense of hopelessness, feared rescuing Cheng Dalei from inside the imperial court. Su Ying, unable to contain her distress, asked Qin Man for his opinion. Qin Man was resolute in his determination that they must rescue Cheng Dalei inside the prison, while Zhang Fei emphasized the importance of reaching out to their comrades as they rescued Cheng Dalei and escaped from Chang'an. Their eagerness showed as they clenched their jaws and fists. As the group huddled, Zhang Fei remarked on the similarity of heroes thinking alike, while Shenji led the discussion on the rescue plan. He suggested the daring idea of infiltrating the palace and kidnapping Emperor Ming to use as a bargaining chip for Cheng Dalei. Qin Man chimed in suggesting that they could go late at night and take Cheng Dalei by surprise. Zhang Fei supported the plan, but Su Ying watched them with distress. Anxiety was visible on Su Ying's face as she struggled to find words. Suddenly, Fei Yuan burst into the room and told Su Ying that he had news from Wanner. He delivered the astonishing revelation that Cheng Dalei was saved. On the following night, Cheng Dalei pondered the atmosphere in the heavenly prison, feeling that something was wrong. As he gazed out from his jail cell, he pondered the reality of his impending execution, and he noticed that the guards were missing and even the monk was gone as well. A sly smirk crept across Cheng Dalei's face as he realized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In that moment, he called upon the system, praising it as a wise guide, guardian, and representative. He also mentioned that the system was the source of all truths in the world, and she was the derivation of all things. He asked the system to listen to his call, and the system appeared, floating. With conviction, he asked the system to grant him great power and to merge with him. A sudden beep signaled the fulfillment of their contract. The system proclaimed that their minds and souls were connected, as eternal as time and space. Another beep notified that the system's sprite possession started, and it did not consume fear points for using it for the first time. And the next time he used sprite possession would consume 1 million fear points. The system kissed the forehead of Cheng Dalei, a subsequent notification that the possession completed, and Cheng Dalei's level increased, martial arts enhanced, and strength increased, with a duration of 3 incense sticks. The system communicated to Cheng Dalei that this newfound strength was the use of their contract, and a surge of energy coursed through him. Cheng Dalei decided to put this enhanced strength to the test. He shattered the wooden shackles that bound his neck and hands, releasing him from their confines. He flexed his shoulder, marveling at the power of the supreme rank. With a visible smirk on his face, he admitted that it was tough and he wasn't proficient in using it. But he mentioned that as long as the monk wasn't there, escaping from the heavenly prison was more than enough. However, the monk walked to his cell and greeted Cheng Dalei with the phrase Amitabha Buddha, to which Cheng Dalei simply looked at him, speechless. The monk praised Cheng Dalei for his skills, which prompted Cheng Dalei to become annoyed. In a minute, the monk unlocked Cheng Dalei's cell, to which he just stared at the monk. As the monk was walking away, he told Cheng Dalei to go with him. Cheng Dalei had a questioning look, but the monk looked back at him and asked if he wasn't going to leave. The monk told Cheng Dalei he had only 1 hour. While they were walking, the monk again told him that he had 1 hour and that Chang'an was not on guard against him. As Cheng Dalei laughed and joked with the monk, mentioning that he had to be on duty during the night, he also greeted the Imperial Guard and praised them for their good works. The Imperial Guard looked at them, and one recognized Cheng Dalei and was about to react. But another Imperial Guard interrupted, saying not to worry as the higher-ups sent a message to ignore Cheng Dalei. When they exited through the heavenly prison gate, Cheng Dalei offered to the monk that if he ever visited the full garden fragrant to drink flower wine in the past, he could simply mention his name, assuring him that it worked. The monk responded in silence. As they reached the forest, the monk told Cheng Dale that he could only see him off up to that point, but Cheng Dale requested that he wanted to bring along some other members with him. In response, the monk told him that his group received the news and was waiting for him at the tea stall miles away from Chang'an. He handed over his official uniform, seal, and sword, and informed him about his new details as New Sankan, described as yellow-faced and bearded, 7 feet tall, and a 7th-ranked security officer guarding the Qinchuan Pass. Cheng Dale questioned whether by letting him go, he essentially offered him an official position, to which the monk confirmed. Cheng Dale looked at the monk blankly without saying a word. Suddenly, Cheng Dale flicked the monk's head. Pissed, the monk asked what Cheng Dale was doing. However, Cheng Dale, visibly happy, inquired if it hurt the monk because he thought he was dreaming and wanted to get out that much. The monk is annoyed as he tightly grips his kakara, causing his hand to noticeably shake. Just as he was about to say something, he continued muttering to himself. Angry, the monk prayed in his thoughts, affirming that the Buddha didn't tell lies or use profanity. He implored the Buddha to act swiftly as he wanted to remove Cheng Dale from his path. He said, Amitabha Buddha, and remarked that it appears that he also had a violent nature when he was young. Annoyed, the monk told him to listen and informed him that no one let him go at night. Instead, a bandit broke out of the heavenly prison of the Minister of Punishment. After an hour, someone found his escape, and he became a wanted man. The monk also told Cheng Dale that it was up to him whether to use New Sankan's seal or not. But the monk suggested he should go there, prompting Cheng Dale to ask why. The monk replied that it was because the Northwest held the king's spirit. Cheng Dale mentioned the Northwest and wondered about Qinchuan being in the Northwest. He wasn't sure how strict the security check was that time. Meanwhile, the system mentioned that the trial opportunity was in vain, as she thought she was going to get killed outside. The machine also responded by asking if the system counted as escaping from prison. The system responded, seeming a bit hesitant, saying that at least Cheng Dale was out, so they could consider the task completed. But the machine mentioned that she seemed partial to him, to which the system responded with a giggle. Another beep from the system notified that the prison escape task was complete as he received Godspeed Armor Horse Zai. Cheng Dale recognized 2 people, calling them Old 4, and asked why they were there, inquiring about the whereabouts of the other person. Surprisingly, the person addressed Cheng Dale and was able to arouse the attention of others. They looked happy when they saw Cheng Dale and explained to him that their group had set up many spots like that along the official roads. He guessed his luck was the best, as they found him first. The Old 4 ordered others to send the signal that Cheng Dale was back, and a firework lit up the night sky. After they sent the signal, his comrades gathered at the place. When they finally saw Cheng Dale, they called out to him repeatedly, addressing him. Happy, Fei Yuan asked Cheng Dale if he was fine and whether the officials had done anything to him. Cheng Dale chuckled, emphasizing that he was fine, and questioned what the officials could possibly do to him. Liu Bei expressed his joy, mentioning how glad they were to see Cheng Dale again. Meanwhile, Qin Man inquired about the direction they would be heading next. Cheng Dale informed his companions from Toad Village that they were heading to Hulu Mountain to meet the others. Fei Yuan expressed his desire that he also wanted to go with him. In response, Cheng Dale told them that they were born in Chang'an, grew up in Chang'an, and some even raised families there, emphasizing that their destinies were different. He suggested that they could come find him after he resolved certain matters. Cheng Dale called Aku and told him that since he was in Chang'an for a year, he informed him that he knew the location of their money and instructed Aku to distribute it among the others. He requested one last favor from Aku. He asked him to spread news about the events in Chang'an to the outside world, no matter how small the details. Cheng Dale also wanted everyone to know that Chang'an was still under the care of the Wulei group, and asked everyone to establish tea stalls along the official roads to Chang'an and requested their help in keeping an eye out for the lost members. Aku and the other members swiftly confirmed his orders. Additionally, Cheng Dale instructed them that after spreading the news, they should make their way to Hulu Mountain. As he was about to say the secret signal, Qin Man interjected and informed Cheng Dale that Xiao Yu and Lin Kong had left with a Taoist priest. Xiao Yu requested them to convey to Cheng Dale that he was exhausted and needed some time to settle down and contemplate certain matters first. Cheng Dale contemplated Xiao Yu's decision that it would indeed be good for Xiao Yu to settle down in a nice place and rest properly. Liu Bei called Cheng Dalei over and inquired about his plans for the future. Cheng Dalei explained that he intended to journey to the northeast and start a new toad village. But before they headed there, he proposed that they made an effort to locate their former members from the Toad Village. Fei Yuan asked for information on how they could contact him when they went to the northeast in the future. Cheng Dalei replied that if they ever passed by in the future and bore the name of Toad, they were most likely his men. Suddenly, a loud voice called him from behind, and he was taken by surprise. Liu Zhai smiled radiantly, and the other ladies behind her. She smiled as she ran toward Cheng Dalei. While running, she nearly stumbled but was quickly caught by Su Ying, which startled her. She glanced back at Su Ying with an air of awkwardness, while Su Ying maintained a graceful smile. Su Ying's face shifted from a graceful smile to a terrifying expression as she confronted Liu Zhai, indicating that she believed Liu Zhai was attempting to conceal something from her. Her words became disjointed as she struggled to convey her sentence. She referred to Liu Zhai as a husband-thieving cat, causing Liu Zhai's face to sweat and feel embarrassed. Su Ying called Cheng Dalei, who appeared apprehensive at being called. Meanwhile, Liu Zhai, who was standing behind her, also gazed at Cheng Dalei. With a sly smile on her face, Su Ying asked Cheng Dalei to accompany her for a private conversation, leaving him visibly anxious as he struggled to accept. Under the bright moonlight, Su Ying forcefully slammed her hand against a tree, cornering Cheng Dalei. Su Ying effectively cornered Cheng Dalei, who was visibly unsettled. Cheng Dalei could only gaze at her with fear in his eyes as he called her name. Her face reddened as she leaned in close to Cheng Dalei and whispered to him to remain silent. Cheng Dalei was taken aback and simply stared with his mouth agape, not uttering a word. Su Ying clenched her teeth and slowly moved closer to Cheng Dalei's shoulders. She vigorously bit Cheng Dalei and pinched him, causing him to cry out in pain. With a swooning expression, Cheng Dalei requested that Su Ying lighten up her grip. All of a sudden, Su Ying embraced Cheng Dalei and began to share with him what she knew about Liu Zhai, even before Liu Zhai had entered his room, as if they had already become close. She explained to Cheng Dalei that it was all a form of punishment. With a pout and a hint of shyness, Su Ying told Cheng Dalei that he had quite the audacity. She had come all the way to Chang'an for him, and he had given her the cold shoulder. She reminded Cheng Dalei of the past when he kidnapped her, and she expressed her disapproval of Liu Zhai's actions, despite already accepting her. She urged him not to forsake the old for the new. Regretfully, Cheng Dalei began to apologize, but before he could explain, Su Ying interrupted him, asserting that he wasn't allowed to apologize, or else she would bite him once more. In response, he embraced Su Ying tightly with a warm hug. As they hugged, Cheng Dalei called her name, and Su Ying was captivated. While they embraced each other, Cheng Dalei told Su Ying that he caused her to worry and expressed his gratitude and apologized once more. He got interrupted when Su Ying playfully warned him and bit him, saying that she would leave a mark if he ever dared to fool around with other girls. Cheng Dalei asked Su Ying to join him in the northwest of Qinchuan as they built another mountain village. Su Ying responded that there was no need to rush, as she wanted to return to Jiangnan first. Curious, Cheng Dalei asked her why, to which she replied that the Su Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan still needed her to settle some matters, and she believed that since Cheng Dalei had started with nothing, he would certainly benefit from having some capital. Cheng Dalei acknowledged her concern and informed her that he wouldn't lack capital if the resources from King New Mountain were still there. Su Ying chuckled and emphasized that the more capital he had, the better it would be for sure. She informed Cheng Dalei that she had decided to let Jai Tao join their village. Cheng Dalei confirmed and expressed to Su Ying that if he leaves Jai Tao behind in Chang'an, he'll be doing her a disservice. She has done him a great favor, and he will not forget that kindness. Su Ying also informed Cheng Dalei that Jai Tao's body had not yet fully recovered, and she wouldn't be able to follow them on his trips, and explained that she would take Jai Tao back to Jiangnan first, and after settling the Chamber of Commerce affairs, they would go to Qinchuan together to find him. Cheng Dalei told her that they would head back first, understanding that his comrades must be getting impatient. As they bid farewell, Cheng Dalei told his comrades in Chang'an that it was time for them to depart, as the world was vast, and he hoped to cross paths with them again. His comrades in Chang'an wished him good luck on their trip. Cheng Dalei called out the names of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Sai Long, and Zhang Fei. He asked them to accompany the Su Chamber of Commerce back to Jiangnan and meet him on Mount Hulu in the capital after settling affairs in Jiangnan as he waits for them. Smiling, Liu Bei reassured Cheng Dalei that the four of them would not disappoint him. Cheng Dalei instructed Qin Man and Shenji that they come with him to Mount Hulu, which both of them confirmed. He commanded everyone to set out. As they traveled, Cheng Dalei informed them that the mountain cleft ahead led to Mount Hulu, and he mentioned that Gao Fei, and Gao Hu were there. Shenji was surprised, thinking that both Gao brothers were in Jiangnan. Cheng Dalei clarified that they had moved just a few months ago. When they stopped in the forest to rest, Cheng Dalei told Kinman that he would guard the first half of the night, while he would take the second half of the night. While the pot of rice was cooking, Shenji asked Cheng Dalei about how many men he could bring with such a method. Cheng Dalei replied that it was unclear, but with just a few of them, it would be difficult to get a foothold in Qin Chuan. He emphasized that recruitment was necessary, and gathering scattered people in the world was their best option. Shenji approved that Cheng Dalei was right. After the Battle of King New, they were incognito, and Longting was held up as an imperial god of war. He believed that it was official news, but he also thought that in their business world, that news was not acknowledged. As the residents of Toad Village were scattered in all directions, they were unlikely to come to their senses and do good, so most of them were likely to remain mountain bandits. Cheng Dalei added that no matter which village they joined when asked about their origin, they always mentioned Toad Village in King New Mountain. As a result, rumors spread in all directions. In the world of bandits, everyone knew about Toad Village, a small mountain settlement that had withstood elite soldiers and defeated 100,000 enemies. He believed that once word got out about what they were doing in the capital with a little guidance, their people scattered everywhere would come together like sparkling. After a while, Kinman decided to take a break and rested in a tree. Meanwhile, Shenji and Linger were sleeping peacefully near the bonfire, while Cheng Dalei slept soundly beside his sword. Suddenly, Kinman silently got up and informed them that he needed to pee quickly. In the depths of the forest, an individual with a scar on his eye was observing them, hiding in the bushes. He suddenly took out his crossbow and aimed it at Cheng Dalei, who was sleeping. The man pulled the trigger, sending the arrow swiftly toward Cheng Dalei. The arrow was approaching Cheng Dalei, while the man with the scar grinned with an evil smile, believing he had succeeded. Unexpectedly, Cheng Dalei caught the arrow that was headed toward him. The man's face displayed a great look of shock. Cheng Dalei side-eyed him and slowly stood up. At that moment, Kinman launched a surprise attack on the man from behind, catching him off guard. He delivered a punch, swiftly restrained the man, instructing him not to move and to behave. Cheng Dalei told the man that he had pursued them for 3 days and was finally ready to make his move. He questioned the man about who had sent him. In anger, the man uttered Cheng Dalei's name, and it was revealed in his information that his name was Wang Zhu. With a big grin on his face, Wang Zhu told Cheng Dalei that he wouldn't make it out of the capital alive. To their surprise, Kinman informed that the man had bitten through the poison sac. However, within a few breaths, the man's life was cut off. Shenji commented that determination sent shivers down his spine. Cheng Dalei instructed Kinman to search Wang Zhu's body, and reminded him to be cautious not to touch the poisoned blood in the man's mouth. After a couple of minutes, Cheng Dalei asked Kinman if he found anything. Kinman reported that the man didn't have any information on him that could identify his true identity. However, he noted that the man seemed to be a standard weapon of the Imperial Court's crossbow group. Kinman highlighted that the man didn't have any distinctive marks that could indicate which specific unit he belonged to. He speculated that someone sent the man on behalf of the Imperial Court, but the limited information they had so far made it difficult to analyze anything. Perplexed, Cheng Dalei wondered who wanted to kill him, as he couldn't recall offending anyone. Shenji commented to Cheng Dalei that he might have some misconceptions about himself. When Shenji asked Cheng Dalei if he believed he hadn't offended anyone, Cheng Dalei, feeling unsure, realized that he indeed offended many people but didn't know who sent them. Cheng Dalei cautioned them to be careful the rest of their way, as he believed that someone else might come after them again. He gave a detailed explanation about Hulu Mountain, located hundreds of miles from Chang'an, which got its name due to its shape resembling a half-buried gourd in the ground, and because of its peculiar topography and the access to several major roads, it was home to more than a dozen mountain strongholds. These dozens of mountain villages had mutual grudge and resentment, but they were united against the enemy. The latest rising star was a group of bandits who moved from Jiangnan a few months ago. The mention of Flying Tiger Village brought to mind the faces of Gao Fei and Gao Hu. On the following day, both brothers went fishing. Gao Hu informed Gao Fei about the news that Longting had been killed, and it was Cheng Dalei who had done it. Gao Fei acknowledged the news and commented that he also wanted to see Longting die. Gao Hu expressed regret that they were missed the chance to do something significant with Cheng Dalei, particularly when they were first encountered him. Gao Fei responded that they couldn't go to Chang'an since Cheng Dalei had instructed them to wait in Hulu Mountain, so he must have his reasons for that decision. Gao Hu informed him that a few days ago, he heard that Cheng Dalei had been captured but was later rescued. He informed Gao Fei that he sent a messenger pigeon that brought news that Cheng Dale would be coming to them. Considering the days since the letter arrived, it was almost time. He reassured Gao Hu not to worry, mentioning that he dispatched many people to the main road to pick them up and there was certainly no problem. He advised Gao Hu to focus on fishing and emphasized that they would soon be able to claim that they kept this fishing spot for a long time. In response, Gao Hu breathed heavily as they caught a fish. At that moment, a person reported bad news that Cheng Dale had been stopped by other bandits. Both of their faces registered shock and questioned who would dare to be so bold. Fear was visible in his eyes, and Gao Fei speculated whether the enemy retaliated against Cheng Dale. He expressed gratitude to Cheng Dale for his support in Chang'an, even though it offended many people along the process. Gao Fei ordered his people to bring out the weapons they prepared to assist Cheng Dale. Meanwhile, somewhere on Hulu Mountain Road, a group of people was waiting while Cheng Dale and the others were approaching them. One of them asked which one was Cheng Dale, pointing to an image on a reward list. Shenji and Cheng Dale instantly said that they didn't know him. While observing the image, the person described that he carried an ordinary sword and had a mediocre appearance, expressing confidence that he couldn't be wrong. Frustrated, Cheng Dale wondered where this description of ordinary came from. The man went on to describe Kin Man as the one with a square, broad face, dressed in black, identifying him as the large spear general. He also identified the one with an outstanding demeanor as the superb strategist and referred to Shenji as the fair-complexioned scholar. Cheng Dale expressed his unease to Kin Man and ordered them to prepare to break the formation, which Kin Man affirmed. However, the person introduced himself as Huang Fei Hu, the leader of the Flying Tiger village in Hulu Mountain, and mentioned that they were there to welcome Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale asked how Fei Hu dared to pretend to be a mountain bandit, demanding to know who he was. Fei Hu expressed his confusion, wondering what Cheng Dale meant by pretending. He insisted that they were indeed from the Flying Tiger village and genuinely awaited his arrival. As the bandits crowded the mountain road, one person praised Cheng Dale as supremely honorable and righteous, claiming that Gao Hu asked him to pick him up. Other bandits inquired about Cheng Dale's presence. Some were there to see him, and some called his attention, saying they were there to pick him up as well. The situation became more crowded as the bandits cheered and shouted his name, with one person urging him to go to the Flying Tiger village, where everything was prepared, and another bandit mentioned that Stone Village was also ready for his arrival, while some giggled and told Cheng Dale that Tree World Village had already killed the pig. Confusion was evident on the faces of Cheng Dale, Kin Man, and Shenji as they were not sure what was going on and did not know whether those people meant well or had malicious intent. Cheng Dale looked at Shenji, seeking an explanation that it should only be the Flying Tiger village that was supposed to receive this news. He made eye contact with Shenji, which meant that they should find an excuse as the best way to leave. Or should they go to the Flying Tiger village to be safe? He sent a telepathic message to Shenji, who was also dumbfounded by the situation. With a broad smile, Shenji responded with a thumbs up, signifying that he understood Cheng Dale's message. Following their telepathic communication, Shenji instructed everyone to be quiet. Shenji proudly introduced himself to them, proclaiming that he was the one known as the superb strategist. He also mentioned that since they were there, Cheng Dale would visit all the villages. The bandits' faces lit up, and one person commented to the other that he had no business as he was the first to hear Cheng Dale's news, while the others laughed and found it amusing. Some suggested that Cheng Dale should visit their stone village. Meanwhile, Shenji glanced at Cheng Dale and told him that he understood that he might be embarrassed to speak, so he expressed it for him, while Cheng Dale looked at him speechless. Amidst the noise of the crowd, Cheng Dale finally figured out the reason. It was because of Gao, who sent a pigeon from Chang'an to Hulu Mountain, where he settled. Cheng Dale expressed gratitude to everyone for their efforts in receiving them. The Hulu Mountain took good care of Cheng Dale, and the Chang'an underground forces wanted to do this favor. It was sort of the last implementing ceremony from the Gao brothers in Chang'an. Minutes later, Gao Fei called out Cheng Dale's name and said that they were there to pick him up. Another person asked Gao Fei if they were also there to pick up Cheng Dale and informed them that they were late as Cheng Dale was taken by the Wind and Cloud village first. Disbelieving, Gao Fei couldn't fathom that Cheng Dale was taken away. He promptly ordered his fellow bandits to head to the Wind and Cloud village and bring Cheng Dale back. In the late afternoon, the tree leaves swayed in the wind. On a hill in a distant place, a mysterious group of people gathered, and a man with an enigmatic look observed. Wearing a grim expression, he informed his followers that their lord gave an order. He declared that they would not allow Cheng Dale to leave the capital alive. His people responded with firm affirmation. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale, the butcher who wiped out 100,000 rings and killed Longting, was warmly welcomed at Hulu Mountain. Talks were held with various villages in Hulu Mountain in a friendly and lively atmosphere. At the dinner after the meeting, Cheng Dale expressed his gratitude for the warm hospitality and praised the special snacks of Hulu Mountain. Accompanied by Huang Feihu, Cheng Dale visited the martial arts arena, kitchen, and blacksmith store and had valuable advice. The other villages hoped that Cheng Dale could visit their village and show passion for his advanced experience and the spirit of hard work. Amidst this, Gao Fei and Gao Hu observed Cheng Dale with silent concern. With a grim expression, Gao Hu beckoned Gao Fei, who responded by asking him what it was. Gao Hu smiled and glanced at Gao Fei. He recalled a moment from a year ago when Cheng Dale told him a strange story about why he was so skilled and admitted that he didn't understand at that time. But now he could see it in Gao Fei's expression. He continued, saying that he now understood what Cheng Dale had said. Gao Fei, visibly upset, pinched Gao Hu's mouth and cursed at him, but Cheng Dale noticed them. He happily waved to them, called out their names, and mentioned that it was a long time since they had seen each other. He invited them to come and have a drink, which made them stop quarreling. Both Gao Fei and Gao Hu's faces lit up and confirmed. As the evening approached, 2 or 3 days after they arrived at Hulu Mountain, 3 people were thrown out of Hulu Mountain. A child called out to his father. The bandit urged them to quickly go down the mountain and toss some coins at them, stating that it was their pay. New Sanji's wife requested that they stay there even if they had to beg because at least they could have food they could eat, which was better than Yun Shui Guan. New Sanji mentioned the south, clenching his fist as he told his wife that he was a military general of the empire, and was paid by the court to guard the territory. He suggested that they should return to Yun Shui Guan, but his wife cried and told him that he didn't even receive a salary for 3 years. She regretted marrying him in the first place, mentioning that she wouldn't have come to Chang'an if she hadn't married him, while their son called for their attention, asking them to wait for him. Meanwhile, the news of the incident in Chang'an spread rapidly across the world thanks to the storyteller's promotion. At Kingju White Horse Mountain, White Wolf overheard some rumors from a man who was seated nearby. He mentioned that the wicked Cheng Dale had used a heavenly thunderbolt to kill and wound the guards. Another person added that even Longting perished due to his thunder and ran away. They discussed this until White Wolf's attention was piqued. She heard that Cheng Dale had fled and that Chang'an's Hulu Mountain had become a gathering place for Cheng Dale. White Wolf cast a curious glance at them. Her companion inquired about what was bothering her. She responded that there was nothing wrong. Meanwhile, at the Niujia village blacksmith shop, a man asked Juyu if she was there to bid him farewell. Juyu confirmed it, and her master acknowledged her, stating that her skills had nearly mastered all of his skills. He emphasized that it was time for her to go to the outside world and show off her skills. In a separate setting, Liao Yi informed his older brother that it was time to go, and Liao Jia nodded in agreement. Thus, the Demon King of the mountain village wandered around the world, just like a bamboo shoot sprang up after the rain. At the same time, the northwest of the empire, Kichuan Guan. As they read the poster, Xingzai called Fu Delay to check out the job offer, which included food, housing, and salary. Fu Delay agreed, and they decided to first have a full meal. However, the two were tricked by the black-hearted merchants and became miners, and almost died during work. Somewhere in Kichuan, there is this saying that the wind blows at the tip of the leaves, and the waves are formed between the small waves. After the incident in Chang'an, Cheng Dale became famous around the world, and his fame was enough to stop a child from crying at night. 35 mountains called his name. Who in the world does not know him? And the sound of birds chirped fills the air. As fear points surged in every direction, the system diligently collected them all. The system appeared delighted as it gathered all the fear points, which rapidly increased to 6,206,410 and beyond. Since Cheng Dale came to Hulu Mountain, all the families and villages were competing for the best feast. Shenji's face beamed with delight as he encouraged all the bandits to eat and drink as they celebrated. But every day, Cheng Dale was getting tired of it as he just munched his food in the corner looking at them with Kin Man beside him. He asked Kin Man to keep an eye on things and ensure he didn't get drunk. Kin Man nodded while enjoying his food. The bandits continued to celebrate and banter with Shenji, playfully teased him for getting drunk after only 2 bottles of wine. Another chanted for refills, and some said that they ran out of wine, informing Cheng Dale that there was no more wine. Shenji became drunk and informed Cheng Dale that they ran out of wine, so they were heading to another village to continue their drinking. Cheng Dale felt bored, gave a disinterested confirmation. Gao Fei's drunk face told them that they were going to the Flying Tiger village to continue their drinking. They all shouted in excitement. Perplexed, Cheng Dalei thought about his previous statement and asked if he couldn't go with them. As they headed to another village, a person confronted his comrade, questioned if he was looking down on him. He asked whether he had merely pushed his food aside and didn't want to eat it, or if he didn't consider him a brother, while others hummed and enjoyed themselves. As they continued to travel, a person asked Cheng Dalei when he had some free time, so he could visit their village to give them some advice. Cheng Dalei sarcastically laughed and replied that he would go next time. Some individuals complimented Cheng Dalei for being able to stop 100,000 ring tribesmen, suggested that with Cheng Dalei's guidance, their village could be as solid as a diamond. As they passed down the hill, a small rock fell. While Cheng Dalei responded with an awkward laugh, he suddenly became alert when he noticed a rock fall and warned everyone to watch out, and ordered everyone to disperse. Cheng Dalei quickly jumped out from his horse and activated the possession. The system entered his body, and there was a sudden beep as the fear points decreased to 100W. With remarkable speed, he used a phase second-style exploding fireworks to slice the falling rocks, causing them to break apart. The bandits and their horses were scared and told the others to watch out, while some confirmed that he really was Cheng Dalei. At the same time, Cheng Dalei's inner thoughts recognized the group of people on the hill as the same group last time. The group aimed their crossbows at Cheng Dalei, but Cheng Dalei swiftly slashed all the arrows headed his way using his two hearts beat as one technique, creating a clattering sound as the arrows fell to the ground. The assassins emerged from the bushes, grouping together to attack Cheng Dalei. Without wasting any time, Cheng Dalei launched a fierce counterattack with his sword. The assassins cried out in pain as they were sent flying. But after 10 breaths, shouting and killing stopped. The expressions on the faces of everyone turned grim, leaving them momentarily speechless. They observed as Cheng Dalei leaped while holding onto one of the assassins. As he landed, the ears on his head vanished. He informed Kin Man that he knocked out the assassin, and also broke his jaw, and mentioned that Kin Man was familiar with this kind of work and requested his assistance in removing the poison sac from the assassin's mouth, to which Kin Man agreed. Cheng Dalei placed the unconscious body of the assassin on the ground, and instructed Kin Man to be cautious not to pinch the poison sac. With eager expressions, Gao Hu requested Cheng Dalei to leave the assassin to them, suggesting that his mother would not be able to recognize him after they were done with him. Meanwhile, Kin Man successfully removed the poison sac from the assassin's mouth. After that, Cheng Dalei sarcastically welcomed the assassin as he woke up from a faint. Displaying a dark aura, he threatened the assassin with his sword, demanding to know who sent him and who his master was. He offered to make the assassins good time. The assassin smirked, despite his missing tooth. He told Cheng Dalei that he was about to die, and his words were cut off when Cheng Dalei swung his sword into his body. The assassin groaned, while Cheng Dalei calmly informed him that he could cut him 100 times with his sword without taking his life. He continued stating that the assassin was a kamikaze soldier, and that they were related to some big shot. But he warned him not to test his patience. With his sword pointed at the assassin's face, Cheng Dalei told the assassin that he might be able to endure it. He also understood that the people behind him probably promised to take care of his family. Cheng Dalei revealed the assassin's name, Jan Kai, 35 years old, and was from Jan's village in Jingzhou, as he reviewed his information, and went on to explain that he had been a disciple of the Blood Sword sect but had turned into a suicide soldier. Shocked, the assassin questioned how Cheng Dalei knew all this. Cheng Dalei responded calmly that he knew but didn't care, as he naturally had a way to find out who was behind him and that he just needed to put a little more effort into it. He assured the assassin that he wouldn't harm him or cause trouble for his family if he told the truth, saving him the trouble of looking for the person behind him. Terrified, the assassin admitted that he would talk. He revealed that the minister had sent them and ordered that Cheng Dalei should not leave the capital alive under any circumstances. Cheng Dalei asked if it was Minister Qi and mentioned that the imperial court was willing to let him go, expressing his confusion about why Qi wanted him dead. The assassin explained that Wanner had given herself in exchange for his life, but he also mentioned that Cheng Dalei had killed Longting. He questioned why Minister Qi would let him go freely after that. Cheng Dalei questioned what Wanner had to do with this matter, which prompted a surprise curse from the assassin, who asked if Cheng Dalei still didn't know. The assassin revealed to Cheng Dalei that Wanner had not agreed to make peace by marrying into the Ring tribe, and that he wouldn't be able to leave the heavenly prison alive now. Cheng Dalei stood in silence as he acknowledged the situation. Gao Fei mentioned that he had heard about peace talks between the Empire and the Ring tribe, stating that the empire was required to pay tributes to the Ring tribe every year. Shenji chimed in, expressing his disdain for Emperor Ming and insulting him as a puppet of the Ring tribe. They all agreed that they would never bow down to the Ring tribe. The crowd of bandits joined in the conversation, criticized the empire and labeled it as a disgrace. Some mentioned that the imperial court was hiding the news from the public, which only became public 2 days ago. They also mentioned that the princess left a month ago. They chanted that they should retrieve Wanner and prevent her from marrying into the Ring tribe. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale inquired about Wanner's destination. However, Gao Fei interjected and answered Cheng Dale's question that Wanner was heading to Zai Zhaoguan, and it had been a month since her departure and estimated that they would exit the Sunset Pass in a few days. Cheng Dale asked the bandits for directions to Zai Zhaoguan, and one answered that it was in the north. Gao Fei questioned Cheng Dale if he robbed the bribe. He told Cheng Dale that it was too late, as Zai Zhaoguan was 2,000 miles away. But Cheng Dale determination ordered Qin Man to prepare the horses. Worried, Qin Man asked Cheng Dale if he should go with him, prompting Cheng Dale to say no, and told him to wait for him. In an instant, Cheng Dale swiftly rode his horse, assured the bandits that he would be right back. He urged his horse onward, and it dashed away at a fast pace. The bandits watched as Cheng Dale disappeared into the distance, wondering what he was planning to do. Qin Man replied that Cheng Dale thought that they were going to hold him back. He called the situation a one-man bride kidnapping. One of them praised Cheng Dale as worthy. As Cheng Dale rode throughout the night, his galloping horse kicked up yellow dust like a snake. Along the way, he encountered assassins who confronted him, warning that it was to be his last day. However, Cheng Dale paid no attention to the assassins' threats and continued moving forward. The assassins leaped from the trees as they were going to attack to kill. Cheng Dale dismounted his horse with a swift move technique of the colorless double-winged phoenix. He dashed toward the assassins and launched an attack using his exploding fireworks technique, swiftly defeated them all. The assassins wore expressions of defeat as their lifeless bodies were thrown aside. Cheng Dale returned to his horse and continued his journey. He whipped his horse, and as he rode, he released the possession, allowing the system to leave his body. Frustrated, Cheng Dale clenched his jaw as he thought that he was still slow. To increase the horse's speed, the system used an item called Godspeed Armor Horse, which was consumable. The horse neighed as its speed drastically increased, becoming capable of maintaining this incredible speed for up to 3 days. Cheng Dale's journey to the north became much faster. The system encouraged Cheng Dale and cheered him to go all the way to the north. As the sun began to set, accompanied by a fitting saying that he headed north, away from the world with them. They lamented that they were tired and could no longer fall in love with anyone anymore. At Yellow Sand, there were ancient roads and tea stalls. He was a bounty hunter and a killer. It was said that he woke up at the clock at night every day. He opened the window and let the cool breeze into the house. Then he washed his face and mouth, and after that, he changed clothes. There was a contradiction in assassins' jobs. First, they couldn't be too famous, and second, they couldn't be without fame. If they had fame, they would be found wherever they went. And if they were not famous, no one would look to kill them. He was successful and ordinary looking. In the crowd, he was like a drop of water in the sea. But in the industry, he had a lot of fame. Many people knew the saying in the world of assassins, find that man, pay him up, and he would kill a person for you, no matter who the target was. He never missed. His swordsmanship was average. He just could endure and wait. His appearance made newcomers understand that killing did not require much effort. It was not about holding a sword and looking for a fight, shouting that next year this same day was going to be his death anniversary. Such behavior seemed very undignified, and this line made him seem more like a villain. He had to say, he changed the current situation of the industry with his own efforts. He made those rude and ill-tempered killers begin to learn intelligence gathering, target planning, and risk analysis. He invented many new methods. He was the leader of the industry reform. That day, there was a list, a big list of 5,000 tales, while putting woods in the fire. He was waiting. The person he was waiting for had not arrived yet. He was not in a hurry. He once spent 3 years trying to make a friend, and he killed him. He did not mind cooking a pot of tea eggs in 1 hour and waiting for someone for 1 day, until the person he was waiting for arrived and he respectfully served him tea. When the other person felt relaxed, he pulled out the thin sword hidden in the bamboo pole and pierced the heart of the other person. Then, he would guard the other person's body to finish a cup of tea and eggs and cut off the target's head and leave, receive the reward, squander, hide his tracks, and wait for the next big list. Cheng Dale halted, his gaze fixed on the man. The man smiled and inquired about Cheng Dale's food preferences, mentioning that his specialty was tea and eggs, which smelled good. Cheng Dale threw his water bag to the man, instructing him to fill it with water and provide his horse with some high-quality fodder. He dismounted from his horse and informed the man that he wanted a cup of tea and eggs, packing an additional 30 for himself to take on the journey. The man promptly served Cheng Dale's food on the table and asked if Cheng Dale wanted a cup of tea and eggs. Cheng Dale confirmed that he did. The man inquired again about the reason for Cheng Dale's rush. Without hesitation, Cheng Dale swiftly unsheathed his swords and slashed the man's throat. The food the man was carrying flew out, and the man's face contorted in shock as blood splattered. Cheng Dale's expression remained serious. The man lay lifeless on the ground, while Cheng Dale caught the food that was thrown. Cheng Dale glanced at the man's body and commented that, because he was in a hurry, he didn't have time for unnecessary conversation. He offered an apology. Struggling to speak, the man inquired why Cheng Dale was apologizing. Cheng Dale responded by advising him not to use something to occupy his hand. The man continued to ask why Cheng Dale knew and how he could know, but Cheng Dale just watched him in silence. Cheng Dale went on to clarify that he had seen through the man. In the near-death glance, the nameless killer seemed to see the shining figure around the target. It was like an immortal. Despite the surrounding yellow sand, ancient roads, and tea stalls, Cheng Dale appeared unfazed as he sat down. He used a pin to poke the eggs, examining them closely. Observing that the eggs showed no signs of poison, he proceeded to eat them. As he chewed, he commented that they smelled incredibly good after taking a bite. The Sunset Fort was the furthest fort in the northeast of the empire, and beyond this fort were the grasslands ruled by the Rings tribes. A soldier informed his lord that the Mingyu princess was about to leave the fort, asked how many people were they sending with her. His lord answered to just send a troop of 1,000 as it was just for formalities. They would return as soon as she arrived there, and he said with disgust that using a woman to exchange for peace was a huge disgrace to their empire. The soldier told his lord that he heard rumors of people plotting to kidnap the princess, questioned that there weren't 1,000 warriors, too few, and even the Merlion guards accompanying the princess only numbered 500. The Sunset Fort's leading general replied that so what if it was 500? Those were 500 Merlion guards. His soldier inquired about the Merlion guard as he kept hearing about them. He asked what was so great about the Merlion guards. The Sunset Fort's leading general replied that this particular troop operated directly under the Ming Emperor, and they were the Emperor's sharpest sword and the toughest shield. The Merlion guards could be separated into the Carp and Dragon warriors, and there were 36 Dragon warriors, and they were further separated into True Dragon and Latent Dragon guardians. There were only 3 True Dragons. They were in charge of protecting the Emperor, which were Liu Aji from the Guardian of the Inner Court, King Yifu the Monk, and Tong Fei of the Blossom Spear. The other 33 Latent Dragons were swords the Ming Emperors secretly planted in the Jianghu. If placed into the army, they could easily become a great general, and when placed into the Jianghu, they could easily be the cream of the crop. As for the Carp warrior, they were all orphans who had undergone special training and were highly skilled martial masters. They were separated into many different platoons, with each bearing a name of a beast, such as a snake, tiger, eagle, and so on. In short, the Merlion guards were adept warriors that the Ming Emperor spared no effort to raise. This operation had 5 Dragon warriors and 500 Carp warriors. Tong Fei apologized for the inconvenience to Her Highness because of the urgency of the matter. They couldn't allow her to rest for a few more days in the Sunset Fort. The Mingyu princess replied that there was no need for that. As long as she could protect the empire from the Rings, this little hardship means nothing. Tong Fei thought in her mind that she heard the Mingyu princess was spoiled and mischievous, but she guessed the rumors were not true, and no wonder why the emperor favored her the most among all the princesses. It was such a shame that such a huge empire still had to sacrifice such a young girl just to earn a few short years of peace. Suddenly, a frantic soldier rode his horse to report. He screamed that there were corpses ahead, all dressed as merchants and seemed to have just been killed. Another soldier approached Tong Fei and informed her that they entered the territory of the horse bandits. He said that within the vicinity, there were 13 groups of horse bandits. Their leader was known as Gui Jian Chu, and he was a vicious murderer. Tong Fei questioned what was there to be scared about, as it was just some horse bandits. If they dared to appear, she would do Sunset Fort a favor and get rid of them. At dusk, thousands of soldiers who had been lined up and marching reached a road surrounded by a massive rock mountain. A soldier informed Tong Fei that people were following behind them, since their lights might be seen in the pitch-black night. He added that this was one of their strategies. They would follow behind others and slowly wait for them to wear down before striking. Tong Fei called out for drunkards. She said she would have to ask him to take a short trip and get rid of everyone behind them. Drunkard chugged his bottle. Jiu Meng, the drunkard of the latent dragon guardian, burped, complained about this little girl who really liked to order people around, kept asking him to act every time something came up, and asked why she couldn't let him rest for a bit. However, he rode his horse towards those who followed them and said fine. He would be right back, while others stayed behind. A concerned soldier told Tong Fei that the horse bandits were not weak and asked why not send someone to support him, to which Tong Fei confidently replied that there was no need. Tong Fei added that the drunkard could do it alone. 45 minutes later, the drunkard came back carrying someone in his hand. Drunkard reported that there were less than 20 of them. He killed some and the rest ran away. He said that he drank too much and couldn't control his strength while raising someone like a paper bag. He added that he wanted to catch a few live ones, but he guessed he had too much strength and he died on the way back. He dropped the body on the ground and burped. Tong Fei asked if it was Gui Jianchu's men. A soldier answered yes. The bone mask he was wearing was a symbol of Gui Jianchu's gang. His quiver was also full, and only Jianchu's gang had that kind of money. Inside the carriage, the Mingyu princess asked Tong Fei if something was wrong out there. Tong Fei respectfully responded to the princess that they came across something and stopped there for a while. The Mingyu princess asked again if it would take long, to which Tong Fei answered that it wouldn't take long, and the princess replied to wait a little longer. After the long trip, she was just about to take a break, to which Tong Fei agreed. Tong Fei raised her hand and loudly instructed all to heed her command and quickly go to the abandoned building in front of them. She added that they should set up camp there and build defenses, as they would have some fun with these horse bandits, to which her troops affirmed. The mountain of the boulder was covered in stars during the night. A group of horse bandits gathered near where their fellow bandits were slaughtered. A man casually sitting on a boulder questioned if just one person did this. Someone answered yes, just one person. He was very powerful, and all of them could not stop him. It was Gui Jianchu, who sat and smoked with a sword in his hand and said that the carp dragon guards were truly worthy of their fame. He chuckled and asked when the rest of the villagers would arrive. Then, a bandit reporting to his village master stated that the others would be able to come together overnight, and tomorrow morning they could start. Gui Jianchu uttered that it was actually not bad to have a princess for a wife. The yellow sand was rising, and they were already at the imperial border. Someone sat and poured water on his Winnie house, and they had covered 2,000 miles in just 3 days. It was Cheng Dale, who said, "Good job." He told his horse to get some rest, and he would go the rest of the way himself. More and more people gathered around Cheng Dale. They stood near Cheng Dale while he petted his horse. He asked how far it was to Zijiaoguan. The top judicial officer replied that it was 200 miles to go. The top thief also replied that it took a day and night to walk there. A top actor added that the road was not good, and they would not be there until dusk tomorrow at the earliest. A top porter chimed in as well, saying that if his horse was fast enough, he could do it in a day. A system pop-out description for the restraints regarding the 4 of the lower 9 consisted of the yeoman, flutist, shaman, prostitute, witch, night watchman, hairstylist, drummer, and actor, the lower strata of society, especially for the entertainment and recreation of dignitaries. Cheng Dale stood up, thanked everyone, and time was running out. He had one last question. He fiercely told them that they were going to die soon, and Cheng Dale asked if they would like to leave some last words. Suddenly, the top actor, porter, thief, and judicial officer simultaneously advanced towards Cheng Dale and drew their weapons, aiming at him while he remained calm. Several slashes were made and given in this brawl. After slashing their throats, Cheng Dale sighed and said, "Never mind." He added that no one would remember it anyway, while flyers with Cheng Dale's face on them flew everywhere above their dead bodies. A massive army horde was in the distance in the early morning fog. A soldier complained that it was foggy and commanded everyone to tighten up security and be on alert. Tong Fei replied that their trip would take at least 15 more days and that sooner or later they would be in trouble if they allowed them to follow them in this way. She proposed finishing them off right there. The soldier replied that he sent men to Zijiaoguan to get reinforcements and tell them that they lured Gui Jianchu there. When the main army arrived, they could kill them all. Tong Fei was surrounded by fog and said that it smelled weird. She screamed and cursed when she realized that the fog was poisonous. She alerted everyone to cover their mouths and noses with cloth and not to inhale the smoke from the fog. Someone asked over the fire if the news was spread, and someone answered this news was spread throughout the bandit world. Everyone wanted to get the soon-to-be-married Princess Mingyu. It was from the horse bandit who purposely created the heavy fog. He chuckled and said it was known everywhere in the high mountains. That was, in addition to their 13 villages, at least tens of thousands of people came there. It was Gooey Giant Chu who said that this was a big event in the world of bandits. Whoever could win over the princess could laugh at the others and be proud of themselves. While smoking, he told his brothers that they were the first to arrive. The horse bandits went on to advance and screamed to kill them. Tong Fei fiercely alerted the arrow squad to stand by. The arrow squad released the arrows on her command. In the fog, bows and arrows were generally more effective. Tong Fei called Ju Tu to take his men and guard the princess there. She fiercely headed on to the battle with the fish dragon guards. They were slashing horse bandits with their swords. Several horse bandits were killed. Like two tides colliding, Tong Fei drove away 5,000 horse bandits with 300 fish dragon guards. They kept attacking, and blood shed on both tides. Tong Fei commanded to drive them back. They just had to hold out until the reinforcements from Zijiaoguan arrived, and Ju Tu agreed. Someone told the princess to go inside the castle building, as it was too dangerous outside. The lady was concerned as she called the princess. The princess said if it was before, she would have been scared and screamed, but not anymore. She questioned her father if this was what he had been dealing with. The princess saw the dead soldiers covered in blood and lying on the ground. Just do the right thing, no matter what the situation was. The princess remained calm amidst it all. Sacrifice what should be sacrificed, give up what should be given up, and do not let their emotions distract them. She closed her eyes, but at the bottom of her closed heart, the princess still harbored a trace of inexplicable hope. Fast forward, the battle lasted from morning until sunset. Both sides engaged in one cavalry duel after another. The horse bandits outnumbered the fish dragon guards and fought round after round to consume their physical strength. Tong Fei commanded to defend the castle repeatedly, and not let the bandits hurt the princess. She thought in her head why the backup was not there yet, and the opponents became more in numbers with every push. Another horde of bandits went to attack, pushed forward and grabbed the princess. Tong Fei was shocked as she saw what was coming. Her pupil became large when she realized that they were not horse bandits and they were from other factions. Kai Fagui, the first of the 18 water bandits in the Liao Mountain, was laughing as he called his brother to attack, grabbed the princess, and played with her together. Gooey Giant Chu was not impressed seeing the old red-headed bandit was there too. He ordered his men to seal the back gate because they wanted to run away from the back gate. Tong Fei alerted his troops that there were too many enemies and the defense line had been broken. Lu Ju was ordered to take men with him to escort Princess Mingyu out there, and he agreed while others would cover for them. The bandits were laughing as they surrounded them, blocked their retreat, and alerted others that they ran south. A wooden royal carriage was wheeled out frantically as they were escorting away the princess. They cleared a path for them as they hurried to get away, and they protected the princess and didn't let any bandits get close to them. However, the enemy blocked the front and they called for Luo Jiu and were told to run them over. Lu Jiu commanded them to attack and push with him as they planned to break through their encirclement. The curtain of the carriage was splashed with blood while they rushed through in one breath and kept attacking in hopes of breaking their formation. Princess Mingyu couldn't help but peek outside her window as she heard screaming guards that were bleeding out. At the confrontation with killing and death, inside the royal carriage, the princess was trembling. A lot of killing and struggling were heard while the princess remained inside the royal carriage. She was silent and curled up while tears built up in her eyes. The carriage was already surrounded, unable to move, and the bandits were laughing and screaming to kill them all. These bandits were aggressive in surrounding and stopping them in order to grab the princess, while the guards struggled to break the siege. Suddenly, the bandits were caught by surprise as there were enemies behind and slashed through them as a result. Some flew right away. Lu Jiu wondered if it could be that support from Zijiaoguan had arrived. A loud thud of an animal was heard. It was Cheng Dale, summoning the heart to possess him, and she flew right through him, while it cost him 100 W fear points. Heart, the system spirit, told Cheng Dale that it was okay to go all out. The masked bandits were pissed and questioned who that guy was, went to kill him. Suddenly, Cheng Dale flew right in front of them, which caught the masked bandits by surprise. At that moment, the crow saw a flying toad in the sky and was amazed by a soldier that he had an awesome flying skill. Lu Jiu inquired where he was from and why he hadn't seen him before, but before he could finish his sentence, Cheng Dale interrupted him by forcefully stomping on his face. His foot fit perfectly and landed on Lu Aji's face. As Cheng Dale lifted his feet, Lu Aji spewed blood from his mouth, which concerned and terrified his soldiers. Cheng Dale jumped and landed in the wooden royal carriage while holding his sword. He used Alfie swordsmanship, Chang Dale swiftly stroked his sword side to side, slashing at the wooden royal carriage. As the carriage broke apart, Chang Dale called the princess Lai Wanner. He asked her why she didn't notify him she was going to get married. The princess sat, looked up, and uttered Chang Dale's name. He grabbed her hands and questioned what she was waiting for. Chang Dale frantically said that there was no time to get on, while the princess was still surprised. This was the moment when the Princess Minjiu became Lai Wanner again. Both the soldiers and bandits were wondering who he was and how dared this bastard intercept them. Someone called his troops to kill Chang Dale, while he stroked his sword and rode the black horse with Lai Wanner. His sword cut a rope connecting the horse to the carriage. Tong Fei was breaking the back of the crowd and couldn't be stopped as she frantically yelled not to let him take the princess because he was the mountain bandit, Chang Dale. The soldiers cursed and screamed in panic, not letting him take the princess. They went after Chang Dale, however. He managed to execute the exploding fireworks through his sword and told them to go away. The crowd of masked bandits went after Chang Dale, where they shouted to kill him because he was the princess, and they wanted to grab her. Chang Dale told her that he would break the net that surrounded them in one breath, and warned Lai Dong to hold on tight, as he raised his speedy sword for an attack. Chang Dale slashed through them like explosive fireworks. They could only scream their pain away as they met the powerful sword attack by Chang Dale, and he ran away with it. Others tried to pursue him because he was getting away with the princess, while Chang Dale calmly told her that they had finally broken through and to run for their lives. Their horsehair brushed against the breeze as they rode away with as much speed as they could. Suddenly, someone appeared on their way along with the troops behind them, but he already drew his sword. With a sinister smile on his face, it was Gui Jianchu on horseback. This made Chang Dale visibly pissed. While Gui Jianchu uttered to thank him for giving the princess, a description of him emerged that at age 23, an orphan but he was famous supreme rank horse bandit, the first of the 13 horse bandits, known as the fastest swordsman in the grassland, and he could cut the falling rocks from the cliffs. Chang Dale swiftly drew his sword ready. They both raised their swords and positioned themselves for a battle as they were near to one another. However, it was Chang Dale fast enough to slash through his sword at Gui Jianchu that resulted in blood splatter. Blood gushed out of Gui Jianchu, left him stunned and speechless. He had wide open eyes, and blood was streaming down his face. He slowly fell down from his horse. Suddenly, a notification emerged congratulating Chang Dale's completion of Rivers and Lakes of the World as he defeated the horse bandit Gui Jianchu in a quick head-to-head sword duel and was awarded with one lottery draw. Lai Wanner questioned if Chang Dale killed him and said that the man just now did not look like a horse bandit. Chang Dale replied that he just saw him raise his sword at him, or maybe his eyes were getting blurry. Chang Dale and Lai Wanner went on their way, while the horse bandits were surprised that their village master was struck down. For a long time, Gui Jianchu, the head of the 13 horse bandits in the border city where he relied on a swift sword and a ruthless character in the grasslands, laughed that he could not see anything clearly at all, while his troops were concerned about him and asked if he was alright. For the first time, he felt a really fast sword and praised him for it. Blood continued to drip as he laughed. He said that he would get to him. He wanted his sword, forced him to reveal his sword technique, and he would get the princess. Meanwhile, Chang Dale was still pursued by soldiers, and someone was screaming at him that he could not escape them. Tong Fei fiercely rode her horse, wanting to get the princess back. Chang Dale was upset at them for being a pain in the ass. He couldn't shake them. There were no obstacles in the prairie, and he could only try to move away from them. The system spirit's possession lifted as she appeared to warn Chang Dale that the time limit for possession had expired. It would take 12 hours before he could be possessed again. If she caught up with him, he would find himself in serious trouble, and this made Chang Dale curse. The system spirit told Chang Dale that he still had one chance to win the lottery, and asked if he wanted to try his luck, to which he replied to do it and see if they could draw something useful. The system spirit called the raffle machine, so it was up to him, who appeared next to her and said good. He went on to say that the raffle had begun. Balls and golden hues emerged immediately. Then, a golden ball opened, and he obtained background music. A description appeared that the host had acquired background music, starting the battle song function. Different background music could give the host different attributes when activated, consuming anywhere from 100,000 to millions of fear points depending on its duration. The stronger effect of the battle song, the more it consumed, which made the system spirit surprised because the new feature she had developed earlier was finally online. Chang Dale thought in his head and wondered about battle background music. He asked if he had to sing and fight people at the same time. Cheng Dalei was speechless as he imagined himself singing about the great river flows north, and the stars in the sky referred to the Big Dipper. However, he was still being aggressively chased by Kai Fagui, demanding that he did not run away. Tong Fei called to give her back the princess, and Gui Jianchu wanted his sword book and the princess, while Cheng Dalei panicked as there were more and more pursuers and he was being caught up. Cheng Dalei thought to try it first and cleared his throat. Suddenly, he started singing about the great river flowing north, and the stars in the sky referred to the Big Dipper. Lai Wanner called his name and looked back wondering, while Cheng Dalei continued singing. Cheng Dalei wondered that there was no reaction and thought that he would try a little louder, which made those behind him confused, including Kai Fagui, Tong Fei, and Gui Jianchu. They thought in their heads that he was gone because he was being persecuted and questioned why he was still in the mood to sing a song. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei was panicking that it had no response, decided to try another song. Afterwards, he started singing with lyrics of the pride faces 10,000 waves and the passionate blood like the red sunlight. On the other hand, this made Lai Wanner pissed off as he called him out that he was still in the mood to sing in a situation like that. Desperate, Cheng Dalei called the system spirit and questioned why she had to be like that and begged to tell him how to use it, while the system spirit giggled. She called him dummy, snapped her finger and said go music, got herself and around her ready. She was accompanied as well by the giddy raffle machine. The system spirit began strumming on her bass guitar passionately inside this circle with circuit print on it. She confidently sang the lyrics about seeing someone's body in the moonlight. The system spirit continued singing passionately. Meanwhile, these gave Cheng Dalei a boost. She went on rocking the song, of which was titled Deja Vu from the Italian composer Dave Rogers, and also Cheng Dalei went on significantly faster on his horse. These shocked Kai Fagui and Tong Fei, while Gui Jianchu realized he wanted Cheng Dalei's horse too. Cheng Dalei's background music gave him an additional 50% on his race speed, and Lai Wanner was struggling to cope up with the speed. Then, when he was actually quite far away, he bid them goodbye. After the disappearance of the common goal, only the three groups of people who were resentful towards each other remained. It was another battle of confusion. At night, Luo Ju asked Tong Fei if she got the princess back, to which she answered, no. She added that the bastard suddenly went berserk, killed his way out, and soon disappeared. A soldier questioned why he would take the princess away if she had done him a favor. Also, Luo Ju questioned how a mountain bandit had humanity because they were a bunch of ungrateful beasts. Tong Fei replied that Cheng Dalei had kidnapped the princess and was definitely on his way to the border. She commanded Luo Ju to take a few men back to Zizhao Pass, gave the order to close the roads at all gates, and not allow any entry, to which he agreed. She also added that with the power he displayed that day, ordinary carp guards could no longer stop him. To get the princess back, they needed the dragon guards. Tong Fei asked them to return to the capital to ask His Majesty Emperor Ming to issue the fish dragon order and move 33 submerged dragon guards out of the border area. Moments later, at the horse bandit's lair, Giguan village, a bandit told Guo Jianchu, his village master, that the information had been confirmed. He went on to say that the person who took the princess was called Cheng Dalei. Guo Jianchu had a bandage on his face and was still bleeding when he uttered Cheng Dalei's name. He giggled as he remembered the fast sword he possessed, a sword he couldn't see clearly. A bandit asked Guo Jianchu what they should do. He replied that Cheng Dalei must still be in the grassland. He ordered them to find and capture him because Guo Jianchu desperately wanted the princess, his sword technique, his sword, and his horse. He wanted it all. So, the overwhelming number of horse bandits dispersed and began searching for Cheng Dalei in the grasslands. Meanwhile, there were the water bandits and Kui Xiang's gatekeeper assassins, the mountain bandits, robbers, criminals, and other heroes of this field within the border. All of a sudden, the open wilderness was crowded, including the Empire's fish dragon guards, horse bandits, water bandits, assassins, swordsmen, mountain bandits, bounty hunters, and even warriors there to kill him and eliminate him for certain people. Everyone's goal was clear: get the princess or kill Cheng Dalei. Somewhere in another place at night, someone said that he was so exhausted. It was Cheng Dalei, laid back on the ground, saying to Lai Wanner that she didn't expect him to show up because how could he let her marry into the rings? Lai Wanner sat near him and told him that if he could take her. Cheng Dalei interrupted her and replied, just give him a break, and he would take her back. Lai Wanner clarified that she didn't mean to take her back. He should take her to the royal city of the Ring tribe so that he could marry Hu Yanba, king of the Ring tribe, which made Cheng Dalei's eyes widen in shock. He questioned if she were mad with fright, because he heard that this Hu Yanba was basically a human-like beast. He had made countless girls and children suffer to death, and she was willing to marry him. Cheng Dale asked her if she agreed to the marriage to save him or if she wanted to marry there voluntarily. Lai Wanner answered, yes, she had the responsibility to get married, and if she had to get married, why shouldn't she save him through that too? She grew up with a lot of respect and got things that a lot of people don't get in their lives. Perhaps she was waiting for this day to marry herself to the rings and become an emissary of peace between the two groups. She continued to say that every person had a purpose in life on Earth. Her sacrifice alone was enough so that there would be peace between the two tribes for at least 5 years, so that the empire could recover, people would not have to be driven out, and the soldiers would not have to die in battle. She added that the sacrifice was worth it. At that time, Cheng Dale did not know whether he was standing in front of the imperial princess Minju or the mischievous and fickle little Lai Wanner. The two identities were one and the same, and yet they were so different. She had grown up. Growing up doesn't happen slowly, it happens instantly. At a certain moment, it suddenly became clear. She folded her wings, put on her helmet, and ran towards the battlefield. Lai Wanner, with visibly sad eyes, stared at Cheng Dale. She sighed as she thought in her head that the body did not belong to itself in this society. In her case, she feared, she also understood the hopelessness of life. Cheng Dale replied that her theory of predestination, responsibility, and sacrifice sounded very much like one person. He questioned if her father made that up, to which Lai Wanner was speechless. Lai Wanner, in her royal red robe and her long, gorgeous, laid-back hair, answered that he was a mountain bandit. He couldn't understand what she meant anyway. While Cheng Dale was speechless, Cheng Dale thought in his head that it was really, as the saying goes, if there was a stupid mother, there was a whole nest of stupid fathers. When she had such a stupid father like that, it was easy to understand even if she was not enlightened. Lai Wanner told him that if he did not want to take her to the royal city of the rings, it was okay. If he helped her find the fish dragon guards, Cheng Dale replied that these guards of hers couldn't do anything. At the moment, she didn't know how many criminals wanted her for themselves. There were also many people with strong connections who wanted her for themselves. Lai Wanner asked if he meant to say that he was more capable than her guards. Before Cheng Dale could answer, she demanded he take her there. He got enraged with her nonsense and said he was there to take her away, not to accompany her. Lai Wanner replied no, since he could take her away from others, he had to take her there, to which Cheng Dale asked what if he don't let her go. He was a mountain bandit, so he wondered if she was not afraid he would take her back to his village to make her his wife. Lai Wanner replied that she would die to show him her resolve. Their faces were blushing, they got extremely close and were both speechless. Cheng Dale said that two people who were this close usually kissed each other. Cheng Dale thought in his head that it was too close and wondered why she didn't go back. Lai Wanner sighed, she got up. She pushed herself towards Cheng Dale, which caught him off guard. She breathed near his ear, and his face got red. Cheng Dale was defeated. Suddenly, a notification was received, which triggered a two-choice task. The system spirit appeared and teased the hot-blooded young man as he once again faced a dilemma to choose. Would he bravely venture into the lion's den or claim the beauty for himself? It was now up to his decision. Cheng Dale had triggered an escort mission, which was an epic mission that would influence the direction of the world pattern. The mission content was escorting Princess Minju to the royal city of the rings. In return, there would be 5 years of peace for the empire. This task was extremely difficult and could be rejected. Another mission was triggered for the abduction of the woman. The target was Princess Minju. The special status of the target increased the difficulty of the task. This could be rejected, and the reward was a wife. Cheng Dale backed up, telling Lai Wanner to stop and restrain herself. Lai Wanner, in her shaky voice, asked him what he was afraid of. Cheng Dale conceded that he was afraid of her. Lai Wanner replied that he was afraid to take her to the royal city of the rings. So he told her he would think about it, which made Lai Wanner irritated. Cheng Dale thought in his head, how could this woman be so perverted? He almost couldn't keep his V card. They both sat on the grass while Cheng Dale checked his screen. He thought in his head, how come this was another one of those elective missions? Finish one of them, and the second one disappears automatically. First of all, the first task certainly seemed to affect the power of the world, but the conditions to achieve this were a 5-year peace treaty for the empire. There was also his wife. It seemed simple, but once little Lai Wanner was forcibly taken away, he feared that the consequences would be no less dire than the other task. Furthermore, he had a wife. Then he was sweating heavily, thinking, how could he bring another one? It seemed like the answer was just crying out to be answered. He placed his hand on Lai Wanner's head and said, all right. Cheng Dale said that since she wanted to see it, he agreed to take her to the royal city of the rings. Lai Wanner smiled when he finally agreed. He questioned why she had a happy look, as if they were going shopping. They were obviously going deep into the enemy camp where she had 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. He went on to say that since she had decided to go, she must think about how to go on because he was afraid the journey would not be peaceful. So she needed to listen to him, to which Lai Wanner agreed. He asked her to take off her clothes first. This shocked Lai Wanner and she asked what he wanted to do, which made him pissed and speechless. Cheng Dalei explained that now he did not know how many people were looking for them. The way she was dressed was too noticeable, although his DPS was very strong. She did not have to pull weight on him. Lai Wanner replied that she did not have a change of clothes either, and Cheng Dalei answered to take off the gold and silver jewelry from the dress. If they were too heavy, they would affect the movement, and these things could be used as money on the trip. In the morning, on a certain service road in the grassland, a man told the miss of the blue merchant house that it was almost dark. Then he suggested that they find a place to rest, to which she replied to push forward through the night. It was Gui Jianchu's territory, and they should not stay a moment. The faster they passed, the better, and the man agreed. Another man's eyes widened as he informed the miss that 2 people were coming over. He said that they looked like they were not horse bandits. The man called their attention and asked where they were headed. It was fate that they met and invited them to go together. Cheng Dalei denied that it was not convenient. The miss of the blue merchant house asked if they were afraid of encountering horse bandits. There were horse bandits on this road, and if they went together, there was a good chance they could make it out together. Another man added he had been practicing his sword for 5 years, but he hadn't taken the usual horse bandits seriously. To which Cheng Dalei laughed and said, "Pretty good." Cheng Dalei and Lai Wanner left and told them to take care, while the man sighed because it seemed that they did not want to make friends. The miss of the blue merchant house looked back at them and said that they were an odd couple. The caravan continued to move after an hour had passed and noticed there were people in the front. There was a horde of troops on horseback, which made them terrified. It alerted his troop that someone was coming up ahead. The terrified men told the miss of the blue merchant house that they were the horse bandits. She commanded to move as she confirmed that it was them. Gui Jianchu of the border city, where they wore skull masks. The horse bandits Gui Jianchu led were holed up in the grasslands and robbed passing merchants. The men were killed on the spot, the women were brought back, abused, and bodies dumped in the forest. However, today the horse bandits seemed to have no time for the prey that was within their reach. They were shocked and questioned if they were gone, if they didn't see them, and if they saw them, why would they let them go? Even the miss of the blue merchant house wondered that they were not really after them. They continued to wonder who they were really after, but someone brushed it off and said to move as they needed to get out of there. The sun was setting, and someone informed the miss of the blue merchant house that it was getting dark. She replied that on this path, they risked their lives for money and would be at a loss when they encountered the horse bandits again. She insisted on continuing. She detected the scent of blood and alerted them to be cautious as something might have happened up ahead. A man drew the attention of the miss of the blue merchant house and added that he recognized them as the bandits they had recently seen. Cheng Dalei and Lai Wanner stood amidst the lifeless bodies while the man questioned whether the horse bandits from earlier were all dead. Lai Wanner informed Cheng Dalei that someone was approaching. They turned around, and Cheng Dalei recognized them from earlier. A man, holding his sword, was trembling in fear and told Cheng Dalei not to come any closer. He frantically explained that he had a sword and had been practicing sword fighting for 5 years, claiming to be quite skilled. He had recently encountered a horse thief and was in a state of shock but managed to request not to approach. Cheng Dalei wondered if this man had gone mad with fear or if he was genuinely terrifying. He inquired about who was in charge. The miss of the blue merchant house replied that she was in charge and pleaded for her life, offering to hand over all the goods. Cheng Dalei agreed, mentioning something about a robbery, IC, IP, IQ card, and providing passwords, which confused the miss of the blue merchant house. Cheng Dalei also instructed her to remove her clothes. The miss of the blue merchant house's eyes widened in shock. She only comprehended the last sentence and asked him what he intended to do. Lai Wanner called out to Cheng Dalei and abruptly punched him on the head, remarking that he was talking nonsense. Lai Wanner softly laughed as she inquired if there were any men's or women's clothes because they couldn't wear their current attire due to the blood stains. Cheng Dalei remained silent. The miss of the blue merchant house confirmed that there were such clothes available. Lai Wanner requested a carriage and some food, politely instructing them to prepare for it. The miss of the blue merchant house ordered the man on horseback to unload their belongings, free up a carriage, and prepare food and clothes, to which the man agreed. A few moments later, Lai Wanner mentioned that there was a nice robe, a sturdy warrior suit, a woman's dress, and a hat in there. The miss of the blue merchant house replied that she could take anything she wanted and just take it. Lai Wanner fumbled and searched, said the stuff was pretty neat and loaded all of those onto the carriage. Suddenly, she held a pink bib that made her wonder. Lai Wanner thought in her head that the bib was a little too big. Cheng Dale got her attention and asked if she was done because they should go. The miss of the blue merchant house proudly said that it was hers, and Lai Wanner could take it if she wanted. However, she hesitated because the size was a little too big. She noticed something. Her hand reached for something and demanded to have that one. She took the scarf from the head of the miss of the blue merchant house. Lai Wanner was amazed and praised her for being so pretty. The miss of the blue merchant house became visibly sad and asked what she was doing because it was her scarf, as she explained that on the grassland, it was too dangerous for a good-looking female. Lai Wanner giggled, saying that this was exactly what she needed and thanked her. Cheng Dale warned Lai Wanner that if she did not come right there, he would leave her behind and threatened to leave now, to which she panicked. Lai Wanner told her that she was leaving now. This was for her, checked if it was enough for her. The road ahead was not peaceful, and a beautiful woman like her should be more careful. She ran towards the carriage, called Cheng Dale an asshole, and told him to wait for her. The miss of the blue merchant house thought in her head that a night pearl was worth a lot of money. She held the night pearl on her fingertips and wondered if it was worth it just for a carriage and some sundries. A man with a strong bandit aura and a girl from a wealthy family in a wedding dress. She wondered if they were running away from marriage. At night, they stopped the carriage to dip in a massive lake. Cheng Dale washed himself up in the lake. He put on his clothes and walked near the carriage where Lai Wanner was sitting. She asked him if he was done washing up. Cheng Dale replied that he was and she could come out now. Lai Wanner looked at him seriously and silently. Then she questioned if he was not going to peek. Cheng Dale asked what she meant and explained that he was not that kind of person, and he didn't even go to a brothel in Chang'an. Lai Wanner ordered him to get into the carriage. He would wait there so she could see his head. Cheng Dale questioned if that was necessary and said that they lacked the necessary trust between them. Suddenly, the bushes near the lake made a rustling sound. She dipped into the lake. Lai Wanner called Cheng Dale's name, and he asked what was wrong and if she wanted him to hand her a towel. Lai Wanner replied no, it was nothing. She explained that it was too quiet there, and if no one was speaking, she felt as if she was the only one there. Cheng Dale asked her what she wanted to talk about. She replied that there was nothing to talk about and asked what he meant by what he usually said because no one understands it. Cheng Dale answered that it was a saying in his hometown, and even if he explained it to her, she wouldn't understand it. Once she moved out of her hometown, the people back home would always say different things about her, no matter what. Lai Wanner innocently replied that his hometown was Kin New Mountain. Suddenly, someone stepped out. She immediately panicked and asked who it was. When she realized who it was, she berated Cheng Dale and called him a bastard. Cheng Dale threw her a towel and said to hide because someone was coming, to which she received it silently. Someone said to Cheng Dale that his hearing ability was really admirable. He introduced himself as Scholar Killer Ren Dedi. Scholar Killer greeted Cheng Dale, and a description of him emerged that he was a famous top killer at age 38 with lethal scholar's sword skills. Cheng Dale asked if there were no others under Minister Qi besides the Mute Scholar and the Scholar Killer because the Mute Scholar couldn't withstand a single move from him. Scholar Killer replied that Cheng Dale could give it a try because he was not the same as him. He replied that there was no need to hurry and wait for everyone. Scholar Killer asked what he meant by waiting for everyone and questioned if there were others. Red-haired ghost Yuan Zhu chuckled, amazed by Cheng Dale's skill, confirming that old Yuan had not misjudged him. A description revealed that Yuan Zhu was a renowned top pirate at the age of 42, known for his wild wave sword technique, and an experienced leader of the pirates of Liao Mountain. He was also arrogant, conceited, and mostly worked alone. Cheng Dale stated that everyone was present, and there was no need to hide, they should reveal themselves. Another man emerged and mentioned that a monk had told him about Cheng Dale's exceptional abilities. This man was named Zhu Shuang, known for his top martial artist skills at the age of 45, specializing in umbrella fighting, needle, and poison skills. Zhu Shuang was described as sinister, cunning, greedy for money and lust. He originated from the jungle and was recruited to be one of the 33 hidden dragon guards. Lai Wanner recognized Zhu Shuang and thought to herself that he belonged to the Merlion Guard. Cheng Dale considered that the three of them were first class, which posed a problem since the body he occupied had been used a few hours ago. However, he replied that the winner would have the final say and suggested they play a round of mahjong. The Scholar Killer responded, saying that a murderer like him, who had killed countless people on his way, would not let Cheng Dale stay in the world. Yuan Zhu remarked that he wasn't like them and wouldn't kill Cheng Dale. He just wanted to take the princess away to become his wife. Zhu Shuang told Cheng Dalei that he was a bit confused because he didn't expect to leave there alive since people wanted to kill him. Cheng Dalei thought to himself that it appeared that, aside from him, they were unaware of each other's strengths, so they were wary of each other. He suggested not playing mahjong and instead proposed a game of Fight the Landlord. Cheng Dalei was troubled by a headache as he made decisions. The scholar killer desired to kill him. The red-haired ghost aimed to take the princess. Skywalker sought to whisk away the princess and eliminate Cheng Dalei in the process, and Cheng Dalei wished to escort the princess to safety. He extended his finger toward the red-haired ghost, signifying that he should be the first to be dealt with, which left him puzzled. Cheng Dalei clarified that they all coveted the princess, and this pirate wished to make her his daughter-in-law. He additionally mentioned that the Merlion Guard would not permit the pirates to gain control of the princess, and he speculated that Minister Kui hadn't anticipated this situation. Zhu Shuang chuckled and suggested that they resolve the matter among themselves. The red-haired ghost referred to Cheng Dalei as a brat. He explained that they were mountain bandits and pirates, which could also be considered as peers. The two charged at each other with raised swords, and Cheng Dalei responded that peers were, in fact, adversaries. Cheng Dalei charged his way at the red-haired ghost, but the sword instantly turned and attacked the scholar killer. Cheng Dalei tried to strike him with his sword. Suddenly, he got blocked, and the scholar killer was amazed by his fast sword. He asked if he wanted to deal with him using lightning speed and laughed at Cheng Dalei that it was a pity that his wishful thinking was wrong. Scholar Killer and Cheng Dalei exchanged an intense sword fight with each other. Scholar Killer called out to Zhu Shuang, asking what he was looking at, and they were all from the Imperial Court, to which he implied killing Cheng Dalei first. Zhu Shuang got his umbrella in position as he smiled sinisterly and said good. He launched his attack at Cheng Dalei while he screamed for him to die and called him a bastard. Zhu Shuang activated his umbrella thrust spear, which was easily blocked by Cheng Dalei. However, the red-haired ghost felt left out as he stood on the side and watched them fight. He questioned that no one was fighting him. Who should he fight? Scholar Killer and Zhu Shuang went on fighting desperately, wanting to kill Cheng Dalei. Dangers squeezed potential. Cheng Dalei's experience against the enemy response was growing like crazy, and he thought in his head they were determined to join forces to kill him first. Cheng Dalei activated his exploding fireworks, which Scholar Killer and Zhu Shuang struggled with but could still fight him. He thought in his head that he was not sure if he could handle 2 of them, but if it was 3, they would certainly win. Meanwhile, the red-haired ghost joined the fight while laughing at Cheng Dalei for wanting the princess, and not blaming him for not holding up marital virtue. Cheng Dalei kept thinking the longer the fight, the greater physical exertion would be while blocking red-haired ghost's attacks. He realized that these 3 were by no means monolithic, but now they shared a common goal. It was to kill Cheng Dalei as Scholar Killer and Zhu Shuang aggressively prepared to launch their attacks. Cheng Dalei was able to block Scholar Killer's sword but not Zhu Shuang's umbrella, and blood began to spill. He kept thinking he needed to get back as blood continued to splatter. Cheng Dalei was pushed towards the lake by Zhu Shuang using his umbrella. Water splashed, and Lai Wanner was worried as she called Cheng Dalei's name. Cheng Dalei began sinking into the lake along with his sword in his hand. Lai Wanner looked back at Cheng Dalei and wondered if he knew how to swim. Cheng Dalei completely sank into the lake. Scholar Killer asked if they had successfully dealt with him, to which Zhu Shuang answered that he was poisoned by his umbrella. Even if he knew how to swim, he wouldn't live long. Seeing that these 2 were weaker than himself, the red-haired ghost took his chance to attack. Zhu Shuang told the Scholar Killer to join forces and kill the pirate, which he agreed to. The red-haired ghost launched his sword, said that it was now their turn to die, and that the princess was his. He activated his Wild Wave sword, which was blocked by Zhu Shuang and Scholar Killer. Underwater, Cheng Dalei called the system and opened the store in exchange for antidote pills. He exchanged 1 antidote pill that could cure all types of poison in the world, which cost him 30 million fear points. The system spirit winked before asking what he was doing. Cheng Dalei held his breath as he replied telepathically not to interrupt him because he was playing dead, and asked her to take a look if the fight above was done. The system spirit replied that Scholar Killer and Skywalker were confronting the red-haired ghost, and it was going to take a while, and told him that he would never have expected that someone would come down. Lai Wanner swam down the lake while Cheng Dalei was confused. He kept thinking who it was who was grabbing his hand. Cheng Dalei wondered if it could be Lai Wanner. He kept thinking that she was trying to save him. Cheng Dalei knew they were still fighting to the death above, and if he went up now, they would immediately turn their attention to him and attack him. He decided that he was not going up. Lai Wanner was struggling and wondered if he was so heavy she couldn't pull him up. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that he did not need to save him, and he wanted her to let go and go up there. However, Lai Wanner was determined and held Cheng Dalei's face. This made him wonder if she was trying to give him oxygen. The red-haired ghost, scholar killer, and Zhu Shuang exchanged blows. Struggling, the red-haired ghost claimed that while fighting Cheng Dalei, the two of them were hiding their clumsiness while he cursed at them under his breath. He had the impression that the scholar killer's sword skill was extremely sharp, like a violent storm, whereas Zhu Shuang's iron umbrella was made of an unknown material, and after cutting it, it didn't even leave a trace on it. As the scholar killer unleashed the scholar's lethal sword, the red-haired ghost thought that their cooperation was so difficult for him to deal with. The red-haired ghost blocked every attack of the scholar killer, while Zhu Shuang splashed dark ink towards the red-haired ghost. The dark ink blinded the red-haired ghost, causing him to curse in his mind. The lethal sword lightning of scholar quickly stabbed the red-haired ghost on the throat. The red-haired ghost cursed at him on his last breath as he vomited blood. The arrogant red-haired ghost finally paid the price for his arrogance, as the scholar killer told him that he had done well, while beside him was Zhu Shuang standing. The scholar killer informed Zhu Shuang that he had come to kill Cheng Dalei by the order of the minister, and now that the bandit was dead, he could escort Princess Mingyu away. He told him that he would see him later, to which Zhu Shuang answered, "Please." The scholar killer walked away, passing Zhu Shuang. Then, out of nowhere, they both attacked each other. Scholar killer swung his sword, but Zhu Shuang easily deflected it. Zhu Shuang retaliated by thrusting his umbrella at the scholar killer, who easily avoided it. They both continued as the grass beneath them moved. Zhu Shuang asked the scholar killer if Minister Qi had ordered him to kill Princess Mingyu, to which the scholar killer replied with a chuckle that Minister Qi did not want Princess Mingyu's life. He went on to say that at this time, saving Princess Mingyu and killing Cheng Dalei would be great accomplishments, and that because he recognized him as a Merlion guard, he would certainly take all the credit in front of Emperor Ming alone, and by killing him, he would take all the credit. Zhu Shuang replied that it would depend on whether or not he survived. The scholar killer asked him if he really thought he couldn't kill him. He unleashed Scholar's lethal sword Waterfall, but Zhu Shuang blocked it with his umbrella. He opened his umbrella no matter how heavy the rain was, it couldn't cover all of his body. The scholar killer thought that only a fast sword could break the umbrella defense. Zhu Shuang clicked something. He released the steel needle rain. The scholar killer was repeatedly stabbed with highly poisonous needles. He lost consciousness and vomited blood as he fell down. Zhu Shuang mumbled that he was more like a clown than a killer scholar. Princess Mingyu, meanwhile, swam towards Cheng Dalei's unconscious body in the water. She swam closer to him, thinking she could still feel him reacting. She swam to the surface, believing she could save Cheng Dalei. As she already saved him once, she was certain that she could save him twice, Princess Mingyu stated. Princess Mingyu arrived at the surface and took a breath. However, Zhu Shuang stood nearby and asked her what she was doing down there. Zhu Shuang readied his umbrella and assured Princess Mingyu not to be afraid as he would take her back. On the other hand, a few steel needles were ready. Princess Mingyu ordered him to go away, as she needed to put on her clothes first. Zhu Shuang squatted down and told her that the area was dangerous, and he did not feel comfortable leaving Princess Mingyu alone. Princess Mingyu yelled at him, telling him to go away. He grabbed Princess Mingyu's clothes and told her that she didn't need to curse, and that he wasn't as good as a mountain bandit. He blushed as he smelled her clothes, saying they smelled good, worthy of the royal highness of the three cities, and the lovely and virtuous beauty whom everyone admires, and such a stunning beauty that even he would like. Princess Mingyu cursed him and asked if he was afraid of death if he was willing to betray Emperor Ming. Zhu Shuang informed her that he was from the country, and he would not be afraid to enter the country again. And as for Emperor Ming, he told her that he was just a mere clay statue. He told her why she shouldn't let him take her body right then. Then, all of a sudden, a man stated that he was choking to death. Cheng Dalei walked to the ground and commented on how deep the lake was. Zhu Shuang, surprised, asked if he had not been poisoned to death. Cheng Dalei pointed at him and said that he was about to die when an immortal gave him an immortal breath, and he came back to life, and he wanted Princess Mingyu to say it. Princess Mingyu blushed as she asked Cheng Dalei if he could swim. Cheng Dalei informed her that he was the second runner-up in the 400 trial on campus and asked her what was wrong because her expression was not quite good. Zhu Shuang informed him that he had already killed two, and he didn't mind killing another one, to which Cheng Dalei questioned him. Cheng Dalei took a stance and asked if he had heard of a move known as the straightforward sword technique. Cheng Dalei asked Zhu Shuang if he knew how talented he was and how hard he worked in his spare time. Zhu Shuang believed that the Merlion guards had gathered information on everyone in the world and had a special investigation intel on Cheng Dali, and that since his birth, he had done many things that people couldn't do in their lifetime, and that he was possibly a genius who was good at fighting. Cheng Dali informed him that he didn't put in much effort because he only had a cheat, which puzzled Zhu Shuang. Zhu Shuang was stunned in a moment as Cheng Dali's body moved radially, as still as a rock, unleashing the colorless double-winged phoenix. Cheng Dali moved like lightning as he charged towards Zhu Shuang. Zhu Shuang gritted his teeth as he realized that Cheng Dali was so fast. He was convinced that there was no time to open his umbrella and that he must be pushed back with a poison needle. Zhu Shuang realized that as long as he could open his umbrella, he couldn't get close. Cheng Dali released the two hearts beat as one skill, and he blocked all Zhu Shuang needles. Zhu Shuang was taken aback because Cheng Dali's speed had not been reduced at all. Cheng Dali unleashed Olfei's sword and thrust through Zhu Shuang using the straightforward sword. Zhu Shuang's neck bled, and moments later blood spurted out as he fell down. Cheng Dali was gasping for air. He reasoned that using the fast sword while his right shoulder was injured was too harmful to his body. He held Zhu Shuang's umbrella and thought that it was nice stuff. A system information appeared, stating that it was a top-concealed weapon, called 1,000 Machine Iron Umbrella. Cheng Dali walked towards Princess Minju and mentioned her name. He told her that he would get the carriage, that she should get dressed up, because others could soon find their way here. Princess Minju leaped out of the water and embraced Cheng Dali. She told him not to go. Cheng Dali reassured her that everything was okay and that they were all dead, so she didn't need to be afraid. He asked if she could still walk, and Princess Minju replied that he should carry her because the lake was too cold for her and her feet were numb. Cheng Dali said that Emperor Ming was a piece of shit for bringing the Merlion guards, but Princess Minju told him that she had harmed him and couldn't help him. He said it was okay, and she was just a mascot in this game of life and death, and his mission was to escort her away. And everyone wanted to fight for her, and no one could be trusted. He said that she could trust him. When Princess Minju asked what a mascot was, Cheng Dali replied that it was something cute and pretty but not very useful. She said that she didn't know what he meant by mascot, but she definitely wasn't one, to which Cheng Dali laughed. A group of horseback soldiers arrived the next day. The man in front halted his horse in front of the corpse. He said that it was incredible. As he mentioned the red-haired ghost, scholar killer, and Merlion guard Skywalker Zhu Shuang, he realized that all of them were first-class fighters in the country, and were now dead. He informed his men that many experts died in his hands along the way, but this time was different, and his men inquired as to what the difference was. The man claimed that the other experts were all hit in the throat with a sword, but the fatal wound was not on the throat, except for Zhu Shuang. He assumed Cheng Dali's sword had slowed, and it appeared that he was injured and badly hurt, while his man asked him what he was waiting for and advised him to hurry up while Cheng Dali was still injured. The man wondered if Cheng Dali should have gone south instead of north if he wanted to return to the border. Butcher said it was probably because he knew there were people guarding the border and wanted to get to the extreme north to get away from the limelight first. He went on to say that going further was the Ring tribe's sphere of influence, and Cheng Dali could hide in the Ring's town, but he could also go west or bypass the town and sleep in the wild, to which the man replied that they would split their troops into two groups. He told Butcher to lead the people to the outskirts of the Ring's town and not to alert the Ring tribe army, and that he would lead people to the west, to which Butcher said yes. This was the neutral zone between the Ring tribe and the Empire, and it neither belonged to the Ring tribe nor was controlled by the Empire. It was a place where the merchants who had struggled to survive in the gap had to pass. It was also the land of horse bandits, murderers, and smugglers. Among those horse bandits, Butcher was perhaps not the strongest. An elderly man observed the charging horses. Butcher sliced the man as he passed right beside him. He laughed because Butcher was one of the most brutal. A voice said there was a small town ahead, while another said it was part of an unregulated zone, which was a dangerous place, but they should be able to get some supplies and rest in the wild that night before going back in the morning. Cheng Dali motioned for Princess Minju to come closer, but Princess Minju was perplexed and wondered why he was taking his clothes off. He asked her to help him and warned her not to touch him anywhere and be gentle because he was bleeding. Princess Minju told him to be quiet as she was just redressing the wounds, to which Cheng Dali laughed. He asked Princess Minju if she knew how to dress wounds and if the princess could also serve others. She informed him that she had not dressed anyone before, but she could learn. Struggling, she told him that she could not tear it open. Princess Minju was irritated because she couldn't tear it open, so Cheng Dali advised her to be gentle. After a while, the bandage came off. Cheng Dali looked exhausted. Fuming, Princess Minju asked him what was with his face. Princess Minju noticed it was raining and told Cheng Dale to rest first, and she would keep watch that night. Cheng Dale slept, and beside her, Princess Minju kept on looking out. She pondered that it was so dark outside. But as she realized that inside the carriage, she stated that she had always felt a sense of peace of mind. Then, all of a sudden, a horse's hoof clattered on the ground. Princess Minju's eyes widened as she heard noises, and as she peeked outside the carriage, she saw silhouettes of horseback riders charging towards them. Princess Minju yelled, realizing that it was them. However, Cheng Dale grabbed her shoulders and told her to shush. He advised her to stay in the carriage. Cheng Dale told her to wait for him. Princess Minju said nothing. She peeked out of the carriage and watched Cheng Dale confronting the bandits. Cheng Dale told her to get inside and close the curtain, and not to come out and not to show her face. The bandits yelled that they found them and ordered everyone to kill him, and that the princess was there. Butcher led his men and ordered them to kill the man and take away the woman. Suddenly, Hart appeared and told Cheng Dale that they were going to end it quickly, to which he agreed. Cheng Dale charged at the bandits with a thunderous aura. The wolves chased the sheep, but the sheep curled up on the ground and turned into a male lion. The aura of a single man, but it felt like that of a group. The blade of the sword came and went, piercing the rain curtain and spraying beads of blood. Cheng Dale took a stance below the butcher, as both of them stared at each other. Cheng Dale killed people like mowing the lawn. The rain was getting heavier. Princess Minju sat down inside the carriage. She was left in the darkness, surrounded by empty silence, and the only sound was the rain. She frowned as she thought that it was so dark and cold, and she didn't know if Cheng Dale could defeat the opponents. After all, he was only one person, and after another chaotic battle, his body could not recover until that time. She went silent for a moment and grabbed her shoulders. A man opened the curtains and Princess Minju asked who it was. Wounded, Cheng Dale addressed himself and told her that he had killed some and that a few had escaped. He wanted to go after them, but he was afraid she would be scared. So he came back first, and he found some dried meat and wine on them, and he asked her if she was hungry and that she could eat something first. Princess Minju felt relieved as he mentioned Cheng Dale's name. Cheng Dale smirked and asked if she was scared, telling her not to be. As he lost consciousness, he told her that he was with her. Concerned, Princess Minju told him to wake up and wondered what was going on with him. After a while, as the grass swayed in the breeze, Cheng Dale grabbed his sword. As he expressed his pain, tears fell down his cheeks. Princess Minju told him that he was an idiot. She expressed her confusion as to why he fought so hard for her when he was just a mountain bandit. She went on to say that he was not like other bandits and she thought he would just snatch her away. But at the end of the day, he decided to escort her to the ring camps. Princess Minju asked him why because she couldn't figure him out, to which Cheng Dale addressed her name. Cheng Dale asked her if she really wanted him to kidnap her like that, and he wondered if it was her choice that she get married away from home, to which she disagreed. He went on to say that based on how he saw her earlier, she seemed pretty serious, and when she said she would marry for the sake of the country and the people in exchange for 5 years of stability in the empire, he wondered if all those words were empty. Cheng Dale chuckled and stated that the journey was long, but there were more than one way to get where they wanted to go, and he knew what her goal was and what she wanted to do. He assured Princess Minju that he would take her there and help her to achieve what she wanted to do, and he informed her that they would get back on the road. In a run-down town in the middle of the steppe, a carriage arrived. Cheng Dale informed Princess Minju that there should have been a small market there. He noticed that there were some traders who bought animal hides, lambs, and mare's milk in exchange for goods, claiming that they could get some supplies there. He told her not to come out, to stay in the carriage, and to keep her face covered because it was a lawless zone, a stomping ground for horse bandits, criminals, and slave traders. After they finished their purchase, they left without staying a moment longer, to which Princess Minju said, "Okay." One of the traders noticed a foreign face. One of them asked if they could get money out of him, while the other warned him not to mess with him. They wondered what was in the carriage that drew the horse bandits, while others said that if they saw the bodies of the horse bandits outside, it had to have been Cheng Dale who did it, while others doubted that the wanderer died by his hands. The man stated that he looked like a buzzkill, while the old man said nothing. The old man took a peek and realized the wanderer's umbrella was on Cheng Dale's back, and it appeared that the wanderer died by his hand. Cheng Dale and Princess Minju walked around the town. They arrived at a store where the owner asked them what they needed, and informed them that there were casinos and brothels nearby, as well as good wine and girls. Cheng Dale told him that he needed staple food, water, and jerky. The owner began to sweat as he realized he was covered in blood and wondered if he had just killed someone, and he asked him to please wait a moment. From time to time, there were people always glaring like a tiger eyeing its prey. And finally, no one dared to take the lead and could only watch Cheng Dalei leave. The carriage continued forward until they arrived at a man sitting on a rock. The man asked Cheng Dalei where he got the umbrella. Cheng Dalei told him that there were umbrellas all over the street and wondered how he could recognize that the umbrella was related to him. The man stated that it was Zhu Shuang's umbrella, which made his reputation, and that he could only get it if he killed him, to which Cheng Dalei asked him if he was his friend, and since it was a relic of the deceased, he would return it to him. Mo Zhengren stated that he made the umbrella for him and that the final payment had not yet been made. He chuckled and stated that now that he had killed him, he could not pay the remaining balance. A system information popped up stating Mo Zhengren information, who had the title Gambler, and at the age of 48 he was a famous first-class Mohist school mechanism with a great reputation. Cheng Dalei said he'd pay it for him and asked how much he owed him. Mo Zhengren replied that there was no need to do so because he killed him and it now belongs to him, not until he kills him. Cheng Dalei thought Mo Zhengren was so strong and said that if he wasn't mistaken, it was no fun fighting and killing. When he mentioned that he was the gambler ghost that everyone in the country was talking about, he wondered if he wanted to bet with him. He wondered if Gambler Ghost was willing to gamble and never retract on his debts, which prompted Mo Zhengren to ask if he actually knew his name, and he assumed that he had been hiding for years and the world had forgotten it. Cheng Dalei stepped down and said that was good. Mo Zhengren stated that killing him directly was not fun and suggested that they make a bet, to which Cheng Dalei asked him what he wanted to bet on. He stated that one game would determine the winner, and if he won, he would let him go and give him the umbrella, and if he lost, he would have taken his life and all his things. According to Mo Zhengren, this included the woman in the carriage. Cheng Dalei disagreed, saying that the stakes were not equal, and if he really wanted to make a bet, he should have let him choose what to bet, to which he said sure. Cheng Dalei stated that guessing big or small was too boring, and he found a fun new way to gamble that he had never played before, and he wasn't sure if he was interested. Curious, Mo Zhengren asked what the fun way to gamble was, and he could say it. Cheng Dalei asked him if he had heard of Monopoly and told him that there were 100 steps from here to the dead tree ahead, and that each person would roll the dice and take a step forward, and the first person to touch the tree would win. He sliced the ground and stated that they would start with the line he drew. Mo Zhengren, impressed, praised Cheng Dalei's swordsmanship, telling him he wasn't bad. Mo Zhengren stated that because he had chosen the gambling method, he would take the first move, to which Cheng Dalei responded with a chuckle, saying that gamblers didn't want to be taken advantage of. Mo Zhengren told him that the casino didn't talk to him, and on he rolled the dice. It landed on 6 dots. Mo Zhengren released the Yan 18 overturn and leaped towards the field. He laughed at Cheng Dalei, telling him that he was going to lose. Cheng Dalei examined the dice and concluded that it weighed about 100 pounds and was not made of ordinary iron. He threw the dice, and it landed on 2 dots, to which Mo Zhengren laughed, stating that he was being left behind. Then suddenly, Cheng Dalei leaped twice. Princess Minju peeked outside and mentioned Cheng Dalei's name. In the next round, Mo Zhengren rolled the dice and said that although he was good at swordsmanship, he was still going to lose. The dice rolled a couple of times, and until it landed on 6 dots again. Mo Zhengren ran while laughing. He was just inches from the tree as he told Cheng Dalei that the beautiful woman in the carriage would be his. Cheng Dalei inquired whether Mo Zhengren was truly willing to admit defeat and never seek revenge, to which Mo Zhengren replied that he would be willing to admit defeat but never seek revenge. Cheng Dalei stated that it was his turn to roll the dice, and he did so once more. The dice landed on 5 dots. Cheng Dalei took a step. In his second step, he released the colorless double-winged phoenix and jumped into the sky. He landed and proceeded to the 3rd step. He leaped repeatedly, reaching the 4th step. Princess Minju had declared that he was flying upwards. Mo Zhengren appeared puzzled. On Cheng Dalei's 5th step, he initially reached the dead tree. Mo Zhengren believed it was all over. He instructed Cheng Dalei not to become overconfident because it was now his turn to roll the dice, and he would lose. Cheng Dalei disagreed, asserting that he had already won. Mo Zhengren questioned when he had won since he hadn't even touched the tree. Cheng Dalei retorted, telling Mo Zhengren to look under his feet. Mo Zhengren's eyes widened as he realized that the tree roots were also part of the tree. Cheng Dalei informed him that the winner had been determined. He pointed his sword at him and said that if he admitted defeat, he would let him go. He continued, stating that if he refused to admit defeat, he would send him to Zhu Shuang. causing Mo Zhengren to pause. Mo Zhengren scoffed and contemplated Cheng Dale's swordsmanship and lightning skills. He turned to Cheng Dale and acknowledged that he was good, admitting defeat and stating that he could inquire if he had ever reneged on his word. He walked away, stating that he couldn't frame him to break the rules. Cheng Dale let out a heavy sigh. He turned towards the carriage, gasping for breath. He opened the curtain and informed Princess Minjiu that they were going to depart. Gasping for breath, Cheng Dale lost consciousness, causing Princess Minjiu to become concerned. Cheng Dale informed her that he was feeling a little cold, but Princess Minjiu panicked and kept calling his name. On a cloudy, dark sky, a herd of horses marched by. The man stated that another group of his men died at the hands of Cheng Dale, as he scoffed, claiming that it was a clean slaughter that took him less than half an hour. He wondered what was wrong with his sword and if he was hurt. He claimed that Cheng Dale sharpened his sword with human heads, and that the grassland became his millstone. The man wondered why he was fleeing to Ring territory and assumed he was taking Princess Minjiu away to join the Ring tribe. He smiled and told his men to keep searching the area, and if they found him, to keep an eye on them and call for reinforcements. He warned them not to go off alone and die in vain, to which they said yes. The man gave the order to catch Cheng Dale before he could enter the Ring's area. The horse bandits in the grasslands became like packs of hyenas. They confiscated the grasslands with an immoderate form of hunting, and when they were in a group, even lions had to avoid them. After a while, the sky began to darken. Cheng Dale was sick, and he lost too much blood. He did not sleep for days, and worked intensively for days, and predictably became ill. Princess Minjiu tried to wake Cheng Dale by repeatedly calling his name, and she cursed the carriage for being unable to block the water and rain. She went on to say that his forehead was on fire and his body was cold, whereas Cheng Dale's body was on fire and his eyelids were like heavy mountains. Princess Minjiu pondered what she should do and what the royal physician would do if he had been present when she was sick in the past. Whereas Cheng Dale mentioned Zin and mumbled about putting anti-inflammatory and antipyretic drugs in his sleep. Princess Minjiu sobbed as she wondered who he was calling and who Zin was. She also wondered if he couldn't think properly because of the fever. Concerned, she called Cheng Dale once more. Cheng Dale responded that he was fine after he got a good night's sleep. However, a clattering noise was heard outside the carriage. Princess Minjiu's face darkened because she realized it was the sounds of horse hooves. She stuttered, informing Cheng Dale that the horse bandits were coming. The horse bandits laughed as they yelled that they had found them, and someone ordered that someone be sent back to inform the village master. They were given the order to attack and surround them. Cheng Dale inquired of Zin whether she could still possess. Hart appeared, informing Cheng Dale that his body could no longer afford it, and when he was too forcibly possessed, he would just pass out at the end of the possession, to which Cheng Dale said that it didn't matter. Princess Minjiu addressed Cheng Dale and requested that he hand over his sword to her. She stated that if she had not forgotten what her swordsmanship teacher had taught her, she bit the handle of the sword. Princess Minjiu tied her hair into a ponytail. She stood up and left Cheng Dale behind her back. Cheng Dale addressed Princess Minjiu. Princess Minjiu stood tall as she opened the curtains. Cheng Dale wondered if it was still the Princess Minjiu he had known. System information about Princess Minjiu, originally named Laiwan and nicknamed Princess Minjiu at the age of 18, appeared. When one of the horse bandits informed his men that the village master wanted to capture them alive, he ordered them to capture Cheng Dale because it was okay for them to be crippled and have their hamstrings slit. Princess Minjiu slashed them, and a sharp light began to charge at them. She unleashed the cut of the returning swallows towards the horse bandits as she mentioned Cheng Dale's name. Princess Minjiu stated that although she didn't know what his so-called mascot was, she told him that she was really not a mascot. In the back, Cheng Dale yelled Princess Minjiu's name. He told her to watch out because one of the horse bandits was about to attack her. Princess Minjiu blocked the attack. She used her skill, the medium stitch. The sword skill was stored in her mind, but she did not use it. At that moment, it was activated. She cut off the returning swallows, and it wasn't her mind that remembered them, but her body. As she held the sword tightly, she released the vapor surge. She cut the horse bandits with the 3 tributes by the disciple. Princess Minjiu was in a trance. She remembered her early childhood when she was taught swordsmanship by her master. She laughed at her master's hairpin because it looked like an incense burner. However, at that moment, she regretted that she had not learned and remembered more. It turned out that all the things she learned could be useful at some point, even if she could only use them once. Between clashing swords, even Princess Minjiu herself didn't expect to last that long. However, the enemy was large in number, and with their splashing faces and the light from their swords, she became even more dazzled. Princess Minjiu's hand was supported by another hand from the handle. Cheng Dale, possessed with heart, supported Princess Minjiu. He told her that her sword wasn't fast enough, advised her to be fast and even faster. The carriage horse neighed. The horse bandits yelled to kill. Panicking, Princess Minjiu told Cheng Dale that they were coming. On the other hand, Cheng Dale told her not to panic. He told her to hold the hilt tight, and as they slashed, the sword turned into rain, and burst forth from a point and pierced the thick rain. He told Princess Minjiu that they were going to break out. The carriage charged at the horse bandit at full speed. The village master on top of the hill stated that if he ran away, he would not lose face. He ordered his men to put on the iron wire to stop them. The horse bandits coordinated as they were about to trap them. Cheng Dale slashed through the wire. He cursed as he realized what the rope was. His face darkened because he claimed that it couldn't be cut. The wire got their horse trapped, and the whole carriage was entrapped. The horse bandits were told to pull. Cheng Dale hugged Princess Minjiu to brace for the impact. The carriage escaped from the trap, but it tilted. The village master smiled as he watched the carriage fall. The carriage's wheel rumbled as it spun incessantly. Cheng Dale caressed Princess Minjiu inside the carriage. Wounded, Princess Minjiu woke up. She noticed Cheng Dale and addressed his name. She repeatedly woke him up and called out his name. The lottery machine informed Heart that Cheng Dale was dying, to which Heart sighed and expressed her worries about him because he simply loved to stand up for others. She informed the lottery machine that she would give him access to a part of the system, and he would be responsible for maintaining it in her absence. The lottery machine inquired about what she was up to. The lottery machine asked her if she was going to exploit another bug and expressed his concern. He informed her that she would be banned by the system itself if she continued. Heart started the possession, and the system warned that the possession's cooldown had not yet ended. Another warning appeared, stating that multiple possessions in a short period of time could lead to the host's fragile soul being assimilated into the higher consciousness of the system sprite. While Heart instructed Cheng Dale to open his heart, the system stated that any hint of resistance from the host would cause irreparable damage to both parties, as the form of possession would be the descent of consciousness, but Heart insisted on lending his body to her. As the horse bandits surrounded them and yelled that they couldn't escape, a system message popped up stating that all possessions would consume all fear points. Another notification appeared announcing that the possession was complete, and this time it was the descent of consciousness, with no time limit. Cheng Dale coughed loudly, and Princess Minjiu informed him that they had no other options given that the horse bandits were approaching. Cheng Dale told her to be quiet. He informed her that there was a way to do it. He told her that, and so on and so forth as he caressed her head. Confused, Princess Minjiu blushed. She told him that even after all of this, he was still thinking about taking advantage of her, to which Cheng Dale replied that it was difficult to explain, but he remembered the last time. Princess Minjiu inquired as to how such a method could be possible. She grabbed his clothes and called him an idiot. Blushing, Princess Minjiu threatened to kill him if it didn't work. Cheng Dale was taken aback. Then moments later, the two of them kissed. A system notification popped up, stating that an abandoned mission of capturing a wife had been resumed, and the conditions were met, as well as the completion of the first phase of capturing a wife, with the reward being one raffle entry. It went on and said that the system sprite Zin had requested a new mission reward. And it went on to say that the administrator Zin intervened in the mission reward, and the mission reward was replaced. Another message appeared informing Heart that the mission reward was adjusted from one raffle entry to a godfall buff, and the system also warned that the system sprite could only mobilize the power of the system if he met certain system conditions, which made Heart wonder which buff was better. She muttered something about this one fitting the bill. Heart held an orb and stated that they should repair the body first. Then a system notification popped up stating that the host had received a buff, and it was the princess's blessing, which completed the restoration of the body's condition and elimination of negative conditions, as well as a short-term increase in speed and strength. Cheng Dale informed Princess Minjiu that that was enough. Princess Minjiu closed her eyes and wondered. She opened them. Cheng Dale advised her to stay, to which Princess Minjiu asked him about his injury and what was going on. Cheng Dale kicked his sword and told her that it was hard for him to explain, and he could interpret it as her kiss being the medicine for healing. Princess Minjiu inquired about what he said about her being a medicine that could heal. Heart chimed in, stating that it was not a cure, but for her, she could say it was a medicine. Princess Minjiu yelled and told Cheng Dale to watch out. A group of horse bandits attacked. However, Cheng Dale intercepted them and charged through them. Cheng Dale mumbled that he should not have interfered in his affairs as the horse bandits were sent flying. He went on to say that who could help it now that they had become close partners whose lives and souls were intertwined. And if they wanted to kill Cheng Dale, the system sprite would have to come and save the day, which made the man wonder what he was talking about. Heart stated that after the rescue, she had to stay in a banned place, which annoyed her at the time, and that things had to be dealt with completely because it was easy for her to descend. She threatened them that she would clean them up. The horse bandits were ordered to kill Cheng Dale, while others wondered how a single person could be so conceited. Cheng Dale slid towards them. He charged, and Heart informed him that they had to go because a substitution was now online. She also stated that she would kill all those pesky horse bandits. She went on to say that it was a rainy night that night, right down to the last one of them. The hunters chased the wounded lion, and the lion's skin was torn open and blood splattered everywhere. When the hunters looked in the cage, they discovered that they were trapped. The lion took on the form of a butcher. Struggling, the man mumbled that his sword technique was not Cheng Dale's sword technique, realizing that it was the fastest sword ever. He claimed that his opponent was not Cheng Dale because he used sword techniques that were so fast they didn't appear to be human. Cheng Dale slashed through him while spurting out from the man's body. As he breathed his last, the man wondered who he was. The horse bandits realized that their village master was dead and told everyone to avenge him and kill Cheng Dale. 5,000 horse bandits under Gui Giantchu's command were killed in one rainy night by a single man and scattered to the winds. The largest group of horse bandits in the grasslands who were under Gui Giantchu had fallen. As Cheng Dale cut through a skeletal mask, all that remained were the rumors about the rainy night and the sword techniques. A voice groaned as two golden orbs were about to collide. Cheng Dale awoke to find himself in the system space and wondered how he got there again. He thought that he remembered the car rolling over before he passed out. Sweating, he wondered if that meant he simply died like that and that he expected victory and defeat to be commonplace for the young warrior to restart. He also wondered if he could still read files. The lottery machine appeared and asked how he felt and if his soul had no damage, to which he responded by asking where Heart was and where she had gone. The lottery machine informed him that Heart had taken control of his body the previous night and killed many horse bandits. He went on and said that she was banned by the system and now she sat in a small dark room writing an apology. Cheng Dale inquired as to what happened last night. The lottery machine told him the details of how he had asked Princess Minju for a kiss were omitted, which Cheng Dale deduced. The lottery machine told him that he had been too dependent on the power Heart had given him lately, which was not good. Cheng Dale, on the other hand, laughed it off and responded that he couldn't help himself because it was too beautiful not to cheat, to which Lottery Machine replied that he knew it was cool to have the power to destroy everything, but he had to understand. He reminded Cheng Dale that that power was never his own. He informed him that he recently puffed himself up, gained power, and became ruthless in the process. Lottery Machine inquired as to whether he forgot that he still carried the hopes of others. He went on to mention his friends, his lover, and even the system, as well as the sprite who was Heart. He reminded him that it was a chaotic world and that it was not a game, that individual bravery did not solve all problems, and that even the system was sometimes helpless. He also stated that as long as he lived in the world of chaos, he had to put his life on the line and bet everything he had. Now that she was banned and in a small black room, he could not use the possession function for the time being. And if Heart abused her power in that way, the system would accelerate the birth of another sprite. As soon as the new sprite was born, Heart's system access would be partially shared. He reminded him that Heart liked him and that there were things she didn't want to say, but that after the near-death experience, perhaps he should learn a lesson, for which Cheng Dale apologized. As he woke up, he saw a silhouette of a woman. Cheng Dale slowly opened his eyes. Princess Minju was about to kiss him when she leaned in closer. Cheng Dale asked her what she was doing. She stuttered and realized he was awake. Princess Minju blushed. She told him that she saw he was not awake yet and thought that she could wake him up. Cheng Dale complained that his head hurt and asked how long he had been sleeping, to which she replied that it had only been one day and one night. Princess Minju asked if he was hungry or tired and if he wanted to sleep some more, to which Cheng Dale replied that he was okay and that all he needed was water. But Princess Minju informed him that they had run out of water, but she still had some dried food. As the carriage began to rumble, Cheng Dale told her that they were going to get going and move on. Cheng Dale sat in front of the carriage. He realized that the lottery machine was right, and he also realized that the only way to be seen as strong was to have his own power. As Princess Minju stuck her head out from behind the curtain, he believed it was time to practice his martial arts and improve his strength when he was done with the matter. Princess Minju looked up and wondered if he was healthy and felt better after kissing him, and he was able to kill all those horse bandits in only one day and one night despite his injuries. She couldn't believe Cheng Dale stood in front of her as a living example, and she wondered what that meant. She remembered how similar it was in the water back then. She wondered if kissing him had truly healed him, and their journey was still going on. Snatching the princess became a significant event in the martial arts world. The country's people who returned from the grasslands alive participated in spreading all kinds of gossip. A voice asked if they heard that the mountain bandit Cheng Dale snatched the princess, to which the other replied that they were not well informed and that it had been more than 10 days since the snatching. A man arrived, announcing that something big had happened, that 5,000 horse bandits were massacred. The crowd was skeptical and told him that it was a fake, wondering who could have killed the ghost. The man told them that he heard that the sorrowful ghost coveted Cheng Dale's sword manual, and that he was chasing him with 5,000 horse bandits, and as a result, he was killed by Cheng Dale with one sword and through his armor. And another asked what the sword manual was and why he still coveted sword manuals because the sorrowful ghost's sword was so fast. Yet the man retorted that the escaped horse bandit told them that their village master had been reading the sword manual. The curious crowd wondered what kind of secret manual it was because they believed Cheng Dale could use the Five Thunder technique and wondered if that was what the sword manual was about. While another chimed in, stating that he believed the sword manual was real, and that was why mountain bandits could rise so rapidly. Another customer told them what nonsense the sword manual they were talking about because he believed it was a forbidden technique. And another man also joined in their conversation. Slowly, a rumor spread in the country that Cheng Dale was carrying a peerless martial arts secret manual, and the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. Eavesdropping, Su Shenji mumbled that Cheng Dale really was worthy of being their village master. Kinman stood up and informed Zhu Shenji that they were going back to the Hulu Mountain, to which Zhu Shenji asked if he didn't want to learn more. Kinman stated that Cheng Dale would live and die in the grassland, and when their Toad Village brothers had almost gathered, he suggested that they go to the grasslands. Cheng Dale and his men entered the territory of the Ring tribe, and the pursuers were afraid to search in the Ring tribe territory. And on the vast grassland, finding two people was like finding 2 grains of sesame seeds in a grass field. Princess Minju asked Cheng Dale if they could go there. As Princess Minju and Cheng Dale continued their journey, 2 people in the grasslands saw a sea of flowers everywhere in the mountains. Saw the sea of flowers flooded with butterflies filling the sky. Princess Minju smiled as she had fun playing with the butterfly. They encountered more tough people than the sorrowful ghost of the horse bandits. Princess Minju also met the Ring tribe's kind and enthusiastic ordinary civilians. As the man told Princess Minju a story that he used to be a guard beside the Ring tribe's king until he was shot in the knee with an arrow. The 2 strangers shared a story about how the Ring tribe king was really something, and how he liked to play with women he snatched in his palace late at night. The man went on to say that if the Ring tribe king didn't try to rob his dear Alma, they wouldn't have had to flee inside the city. He also informed them that if they went to the royal city, he knew a secret passage in the palace where they could avoid the guards. He told them that they used to use that secret passage to date his dear Alma. The man stated that that was how he escaped, but Cheng Dale said nothing. Around the campfire, listening to the love story of Ring's couple, and saying goodbye to the Ring's couple, the 2 of them drove the carriage in the grassland slowly, without realizing it, and walked for more than 10 days. Cheng Dale was in shock. Meng Zhilao was sitting on the grass field when Cheng Dale approached him and told him that they had met again. Meng Zhilao ignored him and continued chanting. Cheng Dale approached him. He asked Meng Zhilao what he was saying, to which the monk responded that too many people had died in the grasslands. He informed him that he was praying for them to be reincarnated soon. Cheng Dale asked if it was working, to which Meng Zhilao responded that he wasn't quite sure. Cheng Dale asked what he was doing here, and Meng Zhilao replied that Emperor Ming had ordered him to take Princess Minju and get rid of him. Cheng Dale, on the other hand, resisted, saying that he wouldn't give Princess Minju to him and that he wouldn't stand by and watch him kill her, so he suggested they both fight. Meng Zhilao responded that monks do not kill. Then his palm shone, telling Cheng Dale that Emperor Ming's orders couldn't be disobeyed. Cheng Dale sweated and had his eyes wide open. Meng Zhilao unleashed his infinitely compassionate and merciful palm technique. His palm was so fierce that Cheng Dale even felt that he would be directly killed in one strike. But in the end, he found out that as soon as King Buddha palm power was withdrawn, Cheng Dale only felt a butt mound in the end. As his sword was spiraling above Meng Zhilao, it was now almost on his arm. Cheng Dale's sword cut Meng Zhilao's fingers. Suddenly, 2 of Meng Zhilao's fingers vanished, and his rosary beads snapped. Cheng Dalei asked him why he was doing this. Wang Zhilao responded that if he took a slap from him, he could exact revenge for teasing him in the heavenly prison, and he could also return to Emperor Ming with his 2 fingers broken. He went on to say that now that he was a demon, the entire world would try to kill him. But in a world where everyone was fighting to eat each other, no one was chanting the sutras or praying to Buddha. Wang Zhilao believed that perhaps what was lacking was a demon benefactor. Cheng Dalei shared a tale with Wanner as they stood by the shores of the sacred lake known as Daughter Lake to the Ring tribe. He described that across the lake was the royal city of the Ring tribe, where they could see the tribe's king, Huyan Ba, and he informed Wanner that they were likely to be there tomorrow, adding that she still had a day to decide whether she wanted to join or not. While Wanner's eyes showed a sense of contemplative silence, Wanner, driven by curiosity, questioned Cheng Dalei about his knowledge of the grassland legends about the Daughter Lake. Intrigued, Cheng Dalei inquired about the legend. Pointing towards the lake, Wanner embarked on the tale of the Ring tribe's ancestors. She spoke of a young shepherdess who gave birth to a boy while herding sheep. Unmarried at the time, the shepherdess was kicked by her parents, forcing her to wander the grassland with her baby. Tears streamed down her face as she walked, and her tears became more abundant and finally became the daughter of Lake. Wanner continued the narrative, describing how the child was born and later became the leader of the Rings. He unified the people of the grassland, leading them to withstand the storms, managing their herds of cattle and sheep, and mentioning that became the first heroes of the grassland. Cheng Dalei expressed his amazement, describing it as quite an epic sensation. His incredulous comment about the significance of unmarried pregnancy could be a big deal. Wanner was momentarily speechless. Wanner noted that being born into an imperial family would not help herself, and hoped that once she got married, the empire would use the time to recuperate. With a heartfelt plea, she expressed her desire for the 2 nations to stop fighting in the future, in hopes that Cheng Dalei remembered her sacrifice. Wanner relates her story to the shepherdess, acknowledging that the shepherdess was born with disgrace. However, she is written into the legends after her death. Cheng Dalei, casting a gentle glance at Wanner, urged her not to think so much. He assured her that by tomorrow, everything would come to an end. Resting her head on Cheng Dalei's shoulder, Wanner agreed with him that the next day everything would be over. Cheng Dalei carried Wanner with utmost gentleness to the awaiting carriage. He put her carefully inside and observed her peaceful slumber. As the evening unfolded, the night sky was full of stars and the first snowfall. Wanner woke from her slumber with a soft sound. She began searching for Cheng Dalei and peered out from the carriage while calling his name. Unable to find him, she decided to step out of the carriage. As the sky was full of stars, the starlight like dot reflected on the lake, and the cold dew rose on the weeds. And there's Wanner walked into the open field while searching for Cheng Dalei. Wanner worry was evident on her face as she feared his absence in the sky that was covered with darkness and cold swept away. Meanwhile, in the Ring tribe royal city, that day marked the Vulcan festival of the Ring tribe, and a grand celebration unfolded in the city. Everyone gathered together to celebrate the festivities, offering prayers for abundant water, grass, and cattle and sheep in the coming year. Amidst the joyous celebration, the king of the Ring tribe, Hu Yanba, a male figure with only an interest in women, he turned to Yanli and told him that they could just go have fun. He added that he wanted to rest early that night. Yanli bowed in acknowledgement of his father's words. Following that moment, Hu Yanba made his way to his room, where the guards respectfully greeted him. Hu Yanba instructed the guards to leave, as there was no important business that night, and told them that he didn't want to be disturbed. The guards affirmed his order. Hu Yanba is fond of women. He must have a young girl in bed with him every night, and he likes to snatch other people's wives and daughters. He does not like others interfering in his hobby. Hu Yanba slowly approached his bed, calling the woman beauty in a perverted manner. With a grin on his face that showed his golden tooth, he pervertedly said that he came. A sly smile on Cheng Dalei's face as he turned to Hu Yanba and greeted him, to which Hu Yanba's face contorted in flabbergasted. Without hesitation, Cheng Dalei stabbed Hu Yanba in his chest, who was visibly shocked. Cheng Dalei seriously observed Hu Yanba's fallen demeanor. He pondered the festival atmosphere among the Ring's people and the slacking of the guards, emphasizing that day was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Recalling his uncle's words about a secret passage leading to the palace, he questioned whether Hu Yanba still feared being caught playing with women. While undressing, he contemplated how the escape route left by the king had unwittingly turned into a path to his death. Expressing gratitude to the woman he had tied up, Cheng Dalei bid her goodbye and thanked her for the clothing. He noted to himself that it wasn't easy to dress up as a woman. While the woman looked at him in terror, exiting the king's chamber, Cheng Dalei continued to reflect on how things progressed better than he thought, finding the purpose that dressing up as a woman was not in vain. He pondered his next step, retreating through the secret passage, swiftly leaping outside of the Ring tribe territory without drawing attention. Wanner sat down in the open field under the bright crescent moon. Actually, Wanner didn't want to go to the royal city of the rings at all, but as a princess, she had to do it. She had to sacrifice herself for the peace of the two countries. Since the day she left Chang'an, the playful, headstrong, and naive Wanner died. As a child, Wanner was mischievous, until Cheng Dalei appeared in front of her and showed her another way. Wanner, who was dead inside, came back to life. She woke up a little angry, screamed, and said to herself that she didn't want to do it. She cried pitifully, cursing as she wiped her tears. Wanner insulted Cheng Dalei as an idiot and couldn't believe that he left her without saying goodbye. Covering her face while crying, she questioned why he pretended to be a great nationalist and wondered why he couldn't change anything. He had given her hope. She persisted in hurling insults at Cheng Dalei, questioning why he kidnapped her only to leave her in that place. Urging Cheng Dalei to be brave, she implored him to take her along, vehemently expressing her unwillingness to marry into the rings. But such capricious words could only be said by Wanner, which still lingered deep in her heart. Now Cheng Dalei left without saying goodbye, so Wanner had to be sacrificed again. And only Wanner, resigned to her fate for the common good at dawn, it was time for her to leave. As she stood up, she noticed in the distance a galloping horse was coming. In a hurry, Cheng Dalei, who rode the horse, urged Wanner to hurry, fearing they would be too late if they didn't leave. Upon reaching Wanner, Cheng Dalei leaped off his horse and instructed her once again to mount it, emphasizing that they no longer needed the carriage. Suddenly, he lifted Wanner, instructing her again to get on the horse. Wanner, puzzled, and questioned Cheng Dalei about what he was up to. She asked him what he was doing last night. Cheng Dalei gazed at her and informed her that Hu Yanba was dead and the Ring tribe would fall into chaos. Suddenly, the system emerged from the band room, excitedly announcing that she had finally gotten out. While Cheng Dalei hastily fled from the pursuing group of the Ring tribe, he asked Wanner if she wanted 5 years of peace in the empire. Casually, he mentioned that he was granting her 5 years of peace. At the same time, the system congratulated Cheng Dalei for a great job, and a beep sound from the system that he completed the mission and obtained a reward. The reach of influence is extended from a single person to the entire battlefield. When morning arrived in a different location, Lu Jiu inquired whether Cheng Dalei did not enter the territory of the rings. Sternly, Tong Fei confirmed that the ring wanted to kill Cheng Dalei, and they did. She suspected that if Cheng Dalei went deeper into the grasslands, there was only one option for him: to die. Lu Jiu reacted, wondering why they hadn't encountered Cheng Dalei yet. Tong Fei explained that the main roads back to the border were heavily guarded and that they needed to search as soon as they could catch him. Suddenly, in the distance, Tong Fei's men called for their attention to deliver a report. He informed them that Cheng Dalei was right in front of them, coming with Wanner. Lu Jiu was surprised and asked whether Cheng Dalei gave up on his own. However, Tong Fei questioned the panic of his men, who frantically explained that behind Cheng Dalei were the ringers, who were also attacking. Panic. The soldier informed them that Cheng Dalei led the attacking ringers' cavalry toward them. Some expressed their surprise, questioning that Cheng Dalei defected to the rings. On the opposite side, the ringers charged towards them with determination. Lu Jiu was fired up when he commanded the Carp Dragon Guards, proclaiming that they were the strongest army in the empire. He declared that the time had come to show the honor of the Carp Dragon Guards. They moved forward to attack as well. Amidst the approaching clash, Wanner clung tightly to Cheng Dalei, expressing fear as she commented that they were squeezed from both the front and the back. As they tried to escape, Cheng Dalei urged his AE-86 to sprint up to the mountain. Wanner's face was filled with fear as she told Cheng Dalei that they were surrounded, urgently asking him where they should run to. Cheng Dalei replied that the flank was the least crowded, advising that they should attempt to break the siege from there. Doubtful, Wanner asked if they could break through. In response, Cheng Dalei told her not to be afraid, assuring her that the ringers couldn't keep up with the speed of his AE-86. He commanded his AE-86 to charge and run. Misunderstanding. Shu Hua told Yanli that the people in front were trying to cover Cheng Dalei's retreat. Yanli responded with irritation, stating that Cheng Dalei killed their king and now wanted to walk away. At the same time, Lu Jiu informed Tong Fei that Cheng Dalei was leading the rings to attack. Annoyed, Tong Fei ordered Lu Jiu to prepare for the impending encounter with the enemy. The 3,000 troops of the rings and the 3,000 Carp Dragon Guards clashed like two torrents. As they clashed, the dust from their horses added to the intensity of the battle. Tong Fei remarked that the situation was unfavorable as Cheng Dalei was escaping. She instructed Lu Jiu to take some men with him to pursue Cheng Dalei and ensure that he didn't get away. Lu Jiu acknowledged her order. Also, Yanli informed Shu Hua that they would hold back the enemy, and he ordered Shu Hua to take some men to kill Cheng Dalei. Shu Hua confirmed his order. Shu Hua attempted to provoke Cheng Dalei, asking why he didn't come and face him. Meanwhile, Lu Jiu ordered his men to attack to catch Cheng Dalei, as he wanted to break his legs. All of Shu Hua and Lu Jiu's men were chasing Cheng Dalei. When he glanced back, Cheng Dalei told them to go about their own business, as there was no need for them to send a group to deal with him. Cheng Dalei called the system and requested a little song. The system responded with irritation, informing Cheng Dalei that she was not a street singer who would start singing at his command. Cheng Dalei tried once more to request, asking the system to provide him with a battle song background music. Annoyed, the system responded that it was much better. Then it activated the war song, deducting 100,000 fear points, leaving Cheng Dalei with only 201,151 fear points but increasing his racing speed by plus 50%. He realized that he ran out of fear points as he cursed. Suddenly, he noticed people in front of him, thinking that the people had appeared unexpectedly. The people in front of him wore smirks. One of them commented that Cheng Dalei willingly came to them. Another one remarked that if they killed Cheng Dalei, they would obtain Wanner and the book with the sword techniques. The third individual also chimed in, saying he heard about a great treasure hidden in the sword book. He told them that if they found it, they would become rich. Cheng Dalei asked himself where those people came from. He told Wanner to hold on to him tightly as he would rush through in one breath. He swiftly attacked the people using his explosive fireworks techniques and sternly told them to get lost. Cheng Dalei found himself surrounded by those people who signaled to each other to stop him. One of them demanded that he hand over Wanner and the sword book, promising to spare his life in return. Another one concurred with his comrade. Confused, Cheng Dalei wondered about the sword book they mentioned and questioned why he did not know such a book. Then, he complained to the system about the BGM being useless for fighting. He asked if she had a new song and requested to change the disc, to which the system confirmed. The system held the bullhorn, announcing that the war had begun and it was time to assemble, calling the group, and she blew it loudly. While Cheng Dalei engaged in the battle, he couldn't help but wonder about the bullhorn and the type of BGM that was playing. He pondered that he didn't feel like it was strengthening him. As a group of galloping horses approached and searched for him, Cheng Dalei swiftly glanced back to see those who were looking for him. Those people were Cheng Dalei's group. They called out his name, informing him that all the men of Toad Village had assembled. Kin Man brought their flags and declared that they were there to help him. With determination, Liu Bei raised his sword as he commanded their men to charge. A year after the Battle of King New Mountain, the crowd grew stronger, and the Gao brothers told Cheng Dalei that they all came. At a glance, dozens of top characters, the weakest in the army of 1,000 people, was also an excellent expert. Cheng Dalei raised his sword, greeted his men with joy, and mentioned that it had been a long time since they last met. He ordered his men to follow him in breaking the enemy formation, showing his face beaming with delight. His men attacked, following his command to break the enemy formation and ensure Cheng Dalei's escape. As they clashed in battle, the men who had once lived in exile were now reunited, their faces reflecting joy as they met again. The Toad Village brothers marched all the way. They were so strong that the country's people got easily scattered by them. Jiang Fei skillfully slashed the enemy using the Pierce the Pig technique, while they continued to break the enemy's formation. The county's people saw that the situation was not right and quietly began to retreat. Yanli angrily ordered his men to kill Cheng Dalei, making it clear that they must not let him leave. Meanwhile, Luo Ju also gave his command to kill Cheng Dalei and emphasized that he should not be allowed to escape. During the war, Sai Long questioned the rarely joined forces between the Ring tribe and the Merlian guards. Guan Yu remarked that Cheng Dalei was already safe, and their task was to take care of the pursuers. He glanced at Sai Long and informed him that he would handle the Ring tribe on the left while Sai Long should take care of the Merlian guards on the right. Sai Long questioned Guan Yu about the strength of the enemy. Guan Yu proudly replied that he saw that the enemy was just selling their heads. As they battled, Guan Yu effortlessly sliced through the enemies with ease. Sai Long, on the other hand, used his technique and managed to knock down several opponents. Boastful, Gao Fei mentioned that killing Rings still felt good to him. He looked back as Cheng Dalei called them, casually raising his sword and noting that the wind was blowing, signaling that they should go. His men acknowledged it and declared that they go. The Toad Village army formed a group. They used outwards and killed anyone on their way. The Merlian Guard and Ring cavalry restrained each other. They were not able to catch up. All the people marched rapidly, and only a few people managed to reach the border. After escaping from the war, they regrouped, and one of his men asked where they should go next. Gao Fei suggested to Cheng Dalei that they could return to King New Mountain and gather their men together. Cheng Dalei replied that they needed to return to King New Mountain, but he did not intend to live there. He mentioned that Toad Village had just gone through a war, with only 10 rooms left and limited potential for the future. But he planned to take a few men with him and stated that there was something they had to do. He told them that after their business was done, they would all be going to the northwest, Kinchuan. All of them agreed that they would follow Cheng Dalei wherever he went, no matter what. Cheng Dalei gripped his sword and told his group that they should return to the village and pack up their belongings, as they would be bringing their families, men, and food. Lifting his sword, he instructed everyone to wait for him at Hulu Mountain, as they were already sent 100 people there to join them on their journey to King New Mountain. Then, he raised his sword and declared that once he finished his business in King New Mountain, everyone in Toad Village would move to Kinchuan, and they would work together to rebuild their mountain village. As the night fell, Cheng Dalei walked towards a tent. Cheng Dalei walked towards Wanner's tent. He asked if she was asleep, to which Wanner responded that she was not yet asleep. She remarked that it was late and inquired about the purpose of his visit. Cheng Dalei informed her that they would be passing by the capital the next day and asked if she wanted him to send her back to Chang'an. Wanner was left speechless. Gazing into the distance, she asked herself why she would go back and questioned if she could continue being a carefree princess with peace of mind. Wanner expressed doubts about Emperor Ming's treatment, fearing it might not be the same as before. Cheng Dalei asked her about her plans, but Wanner only called his name. She told him that she wanted to go outside and see the world, much like Xing Zai, and mentioned that she used to think that as long as the Ring stopped invading the empire, the people could live a good life, as she thought that the Ring tribe was evil, barbaric, and rude, but she had also met a friendly Ring tribe couple. On the contrary, the horse bandits of the empire and even Emperor Ming's Merlian guards were more ferocious and chilling to her heart. She questioned why the loyal Merlian guards had betrayed her and why the reputation of Lai's royal family was so bad, and asked why people around the world are looking forward to the turmoil, war, and longing for the destruction of the country. She expressed her confusion about why Xing Zai had chosen to wander outside, but now she was beginning to understand it, and suggested that perhaps outside, she could see the real situation of the world's people, rather than being in a high position and blinded by false prosperity. Cheng Dalei asked if she had thought about the fact that the outside world might not be as comfortable as the capital, to which Wanner acknowledged it. He reassured Wanner to rest well that night as they would leave the next day. As someone hummed themselves to sleep, a sudden beeping sound notified, which stated that the third phase of the mission, Snatch the Mistress of the Fort, had been triggered. Cheng Dalei wondered why he yet to choose that escort mission and instead took the mission to snatch the Mistress of the Fort. The notification mentioned that the second phase of the mission involved capturing Wanner, referred to as the Jewel of the Empire. Cheng Dalei was dumbfounded by the mission he took and asked where the second phase of the mission came from. Wearing a playful expression, the system casually told him that she just did a little work on it, and she asked if he was happy with the surprise. But Cheng Dalei just gave the system a bored look without saying anything. After entering the border, Cheng Dalei left most of his men at Hulu Mountain and took hundreds of people to King New Mountain. During this time, something else happened within the empire. Wanner was taken away, and the peace talks between the two groups were torn up. The imperial court placed a large army at the border to guard against the invasion of the Ring tribe at any time. But apart from the harassment of some small tribes, the Ring did not invade on a large scale. One of the imperial guards reported, according to the imperial spy report, Hu Yanba died, the Ring tribe princes fought for the throne, and didn't have time to invade the empire for the time being. The news that Cheng Dalei snatched Wanner reached the capital. The Merlian guards who were responsible for escorting the princes trembled, but did not expect that Emperor Ming only sighed 3 times and did not punish anyone. The imperial authority of the empire was long gone, the vassals moved, and various civil forces rose, peeping at the position of the world's supreme. In the blink of an eye, January had already passed. Cheng Dalei traveled a long distance, and King New Mountain was almost in sight. As they traveled to King New Mountain, one of Cheng Dalei's men said to him that another 20 miles, and they would be able to reach King New Mountain. Cheng Dalei remarked that after the war, there were no more people there, as the trees grew really fast, and he could not recognize the place. He asked Gao Fei if he remembered the way to the ruins of the old village, to which Gao Fei responded that it seemed like they needed to find a high place to figure out their way there. Cheng Dalei confirmed and told them to stay in their place as he would go to a high place to have a look. Gao Fei affirmed his decision. He went to find a high point to survey the area. As he reached the high point, Cheng Dale pondered about his return to King Niu Mountain and how he had come for the treasure map. Back then, the mountain village had been flooded, making it impossible to dig for the treasure. He pondered as he looked at his map, thinking that he was poor and needed the treasure as startup capital to rise again. Hoping that no one had gotten there first, he suddenly realized that something was not right, wondering why there was not a single bird chirping. He thought that there was only one explanation for the situation. Amid his thinking, a rope suddenly appeared and was swiftly tied around him. He suddenly filled with fear as he saw what was happening before his eyes. A man who was hiding in the trees held the rope, descended, and pulled it over. Due to the shock, Cheng Dale let out a curse, and his horse was comically surprised as well. Cheng Dale found himself hanging in the tree, realizing it was an ambush, and the birds had already been scared away. It turned out that the two people were Xing Zai and Fu Delay. Xing Zai told Cheng Dale that he opened the mountain and planted the tree. He informed Cheng Dale that if he wanted to pass through, he needed to pay a toll. Cheng Dale expressed disbelief, feeling like Xing Zai got karma. Cheng Dale smiled awkwardly, asked Xing Zai if there was one more sentence he missed. Xing Zai questioned what was missing, and Cheng Dale said that he would tell him in a second. Suddenly, he broke free from the rope and said that he didn't care about killing but hated burying. After freeing himself, he landed swiftly on the ground, surprising Xing Zai and Fu Delay. Surprise! Fu Delay commented on Cheng Dale's strength, while Xing Zai expressed his disbelief that Cheng Dale had managed to free himself. Angry, Cheng Dale clenched his fist as he insulted them, daring them not to move, asking if they could not recognize their ancestors in the industry. However, the two of them turned their backs on Cheng Dale and started whispering to each other. In their conversation, Fu Delay asked what they should do, remarking Cheng Dale seemed to be a tough guy. Xing Zai responded that there was no need to be afraid, as Cheng Dale was alone and just a little stronger, emphasizing that they had a sword. Fu Delay suggested that they should go together so they could grab some food, mentioning that they hadn't eaten for days, which Xing Zai acknowledged. Xing Zai, still trying to act tough, insulted Cheng Dale by calling him a kid and told him to consider it his bad luck. He rudely demanded Cheng Dale to hand over his dry food, warning him that he shouldn't be blamed if he had poor eyesight with his sword. With malicious intent, Xing Zai continued to threaten Cheng Dale by claiming that his sword was coated with poison, while Cheng Dale simply stood unbothered. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught Cheng Dale's attention. Then, all of his men arrived and asked Cheng Dale what was wrong. Frightened, Xing Zai and Fu Delay were taken aback when Cheng Dale's men suddenly appeared. Both were quickly subdued by Cheng Dale's men. Xing Zai pleaded with them to stop hitting his face as he cried in pain. Gao Fei told them to be honest. Wanner appeared, called Cheng Dale, and asked what was going on. Xing Zai realized that he was Cheng Dale, seeking confirmation if he was him. He asked Cheng Dale if he recognized him, telling him his name was Xing Zai. Upon hearing it, Wanner sought to confirm if he was Xing Zai, expressing surprise. Cheng Dale, pretending not to recognize him earlier, asked if he was Xing Zai. He questioned how the elegant young master from the past had become so low. Xing Zai awkwardly laughed and responded that it was a long story. He also expressed his surprise at how much Cheng Dale had changed. Cheng Dale ordered Qin Man to untie them as they were their people. Qin Man untied both Xing Zai and Fu Delay. Curious, Wanner asked Xing Zai how he became like that, to which Xing Zai put his arms on Wanner's shoulders and said that it was his business and wasn't important. However, Xing Zai wondered why Wanner had become involved with Cheng Dale even though she had returned to the capital. He asked Wanner if she was kidnapped by Cheng Dale. Wanner expressed shyness in front of Xing Zai and told him that there was no kidnapping involved and confessed that she was the one who wanted to follow Cheng Dale. Xing Zai stumbled in his words as he was taken aback by that moment. He did not know how many things he imagined in his head. With exasperation, Xing Zai asked Cheng Dale what he did to Wanner. Cheng Dale playfully responded to Xing Zai that many things happened that he couldn't tell him. Xing Zai asked again what Cheng Dale meant by a lot of things and insisted that he be clear, but Cheng Dale laughed in response. Wanner chimed in and told Xing Zai not to ask what he shouldn't ask, especially since he hadn't eaten enough. Xing Zai replied that he was very hungry and asked if they had anything to eat. He also requested some clothes, urging them to hurry up as they were hungry for days. A minute later, both Xing Zai and Fu Delay ate bread and crunched it with satisfaction. Wanner told Xing Zai to eat slowly or he might choke. While Fu Delay ate, Cheng Dale complimented him about how he played the lasso well. He asked Fu Delay if he was from the Ring tribe. Qin Man reacted and returned the question, but Xing Zai told them to take it easy. He introduced Fu Delay as a friend and not a bad guy. Cheng Dalei commented that there are good and bad people among the Ring tribe, and since Fu Delay was a friend of Xing Zai, he welcomed Fu Delay as one of them. But he contemplated that Fu Delay knew about him and was afraid of him. Meanwhile, Weiner asked Xing Zai why he returned to King New Mountain again. In response, Xing Zai explained that he had nowhere else he could go, so he fled. He added that he was captured in the northwest and fled to Bingju after the war. From there, he escaped to Lianju and was caught digging in the black mines. They managed to escape to Qingju but were almost caught there. Confidently, Xing Zai explained that he thought about it and believed there were a few acquaintances in Yuzhou. He returned to try his luck but got lost in King New Mountain and almost starved to death. Cheng Dalei wondered why he didn't return to Chang'an, as everyone was looking for him there. Xing Zai responded that he also intended to explore outside and learn more about it. He emphasized that he wouldn't have a chance to go back to the capital. He asked Cheng Dalei what was going on with them and if they were still planning to rise again in King New Mountain. Cheng Dalei calmly replied that he came back this time just to retrieve something. King New Mountain was no longer suitable for development. Curious, Xing Zai asked why Weiner was with him, mentioning that he didn't feel comfortable with it. He reminded them that he and Fu Delay had no place to stay and asked if they could follow him. In response, Cheng Dalei playfully asked if Xing Zai wanted to follow him as a bandit, to which Xing Zai clarified that he wanted to be their guide, not a bandit. After their conversation at King New Mountain Toad Village's former site, the group walked on top of the wall, and Cheng Dalei mentioned that it was a year and a half since they left, and so much had changed there that things were different. Fu Delay looked at Cheng Dalei's map silently. He pondered that he saw the treasure map of his brother Kai Mei, although it was the same marked in King New Mountain. However, the location was different from Cheng Dalei's map, and he suspected that there were two copies of the treasure map. While Fu Delay was in his thoughts, Cheng Dalei pointed to an area and called everyone's attention to dig it up. Gao Fei was surprised and commented that when the mountain village was built, he had not found such a cave more than 10 meters underground. Cheng Dalei interjected and ordered them to open it up, asking a few strong men to pull the door open. After they opened it, Cheng Dalei ordered them to tie a mouse with a rope and throw it inside to see if there was any miasma. After a minute, the rat came out unharmed. Cheng Dalei asked them to prepare a torch again and told Qin Man to go with him to explore the way first. He instructed the others to stay up there, to which Qin Man and Gao Fei confirmed. As they descended with torches, after walking a few dozen steps again, suddenly saw the light, and the place they saw was filled with gold. The gold glittered in front of them, and they were taken by surprise. Cheng Dalei couldn't help but curse as he realized that the treasure looted by the Ring tribe 30 years ago was a big fortune. People worked together to count the treasure, loading it in batches and eventually filling more than 10 carts. One cautioned to be careful as the box is fragile. Another mentioned dozens of boxes of gold and silver, pearls, and agates, while another one reported having counted more than 100 pieces of jade. They covered the treasure with thick straw and grain, disguising it as grain and straw merchants. It took several busy days to empty it. Before Cheng Dalei left, he took his men once more to pay their last respects to their men buried in King New Mountain. He gave them a last message that it would be the last time they would see each other, and they showed appreciation. After their visit, the carriage began to move, and Cheng Dalei instructed his men to go. As they traveled, Xing Zai inquired about where he was going to take his men next. In response, Cheng Dalei revealed that they were heading northwest towards the Rukin River. He mentioned that Emperor Ming had appointed him as the guardian of the Qin River Pass and suggested to Xing Zai that it would be ideal for him as they could legally obtain the territory for himself. Xing Zai was taken aback and advised Cheng Dalei not to go there. Cheng Dalei was surprised by Xing Zai's reaction, asking him why he didn't want him to go either and questioning him about what was in that area. Xing Zai explained that he and Fu Delai were the ones who just escaped from there. He pointed to their pitiful appearance from their past and asked if Cheng Dalei didn't understand him. He advised Cheng Dalei that it was not a place to hang out, as it was too chaotic. Stubborn, Cheng Dalei responded that Xing Zai's appearance seemed to be experiences filled with fear. He urged Xing Zai to tell them more about what was happening in there. Xing Zai explained that Northwest Qin River stretched 800 miles and was the main line of defense in the northwest. Outside Beijing was the grassland of the Rings, so this road was the main road for the Rings trade. Domestic silk, tea, and iron supplied to the Ring tribe were worth 10,000 gold, and the furs, jade, and horses of the Ring tribe were also rare commodities in the country. However, since the empire did not allow trade with the Rings, this trade route was banned. Cheng Dalei asked what was the danger in the Qin River Pass and if it was a treacherous environment there, but Xing Zai denied. He explained that the person who was now occupying the King River Pass is called Mo Mingmi, who was originally a mountain bandit but was later recruited and appointed as the deputy general. And because Kin River was in the highlands and the emperor was far away, he had at least 10,000 private soldiers, which put the whole Kin River Pass under his control. Interjecting, Kin Man speculated if it could be a mountain bandit, which made Gao Fei react, telling others that they should make it clear to them who was in charge. With a wide smile, Zhang Fei remarks that even if there were tens of thousands of them, there weren't too many, while Gao Hu comments that they would teach them how to behave and what to do, displaying aggression on his face. Incredulous, Xing Zai pondered about Cheng Dale's men and wondered how he raised such a group. He emphasizes the fact that they were only 1,000 men, while there were tens of thousands of men on the other side. He questions Cheng Dale if he intended to teach them how to behave. Cheng Dale explains that it is because Mo Mingmi controls the business channel to do business and questions why Mo Mingmi didn't want others to interfere. Xing Zai responds that there's more to it than that. He spells out that the main reason for the conflict is the discovery of iron ore in the area. Mo Mingmi was plundering people to mine it for himself and selling it to the rings at a great profit, and emphasizes that it was against imperial law, so he didn't want outsiders to get their hands on the place. He also shares the horrifying conditions in the mines, where civilians were mistreated, and many went in alive but came out as nothing but bones. The fear in Xing Zai's eyes was evident as he recalled the time when he and Fu Delay had been trapped in the mines and struggled to get out. Wanner questions how they dared to privately mine iron ore and sell it to the rings. She suggests that they should return to the capital and mobilize their troops to attack them. However, Xing Zai explains that things were not so simple, as interests were intertwined, and says that he didn't have the troops to mobilize. His face became serious as he added that Mo Mingmi's capacities couldn't play on such a big scale, and also suspected that someone was behind it, but he didn't know who. Cheng Dale realizes that Qi Xiang had once sent someone to kill him, even if it was just to avenge Longting. He suspects that Qi Xiang aimed to prevent him from reaching the Qin River, and he considers Qi Xiang to be the one behind Mo Mingmi. Additionally, he believes that Emperor Ming had appointed him as the guardian of the Qin River passes, as the monk indirectly hinted that he should head to the Qin River, and Cheng Dale fears they wanted him to confront Qi Xiang. He understands that the Carp Dragon Guards and the Imperial Army would not give him any trouble, allowing him to advance without fear, contemplating a strategy to drive away and acknowledging Emperor Ming is good at what he does. Shortly after, Cheng Dale and the others made their way back, occasionally encountering bandit vermin blocking the road. Some people even recognized Cheng Dale. They all set out ceaselessly, buying food and other daily necessities in large quantities in all large and small towns along the way. Rumors in the business world became more and more exaggerated and became different versions. One person speculated that Cheng Dale might have taken the treasure from the Book of Sword Techniques. Another claimed to have heard that Cheng Dale employed certain techniques to make Wanner comfortable, explaining why she shared her hidden treasure. Similar gossip and speculations circulated within the group. From Hulu Mountain, Cheng Dale was able to travel through a place called Liangzhu. After another month of running around, the crowd came to the northwest outside of the Qin River Pass. Gao Fei informed Cheng Dale that Qin River Pass was just 20 miles ahead. Cheng Dale responded, advising that they should not go to the Qin River Pass due to the insufficient number of troops. He emphasized that they could not let Mo Mingmi know that they were there, instructing them to set up camp. Cheng Dale planned to scout the mountains for a suitable location to build a future village. Curious about the requirements for the new village, Qin Man questioned Cheng Dale, who confirmed the need for water, flat farmland, defensible terrain, and difficulty for attackers. Xing Zai interjected, expressing knowledge that he knew a place that should fit in the category. Surprised, Cheng Dale inquired about the place. Confidently, Xing Zai mentioned that the location is easy to find, but the only problem is that it is already occupied. Curious, Cheng Dale asked who occupied the place. Xing Zai clarified that it wasn't people but snakes, emphasizing their poisonous nature. Despite this, all other conditions were met. Then Cheng Dale ordered Qin Man to join him to see the place due to his proficiency as a hunter, to which Qin Man confirmed. Following this, Cheng Dale instructed the rest of the group to temporarily dive into the mountains and forests to hide, which everyone confirmed. After an hour, they were able to get into Qin River Snake Island. Xing Zai proceeded to explain that Snake Island was a tributary of the Qin River, formed by the flow of the large river that created a pool, with the island in the middle called Snake Island.